Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. We've got ourselves the opening to free agency kicking off today. A wonderful day at that. And so super stoked, super excited about what potentially we could find because, of course, our Seattle Seahawks cleared some almost $50 million of cap space as they do head into the day. So a lot of room to go out there and make some hay here for the team. They do only have, I think, something like 44 guys rostered right now. So you do have a lot of work to be done as far as just to kind of fill out the rosters in addition to that. But I'm expecting, hopefully, we get a little bit of some fast and furious action kind of coming down the path today. We're going to stay on top of all of it off of the rip here with that. I want to thank right off the gate here, John Stillwell on this. I saw you had a $100 donation put in last night on the channel for that for the stream. So thank you to John for dropping that big fat $100 donation last night on the when I got this thing pushed up and prepped up. Very, very, very kind of you, brother. Hope you're having a good day out there if you're listening. But we've got a little bit of action here kicking off, which we'll go through a little bit. And again, just kind of covering everything today. It'll be definitely Seahawks news. It'll be a little bit of what's happening out across the landscape of the NFL. So we're going to be kind of paying attention to everything a little bit. Let's go through some of the tracker signings that have occurred so far out the gate here and just take a look at them real quick here. So yesterday, of course, or 2 days ago, we had Baker Mayfield signing his 3-year, $100 million deal. Russell Wilson yesterday, last night, this came down the track at the quarterback position, signed a $1.2 million deal on a 1-year contract, of course. Tony Pollard this morning signed with the Tennessee Titans. The running back from the Cowboys signed a 3-year, $24 million deal. This seems to be a number. The running back number is 3 and 24 because DeAndre Swift signed with the Chicago Bears, leaving the Eagles on a 3-year, $24 million deal as well. Those running backs can't get paid. That seems to be about the top of the market for those guys at this point. Saquon Barkley, Josh Jacobs, Austin Eckler, J.K. Dobbins, Gus Edwards, some really good players still out there in the running back market that might get swooped up here today. A couple of them, Derrick Henry, in addition to that. Wide receiver, T. Higgins has been franchised by the Bengals. He's also requested a trade as of this morning. So 1 year, $21 million deal, but that may be in movement. The Indianapolis Colts were able to re-sign Michael Pittman to a 3-year, $70 million deal. He'll remain with the Colts. Mike Evans, of course, re-signed a couple days ago, 2-year extension, $41 million for him. Gabe Davis of the Buffalo Bills signed with the Jaguars. We don't know the deals of this signing quite yet, but he has indeed signed with them from the Buffalo Bills. Kendrick Bourne remains with the New England Patriots. Tight end-wise, Jonnu Smith signs a 2-year, $10 million deal with the Miami Dolphins. Dalton Schultz re-signs with the Houston Texans on a 3-year, $36 million deal. Hunter Henry also re-signed back in with the Patriots on a 3-year, $27 million deal. So the tight end market getting a little bit thin here right out the gate. As you can see, there's not necessarily a lot of prime time kind of names out there available and open for the Hawks to go address. And they need 3 tight ends, of course, which is going to make this a little bit interesting. Offensive tackle, Chuka Uma Okorofora, with New England Patriots remaining active, signs a 1-year, $4 million deal with them. Center, Lloyd Cushenberry has signed with the Tennessee Titans as they seem to be very active early on here in free agency. Not yet knowing what the details are of that deal. Andre James of the Raiders also signing a 3-year, $24 million deal. That's the magic years and numbers, I guess, in this free agent period. So center market getting a little bit clipped down a bit. Connor Williams, a guy some of you have talked about, still out there, though, and available. Guard, the Rams re-signed Kevin Dotson, who came to them from the Steelers. Had a great year for them. 3 years, $48 million. That's a hefty price there to pay on a Dotson off that 1 year of, but it was a good year of productivity nonetheless. And a former highly drafted guy. Ezra Cleveland has re-signed with the Jacksonville Jaguars, 3 years, $28.5 million. Graham Glasgow re-signs with the Detroit Lions on a 3-year, $20 million. Man, I was hoping back early on this, we'd be able to get him on a value signing, kind of like a 1 year 4, 1 year 5, 3 year 20. Whew. That's pricey. It's pricey. On the interior defensive line, both Chris Jones and Justin Madubuike, of course, re-signed with their respective teams, leaving you with Christian Wilkins, Leonard Williams, DJ Reader, Grover Stewart. I've heard that maybe Wilkins has signed a deal, so we might be having some news breaking down the track on that one very, very immediately. Josh Allen's been franchise tagged by the Jaguars. We'll see what they do with him. Same thing with Brian Burns. Both of those guys are in a bit of a wait-and-see period right now, as I think at least one of those teams would probably like to move one of those guys and get some return back. Jonathan Greenyard signed to the Minnesota Vikings on a 4-year, $76 million deal. That's a pricey sum for him as well, but Vikings definitely need some help on the defensive side of the ball, so they get that with him. At the middle linebacker position, Drake Quantrill re-signed with the Chiefs, 3 years, $19 million deal. Certainly that's going to be a position we're going to be paying attention to and looking at fairly closely here today. Cornerback Jalen Johnson re-signed with the Chicago Bears, 4 years, $76 million. Kid that's been on the rise. Ladarius Sneed has been franchise tagged by the Chiefs, but he is being dangled for a second-round pick by the Chiefs. Emmanuel Mosley re-signed with the Lions on a 1-year, $1.125 million deal. We've got both Kyle Duggar and Antoine Winfield Jr. franchise tagged by their respective teams. And then finally here, we've got Brandon Jones re-signs with the Denver Broncos, 3 years. Taylor Rapp re-signs with Buffalo on a 3-year, $10.625 million deal. Kevin Byard yesterday, 2 years on a low-end kind of deal for them to be a starter there with them, $15 million. So that is what we've got so far at this point. Again, we will track it throughout the day, and I'm sure you guys will have some updates for me as we do go along. So we'll keep it popping, so to speak. Let's see how you guys are doing this morning. Yeah, John Stillwell, you are a generous man. Thank you, John. I really do appreciate it, man. That's very, very kind of you. With a $100 drop on the channel, brother. You are awesome. Eric Knups is going to ask, with Wilson going to the Steelers, what does that mean for Kenny? I think that Russell wasn't going to go to a prospective team to just sort of be told you're going to come in and compete. I don't think that if not handed the job outright, I think that he's been pretty much put in a position to where he's been given assurances that he's got the inside track to the job. It's kind of like he'd have to mess it up to lose it. I think Pickett has also shown you that he's just not set a baseline of good enough play to make you think that he can even overtake a guy like Wilson that's played in the league for many years. I think Pickett's kind of a guy that slides into eventually just being a backup guy in this league. You know, he was a guy to me that became a first-round pick, not as much as because he was deserving of being a first-round pick, but because he was coming from Pitt. Steelers were in a position to need a quarterback, picking in the first round. He slides to 20 for them. And they, of course, had that history to the Steelers of when you go back to a guy like Marino, where they had a local son from Pittsburgh who they had the opportunity to draft, but they passed him up. And they sort of kicked themselves for doing that for years on end in the future, I feel like, organizationally. And I don't know how much of it drove that decision, but I think some of that Pickett decision was driven at the time that we can't let a Dan Marino situation happen again like that. That's just, you can't have that happen twice. But I don't think he's going to be, Eric, in a place where it's just good enough to make it happen. I don't think he's as mobile as Russell Wilson is. I think Russell Wilson's got a better arm. And kind of for what the Steelers are going to want, I think Russell's going to be the better guy because Russell's a guy that, will get you down at the end of the game and he can help you out at the end of the game. If you've got it close down to the wire, and the Steelers were in a lot of those games that were close down to the wire, he's the guy that can give you a little bit of a separating factor end game and getting you down in that one last drive to get you in. And that's really what the Steelers, I think, are looking for here, Eric, is to just get the quarterback in there that can do, enough to where it's not the holding back factor on their team like it's been the past couple of years. Seattle Supersonics, Boom Shakalaka, Kenny, Slim Pickens, Pickett. That's right. Billy says Christian Wilkins got a 4 and 10. Let's see here. There we go. The Las Vegas Raiders are signing former Dolphin defensive tackle Christian Wilkins to a 4-year, $110 million deal. Ooh. That is a lot. That is definitely a lot. Putting this stuff together a little bit here. This tracker going. Give me a sec here, folks. Just kind of pasting some things here. I want to get a tracker up here for you guys today a little bit. Promise has been celebrating 4 months as a Hawks Nest Pro Bowler. Thank you for that, Promise. Welcome on the chat today. Hope you're having a great day. He says 100. All right, we got John Stillwell coming with that big old $100 drop. What's up, William Leonard? How you doing, man? Old fish guy, Wilkins, the Raiders, 4 years, $110 million. Wow, that's a lot. It's a lot. The Raiders did need help on the defense, though, right? And that's a great signing for them. Doesn't cost them any draft pick capital. They just sign him up. Makes sense. $87 million is a lot. It's much higher than I think we would have been willing to go. So, yeah, it probably wasn't a good chance you're going to get Wilkins, but good for him on that. It's felt. It is a chance it could make the Williams deal a little bit more expensive. It's possible. I mean, Wilkins go off the market now. Williams becomes the most valuable kind of DT on the market potentially, outside maybe a DJ Reader, or depending on where teams are with that player, I guess. Post evanescence, yeah, it's hard to see Williams take less than $20 million a year now. Might be hard to get him inside that realm. It's getting costly, isn't it? It is definitely getting costly. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that, Garth. It says the Steelers aren't interested in number 3. Many of your chat knew this prior to it actually happening. Yeah, Garth referencing I was making the prediction even a couple weeks ago. I go, man, I just feel like Russ to the Steelers is the one that makes the most sense. And Garth's referencing the fact I got quite a bit of pushback in my chat with a bunch of people telling me he's not going to the Pittsburgh. It's not happening. It's already said that they've already said that they're not interested and that they don't want him. I got a lot of that a little bit in my chat. And I was like, man, where are you guys hearing this stuff? Because it naturally connects between these two parties. And for Russ and his situation, there wasn't as many natural connections out there that just, fit for where he is at, for what he's wanting to get done and accomplish at this point in time in his career. So, yeah, that was, I guess I came out on the okay end on that one, Garth. And my prediction was pretty solid with that one. It just made too much sense, It just made way too much sense not to happen at that point. But great to see you in the house, my man. I hope you're having a great night. Or a great morning. Sorry, I'm not used to getting up in these morning times, Garth. I'm surprised you're up, my man. You're a night owl like me. Surprised you're up and rolling along like it's no thing. Mark Harbicorn, how you doing this morning? It's good to see you, man, Andrew. We are good on guard. I really like the kid from LSU we drafted last year. Let's coach up our investments. Good players, Andrew. You got Oluwatimi. You do have Bradford. We are missing right now completely a left guard. So you don't have a backup right guard, and Bradford may be good, but I don't know if we want to just roll with him and decide he's ready to start. I'd sure like to see them invest a bit more in that interior, that offensive line. I like both Oluwatimi and Bradford. I do, Andrew, but it's hard to just roll on just with that, with the inside. I feel like we could stand to probably go a little bit harder, buff it up a little bit more, Flying blind as the Raiders are looking scary up front with Crosby and now Wilkins. It's starting to build a defense that could be pretty interesting. Those are two guys that you like to get a little bit more of the double teams committed to those two players. Can't double team them both play in and play out. So maybe this opens up some more opportunities for Crosby, who's just an absolute demon coming off the edge. And I like the signing for the Raiders. I think this is a smart sign. They get the kid at a good age. It's a really good player for them. They know what they're getting. Is it maybe that they paid a little extra? Yeah, but do you have to maybe pay a little extra to get a player to a team like the Raiders, given their track record? Probably. Nasty duos, right. Harry Murray, what's good, Brandon? Haven't checked in for a while. Hope you're good. I'm doing great, Harry. I hope you're doing great as well, man. It's good to see you in the chat today. But glad long time no see. Hope you're having a good one, man. I don't do too many of these morning streams. This is an oddity for me. I'm over here just like, what is this time of day? Who does productive things at this time? Who is it? Just getting my tracker ready here for you folks on this. So you guys got some updates today as this is going through. Try to keep these kind of updated a little bit as I can. I'll flash to the screen as well and show you guys this throughout kind of the summation of where we're at with some of this stuff. But let's get a little bit of maybe the tracker going here. Chukama. Dodson. It's kind of been a little bit slower starting out than I thought here. That's why I wanted to kind of push the show a little bit for an hour and a half, because I was looking at it and I was like, man, I don't know if there's really going to be as much right at 9 going on. It seems like it's a little quiet right now. There's a little going on, but and Graham Glasgow, 3 years, $20 million. Holy moly. Jonathan Greenyard. All right. Let's get this going for you guys here. So you got a little bit of an update. Tom Eden says next year Russ goes to the Patriots and then he plays for every team in our Super Bowls. He is. Somebody was saying he's collecting the infinity gemstones of Seahawks rivals. O'Dwyer, I don't expect John to be very active on day one of free agency. I'm hoping he's patient and doesn't overpay for players. That cap space can disappear very quickly if you're not careful. Great point, O'Dwyer. And we were making kind of the soft predictions from last night and trying to make a bit of a view of what was going on and what was happening. I think that was something that we were all kind of saying at the time was, you see with John, him not being a guy that typically tends to do the I'm going to go hog wild here into free agency. He's going to be a guy that's going to be a little bit more about, like you say, taking the time, letting the market just kind of play out. And I'm okay with that. Where we're at right now with the team, I mean, even though we do have money, we don't have to be super, super crazy over the top in our approach. And it makes a lot of sense if he's going to be in that way. There's also, like to your point, the inverse of that is also true, Dwyer, where if you can avoid at times to be dipping as heavily into that free agent period tier 1 range, you have more money to get the value signings into tier 2 and tier 3. On top of, again, I think that they want to probably try to preserve a little bit of the 2025 cap as much as they possibly can in this situation. And that means not doing a huge bunch of contracts that put a heavy load burden onto the 2025 season. So a lot of signs point to it being that way, I think, O'Dwyer. Smartly said on your part. Ante the Petrish, I'm going to miss Bobby Wagner. Me too, man. I wanted him back as well, but it seems like the team is angling to go in a different direction. Brian A. Wilson, damn B, why Bobby seem like a cap goat? Dude deserved to retire here as a Hawk, yet here we go again, shaking my head. What the F is going on in this league? It's not a league for older players, man. It's a league for young kids. It really is, and it's angled that way more and more and more. And it's just teams don't like the risk of older players, and it's a bit confusing to me too. So I'm kind of with you a little bit in the part of going. I don't always understand what it is either with that a little bit. Why they so can't just get the love a little bit. And with Bobby already leaving once and bringing him back, but new coaching staff, I think that's just you're going to turn things over at that time. But I'm a little bit as well on that one. Like, Radu, will the Wilkins signing affect the Leonard Williams signing money wise? It could. They played two different positions. They're a little bit of a different age, so it's not exactly the apples for apples when you talk about that. One's a nose tackle, one's a 3-tech. There's a lot more 3-techs on the market than there is going to be nose tackles on the market. And so if you're a really, really good nose tackle on the market like Wilkins, then that's going to drive up your value a little bit. It's possible. I don't think it's as much about his contract now means it's going to push it up in that way, but it just as much of now Leonard Williams becomes the next best defensive tackle on the market, him or DJ Reader, basically. So that's more of what it is, especially with Fletcher Cox having retired. It's more about the scarcity of the good defensive tackles available right now, more than it is the value, I think, going up from the contract. Seahawks 2004, any news on what the Seahawks are doing? Right now, it's been very quiet, man, to open things up. So no Seahawks, even rumors we're hearing right now. In regards to, them connected with anybody or anything like that. So maybe a little, I don't know. Yeah, nothing too much yet. Nothing too much. Something will come down here at some point, though, I'm sure today. Flag Sabbath, Bobby does not fit in max defense. Probably not as much, no. You're right. You mad, bro? Good morning, bro. You are my go-to for Seahawks free agent news today. Thank you for all you do. My pleasure, man. I love what I do. It makes it very easy to do when you love what you do. But I'll be rocking it all day long here. We'll go throughout the day and be covering the action all the way through. So I'll keep you up abreast and up to speed. And anything breaks down the line, we will unpack it for sure. Grant Billups, Bobby can tackle, but Bobby can't cover and lacks sideline to sideline speed. It's really simple. It's understandable and simple. It is. That's for sure. King says, can't wait until we hear next offseason Russ is back to the Hawks talk. Laugh out loud. Yeah, you never know, I suppose. That's true. It's possible, it's possible, King. Like I said, I don't think the likelihood happened, but it certainly is a possibility, AI says it's called NFL, not Long. You can't cover anymore. Time to move on. It's business. Yeah, I know that this is something that Long gets spoken about. I got to push back on it, AI, in my opinion. The Bobby coverage issues to me were mightily overstated, and I don't think that it was as bad as being presumptively said about him last year. And now, does he fit into this defense exactly to what Mike McDonald's going to ask? Maybe not, but it's also about what are you getting on the other end of it as far as your, what is the other deal that you're pulling to the other end of that at that point? Who are the guys available that you're going to fit to that spot, especially considering Bobby probably wasn't going to be terribly expensive. Isn't a huge deal on something to, get completely pissed off about. But, 2018, 2019, Bobby was giving over 600 yards up in coverage. That was Bobby in his prime, giving up over 600 yards in coverage. Nobody said at that time that Bobby was slow or couldn't stay in coverage or couldn't do the right thing. This last year, he gave up 500 yards in coverage. The year before, he gave up 400 yards in coverage. It's not as much, it's more about the way you're using Bobby than it was just about he can't cover in space or whatnot. And we didn't set up our linebackers, be it any of our middle linebackers or will, really with the zone drops to have much success back there or do much of anything. But, he gave up some receptions, but it wasn't anything that if you look through the course of his career on the number of targets, receptions, yards given up, considering the Bobby played for the total snaps of the Seahawks defense, played like an extra game and a half on the football field. He was not the coverage liability that he's been spoken about. Did he have a strong coverage year? No. Was it one of maybe overall weaker years from coverage? Yes. But was it flat out just bad? I don't think we're at that spot necessarily. And again, the numbers come from me, Grant, of we can look at the numbers alone. It's always, again, pairing the numbers to what you saw on the football field. So what I'm seeing on the football field is a middle linebacker dropping into space and then asked to pick up a wide receiver on a crossing route. We talk about, for instance, Mike McDonald's defense. It's not going to ask a middle linebacker to drop to the middle of the field 20 yards back, pick up a wide receiver on a crossing route that he's got to then carry to the sideline, moving from a standstill position to full speed. And I saw multiple times in the year where there were completions given up by our middle linebacker. I've seen that happen under a Coach Carroll defense for a couple of years, quite frankly, Grant. And those kind of situations also have to factor it in. That's why when you just take the bottom line stats and you don't pair it to what you see on the field, you're only kind of getting half of the story a little bit. But if you look back at, like, for instance, how he was used in LA, in the very same defense right now we're supposed to be kind of transitioning to, the defense we were supposed to be transitioning to before, he actually held up really well in coverage because he wasn't asked to drop back 30 yards off the line of scrimmage and pick up a wide receiver on crossing routes. It's putting your players in a position to be successful by your scheme as well. And there's not a lot of middle linebackers in those places with the Hawks asking them to do what they were going to do that we're going to find success. But again, we don't have to turn too much over on the Bobby thing, I think, today, because it is what it is. He's moving on. They've decided to move a different direction. But boy, I feel like some of the Bobby coverage stuff gets hammered into the floor without any of the other stuff kind of considered into that part of the process a little bit. The factoring of the scheme, the positions he was being placed upon. Did he just get completely atrocious in coverage from one year to the next? Had an 80 grade in coverage with the Rams the prior year. What were the Rams doing? They were doing a lot more of keeping him down in the box and letting him, get down there and hunt, which is what we didn't do. It's utilization as much as it is just what the player's doing on out there and what they're getting done. But again, too, pure yard standpoint, all that type of stuff. I mean, I can go back to Bobby's prime when a lot of you would tell me that he was a great coverage guy and he was doing awesome back there. And I can show you him giving up a lot of yards in coverage during that time. There was nothing that was last year an outlier that was some big, huge difference as far as what he had done in prior years. I can go to another year so Grant, like for instance, we want to just play the game of let's just play the stat game. Like, well, I can go back to 2019 where he had 113 rating. He was still very much pretty fleet of foot at that time, a really good player, That's why the rating alone ain't enough. We're just saying, well, he gave up this yards. That's who he was. Nah, it's all of the whole story that comes into account on that stuff, in my opinion. Taker610, thank you for the $5 donation. Should the league be held responsible for neglect, giving some Chiefs fans will have to have amputations due to the game they attended in January? That's a tough one for the league. And I think I would have to understand a little bit more about the amputations that are going on and, what caused them to happen. Was this people getting blind drunk and then deciding to take their shirt off in negative degree weather and, now they have frostbite and or whatever lack of circulation, I guess, is what's causing it? Or is it a matter of like they were just fans out there in their normal clothes and it was just so cold that they, that it just happened naturally, even though they were bundled up? Because you got to anticipate this, I think, for the future. You don't want this happening in the future. I think that the NFL probably, when it gets into cold weather games, should probably ban fans from taking off shirts and doing stuff like that. That right off the gate, if you're looking for a way that they can start to maybe fix this a little bit, then that's a spot where you could look at. But it's hard to say, is it those fans just getting blind drunk and just taking their shirt off and they can't tell how cold they are and they're doing, that's hard to then hold the NFL responsible if it's individual fans doing that. And I've never heard about this happening again. I don't know what happened to the Chiefs fans this year. They had the amputations in the stadium, and then you've got those 3 guys that were the Chiefs fans that all died. They fell asleep out or something happened to them outside, and they were all found outside. I don't know, some crazy weather, but probably the NFL should probably be a little bit paying a bit of attention to this because we've had some extremely cold weather games over the past probably 10 years, and you certainly don't want, for instance, this to happen to one of your players too. I know they're maybe a little bit better because they're running around and they're bundled up, but it's disconcerting. Hard to say though on that one, Taker. Kind of depends on what the it just kind of depends on what the circumstances were that caused it a little bit. Garth Knight, Brando, and thank you, Garth, for another donation. Says, Brando, why can't Bobby retire a Hawk while we pretend he never left? And why does it really matter in the first place? Sweet, Bobby. Well, he'll definitely retire a Hawk when it's all said and done, that's for sure. Yeah, the passer rating is a tough one to go off of, just as simply purely the measurement of the stick for it. Again, I can go back even 4 years ago, show you similar seasons from Bobby and what he's given up in coverage as far as yards in the air. But this is not a hill I'm looking to really die on, to be honest with you guys. Just Tommy, I think it's more with Bobby that coach wants a young linebacker he can learn and command his defense for 4 to 6 years, just like Pete did with Bobby. That is a defensive quarterback. It needs to be long-term. Great points, man. I would say that's probably pretty solidly on the button there. 3 Hour, I just seen someone say Queen is looking at somewhere around 12, not the 20 year or something that SportsZack said. Is that true? I haven't heard that necessarily. Likely is that after declining at 12. I would be very surprising if Queen was all the way down at 12. That'd be very surprising to me. But I guess it is possible. It is possible for sure. Reduced to center Tyler Biadasz to the Commanders. Okay. Commanders making some moves. There we go. Signing with the Washington Commanders. Let's get this updated on the old board. Nothing wrong with moving on from Oldray. I don't have a problem with it. It's all good with it on that. I get it. Makes a lot of sense. Fans since 92, probably signing Queen to wear the green dot. They might. I don't know on that. I think it's a little bit like Tommy said. I think they're eventually going to look to try to get their young guy, especially maybe even the draft, and then pair that young guy with Queen as kind of the will. Because Queen didn't do as well in fitting to the mic. That wasn't as much of a fit for him early on in his career. Maybe it is now. But it was a struggle with, I think, a little bit. Grant Billups, the league has shifted massively from 2016 to 24, with it being more offensive league than ever. I think it isn't favoring Bobby, but I totally agree. It is the scheme. Yeah, I think it's one of those things where you go, Grant, it can be a bit of both things at the same time. I certainly wouldn't say that Bobby, who ran a 4.46 coming out of college, is anywhere near that 4.46 time. Is he 4.8? I don't know if he's back, that far, but yeah, it is a little slowness there, but then it is also the scheme issues. And then it's the third thing too, being that is this much of a pure scheme fit for him and what McDonald wants, which is probably more of a hyper athletic, fast kind of linebacker that can kind of truly do it all at this point in time. And it all adds up and it all makes a ton of sense with it to go that direction. UE2K says Tyler Biotish, another missed opportunity by John. Should have taken him instead of DJ Dallas in the draft. I definitely was a big Tyler guy myself, Huey, especially for being that Tyler was such a great blocker at the point of attack with those. Just Jonathan Taylor running up his backside, play after play after play on downhill zone runs, bang, 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 bang. And you go, man, with Carroll's love of running the A and the B gap runs like that, the power runs, this would be a perfect fit for a Biotish center to be brought in here, a guy that can move people up at the point of attack like that. So, yeah. That would have been a good pick back in the day. Certainly would have liked that over DJ Dallas, who was a pick at the time. You went, wait, what? DJ in the fourth round? In the fourth? That was a weird pick. 3 hours says Colby Parkinson just signed with the Los Angeles Rams. 3-year, $22.5 million deal. So Colby Parkinson is off the board, it sounds like. And that is a lot more money than I would have wanted to spend for Colby Parkinson. So, no thank you on that one. Good luck getting the value on that one, Rams. And they already got Higbee signed. Did you just go there to be their insurance policy for Higbee? Or are they just going to go to the 12 personnel now all the time? King, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, seemingly dry personalities on our coaching staff. Football, we've been lucky to have a colorful personality in Coach Carroll and the like of that. But he is a little bit of, I think, an unusual type to football, where they tend to be a little bit more of the button-down, dry personality types. I think that tends to be more of what you see proliferate the scene at the NFL level when it comes to coaches. So kind of just normal on that. But yeah, they are a little bit dry. That's for sure. Beyond Balance, thank you for the $5 donation. And it's good to see you in the house, brother. So sorry, just got here. What did I miss? Any news? No real major news that's come down the trek. Christian Wilkins signed a 4-year, $110 million deal. So one of the big guys. We just had Colby Parkinson by our Seahawks signed to the Rams. So he's moved on. Gabe Davis, 3 years, $39 million, signed with the Jacksonville Jaguars. Michael Pittman re-signed. It's kind of we got teams signing with their players. Some of the not necessarily tier one guy free agents out there signing too. Jonah Jackson also signing with the Rams, so they're looking to build up their offense a little bit. He signs a 3-year, $51 million. So the Rams significantly putting assets into their offensive line. That's tough to see, man, because they're doing stuff that I kind of want to see us do with that a little bit. But smart move there by the Rams. Jonah Jackson going to be brought in to be their where does Jonah Jackson fit in for them? See? He's a tackle? Not a tackle. Because they got Avila there. I'm going to need some help with the chat on this one. They got Avila there. They re-signed Dotson. Where does he go? He's a guard. I'm missing something? They go in 3 guard deep? That's weird. Or They got a two. You can't have three guards on the field at once. I mean, are they trying to move Jonah Jackson to center? Maybe. Huh. But that's about all we've got going so far beyond balance. It's been a pretty quiet period for the first couple of hours here on the opening of free agency. I'm expecting it to pick up a little bit more, but nothing for our Hawks. Nothing really notable on our Hawks quite yet. It's Pelts. Yeah, Jonah just got $51 million from the Rams. That's a weird deal. They drafted Steve Avila in the second round last year. Dotson's over at the right guard. They just signed this guy to the big deal. Are they looking to maybe move Avila? One of those guys is going to center, I'm guessing. Garth Knight with a $5 donation says Patrick Queen is looking for $12 to $13 million per year via 1998 Playboy reports. Yeah, that's about the last time that those numbers probably fit for where he's at. I would be surprised to see him all the way down to 12 to 13 after last year, what we saw Jermaine Pratt and Tremaine Edmonds get, who were not top of the line, linebackers, good linebackers, but top of the line guys to where they got paid. Seemed like that's where the market went for the linebacker position last offseason, Garth, but perhaps maybe there's been a bit of a, resetting there. Rams are cooking, man. 3 signings already out the gate for them. They had that money to spend. They cleared all the bad money off the books last year, so they had some cap to spend this offseason, and they are spending it. Holy Hand Grenade B, should we sign Clowney to a 3 to 4 year deal? Give that man a home already. Please do. It make me feel pretty good this free agent period if we kicked off with Clowney. I'd be like, all right, here we go. That's a good solid move to start us off and get us in the right mode here. So here we go. But we'll have to just kind of hold on to our butts here through the day, I think, on this one, as these come down fast and furious. Joshua, do players ask for money when negotiating with California teams? Because them taxes are crazy. I don't know if the Rams have to pay more for guys or if guys insist the Rams pay for more if they sign them. I mean, there's a little bit of the draw of you getting to go to LA and live in LA, which probably holds its own little kind of carrot for certain players. But I don't think it's less about teams having to give more money to players in highly taxed areas and more about those teams that aren't in highly taxed areas like us that don't have an income tax in Washington, to where it's just more of that makes it attractive more than you're giving more money, because teams couldn't afford to be putting more money into play, throwing more money down in order to try to sell a player on their state. That'd get old really quick, I think, for teams. So no, I've never heard of it being like that necessarily. Good morning from Hawaii, Lord Boom. Go Hawks, brother. Red Ace, is Colby breaking out next season? Shaking my head. Well, they still got Higbee there. Unless they're looking to really stay highly committed to going to 2 tight end sets, he's going to be the two man on that depth chart. He'll be their move tight end, but that's been a team that's historically been very committed to 3 wide receiver sets. El Destructor says, got a 6th round compensatory pick for Parkinson? We would on that. Yeah. There is that possibility they could start to play that. Joshua, they don't trust Avila? I guess maybe not. I'm a little thrown off. I thought Avila had a pretty solid opening season for them. Mitch Morris got signed? All right, we got the moves starting to pick up a little bit now and then. Mitch Morris. Oh, there you go. Morris agreed to a 2-year deal with the Jaguars. $10.5 million, $7 million guaranteed. Wow. Huey, that's a pretty fair deal. Like, that's not that costly. Did they maybe just not feel like that was a worthwhile? He's not a fit for the scheme, maybe, in their eyes. But man, that's not bad at all. 2 years, $10 million. Huh. Zang. So center goes off the board. Wouldn't have thought it would have cost that much on it. Or I would have thought they would have kicked the tires on that one. Interesting. Interesting on that one, Yui. Guard Knight, thank you for another $5 donation, brother. Appreciate all of your support to the channel. Says, Brando, I love you, but Parkinson will be missed. Who signed him, by the way? Oh, yeah, the team that continually kicks the Hawks' asses. Yes, they have. They've definitely given us some really hard times as of recent note, Garth, no doubt about that. And yeah, the Rams did sign him. The Rams have not been necessarily, guys that when whoever they sign is absolutely guaranteed to do great for them. So there is a little bit of that. Parkinson for me is a guy that I think just I don't have as much of the valuation on him, Garth. 250 yards receiving last year, not a well-graded guy across the line really at any one spot. He's certainly a guy that's got a unique skill set, I suppose. But I don't know. For me on that, if we're talking about spending this kind of money for Parkinson and bringing him back into play, I can't say that I felt like what he had done on the field had been worthwhile to spend that and give him that kind of money. Parkinson on a rookie deal versus Parkinson on this deal, I think is two different kind of things for me. And we'll see if maybe the Rams find a way to unlock him in a way that we couldn't. But I think he had a pretty good chance here to see if he could come in here and make some noise if they was really capable of making that kind of noise and, didn't do it necessarily. And even the money they're giving him, he's not going there to be the starter. Tyler Higbee will be the starter. They paid him more money than they're paying right now Parkinson. So his snap count will still be somewhat limited. And I'm talking about paying a backup tight end this kind of money. I mean, it's a bit much for me. I don't know. Flag says Steve Avila was a center at TCU. There we go. So that makes sense. Probably moving Avila to center then. I thought he was a really solid left guard guy for the future for them there. But maybe they look at it as this gives them their best offensive line, Long live the king. And thank you again, Garth, for all your donations, man. Certainly the Rams have given it to us in recent years. And that offensive line's looking strong and making some pretty interesting moves here to begin things off here in free agency. Grant says, Clowney, Geno Stone, Queen, please. Well, that'd be a pretty solid day. Come away with those three guys to start things off in free agency, huh? Yeah, Parkinson gone to the Rams. Josh Jacobs to the Packers. Wow. Are the Packers going to cut? Does that mean that they cut? Means that they're going to cut the other guy they had there? I thought he was a pretty good back still for them there. The other kid they got, Murray. But Jacobs is probably better. Interesting deal there for the Packers, who's usually not very active in free agency, and blind going with a running back when they're being active. Interesting. Wow. Kevin O'Connell, who's McIntosh? Kenny McIntosh? 13 Olfro 6 says, how much do the Broncos Broncos lose signing Jones after release? How much do the Broncos lose signing Jones after releasing? How much do the Broncos lose signing Jones after releasing Simmons? Can you phrase that again, 13 Olfro? I don't know what you mean on that question. I'm sorry, my man. How much do the Broncos lose signing Jones after releasing Simmons? I didn't see if there was a Jones. Oh, Brandon Jones. I see what you're saying there. I don't know how the inverse of the money would work. Broncos were saved about $14.5 million off this year, cap 13. And you signed a 3-year, $20 million deal. So they're basically able to almost get in the entire new contract for Jones fit in for the 1 year of savings that they got for Justin Simmons' release. So it's much more of a value signing there, 13, Collectively, the position goes down in the cost this year, at least probably by near half, I would say, on looking at it on the surface of the deal. Well, Atlanta King, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate you for that, brother. It says, where does Kenny McIntosh fit in? Strengths and weaknesses. Well, Kenny McIntosh, I don't think is going to have the size to ever be a bell cow back in this league. He's not a guy you're going to give 15, 20 touches a game. He's got to be a guy that you fit in there with a collection of touches throughout the course of the game. Or I think ideally the hope would be that he can kind of slide in to be a little bit of a third down back. Charbonnet did show himself to be a guy that looks like he's going to fit well into that role moving into the future. And of course, Walker can do it in a pinch as well. But McIntosh sort of fits in where he can fit in through that a little bit, I think. He is very sudden. Really good short area quickness, stop and start ability, a tackle breaker with his ability to get lateral quick. Excellent out of the backfield. He can be like a receiver at the running back position coming out of the backfield, run routes like a receiver coming out of the backfield. So a very unique skill set in what he brings with that. He runs a little bit high, King. So, he can be at times brought down if he's caught cleanly because he doesn't get behind his pads as much in his running style. A little bit of that sort of hybrid guy and being a running back receiver type. Those guys have a tendency to get a little bit upright in their running style just a little bit, but also doesn't have, I think, the long speed. I think he ran like a 4.64, 4.7 40. So not as much a fast guy as a quick guy, as a guy that can give you the dead leg and break a tackle in short spaces. But he's also a guy that's a 7th rounder. So I don't know if there's necessarily a lot here from the franchise looking at him as a guy that they're absolutely relying on. They like him. I think he's an interesting prospect, but he was injured for most of the year last year, and so he does remain a little bit of a question mark. But he does bring a skill set that the other running backs don't quite have. These guys in Walker and Charbonnet, you can't just align them out in the wide, have them run a route, and they can run it well. And he kind of can. He has that in his game. Flag says that hair will fit in LA. Yes, it will. Colby's too. He went to Stanford. He's from kind of the California. He knows the California way is. Thank you again, King. Garth, man. Appreciate you guys. Nitro says Russ with Pickens is the goofiest duo ever. Maybe, man. It'll be an effective duo, though, probably. It's a good fit for those skills. Huey says Jags cut their center to sign Morse. Cheap. Damn, what are we doing? I don't know. We're definitely slow rolling the start of this process, Huey. We're just going to sit on all this money and roll it over next year. Grant says that's why Pete had to go. We were constantly getting smacked by the Rams and Niners over the past 3 years. Yes, sir. He did not have a solution to him. It didn't look like Grant going into the future, did he? Bryce Huff to Philadelphia. Okay. We got Huff to Philly. So Edge, Bryce Huff, signs a 3-year, $51 million deal with the Philadelphia Eagles. Whew. Boy, what does Clowney get if he gets a 3-year, 51? Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. Very, very appreciative of that, Garth. You're very kind, man, for all your donations and support to the channel, brother. David Bakhtiari retired. I'm surprised Aaron Rodgers and Joe Rogan couldn't fix him given their medical and holistic expertise. He just needs to take some of that alpha brain, man. Get that alpha brain going. Bakhtiari will be right back on the field, Garth. Little alpha, little HGH, little of that cream that Barry Bonds used to use, Rub it in. Rub it in. Yeah, Bakhtiari, just a guy a little bit like kind of went in with Jamal, where it just starts a couple of years ago where the injury thing just keeps adding up, lower legs especially, and you get to that point where it just goes too far. You've had one too many, and you just can't get it to bounce back. It just doesn't click back in a little bit. Feel bad for a guy like that. He was such a very uniquely talented left tackle out there in this league, and the Packers found him as kind of a bit of that, not dime in the rough, but just not as expected to be as good as he was. But tough way to have your career end like that when maybe you feel like you still have a little bit of good ball left to go. And I'm sure Aaron's probably, Garth, making the hard case for him to maybe come to New York. Come on, New York. We'll get your leg right. No, Joe's got a new thing. He's got a new thing, David, okay? It's a new thing. It's called the rub. That's what they call it. I mean, it's a mixture of stuff, deer antler stuff, a little bit of that, a a little bit of the roids, you know. It's kitted up a little bit, but it'll get you back, David. Come on. Come to New York. I need a blindside protector. Reddick signed too? Thank you, the guard, for the fiver, man. We'll see if he remains retired. I bet Aaron's going to make a hard sell to him, Garth. He'll make him the hard sale. Quality over quantity, says the Panthers released safety Von Bell. Ricardo Rivera says Higbee's going to be out for a long time. Oh, did he suffer a big major injury, Ricardo? I forgot about that. Well, that makes a lot more sense then with that. Bit of an insurance policy for them at the tight end position. AI says Jacobs to the Packers. He's good, but there is only one ball. There is. I think that there are some rumors, AI, that maybe Aaron Jones is a cut cap casualty guy. I mean, he's been running, I feel like, really well for him. And boy, Aaron certainly looked really good in that Cowboys playoff game. But maybe they're looking at kind of dishing from one to the other on that one. Radu says, got to remember that Higbee has already gone down with a torn ACL and an MCL, more like a safe signing. Makes sense on that. I had forgotten about that. That's my bad. It does. That does make a lot more sense. And certainly this tight end draft's not thick. So if you're looking to find your safety valve maybe in the draft, maybe not as much of a chance on that one. Sean Smirsky says, the suspense is killing me. Come on, Hawks. What's going on? Who do you think might be their first move? External or one of our own? I would go external on this, Sean. I think if you were going to do an internal, that would have happened prior to free agency. I think Queen or Clowney is your first signing here, Sean. And maybe it's a 1-2 punch. One goes and the next goes right after. But I think those are the first two guys you're looking to target here. And I'm over here too, man. I'm like, come on. We're almost at 12. Let's make a move. Let's make it happen. Come on. Peter Silva, what do you see as the best signing so far? What a great question, Peter. Most of these deals on the surface of it, I'm kind of going, a little bit much. A little bit much. Man, that 2-year, $10 million Mitch Morris signing is maybe the best value deal signing. I think that's not an exciting one, but for the Jaguars there to get that 2-year deal on that, I think was pretty good for them. I know that it's a lot that they spend, but I like the Raiders being active for a guy like Wilkins. I mean, this is the kind of free agent I think you do want to kind of sign, where Miami couldn't really afford to keep Wilkins back in house. Raiders have a dire need there to bring this guy in and have him slide in to become that guy for them, along with providing Crosby a little bit of relief on the defensive line. It's a lot that they gave him, but he's worth it. He was going to get paid near that to another team out there, and for the Raiders to bring that in is a coup for them, being a team that's not always looked at as an attractive destination location. I think that's my early on favorite for what they've done. It's kind of an easy one to select. Morris I'll do is kind of the hard one of a good value signing. But I'll say that there's a lot of deals being given out right now where it's a little bit expensive to me as I look at some of these deals being handed out. It seems to be either you get really good high value or you're spending all of the money. 4 years, $76 million for Jonathan Greenyard. Bryce Huff, 3 years, $51 million. That's a bit much for me on the surface of it for those guys. Just a little bit much on that. Mark Harpercorn, thank you for reminding me that. Please do, if you guys like what you're listening, seeing, or hearing, or listening to, or whatever, however you're consuming the content today, do me a favor if you could for me. Please do hit that like button. I would really appreciate it. Ricardo says the Rams had to outbid us to sign him. It's very, very possible. Phoebe Moore Seahawks, I saw Parkinson's contract. I like him, but not that much. Where I was always a little bit out with them, where we were seeing the projections from Sports Track on Colby going, okay, that's I don't hate on him. It may sound like in how I talk about Colby, I'm hating on him. I'm not. I think he can be a decent player for you. But when you're talking about getting into that realm that he's at the price, over that $6 million spot, you go, that's just a little bit much. Hans Van Wyn. Hey Brandon, do you have a quick update? Yeah, let's do another walkthrough here on the let's do another walkthrough here right now on the current tracker. And let's show that up here again. Go kind of start from finish here. Let's start at the top here with our current looks. We've got Mayfield Wilson, Mayfield and Wilson, your only quarterbacks off the board right now. Josh Jacobs has signed with the Packers, to be determined as far as the cost or value goes on that one. We're going to have to still remain to be seen. 2 3-year, $24 million deals given out. One by the Titans to Tony Pollard, former Cowboys running back. DeAndre Swift, the Eagles running back, former Lions running back, also signs a 3-year, $24 million deal. T. Higgins has requested a trade from the Bengals, who have him on a franchise tag. Gabe Davis is signed with the Jacksonville Jaguars from the Buffalo Bills on a 3-year, $39 million deal. Seems like the Jacksonville Jaguars give out a big receiver deal every single free agent period. The Patriots re-signed Kendrick Bourne, Dalton Schultz, Hunter Henry, both were signed with both their two teams, Texans and Patriots, respectively. Colby Parkinson just signed a 3-year, $22.5 million deal. That means Parkinson's making over $7 million a deal on average on this new deal. That is very pricey. Jonnu Smith signs a 2-year deal with the Dolphins, 2 years, $10 million. Tyler Biotish signs a 3-year, $30 million deal, the center from the Cowboys, going over to the Commanders. Lloyd Cushenberry, the Broncos center, looks like he's heading to the Tennessee Titans on a TBD determined deal. Andre James re-signs with the Vegas Raiders, 3 years, $24 million. That's the magic number, 324, it seems like. A lot of those being handed out. Dotson and Jonah Jackson, 2 guards, signed both with the Rams. A re-signing of Dotson and Jonah Jackson, the Lions guard, signs with the Rams. So they buff up their tight end and guard room. Graham Glasgow looks like he's now being signed to be the starter to replace Jonah Jackson with the 3-year, $20 million deal he got back from the Lions. Christian Wilkins signed a 4-year, $110 million deal. Justin Madubuike, of course, re-signed with the Ravens on a 4-year, $98 million deal. And Chris Jones signed a monster 5-year, $158.75 million deal a couple of days ago. Josh Allen, Brian Burns remain franchise tagged. Bryce Huff, edge defender, 3 years, $51 million for the Eagles. You got Jonathan Greenyard, who signs a 4-year, $76 million deal with the Vikings. Dorrance Armstrong looks like he has signed with the Commanders. So the Commanders looking at plucking a little bit of cowboy love, trying to get some of that cowboy love off their roster a little bit here, it looks like, on a few of their signings. Drake Quantrell re-signed with the Kansas City Chiefs on a 3-year, $19 million deal. Jalen Johnson signed a big 4-year, $76 million deal to the cornerback for the Bears to stay with them. Ladarius Sneed is currently on a franchise tag and willing or able to go out there and find a trade if he can consummate one. The Chiefs are reportedly asking for a second-round pick in return for him. Emmanuel Mosley has re-signed with the Lions on a 1-year, $1.125 million deal. Antoine Whitfield and Kyle Duggar remain on a franchise tag at their safety position. Darnell Savage has signed with the Jacksonville Jaguars, free agent safety out there. Brandon Jones has signed with the Denver Broncos on a 3-year, $20 million deal. Taylor Rapp has signed with the Buffalo Bills on a 3-year, $10.625 million deal. And Kevin Byard has signed a 2-year, $15 million deal, and that is kind of what we've got so far. So it's not exactly been hot and heavy. It's not exactly been a firestorm of moves. It's been kind of trickling in a little bit here. We've seen some other, I think, past free agent periods where it was even a little bit more crazier than what we've seen here so far. But there's some deals being given out. We're seeing some movement. Seems like teams are kind of feeling things out a little bit for the lay of the land, you know? AI says, I'm so glad we don't ever have to listen to Pete press conferences post-loss. We got to do better. Nothing changes. Yeah, I'm very happy. I think that lack of ability to adjust to what was going on out there, AI, is a big part of where you were staying in that sort of stuck period, is you just didn't have the willingness from the top down to make necessary adjustments that needed to be made. And that certainly does stand out at this point. Sanchez, thank you for the $2. $2 donation. I hope you're having a great day today, Sanchez. Great to see you in the house. Says, I hear Cody Barton's available. Oh, yeah. Dear God. Keep us away from him, please. Please, God, no. I will say, Sanchez, as thin as our middle linebacker room is right now, maybe you have to go back and find the old at this point. Maybe we're going to end up having to do that as this gets just thinner and thinner and thinner. Joshua says, do you think it's smart for the Hawks to sign all these Ravens free agents after having their career years without proving themselves in previous years? And again, thank you so much, Sanchez, for your donation. Garth, you guys are awesome. I have a comfortability with this, Joshua. Number one, I do think that there's not just a 1 year off going on here. When I look at a guy like Jadeveon Clowney, the majority of his career, he has been a solid player in this league. I think a little bit of the number one overall pick status has kind of, it's been on his heels as far as people's evaluation of Jadeveon is always measured up against that number one overall pick, but he's always been a good player. Did he have his best season last year? He did. But I don't know if that was as much of like what you're referring there, Joshua, that he kind of got himself amped up and in his best shape for his free agent season, as opposed to he was just being finally utilized right and in the correct fashion by Mike McDonald and his outlook for how to use him, which other teams just, I think, sometimes got too much caught up in Jadeveon's versatility and not just fitting him to that role that he should be put into, which is your blindside edge rusher coming off a wide 9 technique and let him go hunt. Same thing is true, not same thing is true, but there's a little bit of true still here with Patrick Queen in this. Patrick Queen didn't just have one good year. He started having good seasons, had 2 of them the second that Mike McDonald arrived. So the common denominator here is you have both of these guys having their best years under Mike McDonald and his tutelage and his guidance, which gives me that much more confidence that they would be fine signings if they were to come here and we were to bring him in. Geno Stone might be a little bit more into that realm where he's not had that season before. Last year was a little bit of a one-off. Many of his interceptions that he got last year, which is the number one thing you go to, a lot of them come from overthrows or just tip passes, that type of thing. It wasn't him necessarily jumping routes or doing something tremendously amazing as the safety back there. So he would be the guy that might fit more along those alignment. But I would feel pretty solidly secure in what we'd be getting from Queen and from Clowney. And part of this is the evaluation you're going to lean on with McDonald to understand, look, it wasn't that, you know, he'll come to me and go, hey, these guys are either that talented, or he'd come to John Schneider and say, yeah, they're talented, but I was able to do this and that with them, which I could do with other players as well. It's not just having to be them to make that happen. We don't have to spend all the money on them because I can do this with other guys too. So I think that would be a part of what he would say, rather than, let's say, Joshua, he's pounding the table saying, hey, let's bring these guys in. They're that good. They're that worth it. John says there are lots of tight ends in the draft for the Grub offense. There's some. I tell you right now, Sean, I've got 1 first-round grade on a tight end. I've got 1 second-round grade on a tight end. I got a couple of third-round grades, but it's not. There are a lot of other positions in this draft that are much more deeper, especially considering, Sean, we got to get 3 of them right now as it currently stands. Flying Blind, what do you think our safety room is going to look like going into next year? Signing any free agents, maybe drafting one? I do think you're going to draft a safety, Flying Blind. I think you're going to sign one too. I mean, I think that we're adding 2 more guys onto this roster, bare minimum, if not even a 3rd guy into the mix on that Flying Blind. So probably more value signings if you're going to sign a guy from free agency. I don't think we're going to make a big splash signing. Xavier McKinney would be maybe the one guy I would say that they might step outside of themselves on that one. I don't think Geno Stone's going to cost a tremendous amount of money if they look to bring him in, but it will be a combo deal. You'll get a safety out there in free agency, and then you'll draft one, I think, for sure. Flying Blind. I would measure that's probably the way they go. They do have Jarek Reed. I think Julian Love has got a good chance of maybe being one of your starters. So there is something to work with there at the position. It's not completely empty, but I would imagine that he's going to want to get his split safeties. His guys that can play either of those 2 duties is McDonald, and I don't know if he looks at the guys. I know with Julian Love he can do that, but does he see that at the other position right now? Maybe not. And a guy like Jarek Reed coming off of a torn ACL. Lance Johnson says part of Lockett's restructure is that he's the official realtor of the Seahawks free agent signings. Is that true? That's awesome. He's like, I get the first pass. Regardless, if smart teams wait for the second wave of free agency. They do. You do tend to overpay in that first wave, and the first wave doesn't always tend to be very much good on the returns, Ricardo, right? A little bit more of a paying for past performance at times in that. New Black says Higbee tore his ACL. All right. I totally forgot about that. That's my bad on that. So makes the signing makes a lot more sense at that point. Wayne G hopes the Hawks re-sign Noah Fant. Well, he does remain out there. It is possible. It is possible. He says Aaron Jones stays hurt. He was fresh down the stretch because he missed so much of the season. Oh, well, that makes sense then. And boy, when a running back starts to get beat up, you don't want to stay on top of that train for too long. Get off them tracks. So going over there to Josh Jacobs could make some sense. I will say with me, it's like you're going from a guy that has been used a lot, maybe a little injury prone, to Jacobs, who's been used so very much over his career to this point. How much does he have left? But then also, how much is the contract, I guess? Mr. Guarded, I don't see Clowney's a good move. Been there, done that. He was really good for us in the year that he was here, Mr. Guarded. I know he didn't have a tremendous amount of upper-level production at the time, but a lot of that was because he was double and triple teamed at some of the higher rates that year that you would find on the defensive line, because we didn't have a lot else on that line that was going to be able to attack or put teams in a bit of a pickle. He's a pure scheme fit for what McDonald's going to want him to do, and he's been a very good player throughout the course of his career. So I kind of do disagree on that. I feel like he was really good when he was here. We just decided we didn't have the money to really spend to pay for him that next offseason. Gambling Goat says, I'm willing to bet our first move is for a safety. Possible. Certainly that's where you're a little lean right now. Carlos Medina. Hey, Brandon, how you doing? I'm doing great, man. Covering the free agent action. This is awesome. Garth Knight says, Dominique Wilkins, it's another it ain't worth it. You ain't a Neek guy, Garth? No Neek? Snail says, best deal so far is Russ to the Steelers. Yeah, that's a good value signing for them. $1.2 million. I mean, can't beat that. Raiders definitely trying to do the act we must hit Mahomes strategy. I like it. I do too, man. It's a way to go about it, isn't it? Especially as you're looking at the Chiefs over, the last year or two, where maybe that line has gotten a little bit more weakened out than where it was even not this last Super Bowl, but the previous Super Bowl when they had Orlando Brown out there. It's like Joe Thuney's gotten a little bit beat up. Maybe this is the opening to sort of have the Raiders be able to take advantage of that situation a little bit. Carlos Medina says, do you see Nwosu fitting into the new scheme? Yeah, I do. I mean, you have your guys, you do standing up in this scheme at times, and he can do that. So, yeah, I think he's going to be a fine fit for here. Is he a long-term guy here? I don't know on that part. That'll be a little bit to remain to be seen. You have some young up-and-coming guys. The team could look to draft some guys. If you go out and get Dallas Turner in the draft this year, that doesn't foretell a good tale of Nwosu lasting past one more season on the team at that point. Gambling Goats is Kirk Cousins to Atlanta. So we've got another domino that sounds like it has fallen. The Atlanta connection sounds like it was a true one. So Kirk Cousins has signed a 4-year deal with the Atlanta Falcons. He is off the market. So it would seem that the Falcons are also going to be now off the market for a quarterback potentially in this draft, picking up ahead of the Hawks. We'll have to see, of course, on that. But Cousins to the Falcons is a done deal. Thank you for the update on that, Gambling Goat. Mick Frewer. Schneider was looking to bring in Josh Unch. I think we will pick him up as a sleeper pick. He's possible, Mick, and a guy that would fit into this defense really nice. You can send him from a variety of different directions. If you got a little bit of a scheme that leans into the blitz a little bit, could be a really, really useful player for you. Grant says, with that Wilkins deal, that might be a sign the Raiders were out on Leonard Williams. There was an article saying he always dreamed of playing for the Raiders. Good sign for the Hawks. Very good sign for the Hawks. Yeah, if that is the case, for sure. So I'm sure they're going to try. They're probably still right now trying to furiously get these negotiations culminated here with Leonard Williams and get him in the book. So I think we'll probably find out with Williams before the end of the day what's going to happen one way or the other. Darren J says, so Josh Jacobs, Aaron Jones, and A.J. Dillon. I think they probably released Jones on this one if they're bringing in Jacobs. I don't know if they're going to go with that two-man backfield. There's going to be an odd man out probably on that, Duran, and I certainly think with A.J. Dillon, they haven't exactly loved what he's provided for a second-round pick there. Red A says the Raiders are counting on Wilkins to use his superstar ability, the oil check on Mahomes. Hey, you got to do what you got to do to take down a goat like that, Red Ace. You know what I mean? If it takes an oil check, it takes an oil check, whatever to throw him off his game. Oh, Garth Knight, thank you for another $5 donation, Garth. I really do appreciate you, brother. He says, I love Kurt being a future loser in Atlanta like his clone Matt Ryan previously. Yeah, this is one that I don't really see the understanding here, Garth, of the timing from Atlanta's perspective on this. If I'm signing Kirk Cousins, I'm more of him in a mode of we're in a go-forward spot. Atlanta's kind of starting to strike me a little bit as that type of team like New Orleans that seems to try to trick itself every year of, we're just this away or we're just that away. We're this close. We're right there this close. And then you go and watch Atlanta as a football team and you go, you guys don't really look that close. You're maybe not purely bad, but I don't know if you're close. This kind of move for a guy coming off the torn ACL at his advanced age, maybe with just Atlanta's perspective on this, Garth, where they were picking the draft, they just didn't think they were going to get a quarterback and they had to make do with the best that there was out there to go get. But I like you, don't believe that this is necessarily one that's going to work out for Atlanta and that they come out the other end of this going, yeah, here we go. Here we go. I'm a little bit reticent to believe that it's going to work that way, Garth. So, yeah, we'll see how this one goes, but this is a bit of a strange connection for me with Kirk going there at this point in time, and he's getting up there. They better keep that line in good place and not let him get hit because the mobility ain't going to go up, and I don't know. That division's a little open, but Atlanta's a little bit of a strange team for me, watching them make the moves they make. I just keep coming back around like, what are we doing? What why this? Okay. You're going to do that? Okay. They're kind of strange, Garth, aren't they? Just a little bit odd. Radu says, bro, Kirk to Atlanta. You feel the way I do too, man. It's like, ugh. I know it's been rumored in the connection between the two, but you go, ugh. Holy Angry and Colby may be getting $7 million a year, but he's going to lose 3/4 and 3/4 of it to taxes. Hey, man, that they don't mess around in California with them taxes, do they? Yeah, John Unch is definitely a guy. It's a good point. He definitely was a guy they looked to target at the trade deadline last offseason and couldn't make it happen, but definitely a guy that they have some interest in. Sapling 420 says, looks like Patrick Queen is now a Hawk. We got some news? Do we got some breaking news? Oh, nothing coming down yet. Nothing yet, man. Oh, we got some. No, ESPN's confirming. I'm looking for it. You guys are getting this off ESPN, huh? Let me get to ESPN. I'm not seeing it. We got confirmed. Reports have Queen signing with the Hawks. For ESPN, all right. Oh, yeah, nothing on Queen. Never mind. Okay. Yeah, I didn't see anything quite yet on that. Radu says Kirk's so overrated, it's insane. Yeah, it feels, when you, especially when you look to me, Radu, it's always about that, what the quarterback's commanding as far as a price in addition to what they are as the player. And with Kirk, it's always, you're paying him top of the market rates. And he's been a pretty good player, but that's also the part that comes with it and the way that does stymie you to building up the rest of your roster. Greg says, I think Cousins is just more consistent lately than Russ. He has. You know, he kind of got to that place, Greg, that I often talked about with Russ that he wasn't able to get to, which was that sort of doctorate level of quarterbacking, you know, where you've sort of had, for all lack of a better term, you know, you've mastered the position. And Cousins in a lot of ways has gotten to that point, and it's just a spot Russ never quite got to, because I think as much Russ just had a different style of game that he played that wasn't as requiring the neck up stuff to be as, you know, smart on. He could he could get away with not necessarily having to be that way. But boy, still 35 years old, coming off that injury, 4-year deal. And he is better, Peter Silva. I agree. Cousins is better than Russ. But the price is always I think the important part with Kirk too. Fake account. Okay. So fake account almost got us. Was that the bread man? The bread man do it again? Smokey says, so we get a 7th from the Colby signing? 6th or 7th. But it, of course, has to do with what we sign on the inverse side of it. Truffles says, damn, your camera looks good today, B. Well, thank you, man. I got a new one recently, Truffles. So I finally went and updated the cam a little bit. And maybe a little bit of it as well. He says, because the 49ers trade for Fields, I think it's a very interesting proposition, especially as the Fields market dries up. Well, especially too, E2K, they've got those compensatory picks, right? So they got 5 compensatory picks here that just got recently announced. So the 49ers could be looking at it like, hey, we got a free 3rd-round pick. And to have a guy like that you bring in to, fill in and then for Brock, not the worst of ways for the Niners to go. I mean, that's certainly in Fields. That's an upgrade to me over what you had there at Sam Darnold last year. And in Brock Purdy, you do have a smaller guy who I think is a little bit more of a larger potential with those smaller kind of not as sturdily built dudes that you want to have the backup guy there to be a viable option if he does go down. So, I think the Niners could absolutely be an option there. Does Fields want to go to be a backup somewhere, or is he going to make some kerfuffle about that? Guess we'll have to see on that. And maybe Chicago comes back to Fields and says, hey, there's a team out there that wants to make you a starter right now, my man. It's just the way it is. Dennis Ty Tech says Danielle Hunter to Detroit. Well, I like that move for Detroit. So there we go. Yeah, Lions are projected to sign rival Danielle Hunter from the Vikings for a 3-year, $67 million deal. If it's updated here on my Edge group. Good deal for them. Gives them a nice pairing for Aiden Hutchinson out there. Deal's starting to come down a little bit now. Starting to get a little more action here. Steven Donovan Schwartz, what's good, man? I'm having a great day, man. We're covering the action. It's fast and furious here. He says, been a minute. Another jersey to retire with Jamal Adams likely not coming back here with free agency. Sad pick. Anyway, I'm thinking Westover from Washington, watching him in UW. Love him as a tight end pickup. I do too, Steven. I think you're probably going to come out of this draft with a couple of tight ends, one way or the other. Maybe you draft a guy and get in a UDFA on the other side of it. I think with Westover, there's a very high likelihood if he's not a late round guy, he'll probably be a UDFA guy. But I like his skill set. He's not a big guy, but a willing blocker, really sticky hands, understands how to sit down in zones and find the open holes. Good athletic catcher where he can be reaching out away from him low. Doesn't have to be just right on him to make the grab. He's got some of that contested catch skill to his game. But a fun player there at UW, and just maybe not from a physical standpoint enough to get drafted, but certainly enough to make an NFL roster. And we're needing 3 tight ends right now, Steven. It certainly opens the door a little bit more to bringing him in as maybe that third guy. I think there's definitely a way that opens up. And it's sad about Jamal, Steve. Very, very sad about Jamal. It was a move that you gave up so very much for, and it just did not work out really at all. Wooge Money, Seahawks getting Justin Fields a possibility. It's a possibility. I haven't thought that it was really much of a likelihood at the end of the day. It just doesn't. There's some factors into this Wooge that just don't make it quite fit up, including the fact that he wouldn't have a straightforward place to starting here with Geno. I think Geno would beat out Justin Fields if there was a competition between those two guys, and you also only really going to have him for like about a year. So you have to make sort of your decision very quickly if you were to move and try to go get him. Steven says, regarding free agency, I wonder if there's any you have on mind. Well, certainly Clowney and Queen are kind of the two guys I'm sort of zeroing in on at the moment. But so we're just trying to feel where they're going to go. I don't know which way the Hawks have decided their pathway they want it to be. So it's a little bit of a wait and see to kind of get a feel for what their approach is going to be here. It's a little bit uncertain at the moment. Post Eminescence got 2 jerseys of the Adams. That's brutal. There's nothing sadder than having to retire a jersey. Like, okay, that guy's gone. Up in the closet to collect mothballs. Hey, I really like Tanner McLaughlin, the tight end from Arizona. Almost exact combine results as Sam Laporta. I have looked at Tanner. And yeah, he had a very good combine overall. 1.58 10-yard split was really nice, and 6'5", 244 especially. He is an inline tight end. So I do see him as a guy that can kind of do it all a little bit from that standpoint of things. Yeah, he's good. He's good. He's not a super athletic guy. I don't know if he's quite as athletic as Laporta was. You know, like they tested similar, but I think Laporta's just more of a natural mover. But a guy that can give you a complete skill set. He can do it all a little bit from the tight end position, which is getting harder to find. Tom Eden says, HawksNest, I know it's unprecedented, really, but converting Bobo to tight end may be a thing. He's already a good blocker and red zone threat, and we re-signed Eskridge and have Dwayne Young. Yeah, it's going to be hard at 215. I mean, he'd have to gain a good 15 to 20 pounds of weight to make that transition there to hold up inside. You know, and I mean, he's a good blocker when you talk about taking on corners or taking on safeties or maybe even a linebacker, but when you talk about taking on edges at the point of attack, I don't know. I don't know if Bobo's quite got that sand in the pants to hold down and make that happen. Like I said, you have to gain quite a lot of weight to make that go. Drug says Gabe Davis, the Jaguars, they have 4 wide receivers, 2 now. I think they were losing Ridley, though, Drunk. So he just comes in there to sort of take over for Ridley's spot. Mr. Garden, prediction on where Brooks signs. Oof. Good question. Man, I don't know where does Brooks go at this point? I don't know. I don't have a good feeling on where Brooks is heading at this point. I can make it just kind of a blind guess, but I haven't gotten a feeling on where it could be leaning to. Whose money is Seahawks signing Rashawn Jenkins? No, they had him brought in, and he's brought in for a meeting. He's going to go and meet with other teams. I think it's still a possibility. AI says Clowney shut down the Whiners single-handedly that 1 year on the road. We spanked him. He did in 2019. He was one of the best defensive performances I've seen from a Seahawk in an individual game ever, was that Clowney game against the Niners on the road. And he was a good player for us throughout the year. The retrospect change of theory on that one's not quite right. He was a good player for us. It's just that he was all we had on that defensive line. It was complete empty space, waste of space, nothing there on the whole rest of the defensive line. So he was just kind of having to make it happen on his own. I mean, he had Jaron Reed on the inside, I guess, but that was really it. There was nothing else there. And Mr. Garden, I'll give you a prediction on the Brooks. I'm trying to think about a good one, but I'm just like, who would be the team to come in and do this? I'm kind of going maybe Raiders. A Raiders team maybe? Or a Colts team? Greg says, B, who is the guard center left you want the Seahawks to focus on in free agency? Great show. Thanks. Well, thank you, man. I appreciate that. As far as guards go that are remaining, I'd take a look if we get him on a low end unit to Kevin Zeitler. I really would like the opportunity to take a really close look at Robert Hunt. I mean, that's the guy that to me could fit in left guard. He's a pure scheme fit from the mobility standpoint of things. A really good mover in space. He would be really nice, and he would really check off a box for us that would have us taken care of in a way for a position that is highly, highly needed right now, Greg. So if there's one guy at the interior spot, it's Hunt. Zeitler I would be okay with as a right tackle because he would provide some insurance as well for you on the other side of that. As far as the center goes, they've kind of been taken off the line at this point. Cushenberry's gone. Biotish is off. It wasn't really a tremendously deep center market as it is. Connor Williams is a possibility. If there's one name that I would bring up to say, okay, here's a guy that stands out to me as maybe a guy to take a look at here, Greg. Connor Williams might be that guy that you would take a close look at as far as the available center goes at this point. But that's getting thinner and thinner and thinner and thinner. Definitely the center position. Guard too, and they weren't two very deep groups to come into this. Drew says Seahawks have a list they want. Clearly they are going to be quiet and out of nowhere signings. Stone and Patrick Queen are for sure happening. I love your confidence, Drew. I love your confidence, and I hope you're right on that, man. Certainly the Seahawks tend to be a little bit quieter, even when they've had a lot of money to spend in the past. There does tend to be a little bit of a patient approach on this. It's not trying to necessarily go, all guns in, so to speak. Always compete. I will miss Parkinson. I predict he has a Pro Bowl type season. He was a Pete guy. I guess we are erasing all evidence from the Pete Carroll era. I do like a couple of draft prospects. It's definitely a full turning of the page. Always compete, not a partial turning of the page, not a keeping a little bit from the old. It seems to be all about turning it over to the new. Smokey says, is Drew going to the Vikings? He might. Certainly would make a lot of sense if they were to lose Cousins, or as they're losing Cousins, to pivot then to Drew Lock. Drunk Squidder, we have no tight end. We have to sign Noah Fant. We have no tight ends right now. Laughing my ass off. We have 0 tight ends at this point. Yes, it is a little dicey at the moment. And when you do look at the tight ends right now, I mean, Colby, Hunter Henry, Dalton Schultz have been signed. You're left with Noah Fant, Gerald Everett, Adam Troutman, Austin Hooper, Mike Gesicki, Irv Smith, and Logan Thomas. So it's a group that's getting ever thinned down here a little bit by the standing of things. And so, yeah, it's a little bit into some tough shape on that part of it, Bear with me one sec, folks. Just give me a couple minutes here. I need to get a little bit of coffee, and I will be right back. So bear with me for just a minute or two, and we will be back in the flow. Oh, thank you for hanging in there with me, folks. Guard Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. Drunk says AJ Dillon's a free agent. My bad. All right. So maybe that's their 1-2 punch. Maybe they'll go Jones and Jacobs. Garth with the $5. Thank you, Garth, for all your donos. Says, obviously the Falcons will win the World Series next year, but still no Super Bowl. Well, they always got the Braves, Garth. They've always got the Braves. And yeah, I think that would be one of the most shocking teams to go and win a Super Bowl would be the Falcons with Cousins coming in there. That's where I like, where do you guys like, if I was the Falcons organization with them, like, where do you guys see this pathway going? How do you see this really truly playing out here? You see Cousins coming in and this, the missing piece that vaults you to a Super Bowl championship, you know? And one of those ones where you're like, man, just reset the thing and get it to a right spate, you know? Especially with a new coach coming in, Garth, you know, a defensive-minded new head coach. It just, the timing is not right on that kind of signing for the Falcons. It's all kind of a little bit off. A little bit. Smokey says that Saquon's an Eagle. So indeed, we got the Philadelphia Eagles move off of DeAndre Swift, and they transition over to Saquon Barkley. So an interesting signing here. They're going to go 3 years at $37 million for Saquon Barkley, which is a pricey little sum at that point. But if you're talking about going DeAndre Swift, 3 years, $24 million, and the injury history he brings and some of the worries you have with that versus, hey, the same injury history comes to Saquon, but Saquon is a better player. Is it worth spending $13.75 million more for a Barkley given the same risk? Maybe so. Maybe so. Chase Stern says $7.5 million a year for Colby is wild. Yeah, that's where we get to. I like Colby, but you like Colby up until a certain price point. And then you go, oof, that's a little more richer than I would have liked to have gone for the guy. Yeah, Cousins is going to be a billionaire AI at this point when he leaves this sport with how much money he's made. Barkley to the Eagles. That's an interesting move for them. Misfit, Eagles have Huff, Reddick, Nolan Smith, Jordan Davis, Carter, Sweat, Graham, and Akara on the defensive line edge. They do have a good edge. I do think with their Reddick, he might be traded because remember he was allowed to go seek a trade potential option, and maybe he doesn't find it out there, but I think they are trying to move him. But they always put together a pretty good defensive line, man. And they will again this next upcoming season. I think the questions of the Eagles are as much about their back end and secondary. Brian Myers, yeah, Kirk Cousins' wife's from Georgia, Atlanta, big reason to go there. Definitely understand from Kirk's perspective why I'd go there, Brian. You know, it's more of just about the Falcons end of it and why it adds up to them. Justin Cooper, Kirk Cousins has never been a quarterback to plan success with. I don't know how people aren't able to draw the line between him and Russ. Drafted the same year, and if Russ is declining, Cousins is worth 4 years. It doesn't add up to me on that side of it again too, Justin. I mean, Russ has never come off a torn Achilles tear either. You know, this is one of the more major injuries that you can suffer at a quarterback position for a guy who is already highly immobile. This isn't going to make him more mobile coming back. So, you know, I will say he's been able to do a little bit more, I think, of sustaining his career in how it's played versus Russ. But at the same point in time, it doesn't make any sense to me either. Justin, on this one, I can see why Kirk would maybe want to do it, but I don't see why the Falcons would want to do it. Greg says, wow, Barkley to Philly, they lost some, gained some. Good move for them. I like it. King, thank you for the $2 donation. Long live the King. Can we get Rashad Penny at a vet minimum signing? You could. It's certainly possible. I don't know how much value he has out there, and boy, did he look heavily reduced as a player in the preseason playing for the Eagles last year. A little bit like those lower leg injuries had kind of added up to him at that point. But it's possible they could come back and take a look at him for sure. Certainly vet minimum is about what he can hope to get at this point. Justin Cooper says Justin Jefferson, the Vikings being bottom 5 in rush attempts also makes a nice allusion to the idea Kirk is a starter. That does help too. High volume of pass attempts. Misfit says Patrick Queen and the Dolphins are rumored to have mutual interest. Yeah, the rumor accounts are crazy. There's a lot of them out there. It sucks that people, I still don't get what people get out of doing that stuff, but I guess it's fun for them. Garza's Cousins won like 3 Super Bowls, I think. Oh, so New Blacks, it's a heavily incentivized deal with the Eagles and the Barkley. It could be worth up to 46.75. Okay, so they went pretty significant then on that one. Yeah, it's incentive-based, but okay. John Holland, the Schefter signing is, it looks like a fake thing. It doesn't, unless something has changed here recently, there's a fake account going on, John. We got to dodge those bullets here today a little bit, you know. Those damn trolls. Misfit says running back Antonio Gibson to the New England Patriots. Okay. So the running back room, the devalued position, getting a little bit plucked up here today. You got DeAndre Swift, Tony Pollard signing some deals, Josh Jacobs, Saquon Barkley, Antonio Gibson. Guys able to make a little bit of money on this one. Okay. AI's got Brooks going to Carolina. Nothing launched in there yet. That could make a lot of sense, especially them losing Luvu. Feed me more Seahawks. How long do you plan on streaming? I'm going to go probably pretty deep into the afternoon, man. It'll be probably a pretty long one today. I will stream until the Seahawks sign somebody. Damn it. Seahawks gaming, the Packers cut an all-pro linebacker and a 4-time all-pro tackle to sign a running back. Yes, they did. I don't think Bakhtiari was going to get back up and running anytime soon, but Devontae Campbell, that's definitely the move you kind of made there. That's the cut you made, one for the other. AI, I think Fields is heading for Backupville next year somewhere too. I don't see a starting location at this point. Jeff Mathis says the safest jersey to always get is the number 12, the fan jersey. That's right. They ain't putting that one away. They ain't trading that one off, Jeff. It's a good point. The Rams, 1999, we re-signed Eskridge. Am I missing something? It's not as much as you re-signed him as you restructured him. You essentially said to him, we'll cut you right now, or you can stay on the roster as basically a vet minimum player, and you can ride with that. And he took option 2, Rams. So the restructure does not mean that he's guaranteed a roster spot in 2024. It is that he's on the roster currently at the moment, but it's as much a move that gives Seahawks the ultimate flexibility here as it gives Eskridge any. It just sort of allows him one more chance to kind of make his way. But it's not going to be one where he's necessarily fitted here and secured here. So it was more of we'll cut you or you take a discount. He took the discount. Snail says jerseys never retire, only players. I'll buy another 2-front jersey just to prove my point. There you go. There you go. There's one you can always feel good about getting. Always compete. Brooks could still be back. He's a Pete guy, so we have to erase him. ATM, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate you. He says, not seeing the source on Hunter, who reported it. I don't see it coming out quite yet. So I was seeing some of it's, I'll see just the notes in the chat, ATM, and then try to double check and look it back up. But we are getting a lot of fake accounts pumping stuff out today too. So nothing for the Danielle Hunter to Detroit thing. We have got nothing confirmed on that yet, on that one. So it may be rumored or speculated, but I'm not seeing anything necessarily pop up on that. So I'll try to kind of keep it on. There'll be a little bit not disinformation, misinformation. There'll be a little bit of back and forth on that today, ATM, as stuff is getting kind of broken and pushed forward here and there, you know. But thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate you for that. Grant says, I'm really liking Ben Sinnott in the round 3 or 4 if we miss Dallin Holker. Well, you got Holker going earlier than Ben Sinnott? Because I got Ben Sinnott going much more earlier than Holker. I got a 5th round grade on Holker. I've got a 3rd round grade on Sinnott. Sinnott's my guy, Grant. If we're looking for who's the Sam Laporta guy of this draft, to me, I think Ben Sinnott's the closest of kind of the guys out there in this draft. Not that he's as good as Laporta. Laporta was better, but he's a solid. Benson is solid. I like Holker too. He's got a pretty crazy catch radius. That guy can catch it off the top of his toes or at the highest of heights. Brian says defensive end Bryce Huff reached a 3-year, $51 million deal with Philadelphia. From the highest paid non-quarterback undrafted free agent in NFL history. Wow. What a success story there, Brian. Garth Knight, thank you for another $5 donation. I appreciate you for all your support today, Garth, as ever. Says, tell the number 33 believers to hold on to their jerseys. It's possible. The material they're made of can be recycled to make cigarettes 5 years from now. I didn't think you were going to go there with that. I thought you were going to do the Garth, it's possible. Maybe he's got no other options and he comes back to Seattle on a low-end deal or something. But no. You twisted it there a little bit different, right, on that one. That or we can, make tires out of it or something maybe in a couple of years, I suppose, on those 33s. I don't think we're going to see Garth, to your point. We go 5 years down the line and we go into Lumen Field. I don't know if we're going to see a lot of Jamal Adams jerseys in the stadium. That might be one that quickly starts to sort of disappear from the ranks of the fans' jerseys in the stadium. And there'll be some jerseys you see from guys going back to like the mid-90s that were kind of mid players. But I have a feeling with Jamal's, Garth, to your point, it's that one's not going to probably have a lot of lasting staying power. Joseph Miller, I like Clowney, but didn't we offer him $15 million a year? He declined, wanted 18, but ended up signing on a team for $12 million a year. Yeah, he played the market in a bad way on that year, Joseph. Completely to your point. We were willing to give him something, and he thought he could get a little bit more. He was thinking he was going to finally get paid in a prime way. Can't blame him for trying to shoot for the moon, Joseph, as that was his real big first major kind of contractual opportunity outside of his rookie deal. So I get where he was coming from trying to get it, but yeah, he kind of misplayed that market. And I kind of get it from Clowney's standpoint. I think he's been a very productive player over his career, but he's not always been able to kind of equivalate the value of what he is doing on the field versus what he's getting paid, because I think people start just getting caught up more on what he's not more than what he is. And that even becomes, I think, league true throughout the league a little bit here in regards to him, Joseph. But yep, that is the way that did play out. Lord Boom says, Rams take Brooks. Watch. Hey, it's possible, man. Radu says, Kirk getting $45 million is so sad. Do NFL teams not learn their lessons? They don't. We've had a lot of talks on this in recent years, Radu, and it's the place that I think the smart NFL organizations are going to start to truly pay attention to, is that all of these teams decide they have to pay their guy. They've got to pay this quarterback 50, 55 million, 45, 60 million. And it's like, does it go without saying you have to pay your guy? Or is there a smarter decision within that to go, wait, is this really the smartest, cost-effective way to make us our best team to do this? Or are we just sort of taking the easy, quick route? Well, we got our quarterback, so we did what we could from a front office perspective. Thomas Charter, Jared Wiley as well. Like me some Jared Wiley too, man. Another guy with a 5th round grade that I have him on Thomas, but I like his upside. Got a lot of just moves a little bit like Travis Kelce out there. He's not Travis Kelce. He doesn't have that kind of talent. It's kind of like a stretched out Travis Kelce a little bit, but really love his swerve and his route running, the body control, and to sort of set up his routes and to get free and clear. Snail says, B, Clowney's good, but the greatest defensive performance ever. Don't ever disrespect Cortez like that again, or I'll tell him. I wouldn't say it's the best defensive. I wasn't trying to say it was necessarily the best defensive performance I've seen from a Seahawks player in a game, but one of the greatest defensive performances I've seen from a Seahawks player in a game. He completely wrecked shop there against that Niner unit. I mean, he was at times unblockable. But yeah, Cortez probably had a game or two I'd put in there. There's a lot of great games from defensive players. Cortez would understand, man. He'd know what I was saying. Eagles signed McKinney. Damn, I liked him. He's young. Jesus, where are the Eagles getting all this money from? Where are they getting all this money from? They didn't have that much cap space coming in today, did they? Eagles going for it, Flag. Yeah. Wow. Hans Van Wen, thank you for becoming a Hawks Nest Ring of Honor member here at the Hawks Nest. Thank you. I appreciate you for that. Be on the lookout, all members of the channel. The next week or two here, I'm going to be getting out my draft guide, be publishing it out to you guys. I'll have over 60, I'm sure, 60,000 words or so by that time, covering the prospects in this draft. So if you are a member of the channel, like Hans is, keep an eye out for that. Stale says B's going to be haunted by the ghost of the greatest defensive lineman in NFL history if he keeps up that clowny talk. I didn't say the greatest game. I said one of the. I think that's a completely fair way of putting it. Completely fair. Thomas Charters, Cade Stouffer, another solid guy I've got in this draft. Like him and Ben Sinnott, I've got a collection of guys, Thomas, in there that are third-round tight ends you could go out there and get. Late third-round guys, maybe even where we're picking, because we have 2 third-round picks. But Stover, really complete tight end, good blocker, good receiver. Doesn't have a lot of like extra sizzle to his game, where there's not a lot of real difference-making kind of traits that he brings to the table. But kind of just solid across the line and an NFL player, NFL tight end. King Bomber says, let those compensatory picks roll on in. Misfit says now the Eagles will flip Sweat in the draft and pick a young stud wide receiver, offensive lineman. Maybe there. Maybe. Remember there too that there's the thing with the Reddick situation if he's looking to try to get a bit of a trade going too, but we'll have to see how that plays out. Joshua says Wagner to the Eagles. Calling it right now. That's definitely a possibility, especially the way they look like they're going for it. A Dassoon LC 1969, a 4-year contract for a 35-year-old player, injury-prone quarterback, $100 million guaranteed, overpaid. I think we're all feeling the same way about this, looking at the Atlanta situation. Why are you doing this, Atlanta? What do you think is going to happen from this, Atlanta? Did you think this is the move to take you into the over the top side? It's a strange one. I could end up just being completely wrong on this one, but I don't get it from their standpoint of making this kind of move. I think this is one that Atlanta's going to look back on and not feel good about 2 years down the line. Huey says, I think you're wrong on the Falcons. They have a solid offensive line, talent at skill positions, need help, wide receiver help, but defense was solid, not great. Contended for division with no quarterback help, with Cousins now division favorites. Maybe so, but even in being division favorites, I don't think that they're a team that makes any noise in the playoffs. And that's a division that's kind of a weak division. So it's like in one of the weaker divisions in football, you're now a division favorite. And I still might say that I think the Buccaneers still probably remain the division favorites in that, even over them. But it's definitely it's been one of the weaker divisions here in recent years. But we'll see, man. I don't think even you, though, Yui, would say that you see the Falcons pulling a championship off with this roster over the next 3 years. And if that's the case, it's not a smart signing to me. And just to put you into contention status for a deal, you make a signing like this because you think it's a guy who takes you over the top to being a Super Bowl contending team. And I just don't think it does that. Kurt, you think Falcons are going to make the move for Marvin Harrison Jr.? With this Kirk move, they would have Bijan, Pitts, London, and then Marvin Harrison Jr. They could go hard in that way, and they're sitting at a spot in the draft, Kurt, where if they can talk a team into letting them give them a huge haul of draft picks, they could go up and get that guy. I would wonder from their standpoint, though, if they wouldn't just look at it and say, why don't we just take Malik Neighbors at 8? If Harrison's off the board, Neighbors will be there, and there's a lot of teams that like Neighbors more than Harrison. Not me, but there are teams out there that do like Neighbors better. So they could just go that route with it as well. Kirk can probably feel just as good without giving up the draft capital because you're going to have to get up to probably 4 to go get Harrison. And that's probably going to mean a future first-round pick, even from, 8 to get there. I could be wrong on that, but somewhere in that, something like that. Liam Hawksnest, why would re-signing Leonard Williams make us feel any better about the second-round pick? The pick is gone, and he's currently not in the team. Am I missing something? I think the theory on this would be, Liam, that if you're able to re-sign him and retain him in building, in that you wouldn't have had the chance to just get him out there in free agency if you hadn't had a chance to bring him into the building and get him acclimated to the culture beforehand, that gave you a little bit of an in, a bit of an advantage to getting this signing done with Leonard because you had that little bit of a history with him. That would be the theory on with it. And that it essentially then, if that's not an advantage that you're getting, then you're truly losing that second round pick that you gave up for a half season of play. So it's a little bit of, I give you that it's a bit of a sideways, maybe a way of looking at it a little bit, but it's also that I think there is something to that in bringing a guy in and kind of whining and dining him a little bit with an organization initially like that to kind of get him sold prior to free agency. There's been a lot of guys that you've been able to see get signed back to their teams in this way by teams making that kind of move. I get what you're saying, though. Uses also Falcons owner is old and wants a winner ASAP, and I bet a fast return for respectability is something that helped Rasheem get the gig. I mean, maybe on that. I'll say, Yui, I don't think that it's a good thing that when you have an aging owner who's on death's door, who's chomping at the bit to get a winner. I think you get situations like Jerry Jones where owners start to make silly decisions that, my clock's ticking. I might die next year. I want my winner next year. Yeah, but this ain't really, I know what you're trying to do here, owner, but I think it almost can work against you if you have some situation like that going on with an owner. Kind of felt to me like with Atlanta in their coaching search, Yui, I didn't feel like they exhaustively went down and beat every bush kind of like we did on this. I think that they just kind of jumped in on Raheem and went, let's go. And maybe he'll be okay. He wasn't great in his first head coaching role. I don't think that he's a known quantity necessarily walking in there where it goes without saying that Raheem's definitely going to be a success in Atlanta. Maybe. We'll see how it goes with him, I think that he didn't do better work with that Rams defense than Staley did, who got his coaching job. There's a little bit of Raheem where he's been in the league for a long period of time, but I don't know necessarily that he's a bright and shining coaching guy out there. I mean, we'll see. We'll see on that one. We'll see with Atlanta. Wooge, where will Derrick Henry end up? He'll end up with the Dallas Cowboys. Patrick says Chase Young talking the Hawks. I hadn't heard anything on that. Hadn't seen anything come up on that note yet. Chris says, you're going to be here for a long time. Seahawks are going to take days to sign someone splashy. I might be, man. I might be growing like one of those long beards and be like, yeah, they finally did it. They signed him. Seahawks Gaming says, I think John Schneider's alarm didn't go off this morning. I'd explain this. Wooge Money, Sean Bunting Murphy is heading. Gosh, my nose is itchy as hell. Sean Murphy Bunting is headed to the Cardinals. Okay. Got a low and little signing. Mr. Guarded, I stepped away, so I don't know if you mentioned your prediction of where Brooks lands. I'll go with like I'll go with another team where it's like that might be a team Dallas comes in to play, make a play on him, but Carolina could make some sense on that one. Depending if they saw him as a guy that goes back into becoming a Mike for them. And then they still have Shaq Thompson. Sean Hines says, your thoughts on linebacker Cashman from the Texans? I don't know too much about Cashman from the Texans on that, Hines. I'm sorry, man. Some guys just never quite get on my radar. I don't know too much about him. I'm looking at maybe if I can see PFF grade. I can take like a PFF grade and kind of look at that, but yeah, I don't know too much about him. Gamla Goat, Aaron Jones just got released. Not surprising to the Jacobs signing. So that's what we're thinking. That's what I was thinking was going to happen is you take Jacobs, you release off Jones. You flop one for the other out. Yeah, sorry, Sean. I don't know too much on the Blake Cashman. He just signed a 5-year contract for $25 million with the Vikings. Dan Spenut was watching Chat Sports Live. Thank God you're live. Man, I'm here for you. I got you, Dan. I got you. Misfit Aaron Jones will be a good fit for the Vikings since they have 0 running backs. He would be pretty good for them. That maybe, and that goes with that interdivision incestualness stuff that'll go on. Big Daddy Culp, do the Niners have any money at all? They do. They've actually got some cap space to work with right now. So they've got some moves that they got to make that are kind of impinging a little bit, like Brandon Ayuk. What are you going to do with that? And they do want to go out there and get a vital edge, but they can go make a splash. And I'm guessing that they're kind of right now circling around making kind of a splash deal. Amit, Derrick Henry is still available right now. Yes, absolutely. And we'll do a run through the free agents signings here on the page here in just a second. Bro Amen Gaming says it's the cat show's now. It's always her show. I'm really just the mascot here. It's her deal. It's her thing. Gun Summy, I like Cade Stover, man. He's good. Don't like him, I like him. He's good. He's solid. Daniil Hunter, the Niners, man. That'd be tough. Brandon pumping out the content. Love it. I follow the McDonald approach of chasing edges, so hope not to see the boring signings and prefer the high ceiling guys. Bad scheme, usage, coaching. Yeah. Go find some of that value in there, Hans. And I think that's what they're going to be looking to do here in free agency. Makes sense that we're not necessarily being as active right now. Some of this is, I think they're looking to go to more of the little bit value-based signing. I think they'll make still a splash or two, but it isn't going to be the, Wilkins-like signing that the Raiders made. It is going to be a little bit more under the radar. Big Daddy Culp, how the Niners have money at all? Well, remember, Big Daddy Culp, they're not paying their quarterback position right now. So you're paying your quarterback a 7th-round contract. That does provide you a means at that point to have other money to spend in other spots. On the offensive line, you're only spending money on Trent Williams. And while he costs a lot of money, that's really where the only point of that investment's really coming into play. So they don't really move into a place of being into a tough situation or a pickle or a rock and a hard place from a cap standpoint until next year, do the Niners. They've got another full season of this Super Bowl window to still kind of figure out what's what. But then next year, you got to sign Brock Purdy and the contracts start to hit large, and Trent Williams with his probably impending retirement comes down the pike. You're sort of put in that position at that point for what it is. Hans says, I like Leonard Williams, but maybe JS and Mike can find the next Matabuke. This would be the draft that I think you could pull that off, Hans, because I think there are so many 3-tech defensive tackles in the second and the third round of this draft. So many interesting prospects in that spot, and that's where Matabuke went. Of course, was originally in the third round, I believe, out of Texas A&M. So, you very well could see them trying to do something similar. Minty says Kirk Cousins' agent is goated. No, Kurt's bought him probably 2 homes at this point. But he's played it perfect, man. Cousins has played it better maybe than any quarterback in this sport over his career, and getting paid and making sure he keeps getting re-upped at a very, very high rate. Big Daddy says, I don't know, but it's crazy. They're all building super teams. Yeah, on paper. The super teams on paper thing doesn't always work out in how it plays out, but yeah, it's looking a little like that right now. AI says you can always have the Hawks legend numbers, 80, 45, 99, 71, 31, 33 is Dan Dornick. That goes without saying. That's the obvious number 33, AI. That's the obvious 33 number you'd pick on that one. New Blacks, Kirk, if he gets all the money from the contract, will have $400 million lifetime earnings and 1 playoff win to his name at the moment. He's made it happen, man. You got to give him credit. That's what you want your agent to do. Nicholas Newton, what's up, brother? Thank you for your 20th super chat here on the live stream. I really do appreciate you for that. He says, Brandon, who is your number 1 player you would love to pick up in free agency? Ooh. I think Wilkins would have been the number 1 guy for me that I would have liked to have seen them jump at and try to go grab and pull him in. If you could have tandemed that up with Leonard Williams, that would have been amazing. Williams would remain right now as a free agent, my number 1 free agent. If we're not counting Williams, then Clowney would probably be the guy. I just think the bang for buck would be right there. He's not going to break the bank necessarily. And I think you know what you're getting with Clowney, and he takes the edges and he brings everything into the right place as far as the edge rolls and the rotations and the snap counts and how that will work going forward. So he would probably be the guy that would stand out to me as the number one guy that outside of Leonard Williams that I would look to from my standpoint perspective. I think Robert Hunt, left guard out there with the Dolphins, really would be, I think, a real pure scheme fit coming here. Would be another interesting guy that I would take a look at. One of those three guys would get me very excited as a signing. Abel says Aaron Jones should go to the Cowboys. Well, he was their daddy in the playoffs, so makes sense. Tucker says the Eagles and the Niners have an unlimited cap. It's insane how they keep finding money. Yeah, they manage it. They manage it well. They do. The Eagles had Fletcher Cox retire, and they made some re-signings around and stuff. They had Kelsey retire, so they had some spots that kind of cleared up for them in certain spots and places. But they do a good job with it. Seahawks Gaming, is it me or the Vikings overpaying players? I would have re-signed Kurt. They got the Green Yard one definitely is like, ouch. They got a couple that are a bit like that much for him, really. Greg says, Clowney against the Niners was awesome, but don't forget about Tutu against Philly Monday night. That'd be another one of the great performances for sure. For sure. I mean, Tutupu's got the one against the Eagles. That wasn't even the Monday night one. Remember, we got the 3 picks in one game. That'd be another one I'd put out there. Tucker says, my prediction is the Niners and Eagles sign every big free agent left. Sean, I'm wondering, since they haven't locked up Drew Lock yet, that they are truly leaning towards the draft for a quarterback that can learn the system for a year behind Geno. What are your thoughts? I think you could afford to bring in Drew Lock last year, Sean, when you had Geno Smith only costing you $10 million on the cap. When that cost goes up by triple to this year's cap for Geno, you no longer have the room to be able to afford a $5 million contract on a guy like Drew Lock anymore. It's just the way that the numbers add up on that. You've got to put that money into other places. So I think that it's either you're going to be more looking at league vet minimum type quarterback here for Geno to be backed up. They I think are going to try, if they can, pull it off in the draft, Sean. I think the hard thing to pull it off in the draft is that the draft is not one where you have quarterback talent thickly in the middle part of the draft. It's heavy at the top, and then you got some back end guys. And so it becomes, if you're going to grab one and one that you like is decent to be that guy to train behind a year, you're going to have to take them high, Sean, and you might have to move up in the draft to get them because they might even be all gone by the time you pick at 16. I kind of throw that all into the hopper, and I come out of it saying that you're probably not likely to get your QB in the draft early. You're going to probably take one of these late round flyer guys, if anything, just because there's going to be such a run on them, I think, early on. So probably just a vet. It's more about keeping that to a vet minimum. It's load balancing. Geno's taking now this much more. You got to have the backup now taking a little bit less to kind of load balance the positional group and what it's costing. Abel says, I would rather pay Kirko $45 million a year than Danny Not Dimes $40 million. Oh, I mean, sure. That's an easy one. But that was even a dumber contract by the Giants, of course. Both maybe bad, not good contracts, One maybe a little worse. I wasn't speaking about Cortez. Let's not go down this realm. I don't know why he went down that realm with it. I think he misheard me. And Lord of Moon, I think what he thought I said is I think what he thought I said was that was the greatest performance by a Seahawk ever in an individual game, Jadeveon Clowney, which was not what I said. I said it was one of them. It's one of them, as in there are others. There are others to be included. You guys go off on stuff. Oh, my goodness. Guard, thank you for the $5 donation. Honestly, Kirk getting that money isn't sad. I'm extremely happy my team didn't make that decision. Unless it's the bizarro Jaguars Kirk with 3 rings. There we go, Garth. There we go. I'm glad it's not my team. I would be very mad if I was the team signing a Kirk Cousins for $45 million a year on a 4-year deal right now. I'd be going, wait, what? No, don't. What? No. Why? No, don't do that. But extremely happy it's not my team making that move, Garth, and we'll see how it works out for the Falcons. But I'm not. I don't know on that one, man. That one's got me kind of shaking my head a little bit, just a little bit on that. Is there a bizarro world where Kirk went to the Jaguars and won a couple rings? He was truly the player, showed the true player that he could be, Garth. Truly what he was. Gunsummy says Robert Hunt's a Panther. We'll have to do an update on that. Okay, so guard off the board. Jeez, we're not signing nobody. We ain't signing nothing. Overpay for Hunt. See what he got. Robert Hunt, 5 years, $100 million with the Carolina Panthers. Jeez, $25 million $20 million per year for Robert Hunt? Whoa. Jimmy Jam, are the Rams trying to trade for an edge rusher? I haven't seen a note on that quite yet. There's a lot of rumors coming down the pike today. A variety of different directions teams are looking to go. Pseudolex, I think the Williams deal was the nail in the Pete's coffin. Definitely, possibly could have been. It's tough to give that second round draft capital, say we're this close, and then you come to find your team wasn't even anywhere near close. Jeff Mathis' silence is golden, but come on, Seahawks. They need to pick someone up. I'm with you, man. Yui says, I didn't say his Falcons move is smart or the one I would make. Just looking at it from their perspective, Hawks made moves because Pete's age made him against a rebuild, which was probably best. Happens. It does happen, man. True. Isaac Hyatt, who do you want the Seahawks to sign in free agency? Let's get Clowney and let's bring back Williams, man. Flag Sabbath says supposedly the Rams are trying to trade for Brian Burns. Ooh. Well, the Panthers are going to have to come far down off that 2 first-round pick territory they were reportedly willing to move for with the Niners. Probably still get a first for him. But it gets tough with Brian because you got to trade for him and then you got to pay him on top of it. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, I think we all know Raheem Morris was pounding on the table for Kirk Cousins. It only makes sense for a minority head coach to want a Kirk Cousins. Yeah, I would be interested to hear what Raheem, if this was what Raheem wanted. I mean, maybe because maybe there wasn't any other quarterback alternative options that would be viable for Raheem to be able to turn this thing into a winner anytime soon. I mean, maybe it was literally just sort of a Kirk or bust where you weren't going to get one in the draft. You weren't going to have one you could trade for. It was like, well, do we want Kirk Cousins or do we want Drew Lock? Do we want Kirk Cousins or do we want Sam Darnold? Do we want Kirk Cousins or do we want to trade for Justin Fields? Oh, yeah, you go, okay. Those are our options, I guess. Those are our options. What are you going to do at that point, Garth, right? Thank you, brother, for all your donations today, man. Very, very kind of you. Very, very kind of you. I really do appreciate you. Tobias, that's a huge deal for Robert Hunt, man. I would not have given him $20 million a year. I wanted Robert Hunt, but not quite that bad. I'll go find it in the draft at that point. Isaac Hyatt says, where do you think Bobby Wagner goes? I mean, how about the Eagles, Isaac? Definitely going to probably target a team that's a winner. Definitely going to try to target a team that has the chance to go out there and get to a Super Bowl from his aspect and view of it. I think the Eagles need a little bit of help. You could kick over... I know they've got one middle linebacker there right now. It's currently the Mike, but you could sort of kick him over to the Will, and then you let Bobby take over the middle. ZZ says Devondre Campbell or Aziz Al-Shire. I'll take Devondre Campbell of the two. I like him a little bit better. Lethal Lance, does the Falcons signing Kirk change anything for them draft-wise? I think they're just as likely to draft a quarterback first. If they traded for Fields, they'd be less likely to go for a quarterback. I agree with you on that. I agree on both of your 2 points there, Lethal. I think that if they were to take Fields, that would certainly indicate no way you're going to do it. But I certainly think that this still keeps them in play for a quarterback at that spot. I do. Because you do have a 35-year-old quarterback here, and you are in a go-for mode now stance of things. And with the money you're paying Kirk, you're not really going to be able to afford to get a backup that can make a substantial salary. So this might lead them back to, hey, if Kirk goes down, let's have a viable option we can truly go to and who's got some upside to him. So I agree. I think this still does put them into play as far as a quarterback in this upcoming draft. Phoebe says, what a fun game would be the final fight between the Chiefs and the 49ers. Super Bowl Chiefs have a chance for the first ever three-peat, and the 49ers have the last chance before the Super Bowl window closes. Yeah, boy, that'd be tough to have to see that Super Bowl again for me, feed me. Like, oh. Scum, I know another Texas A&M defensive lineman, McKinley Jackson. I'll be pushing that agenda all draft season. He's a good player, but Scum, of course, he's not going to become Justin Matabuke because McKinley Jackson is a nose tackle and Justin Matabuke is a 3-tech. So McKinley Jackson won't ever become a Justin Matabuke type. He'll be a run-stuffing nose kind of guy with a little bit of pass rush from the nose tackle position. Uis is in Atlanta. I would have made a move for Fields. Falcons in reverse Falcon situation. Roster is young, good and cheap with an expensive quarterback. I wouldn't trust Cousins with my Pop Warner team, but it ain't my money. Good points, man. And I think you may speak to what I think I would have gone as an alternative option too. I think instead of Cousins, I would have looked to make that Fields trade if I'm in Atlanta then. Because then if he goes out and balls out this year, fine. We sign him to the contract extension. He's earned it. Let's go. And we've got our QB of the future. And you've gotten to wait that year out to make that determination. It's also giving you that year, Yui, to have Raheem Morris in for a season to figure out what he's doing and for you to truly get a feel for where your roster is at from a competition standpoint. And there's a lot more intelligence behind taking that approach versus this Cousins route. Maybe they just didn't like Fields, though, I guess. Colton, Robert Hunt to the Panthers, man. He is gone. That's tough. Tough. $100 million contract. Darren, that's a lot. It's a lot for a left guard, man. $20 million per year. Haley says, is Kirk Cousins really getting a $45 million a year? That's insane. Good for him, but damn. Yeah, we've been kind of turning over this one a bit, Haley. I don't think it's making a whole lot of sense overall to the chat. And doesn't seem to be like good money spent, in the outlook of things. Isaac, hi, Brandon, where do you think Bobby goes? I think he goes to the Eagles. It's kind of just a blind guess, but at this moment, I'll go with Eagles. Garth with another $5 donation. I appreciate you, Garth. Says, hate to say it, but Kirk getting that kind of money with one career playoff win is kind of proof racism exists. Well, he definitely... he's definitely been a guy, Garth, who just has forged his career around leverage, man, and always seemingly finding the way to get the leverage to get these big contracts where it's not just, well, this is what you're worth. It always is in a situation of, well, we have no other options. He turns into the Luke Skywalker for every team, Garth, You're our only hope, Kirk Cousins. You are our only hope. And it becomes a bit of that, and it just sort of just drives that price on up with Mr. Cousins, man. It is pretty wild to watch with him, but that is the way that this kind of plays out for him over the course of his career. And somebody was saying above, Garth, $400 million earned over a career, and as you say, with one career playoff win. I've said I long feel like this needs to be a little bit of a time period in the NFL where teams start to take a look, really, really reviewing the thought process on how much they're paying quarterbacks, and really the viability of that, and if this is really the smart approach to take. It's a common approach to take. It's one where many teams line up to go down this line and do this thing. But is it the smart approach? Is it the best approach for team building to get to Super Bowls? Because there's so many of these guys like Kirk that are making all this money, and then you go back through their career and you're like, wait, he got paid all that. Throughout his career, it was always determined he's worth that. Throughout his career, it was always like, well, you have to pay him that because he does this. But he only has brought this as a bottom line as a player and his level of success over multiple different stops. And I think you got to come back to we got to get them back to plays with quarterbacks making more than double the next guy on the roster. It's gotten into that funny moneyville where it's in dire need, in my opinion, of a course correction. Everybody's getting paid like a Tom Brady. Everybody's getting paid like a Patrick Mahomes type. But not everybody is in near the vicinity of those type of players and how they're being paid in that realm. Not that they're bad players, but if you're going to make more than double the next guy on the roster, you need to be a difference maker. And I don't know what the next highest paid guy is on that Falcons roster, but I would estimate it's probably beneath $20 million per year, with Kirk making up over 45. It's, to me, just something's off on that from the NFL standpoint. Perfume is perfumery by Sabins with Garth. White privilege. Oh. Woj monies, the Vikings have interest in Sam Darnold. Well, they've spent a whole bunch of bad money already to start the day. Why shouldn't they keep it going, Woj? If you're just going to keep throwing bad money out, just keep tossing it out, Hans, the $20 million a year for Robert Hunt blows my mind. I could have seen maybe him getting up into $15 million territory, but 20? I mean, he's not This is not Larry Allen in his prime here. Always compete. It seems like Geno's trade value is on the rise with Cousins signing. Is he worth a second-round pick to the Vikings? If you were staring down the barrel of Sam Darnold being your starting quarterback for the season, I think you start to open up that pocketbook a little bit more further, right? Always compete. Jay Stern, thank you for the $5 donation. Great to see you in the house today. Chase as well. Says, don't sweat it, B. Hunt got 5 years, $100 million. I can't be mad at that. I can't be mad at my Seahawks not willing to make that jump. I mean, that would have eaten almost half of your cap space that you are sitting on right now to go make that move for Hunt. I'm sure the first year of the deal's lowered down pretty far, but that's way too high. Panthers went overboard on that deal. And Hunt is a unique player in this draft, and as good as he is and how well he moves as a guard, it's hard to find mobile-based guards as good as he is. But that goes too far at that point. It's too far. Greg, but thank you, Chase, for the $5. Ain't going to sweat that. I'm not sweating at $100 million. I know we can't pull off. I get that. That's where you go, okay, I understand. $100 million, huh? Ooh. Greg says, please sign Leonard Williams. We need him, hopefully with the draft pick, to make that defensive line better. I'm still on board with it. That's my number one guy I would put in the target sign right now. It's like, get this guy in here, make it happen. Taker610, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that, Taker. And Double Dono today, I believe at that as well. He says, seen Dune 2 Part 2 yet? I have not yet had the time yet to break away and get out. I got to go to downtown to see it in IMAX. So it's a little bit of a trip to get down there to go see it. But I want to. I definitely want to. Can you do your walk-in impression and say, Paul, I got to have more spice. I have a fever. The only prescription is more spice. I got you all day on this, Taker. I got you all day on this. Paul Mo Adib, I got to have more spice. I have a fever, and the only prescription is more spice. I need the spice melange now, please. Bathe me in it. It's good. It keeps me alive. My ship's flying through space and time. I love the spice, Paul, but why are you being such an issue with your sandworms? Who wants sandworms? The bad. You don't want them. Let's work together, Paul. Moadib. Come on now, man. Let's do it. I need the spice. I got more fever. Only prescription. More spice. Melange. Thank you, Taker. I appreciate the donation. Hopefully the walk-in's holding up today a little bit. He's tired right now. It's early in the morning for Christopher. I don't like being up this early. I'm a late night owl. Hans says maybe it's wait till day 2, till the big spending is done. Wow, they're overspending a lot. A lot of teams are going a little hard here right now. That is for sure. That is for sure. And Jordan, I agree with you. I don't think that probably Geno's traded, but could a team get a little bit desperate? Sure, it certainly is possible. GLP says Easley also had 3 interceptions against the Chargers. Another great defensive performance. Another guy that probably had a couple of them. You're putting up the great defensive performances in Seahawks history. Easley's probably got a couple of games on the books there. Jody Vera says, I'm so happy. Now let's go get Willie Gay. I see what you did there, Jody. Hey, maybe possible there. John, let Williams walk and get Brooks and Queen with the same money. Yeah, you could come close, probably, about what it would cost for both those guys. That's true. Duncan, Idaho, how you doing, man? Good afternoon. Good to see you in the house. Hope you're doing well. Keldon in here. What's up, Keldon? Keldon says Garth going all in on racing. Garth's got the jokes, man. Garth's got the jokes. Always compete. I think I would prefer giving Locke the opportunity. Geno's contract looks like a bargain. Vikings need somebody to chuck it to Jefferson. I certainly would go for Locke over Donald. I like Locke a lot more than Sam Darnold, who I do not like at all. And you got to figure that the cost is probably pretty close. Yeah, it sounds like there was a fake account on the Patrick Queen thing, but we haven't gotten anything kind of controversial, confirming that after that point yet. David Pugh, thank you for the $5 donation, David. Appreciate you for that. He says, Justin Fields just followed DK on Insta out of nowhere. I'll leave it at that. Maybe be nothing. Maybe be something. Hopefully it's effing nothing. Hopefully so on that. I think that it is a little bit of a fluid situation with the Justin Fields situation because you have a Bears team that was thinking, I think, at the onset of this process that they could somehow finagle a second-round pick and parlay that in this whole Caleb Williams situation with Fields. And they've come to find that that's not the case, that there's not a teams lining up. And we were even hearing yesterday that there were reports that teams viewed Justin Fields in the same kind of manner that they viewed a Sam Darnold or a Drew Lock. And if that's the case, maybe the prices come way, way, way down at this point. I will say with it, if that's the case, if a Fields is going to be only a fourth or fifth round kind of cost to you, he's not carrying a lot of cost as far as his contract is concerned. He's not like a highly paid guy at this point where he's standing. So Seahawks could probably still find a way to fit in a Fields even in here with Geno Smith, let them fight it out, have the quarterback, battle at that point in camp. Maybe that's a way that they look to go here. It could happen. Chase says Jeremy Fowler got baited by a fake tweet. Man, there's so many good ones out there. I mean, we've got one in our own fan base, the bread man. I can't tell you how many of you guys I've known that have gotten nailed by the bread man. He got me once. But once the bread man's gotten you once, you don't let him get you again. You have to learn. But he's good with it. He finesses it. Little Lance says, Queen to the Seahawks? You guys are saying are you guys getting faked out here? Are we still getting people getting faked out? Okay, so guys. Oh, I can see why I got you guys. I can see what happened here. Okay, so let's go ahead and get this clear right now so that we've got this understood. Okay. This is the account that's getting you guys right now. Okay. This is the one right here that's getting everybody shook on the Queen front. Okay. I know it says Adam Schefter above the name, but then what does the actual name say beneath the Adam Schefter? That's the part you got to concentrate in on, right? This part right here. You see that? You see the at Penix to Metcalf? So probably not the real Adam Schefter on that one. I don't think that he's changed his Twitter user handle to at Penix to Metcalf. So this one's tricking some people, but it's a fake tweet. Sorry it's hit you on this day. It isn't very nice of somebody to do that, but they go deep, these guys. Resign Colby Parkinson says, Brandon, sorry, I thought this ID would speak it into existence. Looks like now we have no returning safeties, inside linebackers, tight ends, or left guards. I might have missed something too. Grown. It's a little bit of a slow start here, Resign. And as you speak, we have a roster, I think, of 44 rostered players right now. So one way or another, there's a lot of work to be done to add on some bodies here as we are very, very light on deck at the moment. Peter 1678, I'm on Team Brooks, so I'm paying close attention to those Queen rumors. That fake account, man. Fake account. The Burned Man says Patrick Queen to the Eagles is what he's hearing. Let's see if we've got maybe an update on that. Nothing quite yet coming down that I'm seeing officially on that. Thomas Charter, Spencer Rattler will be Russell Wilson of this year's draft. His arm and athleticism are being overlooked. Someone is going to look like a genius drafting him in the third round. Sound familiar? I think he's definitely going to fall potentially into that alignment. I think there is a little bit of a difference in skill set with him and Russell. Arm talent might be somewhat similar, but definitely from the mobility and athleticism standpoint, Russell was a much more athletic and mobile guy than Spencer. I mean, he ran like quite close to a 5 flat 40 versus Russell's 4.5. But I like Rattler Thomas, and he's one of the few guys in that middle third round range that's worthy of being taken at that pick. It's kind of like, oh, you got a bunch of first rounders, and then you're into like that 4th, 5th, 6th round area of the quarterbacks. It's a big kind of drop. He's the one guy in that middle ground spot that's pretty nice. Tycoon's World, some of these mid guards are making top tier money. Does not bode well for bringing Lewis back. What do you think of Runyon and Bakhtarishi Ramusu, or whatever his name is, sliding him to right tackle? I don't want to bring back Damian Lewis, Tycoon. You're moving to a scheme right now that needs mobile offensive linemen. You had supposedly tried to make that transition 2 years ago, but part of what held back that transition was holding on and retaining the maulers who couldn't move, a la like a Damian Lewis. So Damian Lewis isn't going to come back. Runyon doesn't do a lot for me for the position, and I don't know too much about, or you're talking about Bakhtiari? Bakhtiari's retired, if that's who you're meaning on that. I could be missing a different name that you're meaning on that, but he has at this point retired. And thank you, David Pugh, for that $5 donation and the note about the following of Fields on DK on Insta. As we know with these players, be it whether they clear out their whole social media program when they're wanting to be traded or they start to follow player, they can start to show some indications a little bit subtly in that way. And too bad re-signed Colby Parkinson about not getting you re-signed there, man. But $7 million a year, that's a lot of scratch. Jesse Bond says, please fire Chris Ballard now, Mr. Irsay. Haley says, Blake Cashman, 3 years for $25 million. Seems like Brooks would command slightly more than that. Maybe 4 for 40 to 45. I think something like that, Haley. I've thought that he would be in the range of a $10 to $12 million per year would be Brooks. I'd be kind of surprised if he got under $10 million per year. He says, I'm not a Cousins fan that's going to rate, but it's the going rate for quarterbacks. Only starters not making that kind of money are either on rookie deals or bums. So Morris, who doesn't have long to prove himself, needs a stable quarterback. Yeah, it makes sense. It's more of just the situation there, and this is, again, I know a little bit of our long debated talks on this. It's more to me just rather than being a Cousins thing to me, it's more about whether it is the going rate. That doesn't mean that means it's right that it's the going rate, that it's good and proper, that it should be that going rate. And I think that there's so many teams here through these years that have spent this money on quarterbacks who just decided this is the way to do it. This is what you have to do. And I think that there's a lack of imagination when it comes to addressing the quarterback situation and valuing it appropriately by NFL teams. I think that they all just get stuck into that bit of that laissez-faire attitude of, well, it's the going rate, but they don't really like, but is it the smart rate? But is it the intelligent rate? Is it good money? Is it good money put in at the end of the day? If the ultimate goal is to get to Super Bowls and not just be competitive. Jesse says, Colts again, not doing anything but sleeping. They don't like to spend money in free agency. I mean, they may be the ultimate team out there I don't think that they don't spend because they don't have the money to spend or that they're cheap. I just think they don't spend because they have that hard line philosophy, to your point, Jesse, of we don't want to spend. It's weird. Taker says, Hawks Nest, I got my money's worth on that one. Well, I'm glad to hear it. I love the spice, Taker. It's good. Perfume by Saban. Eli Manning made the most money in the NFL history, and he wasn't even that good. That's true. At least he got a couple Super Bowl wins. At least with him, you can say, well, we got a couple Super Bowls, though. You know, when you're talking about like Cousins, like you got one playoff win, $400 million. Michael Solorio, Xavier McKinney and Eric Armstead would be perfect. I'd love it as a combination, Michael. Sign me up for both those two guys, man. I think if you move off of Williams, that the quick pivot it will be to Eric Armstead at that point. Vimy B, I bet you will sign Clowney before the day ends 100%. I hope you're right, man. That'd put a big old smile on my face if that was the case. Tycoon, if I'm John Schneider, by the way, I'm getting Queen, Stone, Hunter on defense and going Runyon, bringing back defensive line, bringing back DL offense and getting a cheap backup. Decent way to go. With Runyon, I just don't know if he moves well enough to fit the new scheme because you really need to have mobile offensive linemen. CJ King just got off work, had to tune in. What's up, my guy? How you doing, CJ? We're just rolling along, waiting for the first maybe Hawk signing that we'll get today. Nothing's coming down yet, but we're all sort of sitting here chomping at the bit, waiting for it to happen. Jesse says, that's it. Resign Franklin, they got to sign or they're going to be in a bad spot. Corner safety, huge needs. They sit patient, man, Jesse. They like to sit patient. Resign Colby Parkinson. Brandon, oh my God, please don't even joke about the idea of Justin Fields coming to Seattle. I will miss Geno and Locke. Sigh. Well, I don't think it'd be that you'd move Geno by bringing Justin in. It'd be that he'd come in then to compete with Geno, as now the Bears can come back to Justin maybe at this point and say, look, there's no team that's looking to make you the starter for the 2024 season based on your prior play. That's the reality of your situation. Do you want to back up here or do you want to back up somewhere else? I think that's a bit of the reality of the road here that Justin Fields is looking at this point. Nitro says, who do you think has the best playoff format for sports? I think it's March Madness. I mean, March Madness is cool. I still like I think my still favorite is the NFL because everything has such a sense of urgency to it. Other sports, it just kind of feels like, you always got room to kind of take your time, but every regular season game matters in the NFL. Every playoff game is a hard fought one to get through. It's you earn your way through a little bit. Abel says, imagine getting faked that bad. It's the day, man. This is the day. That's what's going to happen at this point now. It's just more of the faking out. Michael Solorio says, what do you think about Rayshon Jenkins? Former fourth round guy. I mean, he's been a guy in this league for the last few years. Across the board, he just gave you a pretty average season. There was no place that he was bad in. He was solid. He was okay as a coverage, okay against the run, got you a couple interceptions. I think this thing that stands out to Michael is that he had his best year in coverage, technically speaking, where he allowed the lowest passer rating, the lowest completion percentage when targeted in coverage at the best rate of his entire career. So that part does make him interesting. I think he's a low-end signing. I think he's going to go and bounce to a couple of different teams in order to try to figure out which is the right landing spot for him. He's not going to get a lot of money. So kind of a low-end signing guy with a little bit of upside to him, but not a major splash or anything like that. Beyond Balance said, Brandon, do you have any new personas? I love the old ones, but just wanting new things. Maybe Trump or Pauly Shore. I'm working on my Cat Williams, man. I get my Cat Williams, man. But it's not good yet. So it's still in the process. I've been working on a few that I can't quite nail. I've been trying to get a Jack Nicholson. Can't get that one hit. Trump's a tough one too. But I've got to start working some more into the crew, man. I can't just lean on all these old ones, that's for sure. But I'm trying. I'm working on them. I can't bring them out until I got them nailed. Lit Baby Bug says, what do you think about us drafting Troy Fautanu and moving him to guard? I'm completely on favor of it. I think the unfortunate part is that the good performance of Troy Fautanu at the combine kind of works against the Seahawks being able to pull this off. Because I think on a lot of NFL boards, Fautanu has firmly affixed himself as the second best left tackle in this draft, overtaking Fashanu from, I think, on some people's outlook. Not all, but on some. And so I think that there's going to be more of a feeling in the NFL that he can play left tackle. And I think there's even more of a better chance today than there was prior to the combine that Fatanu's drafted Lit Baby before we pick at 16. Haley says, damn, almost $8 million a year for Parkinson. That's wild. I agree. That's just too much. I can't do that. I can't go that high. I can't do it. Well, yeah, Grenade says, I'm back. Any Seahawks news? Not yet, man. Not yet. Kevin O'Connell says, Parkinson either has something only McVay sees or they're tripping. Yeah, we'll see on if he can get the most out of Colby. I remain in a position like, I don't know if that's, I don't know on that one. King Zhao, he was the player I was wanting to retain the most. But at $8 million? George Samuel per Adam Schefter. Yeah, Pro Bowl David Bakhtiari George has been released. I've heard that he's looking at maybe retiring too. If he doesn't retire, I think that you're looking at him going to the Jets if he stays in. Jared Wiley's nice, King Zhao. He's a good player. Don says, interesting that Colby is signed, but Fant hasn't. Could be we're working on Fant or Noah. It's possible. Boy, if Parkinson's going for 7.5 a year, what's Fant get? 12? Nick says, Fant, Williams, Queen not getting the market they thought. I wonder. It's possible. I think Williams gets paid just because he's good and there's not a lot of good ones left on the market. Linebacker, you can always kind of figure out. Tight end, you can kind of figure out. There you go, Jesse. You got the Colts finally making a move, man. Not the one you want, probably. Haley says, thoughts on Russell Wilson's historically large hands and Pickett's small ones? How did they greet one another when they first meet? Chest bump. It's actually an awkward moment because at first what happens when Russ goes to shake Pickett's hands, they reach out to shake and there's that awkward moment where both of their hands stop, where there's first the acknowledgement of Russell's banana hands and then there's the looking over at Pickett's little tiny hands and it's like Russell instantly, because he's kind of, he's got that sympathetic thing to him. He's got that, empathy thing. And he's like, oh, I see his small hands. If I wrap my big hand in his small hands, it's going to make him feel away. And so then it's a transition at that point to the fist bump, Haley. But then even the fist bump, it's like baby hand against adult hand, still the same effect comes into play. So they even stop mid fist bump and then it becomes a chest bump. So it's a 3-state transitional point there as they're meeting. But it is all kinds of awkward. Prince YT says Xavier McKinney signed with the Packers. Wow, Packers making some interesting moves here. Very interesting moves to the Packers. So they lose Darnell Savage to flip him out for Xavier McKinney. Okay. Snail says Justin Fields is also following Tyler now too. Dun, dun, dun. It's happening. The Fields experience is happening. Benelli Brando, Seahawks grabbed anybody yet? I only got a minute to see. Nobody yet, Benelli. I'm sorry, man. Nothing as of yet has happened. Garth Knight, thank you for another $5 donation and making me laugh throughout this morning, Garth. You're awesome, brother. He says, I heard Parkinson was a cancer. He would bring Ouija boards and acid-soaked bandanas into the locker room. P couldn't control him. That's right. There's a supposed incredible story of him getting a guy to put on the bandana and the guy wore it through all the practice before he understood that the LSD was kicking in on him. I heard about that. I did. And that kept Seattle at a hardline $5 million level on that one, Garth. They weren't going to go up to the 7 or 8 after that point. They're like, look, if you're going to bring the psilocybin stuff in this locker room, we can't pay you, man. Which just not happening, okay? It's tough, but that's the lay of the land here, buddy, okay? No, we're here playing football. We're not trying to trip balls. Trip the life fantastic here. It's that Stanford background, Garth, those Cal schools, Stanford schools. It's all that 70s stuff still bleeding out, still leaking out a little bit. Appreciate you, brother. Nick, I bet Tom Grossi's feeling pretty good about these moves, man. Packers don't tend to be I think as well, Grassier Packer fans, they don't tend to be very active at all in free agency for years. And I mean, this is as active as I think we've seen the Packers in free agency and probably since they signed Reggie White. Those are Ouija boards, man. Stay away from those. Nathaniel Park says, are we sure if John Schneider's actually awake? Somebody call him. Wake him up. Wake up. Snail, thank you for another $2 donation. He says, it says, Justin Fields is following DK, Tyler, and JSN. Look out, look out. So maybe we are going to get some percolating going on today at some point on this. Because that stuff can sometimes mean stuff. Sometimes it means nothing. Sometimes it can be a direct indication something's coming back down the line on that. Maybe he's just trying to make something happen, Snail, If they see me following him, maybe that'll get Seattle to be like, oh, he wants to come here. Nick says, Brandon, catch up. Pigeon, are there any Seahawks on the roster with the ring besides Bobby? I can't think of any. No, but it's also such a young roster. I think it's maybe the youngest roster in football or one of the youngest moving into next year. Haley, I like the opportunity Fields represents, but he'd need to sign a Geno level prove a deal with escalators for it to be worth anything. Yeah, I think, and if he came in there, maybe a one-off thing, Haley, where you have him coming in to back up Geno / compete with Geno, but it's not one you're looking as a move to hold on to for, the foreseeable future unless he really lights it up. I'm not a Fields guy really much either, King. Zeph, the big if the Seahawks wait until 2025 draft to select a quarterback, who are some favorites? I know the class is not as good, but just want to know if you think they might wait until next year. I'm guessing not. I think there's a real possibility, Jeff, that they could wait till next year. And I know that there's some people that are making the supposition here that next year's quarterback class is not going to be good. I think that I would say that there's a bit of tapping breaks that needs to happen on that type of thing, because this is a yearly thing that goes on where every year they say, this quarterback class is that quarterback class is this. You got to have the final year of the college season play out to really know what the quarterback class is going to be and what it is truly going to offer. When I look at the quarterback class, I see some interesting names right now of guys that can take that next level in their step and their development. Certainly, Shadur Sanders with Colorado is probably looking like a first-round pick right now. Quinn Ewers has got a very good chance of elevating himself up into first-round status. Riley Leonard has gone back to school and will be a guy that will be very interesting coming out. Cameron Ward is going down to Miami after having a couple of solid season there with the Washington State Cougars. So, I mean, there's 4 quarterbacks right there, Jeff, that could be very interesting, and that's just off the top of my head. That there's certainly going to be more than that even go beyond this. So, I think you might be surprised that there's still being potentially some quality for quarterbacks moving into next year's draft. And I know in particular with a guy like Quinn Ewers, for instance, Jeff, that's been a guy that supposedly John Schneider likes quite a bit. Very, very high on that guy. Tony Wright, what's happening, man? How you feeling about Cousins, brother? Says, what's popping, Brandon? Well, I believe we have our quarterback, as this was the right move for my Falcons, as Cousins will get a team 36 touchdowns passing, 14 interceptions on average. As long as he can stay healthy, Tony, right? As long as that 35-year-old body can hold up back there. But yeah, it does seem like this was the bad, though I can't quite fully understand it as a signing for you guys. I got to be honest with you. I do get that there is a scarce market when it comes to quarterbacks for you guys as far as options go, and that, you have to sometimes take the best of a bad situation as far as the opportunities go. Raleigh Azurin says, listening from Italy, go Seahawks. Well, go Seahawks. I'd love to hear that. Got us out, people out listening to Italy on here. That's awesome to hear. Hope you're having a good one out there in Italia. Big Roy Plumbing says, Seahawks are testing my patience. I get it, man. I thought we would have seen maybe something by this point too. I think they'll do something before the day's done. We'll get something, Huey says, agree on the current quarterback market conditions are silly. Best thing might be to build a great roster and to commit to draft a rookie quarterback every 3 years or so. It's a thing I'm developing, right, Huey? And I'm not saying I know right now this is where I'm landing on in it. This is really one of those kind of a thought in process, right? Or a thought of a new philosophy, a bit in process in the way it goes. So I don't know if this is really where it should go for sure on it, but it feels like there's a market opportunity when it comes to the quarterback position right now to think differently than seemingly 25 other NFL teams are thinking about the quarterback position. And to find maybe a different creative approach than the one that they're engaging. The one that you mentioned, like, okay, well, we go through the rookie quarterback contract. And then when we get to the end, it ain't about, okay, stick with this guy and that guy's there for the next 10 years. And now we're spending the 45, 50, but keeping it on that cost-effective deal because you're looking to build more of the team, the great roster. And it is something that's kind of captured my imagination. I look back at 10 years ago, we got to 2 Super Bowls with this approach. And Russell was certainly a really good quarterback, and I'm not saying that he didn't carry his mark. I'm not one of those guys that says, well, it was the Legion of Boom carrying Russell, or it was Marshall. No, I think it was all of them coming together to make that happen, but you were able to take this approach 10 years ago and get there twice. Can we not take it again? Can we not go down that same kind of road to find that same success once again? I kind of feel like I do, especially just to me in consideration of how costly quarterbacks have gotten when we've reached the point when guys like Daniel Jones are making $40 million per year. Tony Wright, and trading for Justin Fields would have been a disaster for Atlanta, as just can't read defenses, and his fourth quarter quarterback rating is the worst in football. I can understand that. I get where you're coming from on that a little bit. I think a little bit of that, Tony, you got to build into too, though, is a little bit of the chaos of the Chicago situation and the lack of the way that they built that team for Justin there. But the fourth quarters definitely haven't been the times where he's rised like the cream, the crop. Wooge Money says Devin Singletary's going to the Giants. Misfit says, please stream for a few more hours so I can listen while I'm in the dentist chair. Oh, we'll be going a while today. I planned on clicking it in deep today. So I'm locked in. I'm strapped in. We're going. We're rolling. I might need a couple breaks here and there. You guys might have to watch me eat on stream today, but we're going to do it. Noid Boy. Rumor is Russ did high knees during the entire Pittsburgh facility tour. He was signed immediately. He's over there doing footwork. They're like, so Russ, we really like what you're going to bring with Pickens. And he's like, yeah. Do you see my hip flip? Do you see the rotation of my core? This is not a 35-year-old core rotation, okay? This is a 25-year-old man core rotation. Do you see that? Still flexible. Still got it. Still got it, Pittsburgh. Look at that. Look at the flexion. Look at the flexion. King's House says, I don't know if the hands are the reason why Pickett sucks. His decision-making and his coaching scheme is why he sucks. His arm is also underpowered for the NFL. That's why Pickens is mad he can't go deep. I read the end of that sentence, King, in a way that probably was not was not the way you meant it, but oh shit. But yeah, no, I can't blame Pickett for being frustrating. When you got powder puff arms throwing you the ball and you're getting open deep play after play, it's like, what do I got to do here? What do I got to do? And he's going to get that with Russ now. But yeah, I agree. It's not his hands that are the holding back factor with Pickett. It is the arm strength. It is the okay mobility. That's really the main inhibiting factors for him. Michael Slory, yeah, Packers looking good with these moves. I like the how they've done this so far. Misfit says the Packers signs Darius Smith and Preston Smith same offseason to big deals a few years ago. That's true. I'd forgotten about that, Misfit. I guess they have been active before then. Kevin says, I'm sad Bobby changed his mind about staying. I really want to know the behind the scenes of this. I'd be interested to hear too on that a little bit. Haley says spending more for big splash free agents has literally never worked for any organization. Name any team that won free agency and then made it to the Super Bowl. Fans need to accept that this is the right way. I mean, there's some teams I think that I could mention that have been active in free agency, Haley, that have found success in doing it. I mean, the Broncos back in, 16, they went out there and they built up their whole defense basically in an off season, right? I mean, wasn't it? They signed, I think it was Aqib Talib. They signed DeMarcus Ware. They signed TJ Ward. I think there was an additional big signing where they were pretty active at that point in free agency to get there. And that's, of course, on top of signing Peyton Manning as their quarterback at that time, who was a free agent. I will give you that there is a littered history of teams spending big that have failed. We've got the Eagles dream team from 15, 20 years ago, and a variety of others. You had the Patriots 2 years ago, I think, spent $200 million cumulatively in free agency for one given period in total contracts. That obviously didn't work out well for them. So it is a little bit of a lay of the land where you got to be careful. I think that there are some success stories too of teams that have been active too in free agency, but it's a place that should be, to your, I think, bottom line and what you'd say on this is it should be a supplemental point, not a place where you're looking to roster build out of free agency. And that would be a sentiment that I could definitely agree with. Tony Wright, Doris Armstrong going to Washington. Washington grabbed Tyler Biotish as well there, Tony Wright. So a little bit of that internal pilfering of interdivisional foes going down there. Greg says, okay, B, I'm starting to see a beard growing on you. You know the Seahawks, we never rush in anything, but that could be a good thing. Wait and see, go Hawks. By the end of the day, man, it's going to be down here, bro. End grade at this rate. Haley says, no Fields for picks this year. Throw them a 6th next season at most. I certainly don't want to give him prime assets, Haley. I'm not even wanting to make the move for him on it. I think that I could see them doing it if they just look at the draft capital dropping down even like a 4th. It just becomes too hard for them to say no at that point. But I don't even want to get to the 3rd realm, and I'm not even looking to get Fields really on it. But I could see the value getting pushed down so far, Haley, that they're like, okay, we got to jump on this. King's House says, don't forget Tua, brother Brandon. He may be smaller framed, but he's a good quarterback at Maryland and definitely can sit and learn player to develop under Geno. I liked it. Yeah, no, I've seen some of his tape, watching a couple of the other prospects. He's got a good arm, nice accuracy, like his brother, throws with pretty good anticipation. I actually think he probably has a stronger arm than his brother does. But yeah, there's another guy that who could come up and be interesting. How about the guy Dylan Gabriel out of Oklahoma? Really highly rated by PFF last year. Really mobile guy. You know, I think he's another lefty. He could be fun. What's up, Megan? Good morning. You've missed nothing, Megan. It's been pretty quiet. It's been quiet. I'm gonna do a run through here in a second of the free agent signings and how this is kind of boiled down to start things off today. But nothing for our Seahawks yet. Nothing gone down yet for them. It's good to see you though. Misfit says back altar folks. Back off to have my teeth cleaned to listen to Brando do walking in one ear. Get your teeth clean good, brush, floss, water pick. It's the way it is. It's how you get your teeth clean well. It's how you don't have cavities and you don't sit in the chair so long, Misfit. It's the way. Or you get them capped. I got my teeth capped because I'm a movie star. And that's what you do as a movie star. MJ Seahawk, thank you for the $10 donation, MJ Seahawk. I really do appreciate you for that. Very, very kind of you. He says, loving this offseason so far. John is not panicking. He is opening up opportunities for Mike to build this D. I don't think that he's panicking either, MJ Seahawk. I think that they took an approach to free agency here that they know what they're going to want to do here. They're not caught off guard by the market. I've wondered a little bit in coming into this free agency if there's not some of this of taking a bit of the wait and see approach, not just because A, it's been the way that John Schneider has typically operated in free agency, but B, because you want to clean up and keep the 2025 cap situation in a relatively good state. If you're making all of these major signings this year in tier 1, you're definitely taking the 2025 cap and pressing that down a little bit more now for some of the freedom that you just opened up with it. So there's that in addition to it. And then like you say, as a third rung to this, finding maybe a bit of the quality on that second, third tier of things who can then fit into Mike's defense and allow him to build up with a lot of different guys here to find who can kind of, rise up and fit to the role within this defense at that point. So there's a good couple of points I think that make sense as to why they're going down to this route at this point. All that being said, MJ, I would like to see at least some move come down the pike here, at least find a way to, dip your toe into the water, so to speak, a bit here. But completely understandable their approach here. It's not crazy town at all. And like you said, absent even just this free agency period, it's hard not to be very happy with what they've done throughout the whole course of this offseason so far, and getting Mike Macdonald in the process that led them to him, to getting the coaching staff putting together, to clearing out the bad dead money off the books. There's been a lot of intelligence to their process so far this offseason, which you tip your cap up to a little bit, I got a couple other donos. Bear with me 1 second. I'll be right back here. Just a second. Thank you for bearing with me, folks. Sorry about that. I'm going to refresh here and get going back in. Thank you, MJ Seahawk, again for that $10 donation. I do appreciate you for that. UGK says free agency worked for the Bucs Super Bowl win. There's another one that worked well for them, where they brought in a lot of key free agents and sort of, quote unquote, won the free agency period, especially considering Tom Brady on that. So there's been some pathway to that. Yeah, there's a couple of success stories in there. Kings out, Michael Pratt's my guy. I had him at Tulane a while ago, rose up the stocks. It's funny to see, not going to lie. He's a good player. I've got him in the 4th round, Kings out. He's got a really live arm, decent mobility. Gar says at least Tony doesn't expect Super Bowl wins with Cousins. He'll be happy. Tony's Super Bowl will be watching meaningless awards banquets. It might be on that. Things out. I feel like we just worried about Williams. Megan, thank you for the $2 donation. It says, morning all. Just woke up. So what did I miss? Well, let's do a run through here of where we're at with some of the signings that I've got currently tracked. There's probably a couple here that I might be missing on this one, but let's pause it in these current signings that we've got here on the day and get kind of caught up. I think this is a good time, Megan, to do so. So, current trackers free agency wise, we have a Cousins, of course, who just signed a 4-year, $180 million deal. So, pretty expensive there. Of course, Mayfield and Wilson, prior couple days have signed their deals. No other quarterbacks have made any signings. The Packers moved on from Aaron Jones and signed Josh Jacobs. The Eagles have moved on from DeAndre Swift, who went to the Chicago Bears on a 3-year, $24 million deal so that they could sign Saquon Barkley to a 3-year, $337.75 million deal that is heavily incentive-laden on top of that, so it can be worth up to $45 million on that. The Tennessee Titans signed Tony Pollard to a 3-year, $24 million deal. Devin Singletary signed with the Giants on a 3-year, $16.5 million deal. Antonio Gibson signed a 3-year, $11.25 million deal with the New England Patriots. So the running backs have been a little bit of hot commodities despite being supposedly a devalued position. Receivers having a little bit of a hard time getting paid necessarily. You've got Higgins on the franchise tag, Michael Pittman, Michael Evans, both able to get their contracts. Gabe Davis signed away from the Bills to the Jacksonville Jaguars on a 3-year, $39 million deal. Kendrick Bourne re-signed back with the Patriots on a 3-year, $19.9 million deal with them. Tight ends have also been somewhat of a hot commodity here in free agency. Dalton Schultz re-ups back with the Texans on a 3-year, $36 million deal. Hunter Henry re-ups back with the Patriots on a 3-year, $27 million deal. Colby Parkinson signs a fat 3-year, $22.5 million deal to go to the division rival Rams. Charlie Warner signs with the Atlanta Falcons on a 3-year, $12 million deal. And Jonnu Smith signs with the Dolphins, a tight end, for a 2-year, $10 million deal. Offensive tackle, only Chukwuma Okorafor has gone for the Patriots, a 1-year, $4 million deal. But nobody's really moving on the tackle front. Center, Andre James re-signs with the Raiders. Lloyd Cushenberry has signed with the Tennessee Titans. And Tyler Biadasz has signed a 3-year, $30 million deal with the Washington Commanders. Guards have also gone pretty fast here. Kevin Dotson re-signs with the Rams. The Rams weren't done there, though. They went back and got Jonah Jackson on a 3-year, $51 million deal, so almost $100 million in contracts given out to the guards for the Rams. Robert Hunt signs a stunning 5-year, $100 million deal with the Carolina Panthers as he signs by far the biggest deal out here in free agency. John Runyon is a 3-year, $30 million deal with the New York Giants. Graham Glasgow is going to take over for Jonah Jackson there with the Detroit Lions, signing a 3-year, $20 million deal. He moves from backup status to starter status, but this does leave us with merely Kevin Zeitler, Dalton Risner kind of value left on the board at the guard position so far here in free agency. The interior defensive line, Chris Jones, Justin Matabuke, re-up with their teams on monster deals. Christian Wilkins, Megan, signed a 4-year, $110 million deal with the Raiders. Pretty good money there. Grover Stewart re-signs with the Indianapolis Colts. 3 years, $39 million. He's a solid player, good run stuffer. That's a lot of dough to be given him, though. That's that's $13 million a season for Grover. Whew, that's a lot. The Cardinals signed Bilal Nichols to a 3-year, $21 million deal on the interior of the defensive line. Fletcher Cox, of course, retired. And then we go over on the edge. Bryce Huff signs the biggest contract for an undrafted rookie free agent in the history of the NFL in free agency with a 3-year, $51 million deal with the Eagles. You also have Jonathan Greenyard signing a 4-year, $76 million deal with the Minnesota Vikings. Andrew Van Ginkel signs with the Vikings as well for a 2-year, $20 million deal. Danico Autry, an aging but a fun player there with the Titans, good player, signs a 2-year, $20 million deal with the Texans. Dorrance Armstrong, a quality backup for the Cowboys, signs a 3-year deal with the Washington Commanders. Tyquan Lewis is re-upped back with the Colts. At the linebacker position, you've got Blake Cashman signing a 3-year deal with the Vikings. Boy, the Vikings have made some very strange moves in free agency. Very strange moves in free agency from Minnesota. Drake Quantrill re-ups back with the Chiefs. Over at cornerback, Jalen Johnson signs a monster 4-year, $76 million deal to stay with the Bears. Ladarius Sneed remains franchise tagged. Sean Bunting signs with the Cardinals. Emmanuel Mosley signs on a low-end deal with the Lions. Jeff Okudah signs a 1-year, $4.75 million deal with the Texans. At safety, Xavier McKinney is a big splash signing by the Green Bay Packers, who signed him for a 4-year, $68 million deal. Another very expensive signing there. You also have Darnell Savage leaving the Packers to go to the Jaguars on a 3-year deal. Brandon Jones with the Broncos, 3 years, $20 million. Taylor Rapp with the Bills, 3 years at $10.625 million. And then Kevin Byard on a 2-year, $15 million deal. But that is about the moves we've seen made today, Megan. It's not been necessarily super. There's been some big signings, but it's not necessarily been as fast, maybe and furious. A lot of 3-year signings out there, not as many 4-year deals being handed out in the NFL. Don Gillespie, if you notice, the Hawks news always seems to happen late in the PM or evening, maybe even day 2 or 3. Patience. Amen. Amen. Colby loves taxes. Huey says the key to winning in the NFL is talent assessment and talent development. Always has been, always will be. Free agent's a vital part of that, but core of any successful team is solid drafting. Draft well, you'll win. Well said, Huey. And I agree. Well said. Thomas Cox, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you, Thomas. Great to see you in the chat. He says, I hate this false reporting, especially about Queen and Clowney. I do too. I don't get what these handles on Twitter or whatever these publications that are trying to push it. I understand the clicks and all of that to a degree, but okay, so you get the empty click from the person who clicks your article or looks at your handle. But then they quickly learn that you're falsified. They quickly learn that you're just a troll. They quickly learn that you're not legitimate. So now you have none of that person wanting to return back to you and view your content into the future. It seems sort of a self-defeating kind of way to go about your business, but this is the era that we live in where trolldom is at its highest and people think being troll is hilarious. It's hilarious to be a troll, they say. I don't get it, Thomas. I don't either. And it does make it hard as you're trying to track the moves with so much false reporting going down. But that's why you got me here, man. We'll separate the wheat from the chaff on this one. We'll find the sustenance. Thank you, man. Appreciate the $5 donation. Great to have you in the house, brother. Hyan says Russ with the high knees on the plane to Pittsburgh to get a roll in the Steelers building. That's rough. It's all about momentum, man. Riverside, I wouldn't have Dizzy what he got either. It's true. Very true. Joshua says reports saying that the Texans are in heavy on Queen. That would be a nasty duo, Queen and Harris. That would be a good duo between those two guys. Yeah. It'd be a pretty good fit for them. Sounds like he's going to cost a lot. Jesse Bond, Colts will not spend even if they could. Grab Snead for a low draft pick, still won't pull the trigger. I get it, man. I'd be frustrated as a Colts fan too, watching him through the years. Because there's a lot of years where you go, man, if you just been a little bit more active free agency to supplement. But with the Colts, it sometimes feels like in recent history, they haven't even used it to supplement. It's like, no, we just don't want to spend. Thomas says, I understand not going after big free agents, but if you can grab a guy or two to help you better than a 9-win team, then I'm game. Me too, man. Me too. Patience makes sense. But definitely we're going to look for something to happen here down the track. That's for sure. I think by tomorrow you'll get people pretty jumpy if we haven't had anything happen. Nathaniel Parks says avoid Dylan Gabriel absolute system quarterback. Haven't done too much of a deep dive on him, that's for sure. And I could see that being a little bit more of a way of going with him on that. Had a good year, though. He was solid for them. But definitely could be one of those guys that a really good college quarterback, not necessarily a great pro quarterback. Resign Colby Parkinson, Brandon 12s. I got to go for now. Need to help my buddy study for his job interview for programming gig. Catch you later. Sounds good, Resign Colby. You have yourself a good one. You're a good buddy for helping out your buddy on that. What up, Mr. Isaac? Perfumery by Saban. Where did these Colby Parkinson rumors, acid, and a Ouija board rumors come from? Well, there's not a lot of tangibility behind them, but I'm telling you what, we've heard it from some different sources. We had a Ouija board source. We had an acid source. I heard he brought some shrooms in at one point. King says, I know Colby is a hippie-ish kind of guy, but I don't know about a Ouija board. Laugh my ass off. Oh, Young Grenade B, member stream on Thursday? Yes, 100% we'll be doing the member stream back and rolling this week, for sure. I was a little bit not feeling great last Thursday, but this week we'll be on. Ouija boards are evil. I would never recommend messing with an Ouija board. I've heard some literal horror stories from it. Save the Geese, Seahawks Twitter overreacting again. I bet they're probably losing their mind. Save the Geese, yeah. I could see it. We're at 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock. Why don't you just wait till Christmas, Seattle? Why don't you just wait till Christmas? Greg says, B, so far we agree on quarterbacks, except I think Fields would work great in our office. I'd like to see us pick him up, but for the right price. I'm open to it as well. I'm not out on Fields, but it's a right price thing for me, Greg. And when we talk about like 3rd round pick, for instance, not the right price for me. But if you can get a little bit as a depression on that, then I'm with it. Hans says Gus Edwards to the Chargers. Ooh, Harbaugh and Harbaugh violence, man. One brother stealing from another. That ain't right. That ain't right. Oh, yeah, Grenade says, I find it funny how Ouija boards are aged 5 and up, but are used to talk to spirits. Yeah, it's one of those ones that like sort of slipped its way into the board gaming world, didn't it? Just sort of like one of these is not like the other. Hans is Devin Singletary going to the Giants. Running back exchange going on. Exactly. Thomas, honestly, I don't care if they go after free agents, but Seattle needs extra draft picks so they can address these needs. I just hate waiting for Schneider to wake up and make these decisions. It makes you a little nervous, especially when you're a roster of only 44 rostered players right now. You go, where are we getting? What are we getting? How are we getting? Seattle area responses. I need Disley, Big Cat, Queen, and Geno Stone. I use Sports Track estimates, and we can afford them all and have the room to sign our draft picks. You could, man. Yeah. You could afford to pull all those guys in if you wanted to. Whoever says this, I think it's funny that they're not prescribing LSD for depression. I've heard that they are doing that now. It is kind of wild. So Saucy says, do you think we should sign Derrick Henry? No, so Saucy, I wouldn't. He's getting a little at the end of the rope on that one, and we've already got 2 backs in the stable right now. We good. Save the Geese says Geno Stone to the Bengals? Okay. Michael Austin, did you see Colby going to the Rams on a $22 million deal? I thought Sports Track, when they were coming up with the $6.5 million average per year, Michael, was probably operating from a pretty good assumptive point at that point. It was a very specific number. And even they seem to have gone underneath on that. I didn't think he was going to get up this high, but I did think that the $6 million figure was reasonable. And part of why I thought, Michael, I just didn't want to make the signing of Colby. Not that Colby was bad, but just at that price, it was a little bit too much, a little too rich for my blood. So not quite that amount, but yeah, somewhere in the territory. Thomas says, we signed Cliff Averill and Michael Bennett, won a Super Bowl. So sometimes it's got to be aggressive. You do. Remember with those guys, though, of course, they weren't tier 1, though they were tier 1 free agents as far as their talent. You got both of those guys in more of the tier 3 range of things where they had been waiting throughout free agency to get paid. It never happened. And then you were able to pick them up for peanuts a little bit. Versus like going and being super aggro day one and going for it. Seattle area response is, damn it, Geno Stone was the person I wanted us to sign the most. Safety position getting lean, man. You mentioned McKinney, yep. Savage out of the mix too. The one thing with Stone is, to flag Savage point on this, a lot of those interceptions were on overthrows, tip balls. Definitely had some issues as a tackler at times. If you're paying for him, you are paying for a guy with might have a little bit of slight holes in the game in what he does, you know. I don't think we're going to end up with Colby Bryant as our free safety, though, next year. Seattle area responses. They'll get something better than that. I hope to God. Joe Z, thank you for the $5 donation, Joe. Good to see you in the house as well again tonight, Joe. Says, hi, Brandon. Do you think Cousins is better than Geno? I'm not sure. I'm not sure either, to be honest with you. I think Geno's more mobile. Maybe Cousins is a little bit of a better passer, maybe. I think that they're very close in the nature of where they're at as far as what they give you ultimately on the field and their level of play. Very, very close to each other, you know, Joe. Both on that sort of fringe top 10 state in the sport for the position. But I'm not sure. I think the way you put that is right. I'm not sure on that. Very close to each other, Joe. Very close. Even where they're at age-wise, this point in their career, it's kind of very, very similar. Half Daddy, how did we not get Geno Stone for $15 million 2-year deal? The interceptions are great, Half Daddy. They are from Geno Stone. But when you look beyond the Geno Stone's interceptions last year and how he played across the board beyond the interceptions, there just wasn't as much of the value, I think, out there in the NFL circles versus where they'd be in the fan circles, where the interceptions weigh heavy and they go, oh, he's a pure playmaker back there and I even fell into this trap a little bit with Geno early on. But then the more that I went and looked into Geno's actual season last year, the more that you start to uncover there's some warts on it. Yeah, Dwyer, I don't think McDonald valued Geno Stone. Agreed. You said Geno Smith, I think you meant Geno Stone on that one. Kings Al, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson would be a nice pickup. I'd be okay with that at the right price. He's a fun player. He can do a lot of different things. Bro, amen gaming. Man, everyone's having fun while we're just sitting here eating popcorn. Yeah. Everybody else get the excitement. Robbie Calhoun says, do I think McIntosh gets playing time this year? I do, Robbie. I think he'll be pretty firmly cemented in there as your third back in the rotation. And as we saw with both Charbonnet and Walker last year, those guys can get a little bit beaten up maybe at times. So he'll be called upon at some point. I think he does find at least a little bit of a role. Bro, Amen Gaming. Has Hunter signed with anybody yet? Not yet. Not as of yet. Might have to wait with his deal on that a little bit. Get that right. Bloody Grimmore, Russ is already pitching a 10 outside his future offense. Ha ha ha. Just kidding. Love Russ. Hope he does well. Me too, man. I got the death stare from the cat. Is she looking at me like it's time to get some love? Yeah, I bet you are. Oh, yeah, grenade. B, is there any limit to how much cash you can roll over? No, there's no limit to how much cash you can roll over. You do have a floor from a salary cap standpoint that you have to hit and money that you're spending on a yearly basis. But as long as you're hitting the floor, you can roll over how much money that you want into the next year as much as you want. Not restricted in the least on that. Keen's Alice Spoon's monster. Woolen isn't even leaving yet. Jack stepped up. Bart Burns. Yeah, we're pretty good at corner. Sam, do you know what Tyler Lockett's restructure is final? Curious to see his overall contract. I was checking even yesterday, Sam, on Sports Track. I'll take another look here right now, but looking at yesterday's Sports Track still didn't have the numbers updated, which tells me they have not yet received the final numbers there. So they still even today have the cap hit at the same spot. I don't think that we've gotten the final exact numbers of the deal. I've been looking for it, but not yet have I seen it. Yeah, Trey Brown's still here for another year. Osvaldo Torres, Geno Stone, Bengals, 2 years, $15 million. They're going to bring him in. Bengals will active, huh? That's bad. You got Bengals and Packers being more active than us in free agency. Hans, damn, just saw a graph of the spending and free agency wins. Well, the Seahawks are first in the NFL, so I guess we don't spend big. So I guess we don't spend big. We win, I guess. We do, but we still end up spending our money. It's just that we don't tend to do it in the free agency period, which tends to be a smart realm to go at with that. Mr. Jesh, man, why the heck could the Hawks pay Geno Stone that 2-year, $15 million? I know from a fan standpoint, and let's bring it up maybe because there does seem to be so much question from so many on this as to how this could be a possibility that the Hawks weren't in on Geno Stone. As much as I understand that there's a love of Geno Stone out there, guys, we can't argue with the fact that the guy's coach is here, right? So the guy's coach is here. The guy that coached him last year is here. So if Geno Stone was as great as some of you guys are thinking that he is, why would the coach that's here not want him if he's that great? I think in that there's a bit of an answer there to your guys' proverbial question on Geno Stone that's going to come up with this contract signing, as I know that's got a few of you guys with your head twisted a little bit as to how could this be? How could this be? We'll take a look at this, okay? Let's take a look at this. 71 grade, solid. Made his interceptions in coverage, pretty good in coverage in that side of it. But do we see that? Is there a red spot here that you guys notice on the screen? Is there a couple of elements here that aren't necessarily helpful on this? Does he maybe have a little bit of a one-trick pony thing going on with what he brings? Specifically, the run defense graded in at 33.1, which is not just bad, but probably some of the worst graded safety play for run defense in the entire NFL. Also not bringing a lot as a pass rusher. And when we look at him as far as being a quote-unquote lockdown, ball hawk, shutdown, center field free safety, well, he's targeted 39 times and he gives up 25 catches. So maybe even that going narrative that exists out there for a Geno Stone is not quite accurate to the player that you're getting. And if that's the case, why spend the money for that? But I think the bottom line on this is that, I'll trust in Mike Macdonald on players he's coached to determine whether or not these particular guys are worthy of being signed at this given rate. I mean, this is insider knowledge you have with this particular guy on this proverbial free agent. I don't think that Mike is like pounding the table with John Schneider for Geno Stone and John's just like, no, I'm not paying for safeties anymore. I think we can trust, my bottom line, you kind of trust in the evaluation of Mike Macdonald on Geno Stone if he's not being brought in here. Save the Geese says apparently Drew Lock to the Vikings. Ooh. Megan says, Hawks Nest just woke up. I have a few things to do, so we'll have you on in the background and we'll keep an eye on the chat. Sounds good, Megan. Everything's been going good today. Chat's been rolling along well, and I don't think we've had any issues at all. So it's been a good vibe. Half Daddy Josh Jacobs got a 4-year, $48 million deal from Green Bay. That's a lot. The Bloody Grimmore. Drew is a Viking? Sounds like. Michael says the Raiders are going to try to trade for Justin Fields. I could see it. Huey says Parkinson is the NFL psychotropic connect. That's why they need him in LA. Parkinson is where Aaron Rodgers' shaman gets the ayahuasca from. It all comes together, Huey. We need the Always Sunny in Philadelphia backboard with the pins and the threads going from one to the next. And I got a cigarette, looking disheveled, trying to explain it all. The connections go from LA back to Stanford, originating with Stanford and Parkinson there when he went to school. It all began there, man. It all began there. Rayvax says, if Colby gets that much, how much is Fant going to get? You think he'd be well over 10 million at that point, don't you? 12 million sounds about like the right number. Don says, I think we should remember this is a 9-8 team. Think about poor Dave Canales with the Panthers. Mike McDonald, JS just need the right pieces. Good point. Good point. Thank you, Mark, for reminding me of that. Folks, do me a favor if you like what you're listening to today. Just a little thing, big thing in my heart. Hit that like button, sub up if you're not subbed up. Helps the channel out quite a bit. Thomas is with me. He says, I'm not caring about signing Stone. I plan that Seattle will draft a secondary help. Maybe they're going young. Makes a lot of sense to do that. Snail says, Minshew to the Raiders? Ooh. Lord Boom says, Brandon, all of a sudden I feel a little depressed. Nah, I don't feel depressed. They'll make something happen here. Save the Key says, Fields to Seahawks seems like it might happen for the right price. I'd rather John waits until after the draft. I'd be okay with that. Yeah, it makes sense. Connor says, Johnny Schneider needs to let his 2 to 3 mid-morning cocktails hit his liver before he can make sound decisions in free agency. Maybe so, man. The stale rumor was it was the Raiders and the Seahawks calling about Fields. If that's true, the price for Fields may be dropping. Not saying I'm rooting for it, just interesting. No, it is interesting. And at a much lower price, he does become a little more interesting. Yeah, the Raiders paid Wilkins big time, Riverside. Don Gillespie says, I think McIntosh will be a secret ingredient in Grubb's offense. He could find that role. I mean, he's an interesting jack of all trades kind of running back. And one of the only couple guys in last year's draft, the running back position that I felt you could truly align out as a wide receiver and have them run routes like a receiver and they could run it effectively. And he was one of those guys. Nathan Robertson, how you doing, man? What's up? We're having a good day? Don says, wait, people lie on Twitter? Nick Guzman says, afternoon, B. What's up, man? How you doing? So it seems like we will need to do a lot of drafting in UDFA ads. It's definitely where we're angling right now, Nick. It's feeling more and more resetty with the slower that we kind of roll through this afternoon and watch the names and go off the board here a little bit. Osvaldo Torres, who's your top free agent still available? Well, I still think as far as for the Hawks concerned, it still remains Leonard Williams. I know he's our own free agent. He's reached free agency at this point. I think that is your most valuable guy that's sitting out there. We've kind of seen the guard market dry up a little bit. I maybe at center, a guy like Connor Williams would be a guy that would be interesting to them. Clowney and Queen are obviously still on my radar here. But Williams would be the main one there, Osvaldo. And if the Raiders sign Gardner Minshew, that doesn't put him. They could still go out and get Justin. Kinger Gaming says some smaller Twitter accounts saying Seahawks signed Queen and traded for Fields. Yeah, I think they're just trying to get ahead of rumors on that, King. We're having to be careful. There's been some fake reports coming down the line all day long. Mark Coleman says the coach would have the inside scoop on Geno Stone. That's where I'm at with it. There might be more of a time where if you're looking at a player like this and not giving him the proper look-see, but if you got that insider knowledge, it's, he's going to give you the lowdown. And with Geno Stone, you do have a guy that maybe not the most exceptionally talented guy. That's why he was, I think, originally a 7th-round pick. Nick says Tyler Nubin. I'm with it, Nick. You know, he's my favorite safety in the draft. Rivac says, how about bringing back Evan Neal for cheap? Not a crazy playmaker, but great depth. You meant Ryan Neal. I'm okay with it, Rivac. He's not going to cost a lot. It is a little bit of a different scheme you're operating now than the one that you had here with him prior. So he may not be as much a fit for this particular scheme. But I'm not against it. Half Daddy Jarek Reed ain't going to play until week 8? Yeah, probably not. MC Hug says, thank you for the Geno Stone common sense. I feel like everyone's panicking over a mid-safety. Yeah. Like, especially given MC, you know, the recent history we've had with dumping bad money into the safety position. You're putting money in the safety position at this point. Let's be absolutely certain what we're getting for it. You know, less of the, you know, paying the ultimate price for not as good a value on that. I think that's certainly something the Hawks are going to probably be trying to have at the head of their process here, given how much money they have dumped into the position lately. But I think you can make a very strong argument that Julian Love, for instance, is a better player than Geno Stone. No news, no owl on Rashawn Jenkins. He's going to go do his other visits with the other teams. That's the last we heard is he's going to do his little tour. His little tour. Half Daddy, how much would Justin Simmons command? Probably $7-8 million a year, maybe. 3-year deal. I'm going to do that 3-year, $24 million deal. It seems to be the popular one that's being handed out there. Paul Johnson says, totally agree. If Mike and John didn't make a move on Stone, there's a reason. Scouting is done. Yeah. This is one we could feel really good about not making that move where it's like, nope, not worth it. You know, I don't think, I think if Mike McDonald could have gotten a 2-year, $15 million insurance policy that gave him that kind of comfort that we're thinking he would have gotten with Geno Stone, I think they would have made that deal or topped it by a little bit. But I think he probably went, no, John, he was good for us last year. He fit fine. I made the most out of him, but we can get this other places. We're good. Gardner Minshew's a Raider, Jeff. That makes sense. That tracks. J-Walk 26. I'm really hoping that we get Clowney. His stats didn't show it on paper in 2019, but he wrecked plays and made plays for other guys. He did, J-Walk. I look at it the same way in the season he brought for us back in 2019, and he is still a very good player, and I would be all over him. Certainly one of the ones that would be more sought after for me in this free agent period. Half Daddy, how much would you pay Clowney for 1 year? Shoot. I'll give him a 1 year. I'll give him a 1 year 9. 10 maybe even. I'm not against that. I think he gets more than the $5 million off of the season that he just had, though. Card Craze, the Hawks Nest. If Mac Jones went for a 6th round pick, wouldn't Fields be worth about the same? It's awfully tempting. If you're at that place, I ain't against the Card Craze. You're not going to get a better player than Justin Fields in the 5th or 6th round. So if you want to give up one of those picks in that spot, then I'm okay with it. And we've got to get a backup quarterback moving into next year. I know many people are at the forefront of wanting to get that backup quarterback and have that be also the QB of the future. But I've long thought that that's not the way that this is going to align out, where the things just don't, the stage is just not set for you to be able to go get the QB of the future in this particular draft. And so if that's the case, you got to get a backup from somewhere. You'd love a viable backup behind Geno, not just a guy that's just a clipboard holder that you can't trust to throw a pass. So it could make some sense at that point, and that's not a big cost. I'm okay throwing that price out there at that point. Palestine Hawks Nest. Do we keep Locke, or is he really confirmed to the Vikings? Hope you and Pumpkin are enjoying the morning. Yeah, we're having a great morning here. She's sleepy, probably a little bit wanting me to be more of hanging out with her, but she's chilling. She's chilling out. We've got Drew Lock. They've not put anything down on my side here yet, but it does sound like Drew Lock is pretty well good to go to the Vikings, Palestine. Yep. Jay Walk says Quandre Diggs isn't for sure off the table yet, too, with Seattle. May take a pay cut after the down season last year. It's possible. I was kind of wondering what his market was going to be out there. Gonzalez says I'm more interested in Simmons than anyone else at this point for any safeties. Makes sense. He's a good player. Long live the king. Thank you for the $2 donation. He says, any of the lock truther 12s get traded too? We do have some lock truther 12s out there, King. Yeah. And there's a plan. He's going to be the starter eventually this offseason. They'll cut Geno, and then they're going to transition to Drew. Now the Geno costs as much as he costs. It's happening. I'm just telling you it's happening. It's going to occur. That's what King's referring. We got a few people that came in the chat that we're pushing really hard with that on Lock. Like, it's Geno's getting cut. Lock will get brought in at the low end contract. It's going that way. Just prepare yourself. Like, no, I didn't. Mick says, if we trade for Fields, do you think there would be any chance that he starts? I think that he's going to get a true opportunity if you trade for him to be in a competition with Geno Smith, and that they're going to say, let the competition ride. Let the best man win. Unfortunately for Fields, Geno Smith is a far more advanced level of player for the position than Justin is. And that's going to be where he just can't win that unless he goes out and has the offseason of his life. Fields is not going to be able to overcome that. But he'll get a chance at least. He would get a shot. Tommy says, so if Locke is gone, don't you think we will likely draft a young quarterback? Don't see anyone on the streets worth paying to back up Geno. It's possible. I think we're trying to go cheaper at the position. The hard part with getting the young quarterback is where you're going to go get him at. At what spot? At what range? Of what talented player? Of what talented player that you can rely upon to then be your backup moving into next year. You get a guy like a Jordan Travis in the 4th round out of Florida State. Maybe he's a guy that slides in and makes it really easy peasy. But there's not a lot of those kind of guys in this draft necessarily. You can go and get a guy like be it a Michael Pratt or be it a Devin Leary, but those aren't guys that you're going to really want to trust as the backup quarterback to where if they come in, they play, you're going to feel very good about what they're bringing at that point. But I think if things set up in the way, Tommy, where there's a slide or a dip in this draft and it works out right, they'll jump at that point. I don't think they're setting out to do it though. Half Daddy, Green Bay is going to be tough out this year. They are. That should certainly be the team that, even though I know everyone's looking at the Lions going, Lions will be ready to roll this year. I might say that I'll probably have the Green Bay Packers as winning that division or as the division favorite. Silas McDonald says, do we know what the details are with Brian Burns in New York? Haven't heard any deal on that. It sounds like there's mutual interest in the Giants and the Panthers getting a trade done for Brian Burns. The Carolina Panthers have agreed, according to the user handle Sperm Center on Twitter, the Carolina Panthers have agreed to trade, which would have Brian Burns being sent to the New York Giants for the pick 39 and 140 in the 2024 draft. So a day 2 pick. They're not even getting a first rounder, it sounds like, for Burns. Sounds like a second rounder plus. We don't know the contract extension, though, quite yet, Silas. John says, Quandre played loose with Love in the back end with him. They were pretty good tandem at times, yeah. I could see him maybe bringing him back on a low-end deal. It wouldn't completely shock me. Your boy Michael says Leonard Floyd to the 49ers. Wow. It seemed like they were looking to make a bit of a bigger splash. Maybe that's their consolation prize for not landing Brian Burns. I know they had him targeted for quite a while. Ricardo, Raiders are making some smart moves. I like what they've done. Agreed. And Floyd's he's okay. But I don't know. I don't think that's the equivalent counterbalance to Bosa that they were looking to attack. Silas says, what's with the former Hawks going to rivals? KJ Wright, Colby Parkinson, Sherm, Bobby, etc. Well, it's a typical thing that you see in divisions across football, Silas, where you have players that are, when you're playing a certain team twice a year, you're getting a very close view of a certain type of player on that team that you could kind of fall in love with. Go look at Silas, for instance, Washington and some of the moves that they've made today. They go hey, we're playing this Dorrance Armstrong with the Cowboys twice a year, and he's a pretty good player. We like him. Hey, we're going to go sign that guy. We like that guy. Hey, we're playing this Tyler Biotish at the center position. We like that guy. We're going to go spend money and pull him away from our rival. So that's just a little bit of the normal business you see in the NFL between NFL teams and interdivisional teams. Just, they're very familiar with these players, having played them so much. And so it causes them to, I think, just kind of hold some of the rivals players a little bit higher light than your average other team would across the NFL. Palestine says, Hawks Nest, have you practiced your Cat Williams? We want to hear it again. Let's hear him beg Bobby to come back another year. Bobby, please come back another year. I can't do it yet. No, it's not good. I'm 4 hours in the stream today too, and that's coming off last night, which was a 5-hour stream. So the voice is definitely tight, but I'm working on it. I promise you, Palestine, and we'll get Cat nailed. I gotta get Cat going. You gotta get it over time to the time. But I can't. It's not quite there yet. It's still a work in the progress. Bobby, please come back. Come back and be the middle linebacker in the side. See, it's too much of a preacher sound. Not getting enough to where he's at with it, with his cadence. Snail says if Fields beats out Geno, Caleb is doomed. Deadly, honestly, there should be lots of veteran quarterbacks out there. We could sign for backup with all the quarterbacks in the draft. Yeah, we can find some options. We're not stuck there, pushed into a corner. Han says, laughing out loud, the Russ, Pete, Lock lovers were having a rough offseason. Yeah, it's not been a good run for those guys. They've been fighting through a little bit with it on that one. Yeah, Snail, it would not reflect well in the Bears situation if Fields came in here and beat out Geno. It's like, that thing is broken out there in Chicago. Richards is Sam Hartman, quarterback out of Notre Dame. His tape is rough, and boy, he did not have a good Senior Bowl, and I don't know with him. And he's old. So old. Joe, thank you for the $5 donation and the double donation, Joe. I really appreciate you for that. He says, B, would you trade Geno for Fields and swapping first-round picks? We move up to 11 and then maybe get more picks if we wanted to. So we give them Geno, we get Fields back, and then we swap our first-round pick for their, I think they have 9, Joe. So I think they're at 1 and 9 is their current pick. So we would be at 9 and getting Fields back. I don't know on that. You're eating a lot of dead money on the Geno deal, Joe, to bring that in at that point. Because Geno just had his contract, the base converted to bonus, so the dead money would be so substantial that you'd have to move off of from Geno to do that. And you are back in that territory of just having the 1 year of club control on Justin Fields and basically hoping that he can then be the guy to carry you into next season, which I wouldn't want to take that risk. I don't think that I would want to do it, Joe. It's interesting. It's got me a little bit like, well, maybe that would be, you're going to move up from 16 to 9, but there's some other problems on that one. I couldn't quite go that route with it. I don't think Chicago would be interested at all in bringing in Geno. at this point. He says, yeah, problem with all those rent-a quarterbacks is they want $7 million a year. You definitely have to go for one of the low-end ones that's going to be like, hey, I'll take the vet minimum. But I'd be okay with that for a 1-year basis if that's what they had to do. Thomas, I'm sorry. I believe Seattle plans on getting a quarterback sooner in the draft, early. We keep saying it'll be in the 3rd round or later, but how do we know? It's a hunch, but John is setting something up. It's a possibility, Thomas, and if it happens, I'm not going to be mad about it happening. Part of this is just trying to make the prediction and what you're feeling from the lay of the land, Thomas, and like you're feeling something. What I'm feeling right now is that there's going to be a lot of quarterbacks taken ahead of us at 16. And then once you get past 16 onwards, there's not a lot of good, talented quarterbacks between that period and the end of the 3rd round where we're selecting. And so I think that it's just what it might come down to for John a bit is that he has the impetus to want to do it. He's the motivation to want to go get those quarterbacks and pick one in a spot. But does he want to so hard at that point that he wants to stretch outside of the value territory because it's so important to get one? And that's the one where I haven't seen enough from John to believe that he's driven to go in that way with it. And I think that that's the way he's going to have to be driven to go if he wants to go get a QB in this draft. But it's all a prediction, of course, too. Lethal Lance says that source seems hard to swallow. The Sperm Center? The Sperm Center account? People do get creative with their usernames. Strangely so sometimes. Jay Walk says Chase Young's still on the market, I think. I wonder where he lands and for how much after the bad play in San Francisco after the trade. Well, not just in the bad play in San Francisco after the trade, but also I think a little bit of the reputation out of Washington, where he's a guy that's known for taking plays off. And when you're taking plays off and you're not known for not necessarily being as committed to play the run as much as you're just kind of looking to rush the passer and get your sacks, maybe not as assignment correct as you need to be at all times, willing to do as much dirty work because you're just looking to get your sacks. And that's a bit the reputation. I don't know if it's fair or not on Chase Young or not, but that's the reputation there. It's going to be hard to get paid for him. Still a very talented kid. Still very physically, the potential's all still there with him a little bit, but hunger, drive, advancement and progression in who he is as a player from what he was walking in this league. Maybe some of the question marks that are there with him still. Don says trade a mid-late round draft to the Chargers for Joey Bosa. I probably wouldn't because I just don't trust Bosa's health at this point. He's a lot in a different place than where Nick is at as far as his health situation goes. And I just don't. I think with Bosa that it's not going to get better going into the future. You might get 7 really good games that he plays for a year, but that's not going to be worthwhile to me. Silas says, I was in Brendan's stream and he was very adamant against Justin Fields and thinks he's worse than Daniel Jones. What's your thoughts? I don't see the risk in trying him out a year if he can beat Geno. Well, I do think that for me, it's the draft capital cost, Silas. 3rd, even a 4th round pick for Justin. I'm a little bit hesitant on that because of being kind of a 1-year thing that you're bringing him in for. I'm not a fan of that. But if you're able to get him at a low cost to bring him in, I'm with you. I don't see it as being a bad deal. Justin Fields has been placed into a position, in my opinion, with the Bears that has made it pretty hard to make a real full evaluation of him as a player. The Bears did what a lot of teams do, which is let's just go get the quarterback. That'll fix everything. It didn't fix everything. There was still very much that was broken around Fields for a lot of his time there. And from coaching staff to the talent of the players, skill position players, offensive line, I think it makes it a little bit harder to make that determination versus Daniel Jones. So I don't know where I stand with Justin Fields as far as making a final evaluation of him. I don't hold him in high regard to where I'd give up high draft capital for him. But I also still think that, probably to what you're inferring here, Silas, that there is still potential there, that there is maybe still something untapped that hasn't been realized, and it's not always just be Fields' fault on this, but the circumstance and situation he got presented into. So I do think he's better than Daniel Jones, but I, again, can understand Brendan saying that because it's not an easy thing to say that for sure that he's better because he hasn't exactly fully shown it yet. Save the Geese says it's still afternoon in Seattle. John probably working the phones with agents. Wouldn't shock me if they signed someone tonight. Hopefully a Williams extension. Well, the good news is at least Leonard, to your point, hasn't been signed by anybody else yet. Or we're not hearing these in active negotiations with anybody else yet. So, sounds good, Megan? Silas says that's not a realistic trade. Why would they do that if they're drafting Caleb? I can't see it being realistic either. I guess the only thing you could say with it is maybe they'd want to try to sit Caleb for a year, and that thinking that he needs to sit for a year, which I don't think he does necessarily, but maybe that would be the Bears' outlook on it. Tommy says, I used to live in North Carolina. Hartman showed some real talent at Wake, but it wasn't against good competition. Once he went to the big leagues, he was exposed. Yeah, it's hard in this day and age when you have a quarterback that doesn't have a lot of arm strength, doesn't have a lot of accuracy, doesn't have much mobility, and he's 26 years old. You just kind of go, well, yeah, he's a name, but you go, it's kind of in that role where it's at, can't really get around what it is there. Half Daddy says it really grinds my gears that San Francisco and LA got boatloads of compensatory picks every season and Seattle gets nada. We haven't been playing the game well, Half Daddy. We did for a few years there with John Schneider, but then he stopped playing the game well. I think it's part of that urgency of trying to go for it now and trying to sort of, grind out while you have a coach in Carroll who's, trying to get out there and get back to winning quicker. And it hasn't put him as much in a patient state. And they've been sometimes a little odd in free agency where the door's open there for them to play the compensatory game and they make some weird signings that offset what they've lost and then they lose the whole compensatory angle. It's been a very, very strange way that they go about that at times. We'll see if they play it differently this year, Half Daddy. But San Francisco and LA are doing it right, man. Half Daddy says those comp picks the NFC West opponents have been receiving over the past few years have saved their asses. Have they ever? Yeah. San Francisco has definitely been aided by that. And yeah, Brock Purdy was a compensatory pick, Half Daddy. I forget who it was that was signed on that one, but that was a compensatory one. Hans says, hell no, we trade Geno, the cheapest quarterback in the top 10 without a rookie quarter contract. He earns, hell no, we trade Geno, the cheapest quarterback in the top 10 without a rookie contract. He earns half of Kirk with the same play or better. Yeah, I agree. I don't think that trade likely to happen. There, guys just asking me if I do, which I no. King, there's also a reason why Colby was basically the first tight end off the market, because even being a mushroom lover, he's a damn good player when given the opportunity. It's definitely something that people have hammered me on, for my opinion on this one, King. But I just, especially looking through the lens of $8 million, there's a team that's willing to spend it, but I don't know that necessarily Parkinson is an $8 million player a year. I don't think he's a bad player, but I don't know if he had done enough in his career to earn up the way of getting to quite that mark of pay. Thomas, but honestly, I don't think Seattle will want to sit pat at 16. I feel Seattle will trade up. I know it's a calculation, but why speak to Daniels, May, and other quarterbacks? It's strange to me. Well, I mean, they sat down and talked with Richardson. They sat down and talked with C.J. Stroud last year, You can make the argument they could have moved up at that time in the trade and get a quarterback then, Thomas. They didn't do it, but they still met with those guys. I don't know if meeting with them means exactly that it's an indicator of that there is going to be strong interest there to the point that they move up. And it does get hard making the prediction that the Seahawks are going to trade up in a draft, being that John Schneider in 14 years has never moved up one single spot, not even a space in a draft. And he's walking into this particular draft down a second-round pick. The thing that we know about John is that he more values having the more picks than the less. He says, God bless you, B. You're so nice. That trade Geno to the Bears and swap picks is the dumbest and most likely thing ever for the Bears' perspective. But hey, I've had plenty of deals myself, so I know. Well, I was just asked about it. So I wasn't saying I wanted to do it, or somebody was proverbial putting, if this happens, would this be something you'd do with that? And it's more of just with that as anything else. I wasn't, sometimes people are just asking me questions, I'm responding to questions. They're not me coming up with my brilliant ideas on what I'd want to do with that, you know. I'm not calling for trade engine or anything else. So, hey, you guys sometimes put me in the teeth, and then people think I'm owning it like that's what I want to do. It's like, I was just answering the question. What's up, Taste Buds? Ricardo says, I'd rather pay Fant than overpay for Parkinson. Yeah. Both of them, to me, it's a little bit. I think both end up earning more than I'd be probably comfortable wanting to pay. We'll see. King says, of those expecting him to get paid less than $5 million, I thought he was getting paid similar to Disley, which was $8 million a year. To Brandon. Yeah, it made sense that he was going to be worth being given that amount. And because there are teams willing to pay, to me, doesn't mean necessarily that's what we should pay. And we'll see how this works out with the Rams when it's all said and done. But boy, when I reviewed myself, just in reviewing Parkinson for this free agency period, going back, watching the tape on him and what he did out there, I feel like there's a little bit of a difference in what I saw from Colby Parkinson versus some of what I hear about from some fans and their outlook of Colby Parkinson in his time here. I just don't think that I saw the same thing some of you guys saw in his level of play on the football field. Don't think he was a bad player, but I don't think he was at $7.5 million per on a 3-year deal good either. The going rate is the going rate, but what Cody Barton got paid $5 million a year last year. You know. Tommy says, if it's going to cost a third or a fourth for Fields, just draft Jordan Travis and have an unknown ceiling and don't have to pay him for 4 years. That's my preference as well there, Tommy. Osvaldo says, I trust the front office, but every team in the NFC West has already made a move except for us. It's been a bit of a rough day, man. We haven't quite gotten it going yet, that's for sure. Maybe once we start getting it heated up, we'll heat it up hot. Save the Geese, why would the Giants trade for Burns? Panthers beat reporter confirming the deal is almost done, barring any significant changes. Well, I think neither Kayvon Thibodeau or Ojulari have kind of taken that firm step forward for the Giants and making them feel like their edge is solidified. I don't know if I would say Thibodeau's been in kind of a bust situation, but I think he's been underwhelming for them. I think with Ojulari, he's had some injury issues. So it's probably them getting some legitimate reinforcement in the ranks of their edge group to make sure that they're in a good place. Thomas Cox says Patrick Queen's gone. He went to Houston. Did he go to Houston? Nothing being here pushed yet, but we'll see. Jaywalk, Ray John Jenkins tour in VMAC right now. He's leaving without a deal, though. Looked like because he's off to San Francisco based off his story on Instagram. He posted a video touring the facility 20 minutes ago. Makes sense. Sounds like he was going to go through and do a few team visits on the stuff, and I never thought Seattle was looking to give him a lot of money. Kelly says, I did confirm Tyler Lockett's following Justin Fields, and Justin is following DK and JSN. Ooh, look out, Kelly. It's percolating. It's bubbling. Justin Jones to the Cardinals. Milton in the third is too high for me, King. The tape, you're drafting for that physical potential and not what the tape's showing you on that one, which may happen. It may happen, but the tape's got a lot of rough edges to it. Tom Eden says, don't you kind of have to have God teams for comp picks too? I mean, that tends to be, I think, the most common way to go down that route, but I think there's other ways to do it too. But that does tend to be probably a commonality to teams that are able to play the compensatory system. Thomas says, I hate the fact that Seattle lets teams outbid for players. I'm frustrated right now. Understand, man. I get it. All that money they freed up here, I think we're expecting at least some signing to come down today. And you're seeing a lot of action happen across the board with other teams, including in our own division. I do get the frustration. Well, yeah, Grenade, don't the Whiners and Lambs get comp picks because half their staff is taken almost every time? That's another part of it. Yep. Don says, does signing Williams to an extension save us cap space as opposed to signing after Wednesday? No, Don. Nope. Same as it would be otherwise. He says you have to have players other teams want in order to get compensatory ticks, and that requires drafting well, which the Seahawks haven't done. Bobby Beathard is the one who got the Purdy pick from. Oh, there we go. Oh, the quarterback. That's right. That's right. Card Craze, TheSeahawksNest. What do you think of JS trading out down in the first round to get more picks, specifically a second round pick? It's a preference as a number 2 priority option. So what I mean by that, Card Crazed, is that my priority 1 option as I'm sitting at 16 is if one of my 10 or 11 blue chip prospects in this draft happen to fall to me at 16, I just jump on the blue chip player. If those blue chip guys are off the board, the second priority move for me would be then to move back in the draft with really the onus upon it being Card Crazed, as you mentioned, trying to go back and get that extra second round pick back. So drop 16 to 26. Maybe you have to kick in a fifth round pick as a kind of a kicker pick to offset everything, but then get yourself a mid to late second round pick in addition back by making that trade. That is my second ideal versus the first ideal, which is the blue chip route. I like that. There's a chance one of these blue chip guys might dip down to us. Thomas says, Brando, that completely different when one, we don't know if it's Pete who wanted to stand pat or John plus Seattle was at 5, not 16. But there was a rumor that Richardson and Levis would be at 5. Yeah, it was just as a matter of Thomas. They met with just to back it up again, you were talking about why would they, the whole point of that was the question of why would they meet with these players and then not be willing to move up. And my whole point to you was just giving you an example of here's 2 players that you met with all the quarterbacks in last year's draft, including Levis, who you passed on twice, but you met with all the guys. And so that in itself doesn't necessarily indicate that there's some overbearing amount of interest to want to have you move up. That was my only point on it, is that one thing does not equate to the other on that they will just meet with guys to meet with guys as part of their process with these quarterbacks. The other thing is that there's nothing that holds John back, and maybe it was all of Pete through these years, Thomas, holding him back from moving up in the draft. But it's such a specific thing for me with Pete that through all of these years, he was the only inhibiting factor to John never trading back in the draft. And when I talk about trading up in the first round in a draft, and when, again, I'm talking about him trading up in the first round, it's not merely that John just hasn't made some big swing to move up in a first round. He's not even been willing to move up one single pick in the first round. There's been a high onus on this, it would seem, a drive by John to be more of a valuing the quantity of picks more of than having a pure quality of picks as the inverse. Now, it's an educated guess on this, Thomas, and he could change his ways this year, but I think it's a pretty strong educated guess on the back of 14 years of history. And it's a possibility they can move up. I'm not saying there isn't a way they don't do it, but until they do it or show the indication they're going to do it, I'm going to keep betting on the fact that they don't do it. Especially when it's this long that they haven't. And it's it's telling to me when it's not even a matter of just moving up 10 spots, Thomas. Not a matter of you've never given up that 3 first-round picks to go up from 10 to 1 or 2 or 3 or something, but not even to move up one single pick. Not to go from, hey, we got a guy here at 25. We want to leapfrog this team at 24, so let's jump to 23. Not even that move in the first round having been made. And it's pretty stark for so many of the other teams. I don't know if in that 14, I would reckon to guess that over that 14-year period, that just about every single team in the NFL over that period has moved up in the first round at some given point. King says Sam Hartman is the Charlie Whitehurst of this draft. Yes, that is correct. That is correct. King says, I'll tell you this, Daniel Jones does have him Fields beat in the neck area. He's got him beat in the neck area and the eyes. Nobody has open blinkers here like Daniel Jones. Here's Daniel Jones pre-snap. That's Daniel Jones pre-snap looking at the defense, surveying the land. A lot of heavy eyebrow movement, real wide open eyes. I just messed my contacts up. I can't hold my face like that. AI says we never do anything in the first. It's always underwhelming. It does tend to be a bit like that, yeah. Sean Jellian says Geno Stone gone, get Diggs back or Simmons. Certainly a possibility on both, Sean. I think there's a chance too that they may just shift to where Julian Love becomes your free safety and then they go find a strong safety. I mean, if we're looking at Rayshon Jenkins, that would seem to be an indication of that being a little bit more of where they're driving towards rather than looking for the free safety at this point. Is Julian goes to the free and then you're looking for a strong. Huey says for where he was drafted, Thibodeau's a bust so far. Definitely not bringing the goods, that's for sure, Huey. And I've seen a lot of stories out of the New York where fans haven't been very happy with what they've seen from him so far. He's had a flash or two, it sounds like, but nowhere near consistency of play. Mick says there are always a few people that drop in free agency. I would venture to say that we are waiting so that we don't have to overpay for like some of the other teams are right now. And that's been a little bit more of our history. Thomas says, yeah, it could not happen when trading up, but how long is Seattle going to sit and wait? Sometimes being aggressive is better than sitting and drafting BPA for need. Well, a part of this too, Thomas, comes down to my belief on this, that John Schneider is informed by his background with Green Bay as well, heavily on this scenario. And that's where some of this is coming from too as well. And with the Green Bay Packers, they did move up in a first round for Julian Love, but for instance, they moved back from a 27 to a 23 to do it, right? Like they didn't make some big major move up in the first round to do it. With Aaron Rodgers, they let Aaron Rodgers come to them in the first round and land in them at the 21st pick in the first round. With Brett Favre, you made a second round trade of him back in the day. With John Schneider's own background and having made more of the middle tier signing with a guy like Matt Flynn, or the selecting of a Russell Wilson into the third round. I think that there's a place here where John's not necessarily just looking at it through the emblem of, I've got to go get my first round quarterback guy. I got to go up in a first round to go get that. I think that there's a lot of indication in the past history there that he's willing to be flexible and creative with his approach to the quarterback position. Whereas I think we oftentimes as fans sometimes get caught up in, well, it's about going and drafting that guy high, going to get that high guy quarterback in the draft, you go get pick high. And I think that he has a little bit of a different ideology on this. Again, based on not just the 14 years of history, Thomas, but being informed by Ron Wolf, his predecessor there at Green Bay, and their modus operandi for business and how they approach drafts. It's a possibility. I'm not saying it's not a possibility, but I think it's a very low possibility that the Seattle Seahawks trade up in a draft for a quarterback with their next quarterback. I think the only way that happens, Thomas, is if you're much further downstream in your team building concept. You've got a year or two of Mike McDonald being in place. Everything else is set. The stage is essentially set for that quarterback at that point purely. That's about the only way I could see us stepping outside of this box. And right now, given the state of how lean the roster is, given the state of the offensive line in the place that at right now, I don't think they're in that go for time to make that kind of trade right now at the moment. Sanj says, so it's the Seahawks and Cowboys are the only teams not to make a move. Our team has no players on it. It's free agent. I have no players on it. Is the free agent field deep enough? It's not a tremendously deep class of free agents, Sean. And on day one, you're going to tend to overpay. So Seattle's probably trying to avoid that with it. Well, hand grenade, Disley to the Chargers. We got Disley to the Chargers. Okay. 3 years, $14 million. Why do we not bring him back? Um, well, it when you tend to cut a player, there tends to be a little bit of, I don't want to say it's like bad blood, but you do get a little bit of a player having maybe a little bit of an axe to grind with the team when they let him out of a deal like that, especially if the player's been a good soldier and a good player for you and he's done his part. So it's not often that you would see a Disney like this have this deal 3 year, $14 million, where Seattle couldn't even come in to match that deal. Where Disney's like, no, you said you were done with me, so I'm moving on. That's a good deal for Disley. Good deal for him. He was one of the guys that we cut that I would have liked to have kept. In retrospect, I still kind of do feel that way. If the Geese says Seahawks have to bring back Fant. Maybe a possibility here. Seahawks Gaming Chargers are not going to draft Brock Bowers at 5. He's probably not going in the top 10. That's one of my guys, along with Dallas Turner, of those guys that are, Dallas is very close to blue chip. Brock is a blue chip who might be dipping and falling to your Seahawks in the way this might play out. But I agree with you. This does make it a lot less likely with Disley going to the Chargers that they do target Brock Bowers at this point. Louvu to the Commanders. Frankie Louvu to the Commanders. So another linebacker off the board as well. Interesting. Very, very interesting. People Seahawks, we're hearing rumors of Drew Lock going to the Vikings. I haven't heard full-on confirmation of Drew Lock going to the Vikings. King says, every time you say King, I think you're talking to me. We got a King Zhao, King Bomber. I'll go Zhao Bomber. That'll make it easier. We'll go Badar. Are you awake? Are you finally awake? She's got some licking to do. Thomas Cox says, what is Seattle plan? I don't get it. What are they trying to do? I think that they're going to, part of what I thought was going to be a potential strategy that they enter into this free agency period, Thomas, is going back to a territory that they've been before that's not going to be tremendously popular for Hawk fans, but one that I do think makes some sense. And it's going to more of the 1 and the 2 year contracts you're looking to give out. You end up signing a lot more players. You don't have as much of the sizzle and sparks that you'd get from some of the signings you could make on day one. But the theory is that you go out there, you get the 1 and the 2 year deals, partly to start to assemble this team and put it together as you're in the beginning phase of it, but also then partly, I think, Thomas, to set more of the stage for 2025. The thing to consider that's got to be a big point that I know is not a fun part of this process to consider as we walk into the day with $50 million, but it is a part that hangs and looms over the top of this day nonetheless, so you have to keep it into consideration. And that is the 2025 salary cap situation. With these cuts this past week, you were able to take your situation from having the 28th most amount of cap space in 2025 just down to 24. You're still in the bottom third as far as your cap space situation goes for 2025. This is a very, very important part of this process. So if you go out there and give out a bunch of contracts this year, you go out and give out a bunch of 3 and 4 year deals, you take yourself for a 2025 cap situation to 27th, 28th, 29th, 30th, and you could find yourself then going through a transitional year this year with that talent you added, getting into next year, and now you're being like, okay, well, we're about ready to go now. Now we've got the roster set, now that everybody's acclimated to the new schemes on both sides of the ball, but then you don't have the money. So I think that there's a little bit of on Schneider's part on this, looking out ahead down the line on the road on this and going, we got to get ahead of that part a little bit right now. The $50 million is all well and good right now, but maybe I want to keep a big chunk of this money sitting on right now this year to roll over to next year. Maybe I want to go 1 or 2 year contracts to give myself maximum flexibility for next year. I think that's a way that this could be going, and I know it's not going to be a popular one, but I do understand it from Schneider's perspective on this, given the timing of where this ball club is at. For sure. A little more. Be right back. 1 sec. Seahawks Gaming says Brock Bowers seems like a luxury pick. We have too many holes. 80% we trade down. Possible. Definitely possible. He might be the one guy, though, that if John Schneider holds him in as high regard as I do, he might look at him as a difference-making tight end, that not just your typical really good rated tight end coming out this year, but actually a little bit extra. We'll see. House says we are cleaning out all of Pete's guys, bringing in fresh, young, hungry talent, and I love it. Understandable. I look at it the same way, man. I like the moves too. Turn it over fresh. Renew. Frankie Louvu for $36 million. Nice little paycheck for him. Ricardo says, laughing out loud, he does have the creepy eyes. He does, man. It's let me see if I can find it. Hold on, I'll show you guys. I can find the dang thing. I'll probably get dinged if I put it out here, but I'm looking for the GIF. Hold on. Okay, here we go. These, if you guys didn't know what I was talking about, these are the creepy eyes I'm talking about. Look at his eyes. Look at those eyes there pre-snap. What is going on there, buddy? What is going on in that head right now? I feel like he needs to be making that noise. Freaky ass eyes, man. King Bomber Thibodeau had some double-digit sacks last year. I think he did get some sacks. I do think, though, that the just the thinking on him is, leaves a lot to be desired, so to speak, on the play. So we've got. Why is that doing that? There we go. So 58 rating by PFF. You're right, he did get to 13 sacks last year. Only 25 tackles. Man, it's not a bad year there. Probably more of a move, this signing off the edge for them, for Ojulari and his lack of coming forward than anything else. Or the injury worries that they might have with Ojulari going forward. Thomas says, it's just fishy to me. Maybe Seattle trades back like they normally do, but $50 million and having more info on a quarterback than most teams when it comes to Daniel, Penix, and McCarthy. We'll see. It's possible. And again, I don't say there's no possibility. There definitely is a possibility of it, Thomas, but I'll always be a little reticent until we finally see him actually do it. Because there's a part of me, I guess what I'm trying to say at this, Thomas, is there a part of me that feels like almost John's got a militant ideal look with the first round and trading up, and that he just says it's not worth it. The squeeze ain't worth the juice for me to do that. Not that I agree on that, or that that'd be my approach to it either, or that I wouldn't be willing to move up for the particular right kind of quarterback. Certainly I would, but I have a little bit of like just some suspicions that maybe that's in John's kind of heart on this one a little bit. But then again, he did scout out Mahomes and Josh Allen, so. And Zal Gonzalez is a really good player. I think he was step for step there with Witherspoon. It was really just a pick your kind of poison guy. You know, do you want the guy that's the man coverage corner that tackles like a demon, or do you want the guy who maybe has a little bit better ball skills but is an off coverage zone corner? Sort of like which one you want for what scheme you're running and how you're running it. But there, he was a good player. I agree with you. I think he was a good player too. Tycoon, I think Seattle is gearing up for 2 or 3 major signings, and that's why it's been so quiet. Wouldn't be surprised to see us get an elite center and an edge guy. I wouldn't either, man. Those are 2 positions that I highly would expect them to attack here at some point. And edge, as we were coming into free agency, Tycoon, that was the one that we were reportedly really looking to go after. Kuthwick says Thibodeau had 50 tackles, 11.5 sacks. Okay, that's not a bad year for him. again, too, I hadn't done the deep dive on him, just some of the things I'd heard from Giants fans reading online about their outlook on him, listening to some of them when I was doing some behind enemy lines, listening to some of them when we were trying to find somebody for a show prep on that. And a couple of them were talking pretty derogatorily about him. AJ Epinesa back to the Bills. Anthony Walker to the Dolphins. Thomas says that's a problem when Seattle is, 2 years? That a problem when Seattle is 2 years to be a contender? With Geno still a Hawk, Seattle will settle in at least 8 games. They have great knowledge on 3 of these quarterbacks. They do. And if they jump, I'll understand it. I'll be okay with it. I will, man, for sure. But I think in the McCarthy's case at this point, Thomas, he's looking at being taken ahead. Do they want to put multiple first-round picks for J.J. McCarthy? Boy, that's a tough one for me to see him doing that. Same thing with Penix. It's possible, but it's just hard for me to see on it. I mean, it could be as much too, Thomas, for instance. He loves Quinn Ewers. Maybe he's looking to go and get Quinn Ewers next year. He likes him. Maybe a lot of these other quarterbacks in this draft. He just goes, I'll just wait out the year on that. I'll roll with Geno for one more year, and then I'll go hard in on Quinn Ewers next year once I have the offensive line better built and McDonald's scheme's been put in on both sides of the ball. There's a chance this year, even with Geno playing decently at the position, that you have struggles in acclimating on both sides of the ball and you don't end up with the best of years. Especially considering right now with some of the depth issues we might be running into with just 44 rostered players as it stands, and certainly as young as the roster is. I think there is more boom or bust still potential to the roster than we might have typically have had with a Coach Carroll, especially going into next season. Deadly says we were very thin at tight end right now, and we didn't even get a tight end with the huge tight end draft last year. No, we did not. And yes, we are. We're not just thin, we're empty. We are empty at the tight end position. Swedish Shinobi says, I need a statue of Pumpkin doing the belly lick. She does a pretty epic belly lick. She gets in there. Bombers out on Queen. Well, it sounds like Houston's circling around. Kelvin says the cat looked at the camera like she was going to say something when we walked away. Is Darius Smith staying with Cleveland? That's a good signing for Cleveland. He was a nice fit there with Myles Garrett as a tandem. Linebacker position's getting thin, Half Daddy. It's getting a little thin. Yeah, Michael Hyde. I don't think we have a tight end under contract right now. Liam, I think I'm seeing a plan. Don't go big in free agency. Roll some cap to next year. Get some comp picks. This isn't the year, and I'm content with that. 2025 will be an exciting offseason. They took this approach, Liam. I'm completely okay with it. Going big for next year, at that point, you can go very majorly big. We got San Francisco at that point with the window firmly starting to come to very close to being a point of shut. We'll see where the Rams are, especially with Stafford and where he will be at in his career as far as him getting older. So it's not the worst of routes to go. I agree with you, Liam. I'd support it. I'd be okay with it. I know some fans might get a little bit frustrated with it because it's not as much of them really damming the torpedoes for next season and going all in that route of it, but the patient approach makes sense at this time. It does. Mark Harpercorn, thank you for reminding me of that. Please do, folks, if you could for me, hit that like button. It does help out this channel grow, and it does help this get shown to other Hawk fans looking for Seahawk content online when you do it, and I'd appreciate it. The ZXQ, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that. It's great to see you in the house, bro. Says, remember, call me Z. See, I always go ZXQ. I can't help myself, Z. It's just, once I get in the habit of doing something, you know what I mean? It's like, it says, Z says, we signed Cliff Averill and Michael Bennett in the second phase of free agency. How big was that? Best moves of the 2023 season. They were, I mean, that was the move that took your defense to another level, bringing those two guys in to add on top of what you already had. I might even offer Z that it might have been even considered kind of into the wave 3, that you had gone through tier 1 through tier, they were into the third phase of free agency at that point. It was also an odd year that's going to be very hard for the Seahawks to replicate in the future, because that was when you had the CBA negotiations going on, and there was a lot of thought process that there might be a strike. And with that strike part kind of hanging over the balance of that particular offseason, it caused the free agent market to be depressed in a way that was very significant and unique to that particular offseason. So I don't know if you're going to run into that same kind of potential way again as far as finding that quite that good a value into wave 3, phase 2, phase 3. But that does seem to be the way they're going here, Z. And there can be good value to be had in there. I mean, a guy who I would say would be a second phase guy would be a Uchenna Nwosu. That was a great phase 2 kind of guy, right? Great phase 2. I don't think he was day 1. I think it's a couple days into free agency you jumped on him. So yeah, I'm okay with going value signings at this point. You're not as much in the damn the torpedoes mode here. You're not as much in the let's go all in for this season mode, and that makes a lot of sense. Keldon says, you all see the Niners signed KJ Wright? We did notice that. Why you got to stop taking our stuff? Stop taking our stuff, Keldon. We don't go over there and take your guys' stuff. You know, we leave your stuff alone. It's yours. What's yours is yours. What's ours is ours. Stop taking our stuff. Sweet Shinobi like peanut butter. Tycoon says they have a couple under the radar guys in the draft picked. Remember, JS was looking towards the second round in the past. Yes, sir. Eyes cocked like a pistol. Deadly says, as of right now, what do our compensatory picks look like? What can we look like by the end of free agency? Well, you've just got Parkinson and Disley. Disley doesn't count. You cut Disley, so he doesn't factor into the compensatory game. Only Parkinson factors in currently as it stands today so far. It doesn't look like Damian Lewis is going to be a hot commodity. You're probably having some middle signings. If Leonard Williams signs for the big deal he's expected to, there's a third round compensatory. Brooks would probably get you a fifth. You probably got a seventh today for Parkinson. Between Damian Lewis, Phil Haynes, DJ Dallas all signing their deals, maybe, or the collection, you're maybe you're in a sixth, but maybe that all factors together with like a Noah Fant to push you up to like a fourth if Fant goes out there and gets a big contract. This, of course, would be then that you don't offset any of that in any other signings to get that kind of compensatory value back. But that's the utmost potential that you're sitting on that you can turn. Funny editor. A question. Did we sign Patrick Queen? Because I saw a notification, then it disappeared. It doesn't look like we did, funny editor. There's a lot of going back and forth today as far as we're getting a lot of fake accounts trying to break stuff that's not real. Houston reportedly is kind of circling around him, but we've got no full confirmation as of yet. Jay Walks is unpopular opinion, but I still like D. Eskridge. Yeah, they lost a first rounder out of him, but he's a young, shifty 4-3 guy. Don't forget that. And he's cheap. And a good special team or two. I'm all right at the potential of them taking him on, Jay. It's just he's got to stay healthy. If he's by the training camp injured once again, you can't roll again further with him. You got to call it a day at that point. Z says, remember, call me Z. Remember 2013. Oh, sorry, God, I had read that one. Michael Hyde, fun fact, the Seahawks have no safeties, inside linebackers, and tight ends on the roster. Well, that's not totally true. The safeties, you've got a couple safeties. But tight ends, linebackers, yep, that's the case on that. Jaywalk, someone was saying that Queens people were saying Houston might not have the money to sign Queen. Rumors on Twitter. Rumors on Twitter, that's our day-to-day. We'll just have to wait this one out. Funny editor, I do think that there's a chance that Brock Bowers falls to us at 16. There's stuff that gets kind of into the nerdy element of this when it comes to drafting, but a big part of drafting and just figuring out who to draft at what position is positional value. Unfortunately, tight end has been diminished in positional value, like we've seen the running backs, like we've seen the safeties. And that means that when you're going to pick a guy in that top 10 of a draft, 12 in a draft at that position, you're not getting the discount that you typically would get at other positions on that rookie deal. You're sort of paying him at top of the end tight end prices if you're picking him high. And that may be a thing, that may be a place that allows then for him to fall a little bit in this draft. Holy moly, kitty, I hear you. Very, very much I hear you. Okay. Funny editor, am I wrong for wanting Seahawks to draft Joe Milton like second round? He has so much potential. My outlook on Joe Milton's a little bit less than that, funny editor. I think that it's, the combine with the wow and the arm talent and all that, and his mobility gets people a little bit excited. But when you go and watch the tape with him, really struggles to process on the football field and not the most accurate of passers and does not throw with anticipation. So you got the big arm, but there's some neutralizing factors to the big arm that don't quite make it as exciting as it would appear at first blush. To me, he's a fifth round guy. He's got a lot of rough edges that have to be honed out. And, it's a lot. There's a lot to fix there, I feel like, in Milton's game. For him to struggle progressing through his reads, or for him to struggle knowing where to go with the ball in that very simplified Tennessee offense, does not bode well for the complicated nature of offenses in the NFL level. Swedish says, Clowney really starting to feel like a signing that makes more and more sense? Hell yes, it does. Bring back Jadeveon. Do it. Yeah, I don't want Mike's here. I'm not a big. You want to go after Kinlaw? He's got a lot of talent, man. I wonder what his market's going to be. Han says Brooks a fourth, Lewis a fifth, and a fifth for a fifth, Fant a fifth, according to PFF. Hey, that sounds all about accurate. It makes sense. That adds up. Michael Hyde, thank you for the $10 donation. Very kind of you, Michael. Appreciate it very much, man. If the cap goes back down next year from the spike, almost all of the teams will all be over the cap. They could be a lot of talented players with low competition. Perhaps JS is waiting for next year to move. Very well could be the case, Michael. And thank you for the $10 donation. I think that I think it's very hard to predict that the cap's going to go down at this point, or foreseeing the cap being in a position where it's going to go down. The NFL's popularity is only back up. The only time that we've seen the cap dip down in about a 20-year period, or even since I think the salary cap age started, was in a year where it was the reaction to the COVID situation and the lack of revenue brought in because you didn't have fans in the stadium to watch the game. So there had to be a bit of a course correction off of that. But I think if anything, only the cap is going to continue to go up further more into the foreseeable future. The gambling money is going to be fully kicking in here into its revenue sharing part of this process. And so I do believe that there's still going to be that cap space next year to make this stuff happen. But to your point, presenting yourself into a position of being more into a place where you have top 10 cap situation stance rather than being in where you're standing right now, Michael, which is with the 24th amount most of cap space for 2025. Probably a better position to be in when you're in a more timely state to actually be ready to go for it, to turn yourself into a true contender. Not a fringe playoff team, but a true contender, Michael, right? And that patience that you talk about is a little bit of what I was thinking in anticipation might happen today. It does seem to be tracking more in that direction. And it's going to have my full support as it has your full support, because it makes a lot of sense for where the organization is at in its current state. It's not stupid. It's not dumb. They're not spending their money. They're making smart, patient decisions here, much like in their hiring of Mike McDonald. The fast approach is not always the best approach. Sometimes it's the comprehensive approach and letting things kind of unfold and play out rather than getting caught in a little bit of the emotion of the moment that can, I think, sometimes strike you on these day one of free agency. JCO2 says, Patrick Queen, Jadeveon Clowney, and Leonard Williams. I'll be very happy. You sign me up for that haul, JC. Sign me up for that haul. And Michael Hyde, thank you again for that $10 donation. That's really kind of you, man. Osu Trey Deuce, 32. Are most of our targeted free agents still being available or going to be signed? Kind of hard to see what they were looking for in their targets, Osu. I mean, there's some guys we generally thought that they might look at, but you didn't have much of a baseline here with it being such a new scheme on both sides of the ball as to who they would look to target. But Patrick Queen, Jadeveon Clowney, two guys that I think are still very much guys that they were looking at or are there and on their boards for them. I'm sure there's some other guys that they more look to target into probably phase 2 or 3 of free agency that are also still there. So we're not looking at a bad spot, but certainly there's been some bright prospects taken off the board here today. Yeah, Hans, I don't think the money goes down either. Just don't see that happening. Mason's Pumpkin disagrees. Yeah, she's heavy lovey mood right now. He was just, Eskridge's pick was deliberate team sabotage, indefensible and fireable offense. Yeah, Luvu going kind of sucks, Chris. He's a good player. Swedish Shinobi, I need Pumpkin to debate Skip. He wouldn't be able to date her. He'd be overcome by her cuteness. Yeah, too much cuteness. MSF, I heard something about us on the phone with the Bears for Fields. If you wanted him, what would you give for him? They can have a 5th round pick for Justin Fields. That's all I'm giving. That's all they're getting. Osu the Trey says, is Buda Baker still on the board? Buda Baker is on the board. Isn't Buda Baker still, is he a full-on free agent? I couldn't remember with him if he was a free agent or they had to trade him or not. I have to look that up. Maybe I guess he is a free agent. But yeah, nothing's been moving with him. But he probably ended up costing a bit too much to Sal's point on that. Osa. I also don't know if Baker would be as much the fit to this defense for what it would want him to do. Deadly says, Clowney played very well for us, even though it didn't say in the stats. He ruined plays. He did. I saw it the same way, Deadly. There's sometimes with certain players, you got to look a little bit beyond the stats to understand their impact. And Clowney in 2019 was very much that case. The fact that he went out and had this season this year with a defensive coach who finally understood how to use him and use him right and use him to his utmost did not surprise me. He was just waiting for that right coach to do it. I think even Carroll used him very smartly here. So I would even add Carroll to be that guy. The only problem with us, versus what the Ravens were supplying Clowney, is we didn't have the rest of the help across the board to take the heat off. You know, he didn't have a Justin Matafuke, a Dafe, a Michael Pierce at the one tech. It's like he had, I think, Jaron Reed that year, and that was about it as far as the help on that defensive line. Judah Bob, Seahawks have made no moves as of yet. House says we didn't. We offered Clowney and he took less, I believe. He thought he was going to get more in free agency, and he was waiting for that to play out, and he was kind of betting on himself, and he bet himself in the wrong way, and it didn't play out good for him. I think if he went back and understood how that was going to play out in free agency for him, and not getting what he thought he was going to ask, which was around the $20 million a year mark, then I think he would have probably stayed with Seattle. I know he liked his time here. I know for a fact, Houston, he liked his time here. So there's no issues with the organization or anything like that from Jadeveon's standpoint. Mike's here. I think for a 1 or 2 year deal for Kinlaw, just to see if McDonald can get more out of him. If not, then let him go. I'm with him, Mike. Certainly he's not going to cost a lot of money. Yeah, Cap's not going. Cap won't go down. Osa says Buda Baker, Patrick Queen, and bring back Brooks. That'd be a hell of a combination, man. I think with both Brooks and Queen, though, I think they're both better will linebackers than one of them's a better Mike. Cookie says, how would you feel about Miles Killebrew and a 5th for DK Metcalf? I think it'd be a pretty good trade for both sides considering positional needs. We'll go with a no on that one. Maybe also throwing Spoon. Just as a kicker, you know. Perfumery by Saban. This might be a tank season at this rate. Yeah, maybe. I think you got too good of a roster to end up in a tank tank period. But they may not be a team that gets to the 8 or 9 wins next year. It's possible with that too. I think they're leaving themselves flexibility for this to go a variety of different ways, rather than honing themselves in on, we got to go be a contender this year right now. Salal Box, CPOs. Where are our safeties and tight end cores? We don't have much of them right now on either. You've got Jarek Reed, Kobe Bryant, and Julian Love at safety, and you have 0 at tight end. Literally 0 at the point. So RTG says, I had some hope we went after Geno Stone. I hoped that they were going to go do that too, RTG. I think this is when we go lean back on Mike McDonald and his rich history and with Geno Smith and Geno Stone, and understanding him, that if he didn't have him going after him, then probably a good reason as to why he didn't. Hans says, totally agreed. John sitting in the cold tub, keeping it cool, and steals some deals later when most general managers overcooked it. True. When the rest of the general managers are out of dough, they can't stand anymore. He can stand up and be like, I got the money. There are a lot of holes to fill, Perfumery. I'm with you on that. Am I all? Can we make a move for Fields? Are those rumors true? I don't know if the rumors are true on that. You certainly could go make a move for him. It seems like the cost has started to come down versus what the Bears were trying to ask for in return for him. But it all does kind of come down to, it depends what's the cost going to be. I don't think Schneider's going to look to give up even a 3rd-round pick for Fields at this point. So are the Bears just looking to offload him, and they're just looking to be like, all right, we get it. Nobody really likes our guy. We'll let him go. Or are they going to sit there and try to hold on to him with the death grip until they feel they finally get something worthy of value? And I get where your nervousness on this Perfumery comes from with the outlook on the situation. I do. It's definitely a little bit uncomfortable right now sitting with the roster in the place it is, as lean it is. But I don't think that when we come to the end of free agency that it's going to look just in the same kind of shape, kind of spot. And I don't think that they're just going to get a bunch of sort of jag players to fill out the roster and call that. I don't think that's going to be their trek either here. Z says, I missed the defensive end of Red Bryant, Clemens. Yeah, they were good. Kookie, I don't think we're going to look to move on from K9 anytime soon. I don't think he's also had anything in the realm of mediocre years in his play. Space's Pumpkin and Mouser. Yeah, she's a straight murker. Straight murker. Jay Walks says, damn, bro, Tiki Barber told Barkley he's dead to him after he signed with the Philadelphia. Can't tell if he was serious or not. Damn, but damn. Especially Tiki's got to know and understand how it is, man. Barkley's out there like, man, you know how it is for a guy trying to get paid out here. You know how it is for these running backs trying to get this money. Why are you going to give me a hard time for it? But he was probably saying it in good jest. In Mole, the rumors for Fields could be true, but it's too early right now to be saying that we know one way or the other on that, or that there's any indication of it going one way or the other on that. So I think it's in Mall, and for a lot of people that are kind of struggling with, you're hearing information, but you're not seeing it here, but you're seeing it back over there, but you're not seeing it here. A really, really very important part to consider on this day as you're trying to turn through and find through the rumors of what's going on is the fact that there's so many fake accounts. There's so many fake news points. There's so many people just trying to draw clicks to themselves that there's a lot of onus out there on people that sort of drive in a bunch of lies. And so we just got to, if you're on rumors, don't go too much on rumors. If a Fields trade's going to happen, it'll probably happen pretty darn soon, and that'll culminate quickly. You don't have to lean on the rumors for it being a place. But I don't know. It's kind of is it true or not? Who knows? Tyree Leonard, Danielle Hunter, or Leonard Williams? Leonard Williams. Danielle Hunter's got a dodgy back that I wouldn't want to have any part of. Jay Dallas, Leo gone? Not necessarily. And Perfumery, that's what I think they're going to do, is it's to spread the cap. It's as much just keeping the cap situation set up for 2025 as it is to a tank for this year kind of approach, right? It's just getting that cap situation in a place where it stays in a healthiest spot so that if you're ready to engage next year, if the offense under Grubb's starting to take off, if the defense is starting to come together with all the details of this new kind of complicated defense versus where it's been, then you can make that go for it kind of move at that time. Then you can draw forward and say, okay, here's our moment. But if you do those multi-year contracts now, you put yourself in that predicament with 2025 of probably pressing yourself right up against the ceiling of that cap moving into next year and not having the ability to really go out there and make a lot of different moves. It all becomes in-house development at that point then. And so it's just kind of how I think this is maybe starting to track a little bit. Jared G says, last offseason we were talking about having the best tight end room and the best defensive back room in the league. We were. Yes, we were. Now, 1 year, things can change. Megan says, the Hawks Nest, can you remind me what happened with Clowney and why he left, please? I can't remember. Clowney left in free agency because that was his first time of being a true free agent. He had been under his rookie contract. He had been franchise tagged on the year that he played here, Megan. So that was his chance. Can't blame him to try to want to get out on the free agent market and maximize his value with the first opportunity he was having to go out there and do so. He wanted to get paid around $20 million a year. The Seahawks were offering him $15 million a year, Megan. He bet on himself and said, I think I'll get paid more than on the open market. And in betting on himself, it didn't pay off. He ended up signing a $12 million a year deal with Cleveland. Cleveland kind of used him in some strange ways. They were more interested in featuring Myles Garrett and having him move all over the place in that line of scrimmage and being put in some weird circumstances to find success. So then he went to the Ravens, and he's been able to, get himself back and going with the Ravens and really being able to make it go there. So, yeah, it's just, or wait, maybe it wasn't the Browns that he signed that deal. He signed, I think, the Titans. Maybe it was that he signed that deal for. But, yeah, there's been a little bit of bouncing around on that from his standpoint as a gun for hire. But that's what happened with our situation and why he left on with us. Hal says, I miss the defensive tackles, Sam and Cortez. I would love to have 2 defensive tackles now like that. I would too. That was pretty nice. I was turning around the thought process, House, of maybe being able to have an opportunity to do a Wilkins, Leonard Williams kind of wall thing here if we could pull it off. It would have been way too expensive, but boy, would that be fun. Tyree Leonard wants to do a 4th for Justin Fields. I won't get mad at it. Robert in the house. What's up, bro? Mom's in the house too. Hey. What's up, my peeps out in San Diego? Much love out there to my fam. We got the fam in the house, folks. We got the fam in the house. The whole clan's in here. Look out. Got the whole Pikey clan in here. Good to see you, Rob and Mom. I guess our mom's in there somewhere popping up. How you doing, Rob? Rob, feel good about it. They're taking a patient approach. We're not diving in deep, but we haven't lost out on anything necessarily as of yet that was primarily what we were looking at. So they're definitely taking their typical Seahawks slow roll self approach to the process, Rob. Good to see you, brother. Hans says, I like Williams, but don't see a point on spending 20 to 30 million a year on a player by the time we peak. Big Cat is over. The peak is, so no thanks. I understand that. I will say there's sometimes a place where these guys, Hans, and as they get into their early 30s, and he's just turning 30, can still be very good players for at least. It is a position that does still seem to allow those guys to still be pretty decent as they get a little bit older. And he had a hell of a season for us last year, man. Megan says, love watching Clyde by other birds. He's a fun player. He gets after it. Josh Blue and Green says, don't do with Williams like we did with Adams. Just because you gave up draft picks doesn't force you to make a bad contract. Indeed. Indeed. It's a little bit different scenario to me with that on this point, to where Williams fits into what you do. You don't have to find the role or the way to utilize him at his best. He's a 3 tech. You let him go hunt. You let him go work, and he's going to go get it done. But I get that there might be some hesitancy on Leonard because of his age. It is hard to find a guy this talented, though. I don't want to undersell the fact where Leonard Williams is at, where he's been. You're not finding a guy like that in the draft. There's not a similarly talented guy in this draft. There's a reason that Leonard Williams was a former, top 5 pick, top 7 pick, something like that. Nick, who played better, Mac Jones or Fields? Fields played better than Mac Jones. Nick, what is it that people watch that convince themselves Fields is a starter? His rushing highlights or film from 5 years ago when he was throwing to a bunch of NFL wide receivers at OSU? I think it's more of a reflection of the poor state of the Chicago Bear franchise, and that there being an opinion out there, Nick, that you put a guy like this into a position of a craptastic environment, and then he doesn't succeed in the craptastic environment. Is that the failure of Justin Fields, or is that the failure of the Chicago Bears? It's where, from my perspective on this, Nick, I don't have the viable feeling that he's, of course, an NFL starter. As you can hear from me, it's like I'll give you a 5th rounder for him. So I'm obviously not in that view of it. But there is an understanding from me on those people that are a little bit more hot to trot on Fields of the aspect of the Bears' ineptitude cannot be understated when it comes to their dealing and treatment of the quarterback position. And it makes it a factor on this that does make things just a little hazy in regards to Fields than they otherwise would have been for a guy this many years into his pro career. I'll give you that he hasn't done a lot to necessarily impress, and he's very much leaning on his legs as a QB at this point in time. But the Bears really screwed the pooch in the setup of their situation and onboarding him. And to me, that's a red letter example of why you don't just go get the quarterback. You don't just say, let's go get the quarterback and then he'll make everything okay. That's not the answer. And you've got to be a little more creative in your outlook and how you build your team and roster building and setting up the stage for the quarterback that you want to bring in. It's just a better way to go. Tyree Leonard says, so Fields isn't worth a 4th on a contract year, but Leonard Williams was worth a 2nd. Yeah, Fields hasn't provided the same level of play that Williams has brought as a football player. And again, I'm giving a lot of extra room to the folks that are saying Chicago's messed the situation up there, but it can also be a both situation. Chicago could mess up their quarterback situation, the environment they put Fields into, and he could also suck at the same time. I don't know which one it is fully for sure yet, or whether it's a bit of both yet at this point, but I can understand both sides of this, story. Zabolux Sipos, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Sorry if I Zabolux mispronounced your name on there, but thank you for that. Jax Blue and Green, if I got Fields in a trade, I would make him a backup so he couldn't ask for starter money on his next contract. Well, there you go. There's a creative way of doing it. Nick Guzman says a 4th round pick could be a starter on a team. Why waste that pick on a backup quarterback who needs a new contract year? Well, 5th round for me, I mean, maybe I'm guessing you're maybe asking to somebody in the chat that's saying 4th rounder. I'd take a 4th rounder as far as whatever, because to me, a 4th rounder is not always likely to be anything. DJ Dallas was a 4th rounder. So 4th rounders might be something, but they're not in the same realm of what I'd put a 2nd or 3rd rounder. You're into day 3 of the draft. You're firmly into the 3rd wave of the draft period. You're into guys that it's much more of a 50-50 shot whether they're even going to be a starter, much less a quality starter at that. So for that to take a guy in Justin Fields that you bring in as a backup at that point, as a cheap backup option for Geno, he goes out there in free agency next year, signs a deal, and you lose out. Okay, that's a 4th rounder. That's not bad to have that as a strong backup option that you can go to for a year And maybe something clicks in and things go really well and there's a high upside to the deal as well. It's a buy low with a high upside kind of situation. But I'm not seeking it out either here. So this is more of if Chicago's willing to drop their price, then we can talk Chicago. Perfumery by Saban. Who was the last good quarterback that the Bears had? Sid Luckman. That's how many years they've messed up the position. Jim McMahon was all right for a couple of years in the 80s, but his body just fell apart on him pretty much instantaneously. Jim Harbaugh for a hot minute. I guess you could put Cutler if you wanted to. Rex Grossman. I mean, it's a tattered wasteland of quarterbacks there. Kings Al Buddha's probably asking for $20 million plus, and he ain't getting close to that. I don't think he gets 15 at this point, considering where the safety market's going to. Well, Greenseed Fields might just get the Max Jones treatment, trade to a team that already has their starter in place. I think that's where it's probably heading at this point. I don't know if there's a route opened up here for Justin Fields to go be a starter somewhere or be given the starter keys. Perfumery says Williams for second is still kind of weird, and we might have to overpay to keep him. We might. I think the tackle market just is the tackle market. I don't know if it's an overpay market as much as it's just a position that has become, whereas other positions become devalued, this is a position that's picked up more value with time. Hans says, I like him, Brandon, agree, but still not a fan of giving a big contract if we can get a bit younger like a Nwosu. I'm with it, Hans. I'm totally with it. I definitely don't have a set approach that I'm leaning to see them go here. We can go over kind of a variety of different ways. And definitely Seahawks blue and green. Pete could have been a big driver on that Williams trade, that's for sure. Sayabe Sipos. Siabe. All right, Siabe, I got you on that. Sipos. It's good to see you from Hungary, man. Thanks for checking it out from Hungary. I always love the worldwide audience in here. Tyree Leonard, we traded a second for half a year. Yeah, and chance we have to give him a bag. We do. Tommy says, do you think that sperm bank guy on Twitter was premature with his announcement, or did we get where he was coming from? I don't know. He's in a refractionary state at this point, Tommy. So there may have been some premature news that was let out, that leaked out. But right now he's in a refractionary state, and we're in a wait and see time period. I don't know if this news is going to get going down in territory, Tommy. I got to be careful. Bobby was a second round pick, not a fourth rounder. Sean says, apparently John Stanton is running the team now. Is this the Seahawks or M's ownership? Can't tell the difference. Well, we can't. That's not really super fair to Jody on this. I mean, I just saw something recently where, because this is a little thing that does get brought up a bit about, Jody's recent commitment or not to the team. And something I saw that was a stat that I think is a very interesting stat was the estimated cash spent by NFL football teams over the last 3 seasons, the bottom line of how much money you have spent on your salary cap over a 3-season period. And this is the recent 3 seasons. So none of this is Paul Allen. This is all Jody Allen. And when you look at the numbers, the Seattle Seahawks in the 3 seasons are 10th in the NFL. So they're in the top third in the NFL for spending money. Top third in the NFL for spending money over the last 3 years in actual cash spent. And of course, Sean, the Seattle Mariners haven't been top 3 in actual cash spent at any time in their 50 years as an organization. So I understand today there's a little bit of a slowdown on stuff a little bit, but the team has definitely been willing to put its money where its mouth is over the past couple of years with Jody. But I think that there's some stuff here that's overruling this that goes beyond just spending the money or not spending the money or whether you should spend the money, but about where the team is at in its current state, how this progression needs to go, what the long-term plan is to make this thing go. And again, too, I'm seeing questions and there's so much internal discussion. We have well over 400 people in the chat. So just the one thing I want to say to people in the chat, if there's a question you have for me as the Hawks Nest, it's hard because there's so much internal discussion to try to read every comment going through. So if you have something directly as a question or comment to me, please do put Brandon, Hawks Nest, HN, Brando, whatever you want to put on in there, but then it at least signals to me because I don't always know if is that a comment towards me or is that a comment over here to this? And it just becomes a little bit unclear if you're trying to address to me. If you're having an internal discussion, someone else but not always sure on these where they're coming to me and maybe coming internally on that. Danny McCormick, thank you for the $2.79 donation. He says, it'd be nice to know our free safety and tight ends are next year. It'd be nice. It would be nice to know who those guys are going to be, Danny. And especially when it comes to the tight end sets, you're starting to get a little bit worried because you go, man, we don't have anybody in house right now. And it's a very thin tight end draft. At least there's a good amount of free safeties or safeties in this draft that you could call upon and utilize if you want to go that route. But boy, tight end is definitely a little bit of a tougher road to go down. One of the reasons I think you've seen the tight end market so active in free agency here so far with some of the deals given out, including 2 of our own Seahawks already signed by teams out there. So yeah, it would be nice to get that understanding into house here, Danny, and figure out what's what with that one a little bit more. So see if we get a signing here sooner or later on those 2 fronts. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's getting definitely nervous with the tight end position. That's for sure. Thank you for the donation. So again, I guess, Tyree, you're asking me about the second rounder for a half year, and I don't think that it's good to trade for a half year of a player. I would never recommend that to be the way that it goes. There is a history of being able to make these trades for these kind of players and be able to bring them in and be able to sell them on your organization and your atmosphere in house. And that this is a guy that if he had gone to free agency from the Giants, you got no real pathway to getting him at that point. Here's a pathway to you getting him at that point. It's a way to go. It's not a way I'm advocating for, but it's a way that I understand. I do know as well that there's a part of this that gets lost, I think, at times, Tyree, on the lay of the land as it pertains to the defensive tackle position in the NFL. It's becoming a highly valued position. It's becoming a harder position to go out there and find value at because so many teams want to hold on to what they have. And this drives a little bit more of a need to have to be a little bit more aggressive, to give up a little bit more, to spend a little bit more to find these kind of guys, in my opinion, just by the lay of the land and how I've seen it recently. So no, I wouldn't necessarily say it's a good idea to go out there and do a half season for a second round player. If you make the assessment that your team is truly in a place that's Super Bowl contending and worthy of being in a Super Bowl contending state, then yes, I would advocate for those trades. But more than it being about a bad trade into the individual player, had Tyree on this, it's more about a bad individual assessment of where your team was at. Part of making that trade is the trust that you are ready to be that team to go out there and compete, especially once you bring this player in-house. Leonard Williams was everything you thought and more coming in here and playing for this team. The rest of the team started to fall apart. And that's the real problem of that trade to me, not as much the second round deal, because there are teams who have done the go for it approach. And this is a little bit of where I say, Tyree, the modern NFL is going, where there are teams like the San Francisco 49ers midseason giving up a second, third, fourth round pick for McCaffrey. There are teams like the Rams going out there midseason giving up second, third round pick for Von Miller and only a half season of Von Miller at that. But it works out for them. It was moves that helped them drive forward. It was moves that helped their team get better for those particular years. In the Rams case, helped them to go win a Super Bowl. It's part of what I would say is a bit of the price of business right now in this modern age to be kind of that NFL caliber team, is you got to be willing to make those kind of moves down the stretch. We saw the Niners do it a couple times over with a few of the moves that they made this year, be it the Randy Gregory move or the Chase Young move. It's just a little bit of what is kind of a requirement at this point if you want to push yourself over the top, because the competition is willing to do it. And if the competition is willing to do it, but you're not, because you hold on to your second round picks like they're a special kind of gold, well, then you might find yourself when you're in that position of being a contender of not quite getting there over the top because you weren't willing to make that truly aggressive new move that needed to be made. But again, on the bottom line in this, it's not to say that I think that it is in general a smart way to go, but there are times where I think that it can make some sense. And I get where their thought process was in on that trade, given how hard, looking at the recent lay of the land, it is to find good quality defensive tackles. Osa Trey Deuce, Ryan Neal is available. Yes, sir. Megan, you'll get booted off YouTube if you keep going down the line. Maybe so, Megan. Maybe so. Kevin Kimball. My goodness, Kevin. Very kind of you. Thank you for the $20 donation, Kevin. Very, very kind. Appreciate you for that. He says, thanks for the coverage as always. What do you think will be the first transaction? Brendan said Williams re-sign. I think Brendan's probably pretty closely onto the track, Kevin. I think you're going to either see Leonard Williams re-signed, or you're likely to see, I think, Jadeveon Clowney brought in as an edge. So I think one of those two different directions, they'll take down one of those two paths. If I'm a betting man, I'm laying on both. I would say Leonard's probably the more likely, Kevin. He's not been signed by anybody else here throughout the day. We're not hearing of him being connected to anybody else here throughout the day. It seems to be that they're still trying to get these negotiations done. Seattle wants this to happen. So I'll still lean in and say I think that that's where this is likely to go with that. I know it's not a fun answer on top of Brendan already giving it as an answer, but he's just such a high priority. And again, for the things I'm talking to about with some of what I'm discussing here with Tyree Leonard on this, it's just such a valuable position. It's just such a hard position to find this kind of player at. There's not a Leonard Williams in this draft. There are good 3 techs. There are quality 3 techs. There's not a Leonard Williams in this draft. So I think that this does drive you, Kevin, when it's all said and done to make this happen. And maybe it's a little bit of an overpay to make that go down at the end of the day. But it sets things up in the right way, I think, for the rest of the team and how they want to build out the rest of this team to get the Williams deal done. So I would go that. And as a third guy, Kevin, maybe, so 60% on Williams, 40% on Clowney, and let's call it 35% Patrick Queen, as far as the chances that they're the next first signings. But I think that all 3 of those guys, Kevin, are definitely in the crosshairs at the moment. And my pleasure on the coverage. I have a great time doing this with you guys. It's fun to do the breaking news stuff when we have these kind of days where stuff's coming down the line fast and furious, and getting to kind of discuss and turn over a variety of different teams making moves and what they're doing and what it means for the 2025 season. I appreciate you, Kevin. That is a very kind donation on your part, $20 donation, man. Appreciate you very, very much. So Happy says, I think McDonald is a defense-aimed head coach. He'll draft defensive players, not a quarterback. So if they're thinking on a signal caller this year, the only way to get one from the market, Fields or anybody cheap. Agreed. I think that there's not as many pathways to get it done, to your point. And that might lead them to having to go down an alternate path than drafting. Hans says, damn, Brian Burns traded the Giants for a second-round pick. Panthers kicking themselves in the butt on that. They had 2 first-round picks at the trade deadline offered to them by the Niners, and they turned it down. Anthony Lux, Brando, a lady from Panama who does these type of videos of podcasts, requires her viewers to start their question with the question. So she does not have to read all the comments. Yeah, I've got to get better at it. It used to be a day where back in the day when we started the channel, we only had 100 people in here or whatnot, that I could get through every comment and just kind of read each one. But the tough part now is that we have so much internal discussion, and there'll be people that I think are talking to each other, and I'll take it like they're talking to me. So I've got to start probably presenting that a little bit more further of just, as long as you put an H in, a Brandon at the front, you can even say a-hole. Hey, asshole. Hey, asshole, I got a question for you. Yeah, I've got to do it that way because we just got so many pumping through that it gets hard kind of picking through what's what and who's who on that at times. I know it does add an extra layer, but we got a lot of people, man. We're over 400 today throughout the whole day. So Silas, I don't understand why people cry about a second rounder for Leonard. Would you trade Hall or Charbonnet for him? That's what a second usually gets you anyway. Yeah. I think we're in an era at times where the draft picks get valued at maybe a higher degree than they maybe should by a bit. Silas, to your point on that. And I think just people don't like the rent of players at that kind of price. I get that. It's a lot for a rent of player in the second round. But it's also how that NFL, it's always doesn't matter whether it's on the field in the schematics or the defense or offense that's winning throughout the day, or a methodology of approach or a brotherly shove, or, when it comes to what you got to do coming down the pike with what teams are doing as far as the competitiveness and stacking your roster at the end of the season. There's sort of a new price of admission as far as to get to a Super Bowl. And there are those teams that might have a guy like Patrick Mahomes that maybe don't have to make exactly this kind of move, though even the Chiefs did like a second rounder for Kadarius Toney last year in helping them get to where they got. So even they were willing to make this kind of move. It's just what I call the new price of doing business as a contender. You don't have to like it, but it is the new going price of business if you want to be that team that truly sees yourself as one trying to get over the mountaintop. Not get to the mountaintop, not get near the mountaintop, but get over the top of the mountain. You mad, bro? Brian Burns got payday, $150 million from the Giants. Well, they waited extra long to the Panthers to pay Burns, which meant that when you eventually were going to pony up, it was going to be very pricey. Tommy says it's hard to run off tackle without at least one tight end. Passing game, you don't really need tight ends as much. Even Russ never used them at the end, but they do chip ends, and that is important. Oh yeah, you need them in some way or another, man, for a variety of different reasons. To your point. Don says, how come lately when we trade for a player, they always are in the last year of their contract and we don't re-sign them? And you mentioned Clowney and Williams, Don. You can go back to, I think, even 2017. You did this with Sheldon Richardson as well. It's a little bit of that price of doing business that I just talked about. It's something that I know frustrates a lot of fans, giving up a pick for a rental player. But when you look across the league, especially over the last 4 years, there is a going feeling out there as far as these NFL teams that reach into a contender state that I have to go out there and do a little bit more, that I can't just sit there and rest on the laurels of my roster and where they're at and how good they are right now, but I need to anticipate that I'm going to need a little bit more here. And by a little bit more, kind of a lot more in the kind of player that you're looking to add. So Seattle was in a place where they thought themselves in a Super Bowl window in both of these true trades that they made. In retrospect, they were completely wrong in their own assessment in-house, in their own outlook of it, of course. But that was their outlook of it, is that we are in a place to be a contender. This is a guy to take us over the top. This is now the price of going business to be this kind of team in this modern era. It wasn't 10 years ago. It wasn't 20 years ago. It wasn't 30 years ago. Back then, you would build your roster the way you build it through the offseason, the draft, the free agent period. You get into the season, and maybe sometimes you'd see a trade deadline deal, but it was often because some major player got a major injury and that team was scrambling a little bit. Not because teams were looking at it as a true roster building time of year, as a true way to get your roster built up even better. And that's where it's been a bit of a signal change, I think, Don. And that Seattle was part in those moves they were making. It's part of the anticipation and the understanding of that. Also, as well with the Don, you can't run away from the fact that there was a sense of urgency and desperation to both of those trades. Being that in the case for the Clowney year, you had no edges at all to supply any pass rush. In the Williams year, you were just so light at defensive tackle, and you were going to have to kick Draymond Jones to the outside, which was going to lessen you even more so at tackle because of your holes on the edge. Mr. Isaac, any thoughts on Michael Pratt? Michael Pratt's an interesting player. I've got him in the 4th round. He's got a really live arm, smaller school there with Tulane a little bit, so not the greatest of competition he's going up against. Decent mobility. Ball really jumps out of his hand. Pretty good release. Pretty tight. I don't see a lot of upward potential in him. I see kind of a league backup guy when it's all said and done, Mr. Isaac. Sheldon, was it Sheldon Richardson? Or am I thinking of a different? Am I doing that thing where I spin different names with the same last name? Hans, Brandon, what about Javon Kinlaw? Can you show his PFF page? Yeah, sure. It's not pretty. I'm going to warn you. Not pretty. So here was Javon Kinlaw, of course, a former top 14 selection by the Niners, essentially the player they got for the DeForest Buckner trade last season. started actually, this is a season where he was turning it around, by the way, from a lot of perspectives. Only a 49 overall grade. He gives you nothing in the run defense. You can see that there. But came up with a little bit of pass rush last year. 4 sacks, 25 hurries, 2 quarterback hits. Certainly a good year for him, especially you consider go back to 2022. 2022, you had 63 pass rush rating, no sacks, 3 tackles, injured most of the year. 2021, 50 grade, 1 sack, injured again, I think a lot of the year, hard to get into the lineup. But as you can see over the first part of his career from 2020 through right now, never more than 4 sacks in a season. Last year was definitely the bright spot for him of his career so far, but never even graded, remembering with these overall grades, 65 is about league average as an overall grade. So at 49.6, that shows you where he is as far as quite far down on the rating and his abilities as an overall defender down the line. And probably guy's going to have to wait till wave 3 of free agency to get signed. But highly talented coming out. I liked him a lot. That's one of those players that I certainly missed on myself and thinking that he was going to be a solid 3-tech for the Niners, especially with all the help he had around him. But if he couldn't generate much with all that help he had around him, then probably not a lot he's going to bring to your team at this point. Michael, nothing's really happened for the Hawks as of yet. Jatevi, Savvy Squad, I see everyone signing and Seahawks have done nothing. That's true. Mr. Dog, oh nice, an early stream. I just got off work too. Hell yeah, Mr. Dog, what's up, man? We're 5 hours in, but I know what you meant. Hans says, Brandon, what are the other free agent options at 3-tech if we miss out on the big cat? You're probably more shifting a bit to the draft at that point, I would say, Hans. I'll give you a couple of names, but I think that if you're talking about what's the likelihood of the shift, it's pivot off big cat, go to the draft. Because there are a lot of 3-techs in this draft in the 2nd to 3rd round that foot the bill. They're not as good as big cat, but good enough if you're stacking them in with Draymond Jones and Mike Morris. DJ Reader is still out there on the open market. Could be an interesting guy to take a look at. Sheldon Rankins is a guy out there that's had it coming off a pretty solid season. He could be an interesting guy. We just talked about Javon Kinlaw. Shelby Harris had a good season for the Browns, kind of a bounce back year for them. He's out there and on the open market too as well. As far as good 3-techs beyond that or real qualitative, Daquan Jones maybe with Buffalo, though again coming off an injury there. So there's some names. I don't know if they're terribly exciting names, but there's some guys that could fill in and do the job if they wanted to pivot. That's why, though, say, Hans, I think it's more of a pivot because in my 2nd to 3rd round range of this draft, as far as your 3-tech defensive tackles go, I've got Zerzan Newton, Byron Murphy, Tyler Davis, Leonard Taylor, Mekhi Wingo, Michael Hall, Chris Jenkins, Braden Fisk, Brandon Dorless, Dwayne Carter, all guys that are worthy of being selected inside the 3rd round. And all guys that would be 3-techs. Tommy says, I look at renting players like renting in real life. Sometimes you're just not ready to settle down and buy a house, but you watch the market closely and save your money until you are ready. I'm with it, man. That's a good analogy. I like it. He says, don't sweat the chat, B. We cool. You get to it when you can. We're just talking amongst ourselves. If folks want to expedite a response, then they can send a super chat. Yeah, exactly. And I do like to interact with the chat. I just want to make sure I'm not picking on. Sometimes I can have somebody mention they're having an internal talk and I pick it up like they were responding to me, and I'm being an idiot about it, not paying close attention in the way. But it gets hard with all these folks in here. We got a lot. I love it though. Thank you so much for you guys making today your stop as far as the place for the coverage and whatnot. I really do appreciate it. King Tay says, why not wait until June 1st to cut Jamal Adams if you're not going to do anything big in free agency? I think that they wanted to get the Adams money off the books, and I don't think they wanted that money impacting the 2025 situation. It was as much about a move for 2025 as it was a move about for today. And because the 2025 cap situation is it's not perilous, but it's not in the most healthiest of states as it stands right now. You had to do a little bit of cleaning house. You had to clean up the backyard a little bit. And that meant that this year had to take a bit of that hit to make that happen. And it's unfortunate, but it's the nature of the beast and how this got set up a little bit and being kind of in that go for it mode as we've been the past couple of years a bit. Even as we've been kind of going through a rebuild. Rock band drums, nothing gets fixed in free agency. It's just time to fill a few spots. Great way of putting it, man. Hans says, Brandon, okay, thanks on Kinlaw. Thanks for showing. Real talented guy, man. And Hans, I loved him coming out. But Niner fans would tell you, just, they'd give you the, don't do it. Nick, for real, Brandon, respect for hitting every question. Cool to see you grow. We making it hard on you. Nah, I love it, man. I want you to make it hard on me. I want my 400 people in here, 500, 600, 700. Let's go. I'm here for it. So I love it, man. I absolutely love it. But I do like to still make sure we keep that original spirit, too, of where I can still be having the interactions. That's the part I love doing with this job, is being able to come back and going back and forth with you guys and stuff. I don't want to get too lost on that with having too many folks, and I can't do that. But I'm getting the balance. I'm finding that kind of balance on it, Doodle Bob says the fact that we haven't even re-signed anyone either scares me. A little bit strange. I think it's we are one of two teams that have not made any moves today. He says, then waiting patiently like the rest of us brokies. Brian Myers, Clowney is not moved. Not yet. Brian Burns did deserve the bag. And he had to wait his extra year, He could have been paid after his third season, and he had to wait that extra year of time. And it's kind of like, okay, give the guy his money. He's earned it. Especially because Carolina valued him. They were doing that game where it's like, well, we value him, but we don't want to pay him. We'll turn down 2 first-round picks at the deadline because we want more than that. But, we're not going to pay him. It's that two-step that teams do where it's like talking out of two sides of your mouth. You either value the guy or you don't value the guy. Step up to the plate if you do, and if you don't, move him. Some teams like to do that little we're going to play the middle ground. We're going to put our toe on the line. Ron says safety Von Bell available. Maybe a guy that they look for more in that realm, kind of more of a value-based signing kind of guy. Michael Hyde says we have to get someone right. There's no way we can't fill out our entire linebacker and tight end starter plus depth, both lines and quarterback through the draft alone. Oh, yeah. You're going to spend some of this money, Michael. But remember with this, Michael, historically speaking, we've had in the last 6 years, I think twice, that we had over $50 million to spend in cap space. And neither of those two times when you had that money to spend, did you go hard in day one of free agency and just go hog wild. It's been a value-based mindset that they've gone at before, and it does appear that that's where they're going at it again. They will fill out the roster in that way. That's the upshot of being able to go for more of the wave 2 guys, is that because they cost less, you can sign more of them. Do they give you the value you'd like? Well, that's a whole nother question at hand. Tommy says maybe they feel burned after going in big for Jones last year. Maybe John was like, see, that's why we don't do free agency. Could be, man. Could be Tommy, for sure. It's a little bit hard for them to come back at Draymond, though, and be like wagging a finger at Draymond. Because you asked Draymond Jones halfway into the year to start playing edge. And he's not an edge. But you essentially removed a lot of his snaps off of the defensive line, off of being a 3-tech, because you didn't have the edges that could hold up in the run game. Mark says, packing my best friend's stuff up is painful, but moving to a handicapped apartment, fun, fun, fun. Oh, there we go. I just did a pack myself, Mark. I got to move in about a month. And it's like, oof. Like, here we go. I think the move of signing old players, Tyree, is going to be moving on here, moving forward. I think it's going to be more about the youth movement here. That's your point. Darren J says, wait, DJ Dallas signed somewhere day one? Did he? Really? No. That'd be cray-cray. Oh, Travis Homer got signed. If Homer was going to go, then makes sense. He says that the Seahawks might be really going for it this year, biding their time in roster building, letting Big Mac assess the team in action to determine what he wants to do. Might not be going for it this year. I agree, Huey. That's where I think this goes. And that it makes sense. How often is it first-year coaches come in and start dominating and turn their teams instantly into contenders? You know, I always like to say, you know, don't count on the anomalies, count on more of the rule of thumbs. It'll guide you in the right direction. DJ Dallas signed with Dallas. That's hilarious. No, he didn't. That would be so funny if he did. I'm not seeing anything come up. See, Lord of Bravo's been listening while grinding some Diablo 4. As ever, Brandon, you are unmatched in the Seahawks creator space these days. Well, thank you, C Lord. That's really kind of you, man. I did my Diablo 4 run the last summer. I hit it hard with the boys, and we just burned ourselves out on it too much. Felt like we just kind of tapped the game out at that point, too, where you're in that grind for like, what am I grinding for? You know, for who? For what? But it was a fun game. I was really impressed with Diablo 4 and maybe didn't have as much lasting power with me, but still a really fun game. And thank you, man. I love what I do, brother. I love what I do. Tom Eden was with me. He says, I had to quit Diablo 4. It was just too repetitive. Hoping next season is better. So it happened to me too. I just felt like as we got into the next season off 1 to 2, and you went, okay, well, what is there to do now? And it just, that repetitive grind thing you got to do where you just run through the same thing, run through the same thing, run through the same thing. And you go, man, it's a fun game, but it just, it got me to the point, and I hit it hard for a few months where I was like, okay, I've done enough on this. I might come back to it though. It was a really good game. Megan, thank you for the $2 donation. Appreciate you, Megan. Is off to play some Call of Duty and Fallout BBL. Sounds good, Megan. Get it, Megan. Mark Robert, thanks for reminding me. Please do hit that like button, folks. Maybe smack on that sub if you're feeling froggy. Darren J says, I heard BBLs stink. I heard that rumor as well this past week, Darren. That was a random rumor that came up. I don't know if we got full confirmation on that one, but I did hear the same. And a little tear dropped down my eye. UE2K says also John is cheap, always has been. He's stingy negotiator, which I think sometimes annoys players, but it's his way. That's why we end up with top value, but no talent. He definitely doesn't tend to historically like to overpay, to your point on that. That's for sure. They end up spending as a bottom line money, but it's more of a strength in numbers spending than it is going out and trying to get the white hot targets. Cameron White, there are reports that the Commanders are interested in Austin Eckler, and what your reaction, and should they go get him? I think the Washington Commanders are in a position with their roster building place that they should be looking at spending any money on running backs. Now, what's Austin Eckler going to make? I don't know, but these running backs are being given pretty decent contracts. 3 years, that's actually $45 million with the incentives to Saquon. 4 years, $48 million for Josh Jacobs. Tony Pollard, $324. DeAndre Swift, $3 for $24. I mean, that would tend to tell me that Eckler is probably somewhere in the neighborhood of like 3 and 18. If where I'm at with Washington, I'm in a beginning round period, and I've got Brian Robinson on the roster already. The first thing I would not the first thing. I know you've signed a couple other guys. I like the other signings. I like Biotish. I like Dorrance Armstrong from Washington. I would not like them bringing in Austin Eckler. That would be an incorrect move to make. Steven DeLorenzo, what do you think about Jeremy Chin? Wasn't a big fan of him, scouting him coming out of college. He was just a guy that was kind of put in the middle of the defense and just kind of hung around in the middle of the defense post-play. He's been a much better player as a pro than I thought, especially when he first, in that rookie year, really came out and showed to have a pretty diverse skill set in what he brought and could do a variety of things. So he would fit to the defense in that way, Steven. Overall play and productivity and effectiveness as a player, not that great. He's been a little bit of a middling kind of guy, right around more of an league average kind of player. If I'm not mistaken, he's good in one area like coverage or in like run defense, but not as good in coverage. So little one-trick pony-ish in the outlook of his game, but very athletic, very good size, good length. He can run with anybody, but he would be a low-cost signing if you're looking to bring him in, I think. Han says the teams without moves, says the Ravens, the Cowboys, and the Hawks. Coincidence or not, but great franchises shows something. True. Ravens can't argue the Ravens case as well. It's not them not spending money. They kind of already did shoot their wad a little bit with the Justin Matabuke signing. So they kind of probably ate up a little bit of where their cap space was already kind of sitting with that. But yep, teams are being patient. Pretty good franchise in how they're being run overall. Cowboys also have that Dak contract, I think, that's kind of sitting over the top of them. Ron, I hope you're right, man. Clowney Queen, re-sign Cat, that'd be great. Clivic, hello, you guys. Been a while. Today's free agency for us is interesting. Really was hoping for us to sign someone since we brought in our new head coach, but it seems like we're taking our time like every year. It's an every year thing, Cliffic. It is more of the same. Meet the old boss, meet the new boss, same as the old boss. Maybe a little bit. But John's running it, and John likes to be patient. Snow Owl says, thoughts on the Disley to the Chargers? My feeling was with Disley is I had this weird feeling in my own heart with the Hawk fandom at bits where I felt like there was a overvaluation of Parkinson and then there was an undervaluation of Will Disley. I know Parkinson got the bigger deal by the Rams here, but Disley was a guy I would have been liked to have kept just on the roster in that final year of his deal, especially considering where we are at as far as the depth of the position. Smart move by Harbaugh. He's going to value a guy that can go out there and can put his nose in there and block all around, both in pass protection and as a run blocker. When you look at Harbaugh over there in Michigan, he had a guy by the name of A.J. Barner, who's an available tight end in this draft, who's a guy that I think his direct comp is Will Disley. So Harbaugh basically had a Will Disley on the Michigan roster already for the past couple of years, understood the value of that, having a guy that can block like that at that spot. And still give you a little bit as far as a pass catcher goes as well. They paid pretty good money for him, $10 million guaranteed for Disley. That shows you that there's some value there in what he brings and what the rest of the NFL recognizes. There's also a bit of the injury part that comes into play, though, with Disley, as maybe the Seattle had a little bit more understanding from a medical standpoint that there's something there long-term to be concerned with. He says, John believes it's much better to throw away $15 million on 5 players than throw it away on 1. I disagree, but it's just me. That's been a bit of his track record in the past, to your point, and it hasn't exactly worked out great in free agency when they've taken that approach. Metal Dragon, they should have matched the Disley offer. I would have been open to it, man. They just seem to want to kind of move all the way out on the old all the way here a bit, as much as they can. Misfit says, patience, grasshoppers. Steven, all of our coaching staff is young, so they'll probably treat this year as a learning and get all the players to buy in, and then the next season they'll be going all for it. That's my outlook as well, Steven. So then it becomes a little bit less about what you're doing in 24 and more about setting the stage for 2025, which is what I think they're doing here. True to Bob, I wanted Robert Hunt too, man. Not at $20 million a year, though. I definitely got up to a spot where it's like, ouch. Cameron White Commanders have signed Austin Eckler to a 2-year deal. Not going to cost a lot, but just, I mean, he'll be a nice counterpunch to Brian Robinson, but I don't know. Tristan Freiston says, what is our first signing of the year? Leonard Williams or Jadeveon Clowney, Tristan? My bold prediction. C-Lord says, for what it's worth, I'm not the least bit stressed at the slow start for agency. I think it boils down to my trust in John Schneider. Me as well, C-Lord. I mean, there's definitely some trust from my standpoint in John. I think it's also the trust comes into, beyond the trust, it's just the knowledge of where you are as a team in this situation and where you're at. And know thyself is one of the most important things that you can take into account in football. And that this is one of those spots where you have to know yourself and where your team is at and where you're currently standing and where you're headed. And that then becomes about patience and getting the lay of land and slowly kind of putting this thing together, that there's not as much of a rush. There's not as much of a sense of urgency that has been there in years past. Me mad bro Eckler signs a 2-year, $11.43 million deal. All right, that's not a huge payout on their part, but what's that guy going to do for them really as a player, you know? Places between Borderline and Fallout, they're killing my 2 favorite franchises. And Tristan, hard to say, man, still, if they're going to go make a hard play for good players at the top end in this free agent class, or if they're really just firmly rooted to going after more of the wave 3 guys like they have in the past. Because that has been their kind of mode in years prior. He says Chargers run a lot of 12 tight end sets and needs another blocking tight end. Good fit for them. Seahawks need a more dynamic tight end, and we can get a draft, and we can draft a blocking tight end. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, we can. Vong, I hope we're getting new uniforms. We had the rumors that maybe we were going to get them, so we might hear of their unveiling here before the draft, maybe even. Brian E., the Hawks Nest fandom generally is a win now, so I'm not confident 12s have the patience to let this play out over the next 2 seasons. It's something I'm sensing as well is going to be a bit of a hard point for me to push back. I don't know if people are going to want to hear me in saying it. All I can do is from my little particular spot in this arena, just try to drive that patience as much forward as is possibly able to do so. And I think that we have gotten used to, like you say, Brian, of being in a win now approach mode, and that we've had teams that I've always felt like, at least over the past 10 years, have been close to being contenders, this close. So let's go for it. Let's go. Let's push. And this is a team now that sits back and goes, no, we've got to reestablish the lay of the land here. We've got to get the new schemes onboarded. We've got to find out which players will work and what players won't work in this scheme off the players that are already in-house. There's a transitional state that has to be undertaken here, and it's not one that's going to happen overnight. And so, Brian, I'm going to remain and will be so throughout this season with a patient outlook and approach to this team, understanding those very points that I just brought up. But I agree. I think that it's going to be a hard sell to some of this 12s fan base because of the fact that they've had such a rich history of being aggressive and going for it. Huey says Blake Corum to the Chargers. It's possible. It's possible. I do think Blake does drop down in this draft a little bit after his combine. So you're able to get Blake in more of a 3rd, maybe 4th round even area. That makes it maybe more likely him to go to the Chargers at that point. They're going to need some help at running back now, a little bit. Cipos, what do you think? We will keep up the running back drafting method this year, wasting a draft spot this year for a running back. Maybe. I don't think they're going to take one as a high pick. Cipios, I think as well that there's a good chance that you look to target the 4th. You're going to have a 4th running back on the roster. I think you look to target the 4th running back as a UDFA. But could they take a guy in the 6th or 7th round to make the 4th guy because they just like him that much? Yeah, it's entirely possible. Entirely possible. Nick Olson says, Brando, next year you should start the free agency stream on day 2 when John realizes it has begun. Oh, let's go. Yeah, I might have to. I thought I was tired. Last year I did it on day 3 and that was too late. This year I was doing day 1 and that's too early. Got to find that just right. That porridge that's just in the right mode. Connor Wilson, bro, it's going to be hella lame if we're just going to take this year to let everything play out. Like, I get it and support it, but that's like a year and a half of not even being in contention, laughing out loud. I totally get it, man, Connor. I understand. Look, I want to be competing every year. I want to be trying to compete every year. And if there's something that we can do to compete, let's do it. But there is a counterbalance to that. And that counterbalance is if I've got a new coaching staff in, that's going to change things. If I've got a young roster in the state it's in right now that I'm trying to grow and develop it from and get that organically kind of pushing up, that might change things just a little bit. And while it will be tough to maybe not be able to drive as hard into competition in 2024, what you are going to potentially be able to do then is move money into 2025 to be that much more aggressive, to stack that much bigger of a team than at that point. It's very hard at the rudimentary level, just the root level of this, of to go from the systems that we had placed before, which was an offensive system that was basically the same off system through about the last 10 years with some minor changes. The defensive system, about the same defensive system for the last 10 years with very minor changes. And then both of those systems being ultimately highly simplistic in nature. And now you go into two systems that are going to be basically highly complicated in nature. To make that kind of transition and hope you can make that, to go for it now and to be aggressive for that right now, hard to see that all coming together at once that quickly. Much more of a likelihood to that you go, okay, it's got to be in that time, Connor, where it's going to take that time. It sucks that it does so, but in taking the long form approach to this, you also better prepare yourself for 2025 to better maximize that time in a way that you haven't been in prior years, because every year for a 10-year period, you've always been in kind of a go for it mode. It's like to a lesser degree of the thing the Saints deal with on a yearly basis. They never actually take that 1 year and say, hey, reset it down to the studs. We're negative 70 million every year when the new season starts. Every new season, we have to go out there and perform these acrobatics to get ourselves underneath the cap. All we merely have to do is just take 1 year where we go, hey, this ain't our year. We don't have a good enough roster. Get it back down to the healthy state. And then we can really go out of there and ride back into the future again and get back to being aggressive without having to cut our nose off to spite our face because we're in some weird precarious cap situation. The Hawks never brought themselves, Connor, to the same state that the Saints did on that yearly basis point, but they did do some things at times to where on a yearly basis, things could get a little bit tight because of you feeling like you're always in that go for it mode. Tyree Leonard, I really wanted to shout at Zadarius Smith, Hawks Nest. I like Zadarius Smith, Tyree, and he had a good year there for the Browns. He did. They seemed to like him though as well. They brought him back in-house. But he's a good player. Nick Brando. Oh, sorry. I mentioned that one. Metal Dragon Williams is 29 and had a PFF grade of 77 last season. 6 sacks. Just some facts for folks. He's had a good year, Metal Dragon. Hella good year. Hans, Willie Gaze is an available option. He might be all right out there. Save the Geese. Dumb fans need to realize that players need to want to sign with Seattle. It's not from lack of John trying to get free agents. That's true. How desirable is a place to come out to Seattle, especially if you're kind of an East Coast guy, growing up your whole life on the East Coast. It's a good point. Jordan says, John doesn't usually go after the first wave, so I don't think it's a players don't want to come here. Yeah, that's where we get to, it's hard to say on all this a little bit. And Tyree, man, Zadarius Smith would have been awesome. He did re-sign with the Browns, though. But he's a good player. Coming out from the Transpeed and I'm under. Yes, sir. Dave the Geese, it's only 4 p.m. in Seattle. Day isn't over yet. Signing someone or getting an extension done. It still could happen here. If Grover got 3 years, $40 million at 30.5 years old, then Williams is worth 30 years at 17. Yes, agreed. I think that's at the very, if it's not even a little more expensive at this point, Misfit. Nick says, I'd say 12s, like most fan bases, are caught up in the past and spend a lot of time chasing nostalgia instead of embracing the new. Yeah, I do see that a lot of times. That's for sure. Don, how's it going? Says, well, I must go now. Thank you, Brandon. All go Hawks, brother. Tibios, I hope Schneider takes his time now to working out good deals and the Hawks wait for that and not dropping millions and millions out the window like the Giants on Burns. Yeah. Giants another one of those teams that proverbial is in that in-between to bad state of things, and you can see why. Because their approach is so muddled, unclear, and you don't get what they're doing. But yeah, I'm agree. I'd rather take this approach than that approach as well. I don't think that would have been the smart way to go out there and throw a future second-round pick for Burns and then throw all that money at him. Seahawks Gaming, Jordan Brooks to the Dolphins. Interesting. Cheap too, says Save the Geese. Only $10 million a year for Brooks. Well, he can't cover. So you may be a hitter, you may be a tackler, you may play the run great. But if you can't cover, it's kind of a problem in this modern NFL from the linebacker position. Interesting move by the Dolphins. $10 million a year. It's about what I thought. $10 to $12 million a year he'd be at. That's about where he's at. Yeah, Panthers front office is bad, Jordan. Bad organizations are bad for a reason. Mr. Kane, my brother from another mother. How you doing in the house, my man? Good to see you. Says, would you rather go O-line or D-line in this free agent period? Folks, be sure to support this channel and the great content. Hit that like and sub button. Can't stay? Got a movie date? Keep up the great work, B. I hope you're getting to go see Dune, Mr. Kane. You're getting to go see like Dune on IMAX. But thank you for the $10 donation. I really do appreciate you. Congrats on the night. Hope it's a good night out for you. As far as right now, when I look at the lay of the land in free agency, when I take a peek at this currently, what is left when we go down the line, it's getting kind of thin as far as the offensive line is concerned. We weren't really looking at a tackle. And when you look at the guard position, Kevin Dotson, Robert Hunt, Ezra Cleveland, John Runyon, John Jackson, Glasgow, all off the board. We're left with Zeitler, Risner, Damian Lewis, Greg Van Roten, John Feliciano. It's very, very thin over there at the interior line. You have about Connor Williams is really the only interesting center left on the board from my perspective of things. So I'm now leaning more than ever, I think, into Mr. Kane saying the draft is where you take care of the offensive line. The defensive line would be better supplemented here by the free agents that are available here. Leonard Williams is a nice target. I think they're still trying to get this done. I still expect this to be the first signing that the Seahawks make in this free agent period is Leonard Williams. But you have DJ Reader, Sheldon Rankins, Daquan Jones, Javon Kinlaw, Shelby Harris. There's some guys that aren't exciting, but who could fill out the ranks and they would do fine. And then you look at the edge class. You do still have a Daniil Hunter, a Jadeveon Clowney, a Josh Unch, who I know the Seahawks have shown prior interest in. So there are still some edges that make sense here as well, and that I don't think are going to cost necessarily a ton of money. So between those two, I would say go edge, go defensive line with the free agency, and then go and draft the young offensive linemen, especially with this draft where Mr. Kane, it is pretty deep and pretty strong right now in the interior in this draft. You can get your starters in there. You can get a couple of guys in there in the first 3 rounds. But thank you, man, for the kind words. I really appreciate it. The reminder as well about hitting that like button, if you guys could for me, please. I really do appreciate that. I hope you have a great night out there checking out what's what, Mr. Kane. And again, I hope it's the Dune. I'm going to go see that Dune movie as soon as I can here on that IMAX. Nick says, damn, I hit the refresh button and Brooks is gone. Brooks out. No more Jordan Brooks. He says, 12 is finally seeing we're not in Emerald City and the streets are not gold. Awaken to find themselves living in a van down by the river. Duwamish, that it is. Yeah, I'm fine with Brooks not coming back too. I know it'll hurt some folks, but you can't understate the level of the difficulties he has in coverage. And spending $10, $12 million a year for a guy that's got the liabilities he does have in coverage is just, that's a bridge too far. Misfit says Luvu got 12 million, Brooks got 10, so Queen gets 15. Yeah, but that might be about right. I thought he was going to get more into the 17.5 mil at the start of free agency, but it seems like maybe there's a little bit of a rechecking of the middle linebacker market in this free agent period a little bit with some of those contracts given out. Brooks gets 10 instead of 12. Luvu gets 12 instead of 15. Maybe Queen's got to suffer a little bit of a ding on that as well. Matthew, I'm trusting this McDonald character too, man. What's up, big country? Fraser Reed, I would much rather trade a second and pay Burns instead of trading a second and not possibly re-signing Williams. I get it. Definitely don't like losing the pick for nothing, man. That's for sure. And that makes sense to me too. 3-year, $30 million deal for Brooks. Seahawks gaming, I guess Mike McDonald wants players for a system, but who fits his system? Laughing out loud. No one's signing. He's going to find value on the lower levels. You're not going to pick the fruit you got to go up there and climb the tree for. Got to find that low-hanging fruit. Jadell says, bro, queen, please. Jordan Willie Gay is a little small. He's kind of a 5'11-ish guy. So a little undersized. He's real well, kind of got that Jeremiah Trotter build where it's, he's kind of wide, but a little undersized. GL says John Schneider is probably just getting up, making his coffee, getting ready to load a bowl for 420. About to make some moves, I bet. Oh, wait, never mind. That's me. Talon Deal. Hey, B, what about Eric Armstead? I think Eric Armstead is your fallback plan if you can't sign Leonard Williams. If no Leonard Williams, then you go to Eric Armstead. I'd reckon to guess that that's their pivot from one to the next. And we got confirmation. Jordan Brooks to the Dolphins, 3 years, $30 million. Yeah, Santiago, it doesn't hurt too much. Not for some of the holes that are there in his game. Chris says maybe we can get Devin White for 10 or 11 million, but probably Luvu money range. Maybe. White's a tough eval on what he's going to get exactly. Because he doesn't always have the strongest of tape. The engine runs hot and cold with him. But he is such a talented guy. He's got that former top 10 pick pedigree that he's also working off of. But Tristan, it might be Queen, man. Queen might be the guy. Certainly with Brooks out, you're pivoting and looking back over to him now pretty closely. Adam Edwards, thank you for joining the Hawks Nest Ring of Honor. And Adam, keep an eye on your community post, please. That's where I post my membership benefits, but we'll be doing a membership-only show on Thursday. Got the draft guide's going to be coming out here as I wrap it up here over the next couple of weeks too, for the folks that are members of the channel. So do keep an eye on that because I will be posting that out over there. It's going to have a lot of words on this upcoming draft, a lot of thoughts on this upcoming draft. Nagasa Queen is definitely indeed worth more than Brooks. He's a better player than Brooks. He's on more of a rise than Brooks. He's a younger player than Brooks. He is worth more than Brooks. Yeah, you need to cover, and I agree, Jordan. You need to be able to cover in this day and age at the NFL, at the linebacker position. It ain't 1987. Tommy, good news is now we get pretty much a new team in addition to a new coaching staff. Amen. Turn over the new. Turn over the new. Seahawks gaming, the Dolphins were just barely under the cap. Yeah, they didn't have a lot of money to spend. Sean Jalalian says, Brooks is gone. Now this gets interesting. It does. It does. Things are starting to lean down a bit. Misfit says, remember, we can always trade for a good scheme fit to play Mike. If it comes to that, we'll have a plan. I agree. I'm not panicked. We're good. We're fine. JC says, top 10 defense next year, easy. Brooks, Bobby, Adams, 10. Diggs, we're all ass. Rayshawn Dawkins, can we keep Bobby Wagner? It seems like that with them kind of announcing their reports yesterday that Rayshawn, they're looking to kind of move on from Bobby. Is it possible he goes out there and finds a very tepid market for him and decides that he'll just come back here? Maybe. Is there a possibility, though, that maybe they don't want him back, that they don't look at him as a fit for this new defense? Could be that, too. So hard to say at this point, but I don't think there's any indication that there's a clean road to him coming back necessarily at this point. We'll see on Derek Hall, Half Daddy. It's only 1 year of play. It's too early to call Derek Hall a bust. There's a lot of guys taken in the second round who didn't have the best of first seasons, and you give them a year 2, year 3, and they start to round into shape. Free Truth says, yeah, I do not think I could take a person my age seriously after having Pete as a coach. Yeah, his gaming says, I can't wait for Brock Bowers attacking Brooks in coverage. He'd smoke him. Smoke him. Michael Hyde, we lost Brooks. Matthew Phillips, I imagine we'll see a lot of one-year deals this year at Hawks Nest. That's my anticipation very strongly at this point. As we were talking about this yesterday in preparation for free agency, I said, if we find ourselves getting past 3 o'clock today and we haven't made any moves, then there's much more of a firmer standing here that what we're doing is we're transitioning back into the old state of mind when it comes to free agency, which means more value-based signings. People may not like to hear that, but this is definitely an indication of that being where we're going now. So you're going to get a lot of different bodies, but you may not get the 1 or 2 real sparkling free agents that you were maybe taking a look at or wanting to see. Michael Hyde says, does Brooks going mean Queen to Seattle? It certainly, I think, ups the ante of the potentiality of it, Michael. I don't think that it makes it a no-brainer it'll happen, though. But yeah, you'd think that this would push it a little bit more further there. Chandler says, what are we doing? We're being patient and setting the stage, and I know that this is a tough one, and it's conceptually hard. Let me maybe show it to you guys, because I think I brought it up a couple times, and I think that it's probably... I know that when I certainly speak about certain things, it probably causes the eyes to glaze over, because it just doesn't quite... it doesn't quite land right, or it doesn't quite make sense in the way I'm putting it forward. So the reason the Hawks are being slow roll right now is we look at the current situation. Here is Sports Track. Sports Track has the Seattle Seahawks right now with the 9th amount most of cap space coming into this day. That's a lot of cap space. That's a good situation to be in. But what happens when I go to 2025? Well, the thing that you notice right out the gate is your Seattle Seahawks aren't there in the top 10 of most cap space money, right? Let's keep going down. Okay, so we're at 15th. We're right there, middle of the road. Okay, which is a good place to be in right now. This is for 2025. If you go and sign a bunch of 3-4-year deals right now, you're pushing that cap for 2025 all the way up to the ceiling of where it's going to be. You're going to set yourself in a situation where here this year, as you're assessing what's going on, as you're trying to see how fast your coaching staff can onboard their new systems, say nothing of evaluating the young players you currently still have on your roster, you go make go for it now moves now. Come to find it takes your team longer to instill this scheme, or there's a certain thing that you need to get here or get there to get the defense to run fully right, and that you could attack that in 2025, but because you've already spent your money in 2024, you can't go and do that. So the hesitancy here is, as much as I know it's not fun for fans to consider this, but it's as much of kind of side-eyeing to 2025 and keeping that in a very healthy state. Because you draw that into an unhealthy state and you might box yourself in where now you've got a team ready to go in 2025. Now you got the talent on the roster. You want to supplement and add in free agency to those last couple of guys to bring things into full shape and form. You don't got the money to do it. I think that that's the Schneider worry here by going too active in this free agency period, and why I think it looks a little confusing to some of you, because you go, we got this cap space, why aren't we doing something? But it's also about, I think we would have been much more active today if we were sitting on $50 million of cap space right now, and if we were already in a top 10 state next year as far as cap space. I think the team would be much more likely to go, hey, we can go a little bit more hog wild. But that not being the case, where you're at as far as organizationally wise, I think it just moves you into a bit of a different direction. JCO2 says, people really thought Brooks was good. Seriously? Yes. I got in many, many debates with people that presented to me that he had some great year last year. I went, huh? No, he didn't. No. Flag says, we have years of how John plays free agency, yet people are still shocked we're slow playing this. Yeah, it's true. Jordan says transition year, not a rebuild year. Yeah, it's a good way of putting it. I mean, technically we're in year 3 of the rebuild, but it's a transition year and, you're kind of switching lanes a little bit. Half Daddy says Miami cleared $20 million restructuring Ramsey's contract. Oh, there we go. That was a good way of they put that money to work. They also lose Robert Hunt in the situation, so they take a little bit of a hit too. The Bills Bunker, Hawks Nest, live streams always popping. You know how I do, man. It's good to see you in the house, bro. How you feeling about your Bills moves today, man? What the Bills do today? Mitch Trubisky, re-signed Taylor Rapp. Kind of looks like your Bills are keeping it in-house. It's like your Bills are kind of doing this slow rolling it a little bit too, like my team is. Blue and Green Zone. You don't get good deals in first wave. That's where high-paid players go, and Schneider is great at waiting it out. Plus, seeing Leonard not sign nowhere, he's either A, not getting offers he expects, or B, trying to let Seattle match his offer. Agreed, man. That seems to be a bit of what we're seeing right now, too. It's good that he hasn't been swept up at this point by somebody else. So there's still some ways that this can break in an encouraging fashion, and I think even those folks that are looking for activity, for them to get satiated when it's all said and done a little bit here somehow or another. Michael says, we're for sure drafting a linebacker now. Amen. Probably a couple of them. Probably more than one. Misfit says 8.7 APY for Brooks. How's it 8.75 though if it's a $330 million? Seahawks Gaming says the linebackers are dropping like flies. There goes Azeez Al-Sharir to the Texans with D'Amico Ryans. Well, that may actually help us on that signing because the Texans are the team that I've been hearing have been in the main competition with us for Patrick Queen. So maybe that takes one more bit of competition off the board then at that point. Shair got 3 years, $34 million. Pretty good deal for him. Definitely gives us a bit of an idea of where Queen's going to be around, though, and it's not around that 18. Probably 15 is looking more and more exact. JC Com, should we pick up Geno Stone and Patrick Queen? Well, Geno Stone signed with the Bengals, JC. Patrick Queen is still out there. I'm open to that. I'm certainly, let's go. We don't have a middle linebacker. We don't have a Will. We don't have a backup Will or backup middle linebacker. So we got to get busy at some point on that. I certainly would take him. Misfit says it's $30 million with incentives, but it's 8 times APY for Brooks from what I've seen. Okay. Good deal for Miami. Austin Luthi, Justin Fields for a 3rd-round pick. He might be even worth less than that at this point, Austin. I don't think that there's much of a market for Justin Fields across the NFL. So I don't know if we're in the neighborhood to jump on that or not, but I don't know what the cost is going to necessarily be for him at that point. Brooks gives us a 4th King Bomber. I don't know at 3 years, $30 million. It's probably more of a 5th. You get maybe a 6th for Parkinson today. You get a 5th for Brooks. Probably more like that. Blue and Green Zone, DJ Reader's okay. Leonard Williams plays the whole D-line. Reader is mainly a defensive tackle. Yeah, and he's a 3-tech at that, blue-green. Like, Leonard can do a little 1-tech stuff at times, too. He's mainly 3-tech, but Reader's just pure 3-tech all the way. Yeah, Misfit, I'm liking Texans getting Shair. Maybe that gets him out on Queen. JC, the Bengals took Stone. Tycoon, who are your best 4 available guys left? What 4 would you take? Well, I would Leonard Williams, Jadeveon Clowney, Patrick Queen. There's 3. Maybe like I don't know, Connor Williams or something is the third. It'd be nice to address the offensive line a little bit in free agency. CPO says midnight here, guys. Bye. I hope we sign one of the good deals today. Sounds good, CPOs. You have yourself a great night. Appreciate you. Nick says Brooks had like 20 missed tackles. He did. Not as sure a tackler is the reputation that matched up to him at times in the fandom. Doodle Bob says that's probably the best thing to do. I'm just not that patient to wait for 2025. I get it, man. You're not alone either, Doodle Bob. There's a lot of folks I think that are kind of tapping their toe today just a little bit in that respect. Rodney Presho. What's up, Rodney? Thank you for the $2 donation. Says, I like that we are letting the market come to us. Me too, Rodney. Me too. I'm okay with the patient approach this year. There have been other years I've been not okay with the patient approach, but if you're not in your Super Bowl window, if you're not a contender, then being super aggro on day one of free agency really doesn't make a tremendous amount of sense to me. You know, I get taking your time with it, especially if you've got some specific spots and guys you're looking to target, which I have a sense that that's a little bit of probably what the team is doing here, Rodney. Thank you, man. The $2 donation. Appreciate you for that. And I'm with you as well. Matthew, I'm hoping for a top 10 pick, but also a hot streak at the end of the season as the team starts to gel around McDonald, and then we can leverage for a top quarterback next year. I love your plan of attack, Matthew. Sign me up. And that would give you a little bit of a cleaner path to getting that QB. You're right. Cliff, it seems like we're going to sign Queen in my eyes. We lose Brooks. I was really looking forward to re-signing Brooks on a friendly deal and then sign Queen together. Would have been a dream come true. Potentially could have been an option, Cliffick. I think it would have been hard because I think they're both each of them are will linebackers at this point. Both of them have got a taste of the Mike linebacker position, and that's not been their strength. I would wager to guess that Miami ends up having Brooks out as the will. Cooper says, I'm okay. Brooks not coming back. I think Brooks is a decent player. Our defense hasn't been top 15 with him. Time to go and start new. I like it, man. Adam Edwards, what do you think about drafting Joe Milton? He is big and scramble, big arm. He can sit behind Geno or Jordan Travis. I'm more of a Jordan Travis guy, Adam. I'd take Jordan Travis in the 4th round. I think Milton is a 5th round guy. Milton's got issues. Everything you say about him is accurate, not accurate, but everything you say about him is correct. He has got a big arm. He can move really well. I think he hit the top speed at the Senior Bowl as far as miles per hour. He can make every throw. But Adam, there's 2 real main spots that jump out to me with Joe that are problematic. One is that he just is not a processor in the pocket at all. He does not process well in the pocket. The other 2 thing that comes in is accuracy. You have the biggest arm in the world, but if you can't hit the broadside of a barnyard, it reduces your great arm talent to some degree. And those are the 2 points at the forefront to me, Adam, that get me a little bit worried when it comes to Joe Milton. But big arm, can move, get him in the 5th round, and be a unique guy with some upside that you wouldn't typically tend to find at the quarterback position in the 5th round. I'm on board with it. Yeah, you know I'm not a big Brooks guy either when that draft day 1st round pick. Ugh. George Samuel, why not spend $10 million a year on Brooks? It's when you start spending that kind of money to have a guy with the liabilities that Brooks does have in his game, becomes a bit much. And while Brooks is really fast, quote unquote, as somebody else does, Nick was mentioning above with the 20 missed tackles, with the well over, what has he got? He's given up over 2,500 yards. What is it? How many yards did he give him? Just a ton of yards in the air in his career. He struggles very much with yak yardage and making the tackle after the catch, in addition to just being completely lost in zone. When it comes to Jordan Brooks, as far as being a good player, he just was not a good player. I mean, that's the bottom line on it, and it can make people mad that are pro Jordan Brooks players, but when you're saying you think he's a Jordan Brooks good player, it's kind of like, well, I just see it with my eyes and think I see it, but if there's no statistical backing to that, unless you want to use like number of tackles But if you want to take, impact, tackle for loss, ability to play coverages, ability to slide off blockers and make tackles after that, there's there are too many holes there. There's a lot of holes in that game of that guy. And the coverage stuff is not just a pro problem, of course, with it, George. The coverage issues go back to his final college season, because that was the back of the time when Schneider was trying to tell us that, and other people were saying, well, no, he's got 80 drops back in coverage. He doesn't make a single play on a ball, doesn't knock anything away, isn't even work close in coverage, dropping the coverages in that last year in college. And many of us, like myself, were saying he just doesn't have any feel in coverage back there. And people were like, no, he was playing a spy role. That's what it was. He was playing a spy role. And the spy role didn't have him actually in coverage, so he wasn't actually covering anybody. So that's why he never had any pass breakups or any plays in coverage. No, it isn't. Because he can't play coverage. And that's a problem. And if you can't cover in this modern era, you're going to get picked on and picked apart. And that's why he has so many yards given up over the years, is because teams realize that he's a liability back there. No sense of where to sit in zone, no feel for how to pick up guys in coverage, absolutely susceptible to flood zone concepts. Sean McVay made Brooks look silly time and again with the flood zone concepts, because he takes the cheese on the first play, first player carries him out of the zone, leaves his zone then wide open for the vacating next player to come into it. And he does it time and time again. The issues are like so many in coverage. It isn't just, well, he just isn't good in zones. Like, I can give you the exact details of how he's not good in zone. Doesn't make a play on the ball, doesn't have any ball skills, doesn't know how to have a feel in zone, doesn't have any recognition pre-snap about what they're going to be doing as far as an offense and attacking them with the route concepts. No premeditation on his part at all. Everything is reactive in the moment to what's happening. It all just adds up to, it's never going to get good in coverage with Brooks. It was never going to improve in coverage with Brooks. You're always dealing with that. And when you're spending $10 million a year for that, it's like, $10 million a year? Nick Olson says, Brando, what would you say is the most surprising or head-scratching signing that we've seen today among all teams? I don't know if it's any one signing that I would point to on this necessarily. I think most of these deals do add up. I mean, even giving out the $20 million a year to the Panthers, giving $20 million a year to Robert Hunt. It's like, ouch. That's a little bit crazy town. When I look at the Vikings moves made, 4 years, $76 million for Jonathan Greenyard. Is he worth that? Andrew Van Ginkel, another edge they signed for 2 years at $20 million. Is he worth that? Is Andrew Ginkel worth the very same contract we essentially signed Uchenna Nwosu to in free agency a couple of years ago? I don't know. Blake Cashman, a linebacker, to a 3-year deal. I kind of look at what the Vikings are doing right now, and I'm going, That's stupid. What are you guys doing? Why are you making these moves? I don't see what they're doing. I don't see the intelligence behind it, pretty much. Most of everybody else, even on the deals that are a little bit bigger deal monies, I can get why teams did it. So I don't think there's a lot of crazy money being thrown around out there that doesn't make any sense. But the Vikings approach has been a little bit of I can't make that. That's definitely making me go, what are you guys doing? What's the plan here? Emerald Hayes. So Bowers, our new tight end. You better believe it, Emerald Hayes. Brock Bowers, tight end 1. Come on down. Michael Green, what the F are we doing? Couldn't match $10 million a year. We could match it. We just didn't like the player that good. Well, Green, so the Falcons have 3 to 4 players they have to pay in year or 2. Why pay so much for Cousins? Doesn't make sense to me. They just got their cap back to almost normal. I don't know either. I didn't understand it. We did have Tony Wright in the house. He's our local resident Falcon fan, and he felt pretty good by it. So I think some of it's just the Falcons fans felt like there was no pathway to getting another quarterback in the future that provided them any hope. And maybe that's some of what gives them confidence or okay with this being the move that they made. Klubik says, well, it seems like Brooks wasn't in Mike McDonald's plans if we lost him, so I'm trusting the process. After all, he was one of the best defensive coach hires we've had in a while. Future is bright. Well said, Klubik, and I agree. Emerald Mays, I don't think we're going to re-sign Adams or Diggs. I think they're going to move on. I bet you Adams ends up in Dallas. Tezakaku, where do I think Locke's going? Well, we heard rumors of the Vikings. I think that makes a lot of sense as a landing zone. I think he's going to look for a place where he has a true opportunity to go there and start. And that would be as good a spot as any probably for him. The guy says, would never sign Brooks long-term after an ACL tear as someone who plays D1 ball and tore his ACL. Sometimes you never come back fully on those, right? And the modern science loves to fool us and think, oh, you'll just bounce right back. But yeah, it seems like there's sometimes those injuries do kind of cost you on it. Amazing Mario Brothers, so glad we freed up all this cap space to do absolutely nothing. Yui making tackles and making a difference are two entirely different things. Brooks made some tackles, but never made a difference. Great way of putting it, man. And I agree. Flag says, I think the Hawks believed that they were further along last year, so they made some moves. I think the organization is looking at this more realistically. Me too, man. Me too. Part of why I'm okay with it. You're not going to see me wringing my hands here on it. I get it. CNCV says, what do the Seahawks fans think of Shane Waldron? I think that he's got a bit of a mixed bag in the outlook of him. I think it's a little bit hard to make the assessment of him, CNC, because of the fact that there was probably a lot of what he was doing that was impelled or guided by Coach Carroll's hand. So what was Shane? What was Coach Carroll? How much was Shane restricted by Coach Carroll? I don't know. The one thing that is ultimately true here that I don't think anybody would contest, CNC, and that is that Shane Waldron came from a Rams offensive attack that runs a certain style of offense. He came to Seattle and he ran a different style of offense. Is that because Shane chose to do so or because Coach Carroll kind of forced it? I tend to think it's the latter, but we're going to learn the answer to this CNC very quickly with this year in Chicago. And Waldron going there to now maybe be able to coach completely unhindered as far as what he wants to do in calling a game. Darnell Washington, or Daniel Watson. Man, I totally blew that name. Daniel says, we can get Levante David to replace Brooks. We could. Yep. Not a big costly option either with his age. Amazing Mario Brothers, this bargain shopping every year in free agency while so many other teams make big moves gets old. I get it, man. It's definitely it can be a frustrating standpoint. We still got Mafi. We do. Yeah, I don't think, Nick, the Bears get a third-round pick for Justin Fields at this point either. I think that ship has sailed far, far away. Caden Cole, we did lose Brooks. We did indeed. Stealing Clips, Giants screwed with the Brian Burns contract. It's pricey. It's pricey. They spend a lot. But you were going to have to with that guy if you brought him in. He's been far outside of his rookie territory. Tezakako says in Nelson's chat, they're crying Brooks is gone. Yeah, it's one I don't. It's, as I've said on a couple of guys on this team, and I've seen it over recent years, there are players, and it's a great thing I love about my fellow Pacific Northwesters is that we truly do fall in love with our own players. And we prize them, and we hail them, and we love them up. And I love that. That's a great given instinct by my fellow 12s to have that feeling in their heart. I do think that we have a tendency at times to take it a little bit too far and over love our own in-house players too much versus really having a view of the lay of the land of how that player measures up against other players in the sport at his position. And with a guy like Jordan Brooks, with a guy like Colby Parkinson, I have felt a little bit like that. There's a little bit of a different view versus reality here on this one from the fandom. We got Fant. I'm seeing Fant notes here. See what we got here. Oh, we got nothing coming through. Oh, there we go. So we've got some news, folks. We've got some news. Oh my God. We finally got something happening. Something occurred. Something has happened. Something has happened and occurred. The Seattle Seahawks have finally made a move. Finally made a move. Mr. Noah Fant has been brought back into the house. He is being signed on a 2-year, $21 million deal with the Seattle Seahawks. It would appear that the market was a little bit light for Noah. Surprisingly so, maybe just a little bit. And maybe he was thinking he was going to get the 3 or the 4-year deal, get up into that $35 million territory. But the Hawks have at least got a tight end on the roster now. That's good. That's a plus thing. 2-year, $21 million. Fant returns back in-house. I would reckon to guess that your first-year cap hit, because it is only a 2-year deal, probably sitting at about $7 to $8 million on the first-year hit, maybe a little more. So you're looking at the Hawks probably at now $41 million or so in cap space post this move. But not bad. Not bad at all. He's a guy that's been very consistent throughout his career. Hawks didn't do a good job of targeting in the middle of the field. That's not Noah Fant's problem. He can't call the plays. Pretty efficient receiver in what he's provided for the Hawks over the past couple of years. He's functional as a blocker. I wouldn't call him a good blocker, but he's functional as a blocker. And the former first-round pick is certainly a very talented guy coming out of Iowa. Mark Coleman says, so glad you point out all of Brooks' shortcomings. I was so miffed why people were saying he's such a good player. I never thought that he was good. He made tackles, but most were downfield. Yes, it's a place that I've been fighting this battle for a while with him, Mark, and it's, I watched the All-22 on the tape on these guys, and there's some players where you see more and more in All-22. You get the very clear standpoint of what they're doing on the field, what they're not able to do on the field, where they're missing, where they aren't. And with Brooks in coverage, it always shows up. He's just never in the right spot on his zone drops. He doesn't feel the guys coming through, the flood zone concepts, the lack of being able to tackle after the catch. There's the problem of him always taking the cheese in play action. He's got a tremendous issue of wanting to take always 2 false steps forward off of play action, right? It's the good linebacker that can just stay flat-footed and then get back into his drop-off play action. It's the bad linebacker that's going to take a single false step forward because he's thinking it's a handoff when it's not, because that single false step forward takes you out of coverage on the back end if that's where they're looking to attack, is right behind your head. You take 2 bad steps, pump, pump. Now you're even a further yard forward, even further with your foot in the bucket, and they're going to even that much more likely hit you over the top in coverage on the back end. So it's as I say with him, yeah, it's a variety of places with Jordan. It can frustrate a little, but you got to really look at him as more of the player. If you're just looking at the tackle numbers, and then he got some sacks for you last year. If you look at what he is on the field and what he brings as a player, and you're talking about paying that guy $10 million a year on average, that's 875, whatever it is. There's too many liabilities. There's too many holes in his game to be doing that. And is what it is. Yeah, it's a good deal for Fant. Daniel Watson, do you believe in Geno, or should we draft a quarterback or trade for Fields? I do believe in Geno, Daniel. I think if you give him better stuff up front, especially a better offensive line to work with, he'll be even better than he's been. And I don't think he's been too bad up until this point. I'm not drawn as much, Daniel, right now to have to go and cartwheel our way and spin our way and jump through a window to go get the quarterback. I'm more of a believer of you set the table first and then you get the quarterback. And what I mean by setting the table is put the offensive line in place, get them right, and then go get your quarterback. Because when you do the inverse, you tend to create bad situations. The whole reason that Fields is mainly on the market right now by the Bears, and the Bears aren't really sure what they have in him, is because they didn't set the table right for him prior to him coming in there. So I'm okay with still riding with Geno. Let's continue to build this line. We'll address the quarterback position sooner than later, but I don't think that there's got to be a drive that we've got to be chomping at the bit to get it done. Caden Cole, where do I think Queen lands since we ain't got him yet? I think that we're as likely a team as anybody to get him. I think the Texans were the main team that was in contention with him for us, and they seem to sign a different middle linebacker. So he becomes a guy that's much more likely here to land here, which is awesome. Awesome. Blue and Green Zone, got to get back to work. Be back soon, everyone. Help out the nest. Hit that like button. Shout out to shoot it up to 400 likes. Let's get up to 400 likes today. We've got well over 537 people in the chat here right now. Hit that like button if you could for me. It does help me out tremendously, and I do appreciate it. Don Mata, thank you for the $5 donation, Don. He says, Mike McDonald wants his guys. By next season, it might be all new guys. New era here we come. It's a new era, a new day, a new dawn. And I'm feeling good. But we're there, man. Mike McDonald's cooking. And that's just what happens with a new regime, is that you're going to get new players. You're going to get turnover. We got to accept it. It's part of the process. And it'll be a good part of the process here. Healthy part of the process. But well said, Mike. But well said, Don. Mike's going to get his guys in here. And creating a situation with guys that maybe aren't on a big multi-year deals where there's a hungry environment and guys are earning their way, and you're fostering a little bit of that environment, much in the way that Carroll and Schneider did when they first came in the door and they had all that roster churn and nobody was guaranteed their spot. Not the worst of ways to go in trying to build up a highly competitive roster. That's for sure, Don. But thank you, man. I appreciate your $5 donation very, very much. Free truth, I think we should draft a quarterback in the second or third round, let him sit behind Geno a year or two. I think that definitely would have been the ideal coming in this upcoming draft, free truth. I think the run on quarterbacks in the first round might make that hard to do. That's the one part that might make. I'm with it, totally with it, but I think there might be a run on quarterbacks, so this will press this down a bit. Metcalf Season says sometimes injuries don't slow you down physically, but mentally they're taxing. It's the same as when someone KOs you in MMA. Your chin isn't weaker. You're scared it's going to happen again. True. Very true. Especially if it's a major injury. Especially if it's a big one. Fans back, baby. Fans back. And you mad, bro? I think that the Fant re-signing is a solid one here. I can't get... I think that the money looks right. I'll bring up some of his scores here on PFF. The money's right. You're not overspending. You're in that mode that we talked about a little early today, where you're in that kind of 1 or 2 year mode on the contracts, being that you give yourself flexibility potentially for next season. If you are looking to move off guys that you even signed this season, where you can create that cap space back a year from now if you really want to go and do that. Let's take a look here at Mr. Fant. Take this off. So here's Noah Fant right now. As you can see here, last year coming in right around a league average grade at 62.9. So all the way down the line, league average. 42 targets, 32 receptions. So very efficient in his targets last year in his approach. When we look at Fant from a perspective of his 5 years in this league, aside from his rookie season in 2019, every year he's given you at least about a league average season from the tight end position play. As you can see, he is not a pass blocker. That's a little bit of the hole. He's a little bit of a better run blocker than a pass blocker, and not a good pass blocker at all. Really good receiving grades, though. And obviously has a lot of room there for you to be able to more further utilize him. But catching 75% of the passes thrown his way, good throws, bad throws, he's making the catch. He gave you even a little bit of yak at times here. As you look at that yak, that goes on the mark with this too. So he's been a good yak guy in addition. Just a solid receiver. There's nothing exceptional about him, but just a good receiver overall who moves uniquely for the position, and how hard it is to find guys that are as good as this guy is and working in space. He creates some really quick, easy separation inside. And here's a real big key with it as well. When you look at Noah Fant's production, the thing that you can't parse away from what Noah Fant's been able to do with his production right here, and you got to consider on the other aspect of it, is that for a tight end to be maximally effective, you have to have a team that's committed to working the middle of the field. Not a whole hog, not all the way, not that that's the forefront of what they do, but that you are working the middle of the field, at least as far as a normal mainstay of your offensive attack. The Seattle Seahawks, of course, last year and throughout the time of Coach Carroll here, through many of his years of offenses, were 32nd in the NFL at targeting the middle of the field. They have very much a hesitancy to going at that spot in the middle of the field with Carroll Pryor. And I think with this year and going with Fant moving forward, you might see them much more willing to attack that middle of the field there with Grubb. I don't think that he has that same kind of hesitancy. And so you might still see a guy in Fant who you're signing this deal and you still have some upside to this guy. He's not maybe realized his best overall self that he could be here if he's in an offense that's able to find a way to utilize him better than they have. Barry Satoro. Thank you, Barry, for the $20 donation. Barry, very kind of you, brother. I really do appreciate it. Just make it stop, B. The nonstop lock talk has changed to make a deal for Justin Fields. Nonstop lock talk to make a deal for Justin Fields. I like how you phrase that, Barry. That's very phonetic. Got a little rhyme to it almost a little bit. Yep. We transition from one tough topic to another here on these kind of things, Barry, right? Just as we get away from the lock talk, here comes the Fields. It's inevitable, Barry, you know. It's always got to be a transitional state player there that people are pivoting to. If this one's gone, then this one, then that one, then that one. But yeah, with me for a while on this one, I just don't think that it really syncs up with Fields coming to Seattle. I really think the only way that you could make this happen or this would occur is if his value just drops so heavily by the Bears and that they can't get anything back in return, that it just becomes, from Seattle's perspective, of, hey, a fifth for Fields? Okay. Or it's just such a flyer pick where they don't care. But I don't think the Bears are going to have to go down to that state of things. I think that they'll probably still be able to find a third round pick, maybe a late one at that. But that's the only way I could see it happen. And even there, I don't think that this is going to be something that the Seahawks are driving hard to go after. I think that they've got bigger fish to fry, bigger problems to deal with, bigger issues on this roster that need to be fixed. But it's a possibility, but a remote one, that's for sure. And drop in, Barry, until Fields moves, just like with Locke, until he signs you. It's going to go nonstop until something happens on that front, one way or the other. Thank you, though, Barry, and all of your longtime support, one of my OGs in the channel. Matthew says, I'm glad we have Fant. I think our receiving room is still looking good, even if we do move on from Tyler. No moving on from Tyler at this point, Matthew. Of course, they just signed Tyler to that contract extension or the reworked deal, so he remains on the roster. Radu says it's an overpay. I don't know, man. I mean, $10.5 million on average for a 2-year deal with a guy like Parkinson getting 3 years at 21. I'd rather by far have the Noah Fant contract. Fant daddy. Fant back. Kevin Hidalgo, it's not an overpay. Shane didn't know how to use his tight ends. Did not. I think a little bit of that is that mandate that I think came down to Kevin by the coaching staff saying, don't target the middle of the field. That's where turnovers happen. We don't like turnovers. Misfits says, Grubb happy he didn't have to use a 5th round rookie at tight end. Yeah, probably. He was looking at it like, is Westover going to be my number one? No. Flag says, I think that they were projecting $13 million a year for Fant. Good deal. Yeah, and I would estimate too, Flag, that Fant was being projected at least as having a 3 to a 4-year contract. So getting him down to just a 2-year commitment as well makes this at least a little bit of a coup, I think, for the Seahawks. Not saying it's a full-on steal, but it's not bad. Mr. Dog, you had to do it after losing Parkinson and Disley. It definitely was getting rough looking at the tight end room here across the NFL and going, boy, it's going to be like not a lot left tomorrow. Matthew says, we're not going to move for Fields. We could take him for very cheap if he's available, but that's very unlikely. No point in thinking about it. Bingo, man. Bingo. Metcalf season says, Bowers, X Fant X. I'm good with that. Who takes tight end 2 and 3? I'm with it, man. I'm with it too. Yeah, you'd get Bowers in as your inline guy, Fant to be your kind of move guy, and they'd work wonderfully together. Meso 2 Drippy. Do we re-sign Bush just depth again? I feel he could be a very useful player next year. Seemed like he was one of the very few tackling against the Steelers. He had like 18 tackles, I think, in that game, Meso. I think he's got some issues in coverage. I don't think he's going to be at the forefront of being brought back at this point. King Bomber says, considering Parkinson got $7.5 million, I'll take it. Yeah. Like $7.5 million Parkinson on a 3-year deal or Fant on a 2-year deal at 10.5. I'll go fan all day on that. The New Black says all 3 Seahawks tight ends got time today. Well, I used to call them the Cerebus, man. I used to call them the Cerebus, and they were all very good tight ends. Doesn't surprise me that all those guys are off the board after day 1. Osu, Brooks is really gone. Jordan Brooks is c'est la vie. Metal Dragon, thoughts on Brennan? Paying $10.5 million? Yeah, I'm okay with it. This is a draft that is very, very weak for the tight end class. And that means that there's very likely that they're going to go very quickly off the board. So trying to wait till the draft to go get your number 1 tight end is probably a little bit of a fool's errand. And so you wanted to get out ahead of this a little bit. I don't think $10.5 million a year is that bad. They can get out of the contract next year if they really want you to clear the cap space. You didn't have to do the 3rd or the 4th year on this deal. It's not a tremendous amount of money. He's been a solid player in this league. I'm okay with it. AI says, I can still remember the look on your face when we drafted Brooks. I was like, who? Yeah, those actually aged pretty well. I've got the, I'll eventually probably play it on live stream for people who probably haven't seen it, because I'm sure we'll get some new folks in the chat, and the video is, it gets buried, those videos. So I've got a video reaction I did, folks, I was reacting to the live first round picks when I was first starting the channel. So I did the LJ Collier year, I did the Jordan Brooks year, and I did the DJ Dwayne Eskridge year. And it was a running meme for a while where every year my heart was going to get broken in the first round of the draft. But my reactions hold up pretty well in those. I don't look like the pissy, whiny little bitch that I looked like on the day of the draft when I was moaning about those guys, do I, AI? Because I got really in my feelings. The LJ Collier pick, oh, I was so in my feelings on that pick. I was so mad on that pick. Jordan Brooks, I knew that he was bad in coverage. I knew it. Yeah, that was a tough 3-year stretch, man. Daniel Watson, does anyone think Xavier Howard would be a great signing? Possibility. I think he's had a little bit of a reduction in who he is as a player in recent years, but certainly knows how to take away the ball. Has a lot of interceptions in his career. Kevin says, now sign Leonard Williams. Get it done. Get it done. Jocular Jellyfish. Will the Hawks still potentially draft Bowers now? It's still a potential there, Jocular. I don't think that this embeds you into the tight end position where you're like, we're good. We're set. And they are a little bit of 2 different tight ends. Like a lot of these positions that have technically you're a tight end and you're a tight end, there are some distinct differences between them. You have inline tight ends who play on the ball, whose job a lot of times is going to be to take on an edge or a defensive end one-on-one and have to block those guys. They've got to be able to get off the line of scrimmage in their releases and get clear of physicality and get into the routes fast. With an H-back or a move tight end, they tend to be off ball, right? So you tend to see an H-back aligned behind the butt of the tackle where they finally come to their resting spot prior to being in motion, let's say. What that tends to typically do then is those guys don't have to be as much on the ball and take on those defensive ends. They're a little bit more getting them to the linebackers in space or safeties. They also tend to typically get the free release off the line of scrimmage. So they'd be a little bit lighter guys that don't have as much of the beef that the inline guys have. So Bowers and Fant would give you that ebb and flow at the position that you need. Being you need both of those 2 guys. The H-back tight end is essentially taken over the fullback position in the NFL. That's basically the way to kind of think of it a little bit. Metal Dragon, I don't think Damian Lewis is much of an option here for us at this point. The thing to consider with this is that you're moving to a scheme of mobile offensive linemen. Damian Lewis is not a mobile offensive lineman. He's mobile deficient. So it's not likely you're looking to bring him back in. And the Z, I'm fine with letting Bradford have a chance at it. You got an itch? Itchy? Chuck H says Rattler will be gone. Chuck H says Rattler will be gone by the early 3rd. I agree. I don't think he lasts. I think he's going to get pressed up boards because there just isn't another of the. He's like one of the only tier 2 quarterbacks in this draft. He might be the only one because every other one of the quarterbacks has been pushed up into tier 1. It seems like. But that's just how it seems anyway. Randall McDaniel in the house. What's up, Randall? Thank you for the $5 donation, brother. He says, if you recall, Draymond Jones was a late evening signing on day 1. Can I get an update on a couple of guys still in the mix? Not Queen or Clowney. Can I get an update on a couple of guys still in the mix? Not Queen or Clowney? Just haven't necessarily heard them as targeting. I think Josh Unch, Randall. Josh Unch is a below the radar guy that's still out there and available in the market, who the Hawks might be taking a look at. So he'd be another edge that I think could be interesting. Of course, Kyle Van Noy might be more of a wave 3 guy, but I think that he's definitely in play off the edge as well. Devin White, maybe as far as a middle linebacker, they look at as far as quality. If not not a Patrick Queen, but definitely that's a guy to maybe pay attention to. Josie Jewell, Willie Gay, might be a couple of guys as well that could come into factor in on this just a little bit. From the safety position, CJ Gardner-Johnson, if his value gets kind of derailed a little bit, might be a guy that they take a good long look at. Jeremy Chin, Carolina Panthers guy, is another guy that people have rumored might have the Hawks interested a little bit in what he brings to play. He's also a guy that's out there and available right now, Randall. It's about the only guys I've heard that have been firmly connected. As far as the defensive line, I think if you're going off of Leonard Williams, you're obviously then transitioning to probably an Eric Armstead, maybe a DJ Reader, maybe a Sheldon Rankins, maybe a Shelby Harris you go back to. So they do have a couple of 3-tech options, though. My feeling on this is that if you don't get Leonard Williams, you make a run at Eric Armstead. If you don't get Eric Armstead, then you just position to go after the 3-tech in the draft and get that figured out and grab there, Randall. So that, if I was a guessing man, I'd think that they're angling in that direction of things. But thank you, man, for the $5 donation, as well as another $2 donation from Randall. Very, very, very kind of you. Says, Randy, be happy if we get safety Justin Simmons. That would be a pretty nice hire potentially too. He's got some ball skills back there. It does sound like, just hearing from Denver fans recently, that maybe there's been a little bit of an erosion of some of the skills there from Justin Simmons, but also very eloquent and familiar with the split cover 2 shell look that is going to be a mainstay of Mike McDonald. So understands how to kind of play both 2 positions and areas on that a little bit. So he would have that background to him too, Randall. Could be a guy that they do look to target in free agency on that. Yeah. Kind of going to be interesting to see what Justin Simmons' market's going to be, Randall. I haven't got a good feel on that quite yet as to which way that one's leaning just a little bit. Daniel Watson says trade down with the Eagles and get 2nd round pick and grab Penix. I don't know if he's lasting that long, Daniel. I think he goes in the top 20. Emerald Hayes, thoughts on Diggs and Adams coming back on lower end contracts? I hope not. I don't think it's happening, Emerald Hayes. Both of those guys are very specific in their skill set and what they can do, and what they need to go to defense where Diggs is a free safety and Adams is a strong safety. As I was just talking about with Randall's question about Justin Simmons, you need split safeties. So it's always with these schemes about the requirements of the schemes, the right requirement of the type of players you need within the schemes. We don't just simply need a free safety and a strong safety, which was the case with Coach Carroll for many different years. You need a strong safety that has free safety skills and a free safety that has strong safety skills. And so that's not what either of those 2 guys really fit to their skill set. And so they won't be fits to this new scheme. Blue and green, Jordan Travis is better than Milton and Rattler. I can be signed up to that. I certainly think he's better than Milton, and I could probably have a case made to me that he's better than Rattler. I like him a lot, blue and green too. He's good. Randall, again, man, thank you for all your donations. Docs Blue and Green says, glad we're losing Brooks. Give me some linebackers that can cover the pass. Where was that here? Misfit, Noah Fan had a 72.1 pass blocking grade in 2023. So indeed, he did have the 72 passing grade. So he had an improvement this year. It is only on 36 snaps. And historically, when you look through the other 4 years of his career, He was a 27 grade in 19, a 28 grade in 2020. He was a 39.5 grade in 2021. He was a 53.9 grade in 2022. So I have essentially, 135 snaps versus 36 snaps from a particular year, where not necessarily that is his strength, I would say. But maybe he's improved. Maybe he's turned the corner on it. Rob Tomeo, I think the Sport Track had Fant at $12 million a year coming into the free agent period. So there's a little bit of a discount there on that one. I mean, not a big discount, but a little bit, especially being that it's a 2-year deal. And I think that's the other part of Sports Track is Sports Track was probably anticipating a 3-year deal there, at least. Nick, are you streaming tomorrow? I might stream tomorrow. Kind of depends on how wore out I get today. We're good 7 hours into the stream today, so we've been cooking for a while. But if I got a voice tomorrow, for sure, we'll roll again. Why not? Metal Dragon last quarterback that came out with Penix type college production and traits was Stroud. Some similarities there, yeah. Stroud a little bit younger, which tends to factor in on the evaluation process a bit. Brian, the Hawks Nest, I tend to agree. Pete was averse to risk on offense, and he treated the middle like COVID. Yeah, I don't want to make it seem like I throw it all on Pete and it's all his fault. It's not as much that. I think that there was a reason he did it, and there was a lot of reasons in a lot of years that reasoning worked out really well, especially in the Russell Wilson years where he was going. But I do think that it makes it very hard on an offense to say we're going to be we're going to target the middle of the field at the 32nd rate, and we're still going to be mightily effective and efficient. I think that you're making things a little bit too easy for a defense at that point if they can predict that you're not going to attack that very particular part of the field. And can't run it that way, I think, in that extreme of a risk-adverse nature of it. But that was a little bit of how we ran it at times there at the end of it, which it was more about the fear of the bad happening rather than the good of what could happen doing this other way of it. It was a bit of the concentrating on the fear-based model a bit there at the end of times, Owen Freed, we have like one linebacker signed on the roster, but he's back in roster fodder. He's not you'd have this guy ever starting a football game or being on the field. So no, basically, in shorthand, no, we don't. Cadence Cole, would Bowers or Stover be a better pick? Bowers would be by far the better pick. Bowers has got way more upside than Stover. Stover's got kind of a high floor, Caden, but a lower ceiling. Bowers has got the high floor and the high ceiling. Or at least a high ceiling. Owen Freed, Julian Love's still a Seahawk. Yes, sir. Jordan, 0 drops from Fant 2023. Pretty sure-handed. Lance Johnson signed big George Fant as a swing tackle, heavy, tight end, so he can have an extra roster spot. It's a way to go. That's a way to do it too, Lance, like you say, to where this is what a lot of teams are doing, where instead of having the third tight end, they sign the 6th offensive lineman. They essentially have that guy that'll come out there in the 3 tight end sets and be an offensive lineman, is a tight end. But then you only need to have the 2 tight ends on the roster. It's a way some teams are creatively getting around having to have that extra guy for that position. Sam Krellin says, I just need that Patrick Queen notification. Come on, Patrick. King Zhao, it's funny how many Seahawks players have been signed off or even targeted. It is. Hot commodities. CBN, no Brooks or Wagner. Interesting. Looks like both those. Definitely in Brooks' case, he's gone. I think in Wagner's case, too, it's the case. That's where it's going. Tezakaku, Fant was the only tight end I wanted to keep, but I had the least amount of hope for him. Here we are. Yeah, you got to be feeling pretty good, Tezakaku. Mr. Alapasebab. Apostoleb. Mr. I'm just calling Mr. I think Hawks will get Patrick Queen now that most linebackers talked about are off the board. If no Patrick Queen, what will we do at linebacker? I do think that Patrick Queen becomes more likely with Brooks moving on. Devin White, Josie Jewell, Willie Gay, Tyrell Dodson, Levante David. There's some lower end guys you could look at as far as pivoting to if they just feel like the Patrick Queen cost is getting too much. And the cost is what's going to determine this with Queen, I think. I think they absolutely want to bring him in. But what is he trying to demand right now, and what are they willing to pay? What is maybe other team out there willing to pay? Seems like middle linebackers have taken a little bit of a titch step backwards so far this offseason versus where we saw them last offseason. Gardo says there's no comparison between Colby and Fant. Fant's a better athlete and a former first-round pick. Drunk says you should be a scout. You had a feeling? I did have a feeling that one. Jonathan Salazar, thank you, Drunk. I'd love to do that. Brooks don't hurt. Always got burnt. You guys coming in with the poems today. I could see when we had Barton and Brooks at the linebackers, but how much we got cooked. But Parkinson hurts. Feels like anytime he's on the field, he made a play. I definitely would have loved to retain Jonathan Parkinson. I think it was a little bit at a high price for him, though. I would have liked him on a little bit more of a value signing kind of deal. Yeah, DVN, he's got speed, does Brooks, but he can't cover. That's a problem. And not one that's easy to get around. Brian E., I hope Bowers is on the board when 16 comes around too, man. I'd jump all over him. Misfit says, Fant being a move tight end is key. He will be on motion, split out wide in the slot, etc. Grubb will use him to put defenders in conflict. Great way of putting it, Misfit. Absolutely spot on. Michael Myers says, Josie Jewell and Justin Simmons are not good. I watch him here in Denver. He gets picked on and can't tackle. That's problematic, man. Emerald Hayes says, Kitty wants more love. Well, you can also tell when she's turning away from me and she won't even face me. That's when it's like, will you just not pet me? Will you just not pet me? UA Nerd Neck. Why did they get rid of Jordan? He can't cover. I know he's really loved in the Hawk faithful, and I know that he was really, really loved. And man, I don't know. It's been rare. I've seen in recent years so many people love it on a guy like this. It's kind of surprised me at points and times a little bit. But Brooks had holes in his game, and they were not small holes. He had leaks in his boat, and, you were going to sign him for that money. You're going to have to take that on a little bit. Wine storage, is Budda Baker an option? I don't think so, wine storage. I don't know if he's as much a good pure fit for this scheme and what it's going to ask the safeties to do. I don't know if Budda Baker is as comfortable being a two high safety, a single high safety. More of a guy that you want kind of down, I think, a little bit closer around the box in there. But maybe it's possible with Budda. He could do that. Justin says, do you trade up for a quarterback or do you trade down with so many holes? My approach on this, Justin, would be a 1-2 punch. The first punch is that if one of the 10 players that I have selected that I believe are true blue chip prospects in this draft fall to you at 16, you take one of the blue chip guys that's slung down to you at 16. If it's just one of the normal players sitting there at 16, then I would trade back at that point, Justin. I think that if you go and get a quarterback before you put an offensive line in place, you're not only setting the quarterback up for failure, but you're setting yourself up for failure in your evaluation of that quarterback. Because he's going to be dealing with too many problems for you to find him in a place to make the proper evaluation. And that's what you'd do if you took a quarterback this early in the process. So I would trade back. That'd be my go at it. Benelli says Jordan Travis might be a good pickup in the later rounds if we can't get a quarterback early. He could. I got him with a 4th round grade, but he, of course, is coming off the major lower leg injury, so that might affect the value on him a little bit more. Keone Cameron Curl might be a guy to look at. I don't know a lot about him as far as a background goes, but maybe a guy that fits in. Justin H says, what are your expectations for the upcoming season? Wild card, miss playoffs, or retool? I think I'm more retool and see what happens. I think the team has the talent, Justin, to get to the playoffs, but I think that this is also a lot of a transition that's taking place, and that sometimes this stuff takes a little bit of time to completely get it onboarded. For instance, when Mike McDonald became a defensive coordinator with the Ravens, it took him through about 10 games to get the team fully understanding what he was trying to do. So I'm anticipating that this is a little bit of a retool season. It doesn't mean the playoffs are out and there's no chance of it. It just means that, there's a little bit more of a possibility this year that you'd miss than there has maybe been in years prior. I was looking back at our 2019, 20, and 21 draft classes. Absolutely terrible. DK and Damian were the only one hits. The rest were terrible. We still haven't recovered from all that yet. Nope. It's definitely, you're still overcoming it, man. And those were miserable drafts. They were. 122 Tacoma. Do we go up and get Bowers? No, I think it's a matter of just if he slides down to you. If he happens to land, that's that thing. If I say on this 122 Tacoma, the way to roll on this is not moving up in this draft. You're not in a position right now to move up in the draft. You stand pat. If one of the 10 or 11 blue chip players in this draft fall to you at 16 and Bowers would be the blue chip player, then you snatch him up at that point. But you don't move up to take Bowers. You just happen to get to land on the value of the position that falls in your lap at that point. If he doesn't fall in your lap, then you move back at that point. But I wouldn't be moving up at that point on Bowers. I don't think you'll have to. I don't think you potentially will have to either 122 Tacoma. I think he will slide and slip a little bit. Not because he's not good, but the positional value, the cost of what you have to spend on Bowers as a first round pick for the tight end position versus where the value of the position's at versus some of the other positions that are available that teams are going to want, I think, kind of lean to. Steven Shetler says, do you also work on a job outside of YouTube? This is my full meal deal, Steven. This is my whole time gig on this side. So 24/7 on the YouTube for me. I was able about a year and a half ago to make the full transition over. And I ain't looked back. Daniel says, Kitty is up. Cute. She is up. I kind of woke her up with a little bit of pets. Mark Arbogorn, thank you for reminding me of that. Folks, we've got well over almost 700 people in the chat here today. If you could hit that like button for me, it would help me out tremendously in getting me showing up on that algorithm stuff. CR, hello from DE. I love the fan signing. I want this for most of our positions in need. Now you don't have to reach for a tight end. Do the same with linebacker, safety, left guard, and I'm good. Now we can handle tight ends in the draft. Indeed. I think we're in a solid place where we're at right now, CNR. I'm happy with where we've been, and that's what you're ideally looking to do is you don't want to get in the draft where you've got a bunch of needs you've got to collect going into the draft. You want to try to check mark all of the needs off as much as humanly possible heading into the draft so that you can operate more from the value-based mindset. So you're not pulled into need. So I'm with you on 100% on that. Emerald Hayes, I do think John trades that pick, man. I do indeed. Good morning, football breakdowns. I think we trade back, swap first with someone, and get a second rounder. I could see it. That's been a long thought of where I thought John would go to. I think he looks at the second round in this draft and he says, I've got to get a second round back. Got to get a second round back. SSJ Goat, there are no updates on Patrick Queen or Clowney. It is all still very quiet at the moment. Very, very quiet. Cryptic, is Patrick Queen from Seattle? No. Orion LLC says, no Bowers, 16th pick should be offense and defensive line or trade back. Just signed Fant. We can target Cade Stover with a later pick. Peyton Wilson is looking better and better too. I'm fine with going that route completely. Cooper Mills, there was just a report that Queen is the favorite to sign in Seattle. Let's go. AI, if Julian Love is playing well midseason, do you think Pete tries to get ahead and extend on him, or will he wait? Do you think Pete? I think he meant John. Probably wait. I mean, if I'm looking at any safety I've got on my roster right now, absent having a star level safety AI, I think it's in everybody's best interest as far as from the NFL operations standpoint to let the player go out there and reach the market. It seems like we're watching in live action here play out. We're watching in live action right now play out the safety position going down and getting pulled down heavily and getting pulled down fast. So I'm kind of that order where I just go, let it play out. If he's having a good season, let him play out through the season and then make the decision after the year. That would be my approach to it. Looks like we've got some breaking news coming down the pike here from my folks in the chat. Russell Mark Q says thoughts on Brooks. I'm a little late. No worry, Russell Mark Q. Thank you for 6 months as a Hawks Nest Pro Bowl member. I think that this is a move that makes a lot of sense to me, and I'm very happy to see it. I have, from the day that Jordan Brooks been drafted, I was on Jordan Brooks from day one. I got the receipts on Jordan Brooks for what I said his game was, is what his game was at the NFL level. And so I understand that he's a guy that's loved in the Hawk fan base and everything else, but you can go onto this channel and look at my draft day reaction of Jordan Brooks, and I nailed it. I nailed him as a player right on the line on that day. So to me, and I'm not trying to pump the ego up on this, but when it came to Jordan Brooks, I was seeing it really clearly right from day one of what he was and what he was going to bring as a player. And you can't spend good money for a linebacker that can't cover. It really does get down to just that simple of a bottom line. You can't pay good money in this modern NFL age, in this passing league, for a linebacker who can't cover. For a linebacker who's given up over 1,000 yards from the linebacker position in receiving in a single given season in his career. You just couldn't do it. And then you factor in the injury history as well with the torn ACL, and it's like, no, I can't go down that road. I can't make that happen. Emerald Hayes, I don't think Coach Mike will bring the best out of Devin Bush. I don't. I think Bush is kind of, who he is, what he is, where he is, how he is. So we've got some breaking news. Thank you to Randall McDaniel dropping a donation for, here we go right here. Let's get this up. More news breaking. Loving it. Loving it. Let's go. This day turned out all right, huh? Fant back. And then we also get one more man back in addition to that. And that man back is going to be one Mr. Leonard Williams. Leonard Williams is back in the house. Breaking news. We've got some breaking news coming down the wire. The Seattle Seahawks are re-signing Leonard Williams to a 3-year contract extension worth $64.5 million. So a very, very tidy sum of money. I know that's going to get some panties twisted up into a bunch as far as the contract there. So if you're looking for an APY on this one, you've got 64.5 divided by 3. That puts it out at $21.8 million. So indeed, the market exploded for defensive tackles. This has occurred over the last couple of years. Warned that this is a big possibility of happening. The Hawks wanted to get this deal done with Leonard Williams. They get it accomplished. $43 million in guaranteed money to him. And so Leonard comes back. The 3-tech position is taken care of as it stands. We don't have to address it. You can pull that off of your draft possibility, I think, at this point, is I don't think there's any chance that they're going back to 3-tech here now. But 3-year extension, $64.5 million, which puts it on an average year per basis at $21.8 million. But Leonard Williams, coming back to your Seattle Seahawks, they did not give up a second-round pick for nothing. You were able to sell him on your culture. You were able to sell him on this spot and make it happen. So let's go. Let's go. Sanchez, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that. Says, I love the fire sale, but how the hell does Mac Jones get a 6th? NFL is a crazy study in bad economics. Yeah, I don't know either. It's at that point, you're just flyer pick. It's quarterback. They're worth more, I guess. I don't know. Sometimes those guys, that draft pedigree too, Sanchez, it can just continue to carry for a long period of time. You're picked here. And it just sort of carries in your reputation a little bit, even when it should be kind of unearned, when teams should go, it doesn't matter where you're drafted. You are this. But it just does. And like you say, it's a study in bad economics, but it's the place where we tend to, give these NFL franchises all a lot of credit for being really smart in their process and really being correct in their way and their manner and how they go about doing what they do. But then when we come to actually find out, when the bottom line comes in, you see them doing a lot of silly, stupid moves that don't necessarily make a ton of sense. So, I would offer with you that that's one that I'm going, that's one you're going, what are you doing there? But Patriots moved on, and they were done. They were done on that one. But that's why I say, we think the NFL is smart a lot of places. There's a lot of stupid organizations that do stupid things. And not just sort of you have to look between the notes to see the stupidity. The stupidity is bright and boldly on display for you. Jerry Sullivan is taking this long to sign Big Cat. Oh, good sign? Well, I think as the final dollar signed, I'm sure John didn't want to end out at 21.8. I'm sure he wanted to end out at more like 18. So there was probably about a $3 million chasm that they had to close on that. But you brought him back. It's a great signing. I don't care about the money on this. It's not that crazy. When you go through the league right now and you're looking at how much these defensive tackles are being paid, I've said it all day. I'll say it again. This is the price for doing business for a good defensive tackle. I didn't say great. I didn't say, top 5 defensive tackle in the sport. But for a good defensive tackle, this is the price that you have to pay. Greg says, B, I hear what you're saying about Brooks, but he's not a bad player. I wanted to see what a different coach could do with him. I mean, that's fair enough. I would just offer, Greg, that like I say on the coverage liabilities were there at Texas Tech. And in both of I went back and watched 2 years of his Texas Tech tape, because when I first watched the whole season of his tape coming out of Texas Tech, and I went, the guy can't cover. So that's, again, the thing with this, Greg, is that this ain't a retrospect thing, of course, right? Like, I have myself on draft day saying to you guys, looking you dead in the eye and saying to you, hey, my 12-12s, look me in the eye. This guy can't cover, and we just made him a first-round pick at the linebacker position. And then John Schneider was hearing this as well, because even a former Seattle Seahawks scout in Bucky Brooks said, yeah, I like Jordan Brooks, but I don't know what John's doing there. He can't cover. Bucky Brooks, a former Seahawks scout who was underneath John Schneider, saying, I don't think he can cover. So I'm not on my, I wasn't on my ledge there, where I'm out on this, on my own little wild spot. He can't cover. It's not a small problem. It's not a coaching problem. It ain't just teach him how to do it better problem. It's that a guy has either somewhat of a natural feel for how to drop in his zone and to do that, or a guy has no feel and he is completely out there like a guy with 2 left feet. Brooks in coverage is a guy with 2 left feet. And as I said, it isn't just the zone drops. It's the pre-snap recognition. It's the instincts. There are things that you're built with as a football player that you either have or you don't have. There's some stuff that can be taught up. There's some stuff that can be trained. There's some stuff you can refine. But there is other stuff that you got it or you don't got it. Just like some guys got quickness, some guys don't got it. Some guys got on-field awareness and pre-snap recognition. Other guys don't have it at all. And when it comes to Jordan, he just doesn't have it at all on that other side. And I wouldn't say that it makes him to be a bad player, Greg. I'm with you there. I wouldn't say he's a bad player. But to be paying the kind of money that you'd be paying at even $10 million a year on average, that's in a different territory in how we look at that player. And none of these deals happen in a vacuum. You have to factor in what you're paying that guy in addition to it. If I'm paying $10 million a year for a guy who is literally one of the worst coverage linebackers in the NFL, Greg, he's never even had one season at league average play by PFF's measurements. Not one season in his 4 years. And this is on top of course, the Seahawks not picking up his 5th-year option. It's on top of John passing on him in this situation as he has. I think that there's a lot of reason that this is happening, and it adds up, and he's not worth it at that amount. Now about Jordan Brooks on for a couple $1 million deal, that's what he's really worth at the end of the day. And if there is that he's this good, what are we using as a marker for why? And you're not alone in this, Greg, because this is something I'm hearing from a lot of different people. If he's this good, what is the marker we're using to derive that? The Seahawks defense has not been good at any point in time when Jordan Brooks has been here. He gives up as much yards in coverage as any linebacker in the sport. He's got a tremendous amount of missed tackles. He gives up a lot of yak yardage. He gets confused and misdirected very often, and that's been going back to his college tape. If I'm wrong on this, then there is a metric to be had that can measure up to Jordan Brooks actually being a legitimately decent player, as is being kind of presented that he's a good player at $8 million. Why didn't we do that? Well, if that is, what is the marker I use? I can't use PFF. I mean, do I take just the total tackle numbers and the sacks he had the last year and like that's the marker? The eye test doesn't match it up. Every one of these games this year, I watched the all-22 tape, and most of the time I've watched it 2 times over at least. At least. There is never a spot I'm watching Jordan Brooks playing the position going, ooh, look at what Jordan Brooks is doing. He's just lost in the shuffle more often than not. So I wouldn't say he's bad. I wouldn't say that, Greg. I don't want to seem like I'm overstating the case, but it's a different story at $10 million. It's a different evaluation at that spot. 283128, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, Leo is back. Leo is back. Williams is returned. 3-year contract extension this day. Got a little bit brighter here at the end of it. That feels nice. That feels good. That feels good and nice. But thank you, 283. I appreciate it, man. Glad to hear you're stoked. I am as well. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, Ian Rappaport saying we are signing Williams. We got it done. We got it done. Big signing here. Big signing. As I said, you were not going to get Leonard Williams in this draft. There was not a Leonard Williams of talent on this defensive line in this draft. Devondre sets a nose tackle, and you're not on the same level of talent. And there's a reason Big Cat was a former top 10 pick many years ago, and he's still a very, very good player. So a phenomenal signing. Great. Maybe you're paying a little bit of the high prices on it, but so be it. I look across the league at these defensive tackles that teams are looking at, and they're saying, we value it. Look at the Washington Commanders. We have Montez Sett. We have Chase Young. Get them out of here. Let's make sure we get Jonathan Allen, and let's make sure we get LaRon Payne on a contract extension. The Buffalo Bills with Ed Oliver. Quinnen Williams out there with the New York Jets. Go through and look at any of the really good defensive tackles in the sport. They're getting paid. And they're not taking discounts. And they aren't coming cheap. $21 million total. But thank you, Randall, for the update on that, man. I appreciate you for that. Let's go. And I might miss a comment in here. We've got almost 1,000 people in the chat here right now. So if I happen to miss a comment, not trying to ignore you or ignore anything on that, but just we got a lot of folks in here, so we're hustling here tonight. Haley says, so if we get Queen for similar for Brooks deal, we could be doing some work with comp pick play. Interesting shift in philosophy if true. No? Very much. Yeah, you've got Fant and Williams re-signed. Those don't factor against the cost of your comp pick. You have Brooks signing his deal. That's probably going to be worth about a 5th round compensatory pick as it stands right now. And then you have Parkinson signing on his deal. That would be worth a 7th round compensatory pick. Of course, Haley, some of this factors back to who you sign. You go take a signing like Queen, that blows all those out of the water. You know, you're more at a deficient point as far as the compensatory game goes then at that point. Jeff Shekel, Brandon, would you be upset if we picked Quinyon Mitchell or Brian Thomas at 16? Great prospects, but not at positions of need. Spoon and JSN were surprise picks. Because of Jeff, I lead the way with believing that if it's a blue chip prospect, I think that you have to firmly establish a bit of these rules if you're a general manager going into the draft to make sure that you stay in the lane that you planned on staying in. My lanes that I would stay in is this. If I have a blue chip prospect that falls to me at 16, I take I think there's only 10 to maybe 11 blue chip prospects in this draft. If I'm able to land one at 16, I probably am going to make that pick. Because I want to have a value-based model of drafting be what guides and directs me. And it's very hard to stay in that lane because there's always the pull to go to need. There's always that yanking to get to need. Hey, but we need a lineman. Yeah, but we need this. Yeah, but we need that, Value. Quinyon Mitchell and Brian Thomas are very highly rated players. I initially thought for a second I might have Brian Thomas as a blue chip prospect. I think I was going back watching the tape on him last night a little bit. I'm lessening out on Brian Thomas Jr. as far as a blue chip prospect. He's a first round graded player. He should go in probably the middle of the first round as far as a receiver goes, but not a blue chip prospect. Quinyon Mitchell has become my only defensive blue chip prospect in this draft. I think he is a potentially special corner. I think he's got unique ball skills. He'll take the ball away. I think his combine time solidified him as the number one cornerback in this draft. And yes, if he is a blue chip guy that lands to us at 16, that's one that I've got to pull that particular trigger on at that point, because I want to drive by this ideology. The last two drafts the Seahawks have been two of the more successful drafts in Seahawks history. And John Schneider has told us this draft success has been driven by really one thing and one thing only: transitioning away from the need-based model to transitioning to a model where it's value-based, or, where who's the highest valued guy I have on the board? Who's our number one guy on the board? Take that guy. So last year, when you're sitting on DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett, you still went out there and took JSN with the first pick in the 20th because he was the highest guy you had on your board. And that's the nature of the beast at times off a value-based model. But it's also a model that can take you very far in your roster building progress. King's House says, fun fact, Leonard Williams is the only player in the NFL history to play all 18 games. He didn't get a bye week one and played the majority of the snaps too, basically once he arrived. Yeah, he had to play a lot of football last year. Haley says, that's a super team friendly deal for Williams. 20 a year was expected before the cap increase after people were saying 22 to 24. Great signing. Yeah, I think this doesn't even, Haley, put him into the, I want to say on an average year per deal, you're going to have, I believe, obviously you have Aaron Donald, Chris Jones, way far above where Leonard Williams is. You've got Quinnen Williams, LaRon Payne, Jonathan Allen, all above where I think Leonard Williams is on this deal. Even Ed Oliver's deal might still be going further past what Leonard Williams signed for here. So I'm okay with it too, Haley. It's a fine deal. We didn't get a discount, but I don't think we overpaid either. Jeff says, Cat's a stud. We need him. He is. He always says Brooks was a reach. John and Pete thinking they were the smartest guys in the room again and taking a guy in the first round that no one had that high a grade on, passing on drafting Jonathan Taylor. I think, again, Taylor, guys, the kind of back Coach Carroll used to like, right, Huey? That was the kind of back he loved. Inside zone guy all day. Out of the park sports, how much salary cap do we have now about? Does anyone know? Can we still afford a safety net like Curl or a linebacker like Queen? So if I'm making the guess here, 21.8, 3-year deal, first year of the cap hit is probably going to be at about $12 to $13 million. I do believe that Noah Fant's first year of his cap hit is probably going to be about $8 or $9 million. So let's say that we had $50 million coming into free agency. We've probably lopped off about $20 to $21 million with these two signings. So that would leave you with $29 million. You have to put $15 million aside for draft picks and reserve funds. So right now the Seattle Seahawks are sitting on about $14 million of fund money to go spend, approximately speaking. They could go a little harder than that, of course, but that's a couple of contracts that you can get done. I don't know if you quite got the money to get Queen done here at this point. It's possible, but it'd be tight. Don says, I hate to say I told you so, but late day, weekend news, so Seahawky. I know, man. Everybody's making jokes about John waking up doing hair of the dog and MJ Seahawk, thank you for the $10 donation, MJ Seahawk. I appreciate you for that. It says, let's go Hawks. Inside offensive lineman, inside linebacker for the draft. How much cap is left minus the $12 million for the draft? Don't need quite $12 million. It's only about $9 million for the draft. And then you got about a $6 million reserve fund for the season for the team. So $15 million there. If my numbers are correct on the way that these signings have factored out, you're somewhere between $18 to $21 million you've taken off the cap with these two signings. So you're sitting on about $15 million of functional cap space. Colin Dorr, Williams is back, man. He's back. Buddy Money says, so stoked we'll bring Williams back. Really good player, man. He had a hell of a year for us last year. Hawks Eye View wants Kalani. Let's get him. So I have the sports talk. That's about how much cap space we have right now. It's about $15 million in functional cap space, give or take a couple of million. You technically have more, but you have to allot $9 million for your draft, and you got to line $6 million for a reserve fund for in season. Emerald Hayes, how did San Francisco get so many compensatory picks? Well, they haven't been, I don't know, honestly, on that one a little bit, because they had the Javon Hargrave signing. I thought that was going to offset whatever they lost, but I suppose not. They also have, I think, the minority hires going on, which factors in. The minority hires get you a couple picks when that goes down, and the Niners have been able to take advantage of that. Micah says, every single game Williams played last year for us, his name was called every time. Yeah, he was very active for this. I thought he brought everything that we were hoping he was going to bring to the table. And then some, so to speak. Newlax says Jones, $31.7 million per year. Wilkins, $27.5 million per year. Matabuke, $24.5 million per year. And then we got Williams for $21.5 million. Especially up against the Matabuke signing. Granted, Matabuke is a much younger player, but you do go, wow, okay. You got him out at $3 million less. When you put it that way, Newlax, it looks pretty all right. JL says, very few big plays from Brooks. I can only remember a few. Yeah, me too. Me too. And just when you watch him on the film, there's just a lot of him kind of disappearing at times. He couldn't get off a block. Another thing, just couldn't get off a block to save his life. If a second level blocker got down on Brooks, or on Jordan Brooks, he was done. Done. Brandon the Guts' big cat will actually get a bye next week. He's going to feel like he's got an easy year. He's like, what? I only got 17 games this year? Simple. Let's go, Brandon. I bet the Leo re-signing was holding up other moves. I bet Queen and a top-tier safety are coming soon. Certainly think that they were probably sitting on this one as the high important move they wanted to get done. So this was the one that I thought for a while. This was John Schneider's high pry. It turned out to be his high pry. And you can understand why. Given the market, the nature of the market, where you could get a replacement, this was a great landing zone, a great landing spot for him. Great player for McDonald to utilize too. Emerald Hayes, Kitty's excited about Leonard Williams. She's loving the Williams signing. You like Leonard Williams, right? Yeah. Uh-oh. I woke her up. Look out. Oh my God. Save the Geese says Queen isn't getting the money you think he is. Otherwise, he'd be signed by now. Wonder why Brooks got signed before him. Yeah, it's possible on that. It's a little bit of what I wondered throughout the day here if that was going to go down a little bit. So, yeah, I agree. It does seem to be going and tracking that way. Certainly, the money is starting to get bled off the books. The teams that would be competing for a guy like Queen are going to start to bleed out a bit on this, like your Houston team that's already spent their money. Does seem like it'll get a little bit tight with these deals because they are, when in Fant's case, it's a 2-year deal and Williams' case, it's a 3-year deal. So there's not a way to kind of bury the money a bit on these two respective ones. You kind of got to pay a bit of the price at the front and the back on it. There ain't that way to kind of just, we'll pay later thing, credit card the sucker. Alvernicka's cap space is probably right about $15 million in functional cap space. You have $30 million in total cap space. But functional, what you can spend on free agents, probably around $15 million. Blue and Green Zone says, please everyone hit the like button as we get up to 400 likes. Please do, folks. We got 900 people here in the stream right now. If you could do me a favor and just hit that like button. I know it's a little bit of an inconvenience. I get it, but it does help the channel tremendously as well. Do please join Heem 910, who's just subscribed to the channel, or the guy here, Parker First, also subscribe to the channel. Thank you guys for joining aboard and coming aboard here. Appreciate you for that. Misfit says Grover Stewart got $40 million over 3 years, and he's 30 and a half years old right now, and not the player Big Cat is. No. And a guy that came off a suspension last year in Grover, got suspended for performance-enhancing drugs. So also coming off that and still got paid, to your point, where he got paid. And now he's the ninth highest paid defensive tackle in the sport. When you again put it like this, it ain't too bad, is it? Grant Billups, B-Dog, is it me or are you seeing people banking on the table for Leonard Williams, and now that he has signed, they're saying he is 30 years old. They all were hoping that it was at $17, $18 million, Grant. You know what I mean? They were all hoping it was going to be down in that area. And thanks for hitting that like button, folks. I really appreciate that. Sebastian, who are your top 10 blue chip prospects? Best player, not position. Let me show you. Happy to show you on this one. There we go. Let me get my horizontal board up for you. Oh, hell. There we go. So, here is my board. So, most of my blue chip prospects are going to be offense. I have Caleb Williams, Drake May, Jaden Daniels, Marvin Harrison Jr., Malik Neighbors, Romo Odunzie, Brock Bowers, Joe Alt. Troy Fatano is not a blue chip. That got bolded. So when you see them bolded here on the screen, the bolded guys are the blue chip prospects here. So anybody that's just in regular, coloring, that's just a first round. You can see I got first round grades on Michael Penix, Brian Thomas, Troy Fatano, Olu Fashanu, JC Latham. But as far as true blue chip prospect grades are concerned, Caleb Williams, Drake May, Jaden Daniels, Marvin Harrison, Malik Neighbors, Romo Odunzie, Brock Bowers, Joe Alt, Talise Fuaga, and then I am going to put Amarius Mims as a blue chip. I don't think Amarius Mims is going to necessarily be star power guy, but I just feel like that's a guy that's going to play 10 years in this league, and he's going to be really solid in that 10 years. And so it was enough of an overriding factor. We're just enough upside. He's scheme fluent to kind of anything. I think he'd be perfectly good. I only have one blue chip guy on the defensive side of the ball, as you can see here on my horizontal board, and that would be Quinyon Mitchell at the cornerback position. Dallas Turner, Jared Verse, Latu, Chop Robinson. I have first round grades on all of those guys. I don't have blue chip grades on any of those guys. Somebody was asking about Jared Verse as far as a blue chip prospect. He is held up in high esteem by many fans up there. Just for me in particular, I'm not quite sold on him as a blue chip prospect. I think he'll be a good edge rusher. I don't think he's going to be a great edge rusher. And when you're talking about blue chip prospects, from my perspective and how this is the key designation line between them, is what we're trying to do is separate first rounders. People see 32 first round teams that can select, and they think there's 32 first round grades. In actuality, I think you got to demarcate that line. You got to go, hey, wait, we're the true blue top prospects in this draft, and then let's get it into tiers. And for me, it's more of a tier-based system more than it's a round draft-based system. So the first 10 prospects, then you get from 11 on into kind of the depths of the third round, and then from about the mid-third round onward to like the fifth round, you're in a different tier. But the first blue chip prospect tier is true star status. That's that they've got some real true all-pro kind of potential. Nick says, fan Big Cat back. I'm thrilled. Let's go. Misfit says, Dallas Turner I love, but we need Fatano or other offensive linemen if we're taking a quarterback early. We really do. I do think Fatano's probably pushed himself up above Fashanu at this point as your number 2 left tackle by most NFL evaluators. And Rockman Drums, indeed, we got the deal done here for Leonard Williams. It is locked in and loaded. 3 years, $64.54 million. And this is in addition to signing Noah Fant earlier today at a 2-year, $21 million deal. JL says, well said, B. It's a fine deal. Makes everyone better. Amen, man. Amen. Thank you so much. Mateo Lamardo, why didn't we bring back Brooks? Because Brooks had a lot of holes in his game for the cost, even at the lesser cost that he got than some people were thinking. It's just that the holes were much bigger than the value to bring him in. And that becomes the overriding factor there above all else. Jerome, Acoustic, Monroe Jackson, YCHM Chris, Joey Walker. I want to thank you guys all. I put the call out to you there. I said, hey guys, help me out. Let's get subbed up. We're trying to get up to 20,000 subs this year. Help us get there if you can. You answered that call. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for doing that. I really appreciate you hopping aboard the Hawks Nest here and subscribing up to the channel. Welcome aboard. Appreciate you for that. And you guys are awesome. So Bob says, oh, S, I forgot about Curl and Chin. They do still remain out there. Paul says, dang, we can't run. We can't stop the run. We can't protect the quarterback. Back to the basics. Control the line of scrimmage. That's where it does start, man. It's a cliche, right, Paul? But it's a cliche for a reason. You win in the trenches. Caleb says the Seahawks are probably going to get Patrick Queen. I like the thought of that, man. That'd be a hell of a first day. Queen, Williams, Fant. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. Okay, Kitty, you got to chill. I know. It's been a long day for you. I know. Mateo, I don't think Fields is in play, but it's possible if the price drops for him. Emmett Murphy says we need safeties and linebackers. What are we going to do? Well, I think you'll eventually sign somebody here, Emmett, at both of those two positions somewhere. The good news is that the draft is fairly well deep on both of those two positions. So you can address it if you want to wait into the draft, if that's where they really want to get it hardened up a bit there, lined up a bit more there. But they're taking a slow roll with it so far. Queen certainly could help out a little bit on this. Absolutely, right? You know. Funny money. I like the idea of drafting a linebacker pretty high this year, but we also need to add some veterans because our linebacker core is paper thin. We do. It does tend to be a little bit, if you're not one of the star power guys in the middle linebacker position, it does tend to be kind of hard to get paid otherwise, meaning that you can tend to find good value on lower cost range points of players. So it's one we've paid a lot of money to in the past at times at the middle linebacker, but you don't necessarily have to, you know. Metal Dragon, I'd have been happier at 18.5, but losing him over $2 million would have been a mistake. And being a 3-year deal, I think John did as good as he possibly could. I agree with you, Metal. It's obviously not one you go, well, you got a discount. Well, you got the hometown discount here. You know, no, you paid the price, but you didn't overpay. And that's an important part of this to go, hey, no, but it's still fine because you came out there, you paid the going rate. The going rate is the going rate. And as much as it might be tough for some folks on this, let's consider it's a, you know, the Washington Commanders had to pay the going rate to both of their two defensive tackles. Laurent Payne and Jonathan Allen did not give them a discount. LL wasn't giving a discount. These guys are all getting paid this amount when they come up and the bill becomes due. There's just not much you can do about it. And it's because, as I've said, I feel like as we've watched the safety and the running back, and even to a degree the middle linebacker position become devalued, at the same time that price goes down, what you've seen over the last couple of years is the defensive tackle market boon up a little bit and press up a little bit as far as the reaction, right? Cause and effect. And so that's been a little bit of the way that this has transitioned in multiple years, and you just got to pay the price is the price, you know? Nagasa says we have two running backs. Why would we trade for Fields? This is a good draft to reload on linebackers, Ricardo. Good deep group of guys in this draft, especially in that second, third, fourth round range. Daniel Watson, how much does the signing of Williams hit towards our cap space? We got to wait for the final numbers to come out. So all I can do is kind of guess in general terms about where you're going to see the cost be. Typically speaking, on a 3-year deal. So you have, I think you had, let's say Draymond Jones last year signed at 18. So you were at about, I think, 10 million or so, or somewhere in that neighborhood for the first year cap hit. So you're sitting in territory of about, on the average per year basis of the contract, you're going to tend to be about 65% of the way there on the first year of the cap hit. So if it's a $21.8 million, you might be at 12 million-ish, 13 million. You might be at, 12, 13 million-ish as far as how it'll do. But we'll find out the numbers in the next couple of days exactly how it could have been too, that they gave him a bunch of guarantees, bonus money lowered down the first year hit, and they're able to get the thing under 10 million. If teams want to get aggressive with that and lower down that first year cap hit on a deal even like this one, you can do so if you want to be aggressive with it. Says, Nicholas Cox, you got to learn how to pronounce Romo Odunzie's name. You're killing me right now. I got to be honest with you, though, Nicholas, I get some blowback on this, and I think that some people don't sometimes give me or give the people that I see Brendan get some issues and thrown at him at this time too. Like, number one, there's a recent thing that's happened in this modern age with names that come along now, where it's names of guys that have a bunch of letters and syllables and decimals that aren't exactly how you read it if you know you were like going off of your English school background, right? So I've got a Devin Witherspoon on my team that's Devin Witherspoon, but my whole life I've been taught that the O is supposed to be pronounced. But because this guy with his particular mom decided that they wanted to be kitschy and have a nice unique name that could be differentiating of everybody else, so now my ass has got to run around and relearn how to pronounce an oven. Nah, I'm just going to fit to how I was raised on my English background. And the one thing with this too, Nicholas, is that I'm in the midst of a draft coverage right now. I've got to learn 330 names every year. 330 new names every year in every single draft, understand their background, their history, who they are as players. If you've got a name that phonetically doesn't fit to how I was taught in English to be pronounced, that's on you choosing that name. I'm not the a-hole over here that can't pronounce the name. It was your mom that was the a-hole for choosing to name you on a name that doesn't make any sense when I read it on the page. So let's call it what it is in the reality of that. I get that it's going to jag on some people's ear, and the Odunzie it's a Dunza uye zeun e. No. I'm not doing it. I'm not playing that game. And there's too many names every year that I got to learn where it's like, some of these are going to get chopped up. You don't like it. If you want your kid to be named Devin, then put an I there on the end of it. Don't stick the O on there. You know, if you want it pronounced right, maybe pronounce it to then how it should be spelled, as opposed to, I'm going to come up with my own way for spelling stuff. I'm going to just kind of reinvent the whole English language, and then I'm going to give people crap when they don't learn it at the same speed that I've just decided to think it up. No, I can't play that game. And there's going to be too many names that are going to go on through the foreseeable 5 to 10 years in covering this channel where I'm going to load you guys out right now. It's like, it's going to happen. I'm well over into this 40 years in this life, all the pro football names, the Brickashaw, Ferguson's, Indian, all of the African names, it gets hard. It's just hard. There's going to be mispronunciations, you know. I try to do my best with it, but mothers, can we please, when we're spelling out the kids' names on the point, when we're putting it out, can we just have it phonetically fit to how you would read it if you were understanding English, maybe kind of just, you know, dabbling in English a little bit and how vowels sound and whatnot. Just my own little pet peeve on that, you know. I know we all want to be unique and special and have, you know, well, no one spells their name like this, but pronounced like that. But there is a place where you become a little bit of an a-hole in that naming process to the people around. Because this is what happens, is then people like me meet that person. They're like, oh, hi, Devin. No, it's Devin. It's Devin. Okay. And then I'm the a-hole the whole rest of the guy gets to spend their life pushing. Like, I'm not a-hole for this. It's Devon. Devon. That's how you pronounce that. Spell it the way you want. Mateo Labardo. Joseph Banuelos. Joseph, sorry, I mispronounced the last name on that. I probably butchered it. My man. See, these names are hard, man. I'm not a pronouncer. Pronouncer is not my strength, okay? I'm being shamed for my pronunciation disability. That's what we really need to be talking about here, okay? I need to be given a parking spot. I need to be studied. This is like, you know, this could be neurological, okay? Funny Money, thank you for subscribing to the channel. And as well, man, thank you for your $2 donation. I really appreciate you. You guys, I just saw you were clicking and racking that like button, man. Thank you for doing that. It does help out this channel tremendously. So really do appreciate it. But he says, your analysis and breakdowns are awesome. Spot on. Well, thank you, Funny Money. I love what I do. I try to be informed as I can. I don't always get it all right, but I do try to do as much background as I can to know what I'm talking about and make sure I'm not pulling stuff from the back of my butt cheeks, you know? But thank you, man. I appreciate you for that. Appreciate all of the new subscribers as well for jumping aboard the channel, man. You guys are awesome for that. Haley says, have to imagine that with so much dead money cap hit this year, like 30 plus million, opening up next season, we'll see these contracts heavily backloaded. Should make space for at least one linebacker and one safety, maybe an offensive lineman. Could be the way they go with this, Haley, and that would be a that would be, I think, a logical way that this goes down the path with these contracts and how they're doing. It does get a little harder on the 2-year deal or the 3-year deal because you don't have that 4th or 5th year where you can kind of really bury things in. But they can find some way to your point, to be flexible with this, to be creative with this. God's Gang. Sorry, a little bit late in seeing your donation there, but thank you for your donation nonetheless. I appreciate the $2 drop. Says, would you be mad at Bo Nix at 16 if he was there? I'd be torn a little bit, God's Gang. I'd be pulled from the fact that I've got a 2nd round grade on him, so I don't think that he should be taken the 1st round. That becomes about the run on quarterbacks, the scarcity of the position, the desperation to want to go get a guy is what that would start to feel like. But then I would be torn on that feeling versus also the feeling of how John Schneider has a pretty good track record in looking at quarterbacks. And that when he tends to fall in love with a guy, it seems to be a guy that feels fairly legitimate. He was at Josh Allen's pro day. He was at Patrick Mahomes' pro day. He drafted Russell Wilson in the 3rd round. He hitched his cart to Geno Smith for the last 2 years. He's made some smart decisions when it's come to the quarterback position. So if he was to determine and say, well, I think Bo Nix is this guy. I like him here. This is it. I'll lean back and trust in that a little bit. But in general terms, I'll say this, God's Gang. I think that I'm very consistent on this. If you're going to go get your quarterback and you've not got your offensive line in place first and foremost, you're setting that quarterback up for failure. Now, if it's a matter of we're going to get this done in the next 2 years, Geno's starting this year, we're not going to put that kid behind that kind of offensive line this upcoming season, it maybe changes the scenario a little bit. That's for sure. But you can't get the quarterback and put him behind a bad offensive line and then wonder why he fails. And that's a little bit of what you would be doing, I think, right now with a Bo Nix if you're bringing him out there. But I do have a lot of trust, I got to say, God's Gang and John Schneider's outlook of the position and what he's willing to do. Because I think he's got a pretty good track record. I mean, that's a guy that was there when they were looking at drafting Aaron Rodgers. He was in the room talking about that, right? So you feel like probably he's got maybe that might be one of those positions where he has a really pretty good feel for what's going on. And when there is a guy that's got some special traits to him. CMC says, Orange Cat secretly a George Kittle fan. Talon says, I'm pretty sure Leonard Williams was making $21.5 million on his last deal too, which means he didn't inflate with the market. I could be wrong. Let me see. So he did actually it looks like he might have signed for more money. So he had a $63 million deal on a 3-year extension with the Giants before, but yeah, that's $21 million. So about an $800,000 increase per year for Williams on this new deal. But you're pretty much right. Yeah. Pretty much correct. Mr. Doc says, some people name their kids Kool-Aid. I thought that was a nickname. I'm saying Romo, aren't I? I'm not meaning to say Romeo. So I'm trying to say Romo. But again, even on that, it's an E and I've got to say Romo. And I'm trying on it, but again, I think people don't have a lot of understanding. It's like when you're trying to talk fast, you're doing a 5-6 hour show and you're spinning between names and you're just getting piffered with questions. It's very hard to land on every one of those right. It's one thing to be kind of sitting behind a keyboard and like, oh, you didn't say Romo. I'm trying to be quick on my feet and fast with my talk and get the stuff out. And it's going to happen. That's why I say it's like, you guys give me a hard time about it, but it's going to be hard to just always fix that. So if it's something that just totally throws you off to a major degree, it's like, I don't know what to say. Yeah. Hero says, by default, you have to understand English isn't the only language. I get that it's the only language. I don't have a problem with it. Here's my thing with it. There's people that don't have their name pronounced by the English speaker that doesn't speak to that older native language. And then there's sort of a pushback on the person that's not speaking the name right. And my point of is like, look, just understand that if you're from a different place coming to a spot and it's mispronounced, if I went to a place that's over in Germany where they pronounce Brandon with an I at the end, and so it's got a Brandin at the end, and that's how they pronounce it, I ain't going to lose my mind over that. I'm going to understand that that's how the culture and how they pronounce the name, and I'll still respond to the name. So the part where, yeah, I understand that that's the way it goes. The thing I get umbrage with is people freaking out about a mispronunciation when it's spelled to a way that I'm taught on every other damn word I read to pronounce it this way. But on this one particular name, I'm supposed to just know to pronounce it that way. You can get mad about it, but it's going to happen, man. You know, you do this and you got to cover so many names. Things get fumbled up. So here's what it is, guys. Sorry. Gonna have to deal with it. Random McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. Says epic rant, Brody. Thank you, man. This is what's been driving me crazy because every time that I don't get a simple pronunciation, there's somebody there like, there's a hyphen on that. You didn't allow for the space between the hyphen on that. Like, really? Does this really matter that much? Isn't that big of a deal? Monica says, is a mother with a daughter's name spelled correctly, can the world read it how it's written and not make up their own pronunciation? Amen. That's all I'm asking for. I think people do it just to like, oh, I'll be unique with it. I'll do this to that. It's like, no. And you've all been there where you pronounce a name and this is the way it's pronounced and how you read it. And they go, no, it's a Caria. It's a Caria. Like, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? Is life not hard enough as it is? We got to add one more layer of difficulty to it. But I'm trying on Romo. He's got two where I get hit for both the front and the back name. They went full meal deal on that one. Joshua Carlisle, pronouncer is not my strength, is much better than all names should be spelled in a way that I think makes sense. I'll own it. It's my failure. Daniel says, I give a pass for names of an actual other language, though, because they weren't trying to be cute, just a name of a different language. Agreed. But also don't expect anyone to get a different language names correct. That's all I'm saying, too. I totally get the different names. Those ones, if you got a Nigerian name with 17 syllables, I get it. And I'll take my whack at it, Just can't kill me if I don't get it right, though. He says, I'm Trioctopus. Flaxen Wagon from South Oregon Tech. The old Key and Peele sketch. I love that sketch. Ryan Brandon says room Dunsey. I'm just gonna start using the vowel of the front letters. It's RO. It's the receiver with RO in this draft. I know it's Ricardo. I get it. It's what people goes. I'll say it's Odunzie. So it's O-D-U, Odun. That's how I pronounce and spell it. So I just say it the way it's pronounced, especially when I'm reading it on the comment section. It goes through quick. But then people will go, no, you got to go Odunzie. And I'm like, oh, really? Is it so disrespectful to say Odunzie? Like it's like I'm selling him low to do that. I'm taking away his humanity or something. Jock was 2 cents. Sign Queen, Clowney, and trade for Justin Fields. Maybe a way that they go. David Money. Seahawks got the personnel to not pick up safety in the free agency. Biggest need is going to be linebackers. Agreed. You're a bit better set there, David, to be able to make that work, especially if what we're hearing about from some people and they're wondering if maybe Witherspoon will be used a little bit there as well. So maybe a little bit more secured from where you're at with the safety position versus the linebackers. Stoyan says, I ain't complaining at all about how you say names B. You say my name absolutely correctly, considering almost everyone in the U.S. butchers it all the time. Even my Chinese brother who took my name can't. At least I get that one right, man. I got a high miss rate, though. I will say that. Too many vowels and it just starts spinning me out. Stealth Media says, I still don't know how to pronounce Njigba. So I'm not the only one. Thank God. Thank God. I thought I was the only one. I thought it was my own handicap. David says Isaiah Simmons is available along with Queen. Yep, he's out there. I was kind of interested. Isaiah Simmons looked like he actually did some solid things for the Giants when he went over there as a trade. I thought that there was a little bit of a lack of being able to use him right, but they kind of found a way to make it work with him. Haley says, B, what you said about John Schneider and quarterbacks, would you feel the same about J.J. McCarthy? No. I have faith with you, John, but it's to a point. It's to a point. I have a Bo Nix for me. I'm maybe a bit off my rocker on the McCarthy thing because I have him much more worsely graded than pretty much the entire country on this one, Haley, right? Like I'm kind of on my own little boat out here in the sea when it comes to McCarthy a bit. I'll acknowledge that. But I'm firmly rooted in that boat. I firmly feel the way I do feel on it. And taking a Knicks grade that I've got a high second round grade and you take him in the middle of the first round, that's not a big overreach. To take J.J. McCarthy in the middle of the first round versus where I have his grade at, that would be a big reach to me. Johnny Kool-Aid and Chop Robinson are nicknames? Yeah, they are. Never said I would name my kid Kool-Aid. Kool-Aid's a cool name. Brendan Myers is getting called Brandon as Brendan is pretty much all the time. Yeah, that's another good example of it. Like I get called Brendan all the time, man. And especially with me, Brendan, because I've got a show I do with Brendan Nelson. So I have people all the time say, hey, Brendan. I don't stop and go, hey, it's Brandon. You just go, they're meaning me. Nothing to take, oh, you meant me. Yeah, I know you mean. What's up? Chris says, I just called the VMAC and told them to make something shake in free agency. Well, they're going, hey, we just gave you Fant and Williams. Jeremy Bone wants Clowney without Queen for me. Clowney's a little bit more maybe of a preference for me too at this point, depending on where the Queen cost comes into play. Tommy Eden says the correct way to pronounce Romo Odunzie is elite. I like that. Joe says taking a low pick chance on Milton versus Fields is a big difference. Fields will cost millions more. If Milton didn't pan out, you lose what, a 5th to 7th round pick? That's why people are wanting him. Yeah, I get that. I totally get that at that point for Milton on that side of it, Joe. Totally adds up and tracks on that. CR says you can't be mad. Even some names like clearly German, etc. Rosengarten, for example, is 100% with German background, maybe like Jewish influence. Rosengarten means rose garden. Oh, okay, there we go. Yeah, there could be the German ones can be a little odd too at times. Can be a little tough on those. Lord Boom says, B, laughing out loud, I come from a place where it's okay if you mispronounce words and names because there's no way you can pronounce all these ethnic names. It's all good, B. My sister's name is Mona Kiakoke Kalakaawapa Uipui. Yeah, I definitely get that one wrong. I'm actually pretty good because I was in Hawaii for a while. I can do some of the Hawaiians. I can get in on some. I started to get the tongue, the twist just right on that one on some of them. Some of them are impossible. There's a no-go on a lot of those names. I completely understand. Jeff Mathis says, let's go get Jordan Travis. Thoughts? Love Jeff. Jeff, he's as far as if we're talking about day 3 quarterbacks, Jordan Travis is my favorite day 3 quarterback. I think that he's probably going to be a 4th round guy when it's all said and done. And so, you want to jump on that. I'm with it. I'm not worried about the injuries he's coming off of. I like his skill set in that 4th round, a little bit of upside that he brings to it. He is a bit undersized. He doesn't necessarily have the strongest arm, but a very accurate thrower, stands tall in the pocket, a lot of gutsy guile back there. He delivers a really catchable ball. He's got really good accuracy on where he puts the ball. And guys in Keon Coleman and in Johnny Wilson, he had 2 real high risers, go up and get it type guys. excellent job at making sure he was putting those trust throws up in the right place in order for them to go out there and make some hay, make some room, make it happen. You know, TN, thank you for subscribing to the channel. I appreciate you for doing that. TN, DJ Owen, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate you for that. He says, just off work recap, who'd we sign and who'd we lose? It's been pretty straightforward on this side of things so far, DJ. We have brought back into the house here Noah Fant on a 2-year, $21 million deal. We've re-signed Leonard Williams to a 3-year contract extension for $64.5 million at a $21.8 million hit. That is the only moves that we have made so far here on the day, DJ. You've lost Jordan Brooks to a 3-year, $30 million deal with the Miami Dolphins. We also have a couple of our tight ends that have moved on. Will Disley signing a deal with the Chargers. And then Colby Parkinson getting highly paid 3-year, $21 million deal with the Los Angeles Rams and removing him off of the market. So those have been the only guys that I think are Seahawks that have signed so far that we've been aware of on that. So a little bit of movement on both sides of things there, DJ. But a good overall day, I think, for an opening day. It had people a little bit nervous here, but I think that getting Leonard in tow, getting Fant in tow, moving forward still with some money to spend, people are feeling pretty solid about where we're at and what we got going on. George, my man, Harmon, I salute you, brother, coming in very kind with a monster dunk, a monster splash, $100 donation drop from George Harmon on the chat here right now, man. 8 hours in the stream, dropping a 100 drop on me, George. Thank you, man. The bottom of my heart. That is very, very kind of you as far as the support to the channel, brother. You are amazing on that. I know you've been a long-time supporter on the channel in addition to that, so thank you for that, George. Very, very much, man. You are awesome. He says, thank you, B. We got you. Go Seahawks. Well, go Seahawks, George. And no doubt you got my back in here. My people always got my back every single stream. It's been awesome doing this with you guys throughout the day. We started out 10:30 today. We're just rolling along, and it's been fun to cover this. It's been fun to watch the ebbs and flows of this day from the emotionality and the ranges of emotion. But there is no doubt about it, George. I always say my community is what makes this channel go. My community from day one of doing this channel, from the moment that I hit live stream on this, going now to 5 years ago, you guys have always been my back. You've always been in my corner. You've always shown your support. Have always shown the love in every which way, be it likes and subscribing, by donation, by just being kind in your guys' words and just, hey, keep going on, stay with it. And so thank you, man. Thank you, George. Thank you to all of you guys in that way. And that it's been, that sport has been unbelievable. And something that I don't think, George, I ever really counted on in day one when I was creating this channel. I was like, oh, it's going to be a fighting off the trolls and the people that are, it's going to be a little bit of that, but it's been way more about meeting of minds and just having fun discussions and being able to break down ball and just turn it all over a little bit. So, George, man, bottom of my heart, thank you so much for that $100 donation. You are really very kind for doing so. That's over the top awesome. I really do appreciate it. And thank you guys for all of your support to this channel, man. Thank you to all of you on that. You were just unbelievable, guys. I got the best support on YouTube, bang for buck. Ain't nobody touching me, man. Ain't nobody touching me, man. Thank you, George. You're amazing, brother. Go Hawks. Cheese Taco, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, hey, C, I butcher names all the time. I'm glad we re-signed Fant and Leonard. Looking forward to signing Queen and rolling the draft. You had a whole Jadeveon Clowney opportunity there, Cheese Taco, that got lost there. A whole Clowney option that got lost. Go Hawks. Well, as I say, I'm glad I'm not the only one, because I've been feeling like in recent years, people have been giving me a hell of a hard time on the channel here because I've been badly butchering names. I feel like you guys need to have me in the shadows, maybe change my voice, My name's Brandon. I butchered names. I was butchering names when I was 5. It just came natural. I didn't mean to do it. It just happened. I stopped being able to pronounce a name correctly. But thankfully, you guys give me some room on that. I really appreciate it. I'll try to get better at these. I'm trying with Romo. He's got the combination. It's the front and the back, man. You got to get the front and the back with Romo. That makes it much, much tougher. But Cheese Taco, go Hawks, man. Go Hawks. And good day. Good day on the re-signings overall. People were getting nervous, but overall, not too bad. Nick says, I don't think taking Fields is realistic other than the $6 million backup price, but the 5th-year option is like $20 million or something. Yeah, can't do that. Can't do that. That's a little bit too much on that one. On top of he may want a contract, it's sticky. Keone, is Kobe Bryant someone who could potentially fill the safety hole? He could. He didn't play there particularly good last year. And I don't think he was really comfortable in the slot either. He's been a guy I've wondered if maybe they're going to look to maybe try to do more sliding of him to the outside and put him into that role and have him fitted to there. That feels more of a natural spot for him, I would think. But not sure what the new coaching staff wants to do quite yet in their approach here. Stealth Media says all these guys are new. Do something first, then we'll learn your name. Yeah, I like that. I'm with Stealth on this one. Braden loves T-Captain. Patriots re-signing some Burns. Some bums. Go get Ridley and Derrick Henry. Patriots doing weird Patriots things in the agency, that's for sure. Johnny Utah says, yeah, Milton is much cheaper, but thinking he can develop into a quarterback after 6 years in college is a pipe dream. But as a tight end, I draft him in the 7th. Yeah, I'm a little bit low on him too, Johnny. It's a 5th round pick for me at the best case with Milton. Just that's where he's at. Like Romo, the city. New Black says SVP called him Rome Odunze on SportsCenter once. It gets tough, man. When you're trying to think about 10 other things and then you got a weird name pop up and your brain just kind of, I think your brain just decides to shorthand it and just says, do it good enough. Do it good enough. Joe DBZ says, I don't care if a name's mispronounced. Name your kid an easier to pronounce name. That's the place I'm getting. I'm glad I'm not the only one. I thought I was getting kind of like militant about this. Like, yeah, maybe you're a little, shouldn't be that way. Maybe you got to be more like, learn the names. Just learn the name. And maybe don't make the name so damn confusing. We're very busy in this modern world, Joe says Robert Hunt was so overpaid compared to the rest of the guard signings today. They went crazy town. I liked Hunt a lot, Joe, but $20 million a year for a guard? I know the prices increase. I know inflation's a bitch, but boy, that one stings. That's right in the gonads, Calm Cow. Hey, Brandon, how do you feel about not having any middle linebackers right now? I ain't worried about it. I ain't stressing it. It's something that you do want to get addressed, but I didn't want to overpay for the position. I think there's still a chance for them to find good players out there. I think some of what heartens me and gives me a little bit of calm here is that when you look at the draft, there's a lot of very good middle linebackers in this draft that can also play well. Everybody from your top guys like Junior Colson and Edrin Cooper to even some top guys just below them like your Jeremiah Trotters and your Peyton Wilsons. But there's some good middle linebackers in this draft. You can find some middle linebackers in this draft. You don't have to go crazy town on that part of it. I still do expect them to get a veteran, though, somewhere. I will say that. Steven says, should we sign Devin White or Isaiah Simmons? I'd probably go for Isaiah Simmons because he'll be so much cheaper. And with White, you got some questions about his engine. Does it always rev at the high? Does he kind of put that thing in cruise control from time to time? Emerald Hayes says, what's the status on Isaiah Simmons? He's a free agent right now. Street free agent. Had an all right year for the Giants last year when he was traded from the Cardinals. Devin White still out there, Nick? Nick says, I just copy whatever the announcers say as far as the name. Yeah, that's usually a good way to go. They usually have to work together right first ahead of time. CR says, trade back a few spots. Get Fatana, Colson, Bullard, Sinter, Theo Johnson, Joe Milton, Jalix Hunt. I like your draft, CR. I like it. Ricardo says, the hardest one for me is Aurora. Oh my God, dude. There's another one that I'm just Aurora. Aurora. I call him the kid from Clemson. DJ Owen, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate you. Oh, I covered that one already. My bad. I'm a little slow on that one. George, did you come in with another big dog? Did you come slapping another big dog on the table? George just did that. Another $100 drop from George Harmon, back to back, sir. I salute you. You are a gentleman and a scholar. And if you had a difficult to pronounce last name, I would be nailing it right now. But I got George Harmon, Got it. I got it. But man, thank you for the double dip, $200 drops back to back, just laying down the big dog here. I like it. I like it, George. Very, very kind of you, brother. Thank you for that big drop in the house, man. It is very much appreciated. Unbelievable support here at the Hawks Nest, man. Unbelievable support. He says, hey, Hawks Nest, let's give a big shout out to Mr. B. Hey, shout out to Mr. B. B? Mr. B. Shout out to Mr. You might have Mr. B, me. Okay, there we go. Let's give her a big shout out to Mr. B. Shout out to Mr. B if that's not me, Mr. B, but a different Mr. B. But thank you, George. Unbelievable with the $100 drop, man. You were amazing. Amazing, sir. I really appreciate you for that. Appreciate you for that. I'm off on Mr. B part. I'm not sure what you meant on that one. If you put in the comments, I'll read down the comments on what you meant with that. But thank you, man, so much for that donation, brother. Double donation, $100 drop. My God, 8 hours in the stream. Let's go. Let's go. Nick Craig, thank you for being a Hawks Nest member for 10 long months. There's a flock of ex-Ravens still unsigned. I see what you did there. I think the biggest reason is John Schneider and Mac are talking with a couple of them into joining a new flock. Ooh. That's the way it works. You don't take one bird off the flock. You take the best of the flock. You take the juicy part of the flock. You take the high flyers. No, I like it, man, Nick. I like it. And there was a wonder about maybe some of this package deal working out with McDonald, and you just have to feel like it tends to be the way that the lay of the land rolls when you have a new coach going into a new system is he's going to want to bring some outside guys in that he's got familiarity with. So you feel like there's going to be a couple of guys brought in here by some way or another, be it a Clowney Queen, maybe it's a Van Noy and Clowney. Maybe it's a bit of a different combination we're not considering, but I'd expect them to go out there, Nick, and grab somebody. I would. Mumbles, thank you for the $2 donation, Mumbles. I very much appreciate that as well. He says, is there any signings for the Hawks so far? 2 signings right now, Mumbles. We've got, of course, the signing that just came down here the last hour or so, being Leonard Williams. Signed a 3-year, $64 million deal. And then we signed also Mumbles Noah Fant to a 2-year, $21 million deal. So 2 deals out so far out the gate. Good chunk of change eaten up in those 2 deals, but still a lot more money still left to spend. Spaces Jackson Smith is the ninja. That's it. I go with the ninja. That's what we got to do is I just have to get the key on this. I just have to start developing nicknames for these guys quickly out the gate. Then I never have to touch on their name. But then people eventually go, what's the nickname of which guy you talking about? I'll be like, oh, damn, you got me. Perfumery by Saban. How do we feel about the Williams deal? I feel good about it, man. As high as the dollars are, I think it's representative of where the market is at that he's just signed now a $21.8 million deal on average, but he's only the 9th highest paid defensive tackle in the sport right now after this deal. It does speak to that nature of the beast here with the defensive tackles and how much they're costing. And that if you want to get a good guy, you got to pay the market prices to get it. Appreciate you, George. You're awesome, brother. And if I missed something on that, Mr. B, I might have missed something with that, George. Do put that in the chat. Comment below if I missed something there. CR says, that's what I love when I lived in Thailand. I wasn't able to pronounce any names, but they will always have an English nickname. For example, Pete, Ploy, Dream. And that was awesome. That makes it much easier. Yeah. We got an American's hard. We're not used to moving we don't got weird phonetics here in America. Everything's real simple meat and potatoes in our pronunciations for the most part. Millette06 says, bro, so many annoying fake Patrick Queen to the Seahawks post. It drives me nuts. What do you get out of it, trolls? What do you get out of it? Nothing. You make somebody else's day a little worse. Congratulations. Congratulations. I don't get either, Doodle Bob. I do not get it either. As I've always said, I love humor. I love all kinds of humor. Dry humor, sarcasm, physical humor, witty humor. I tend to feel like the lowest form of humor is trolling. The lowest form of the art form. Emerald Hayes, how's Uchenna Nwosu recovering? Everything that I've heard has been pretty good from him. I haven't heard any recent update, but he sustained the injury at a time where he should be able to get back fully from it. Jeff Mathis says, try saying JSN's name 10 times fast. I can't do it. No, I would be done about fourth run through. Lord Boone says, that's why everybody in Hawaii has a nickname, plus the Hawaiian slang itself just cuts every word short. You guys kind of do it naturally by how you talk at times. There's definitely a loss of some of the syllables on some of those words. But once you've been around it for a while, Lord Boom, you can pick up it does start to where like, okay, I know what he's saying. He didn't say that right, but I do know what he's saying. Tommy says he's going to Sizzler tonight. I am, man. I'm going to get a nice burger tonight. That's on George. Salmon treats are on you tonight, man. He's going to be happy. Danny Susperis, it's hard to believe that Clowney's washed when he's coming off of his best season and still only about a 30-year-old player. No way we got Clowney. There's more fake reports. I'm seeing some notes about Clowney. That can't be real, right? All right, let me look. Hold on. Let me figure out what's going on here, okay? Just give me a second. Nothing yet. Nothing yet on that side, guys and girls. Nasty No Scoper says we're cooked if we don't get Queen. It gets tight, Nasty. It gets tight. Definitely gets tight there. Daniel says you have actually always butchered my name, but I never felt it necessary to correct you. It's spelled Daniel, but it's pronounced flamingo with a top hat. But same difference. Oh, God, Lord. Oh, my God. Megan with a $5 donation. How you doing, Megan? It's good to see you back in the house. It says, you are one of the few who can get my name right, B. Defy any 12 in the chat to do the same, Megan Gawk Roger. Not too hard. Megan Gawk Roger. Not too hard. Yeah. Once I got that one made sense once the explanation came through. But that's also too, Megan, where it's like in times I can get pinched, I can still come back and like set myself right by looking at your name and it makes sense to me, Roger and then the Gawk. It's like bump. It phonetically goes through correctly to where it's like, I got it. That's bam, done. It's those ones where it's like if you had put an ION in there somewhere and you're like, no, the ION is completely silent through the middle part of the name. The ION, just Gawk, ignore the ION, then you go to the Roger. Some of these names, that's what they're getting more ridiculous. The Key and Peele sketch is becoming less of a comedy for a guy in my position having to read these names, and it's becoming more of a horror thing now. I see a tough name that I got to read, and I got a little bit of sweat starting to trickle down my brow. Hand starts to shake a little bit. But I'm glad I got yours nailed there, Megan. I got to at least get some of these right. Thank you for the donation. I appreciate you. Cheese Taco says, B, you're right. I forgot Jadeveon Clooney. That was a hard one for me at first. It took me a long time to get Jadavion's right. That was one now. It rolls right off the tongue, but I was like, Jadavion? Jadavion? Eon? You want to go for that eon at the end. You want to give it a hard eon on the last of that point, but it's not. It's a soft eon. It's a light eon. You know, you got to soften that eon. Russell Marquez still waiting for the first outside signing from Mike McDonald. Well, they very well could be a little bit of trying to play that compensatory game here a bit. They're certainly still in that role, in that mode a bit here as we stand. Capo King, I hope the Seahawks go for a tight end from Georgia Bulldogs at 16. I'd love it, Capo. That's a bit of a dream scenario for me too. I do believe he is one of the true blue chip prospects in this draft. I only think there's about 10 or 11 of those guys. I also do believe, Capo, as I'm sure that you would conclude as well on this, that this is probably the best tight end prospect that we've seen come out in 5 to 6 years. I know that there are people that are going to want to talk about Pitts with Atlanta. He was more of a receiver than he was a tight end. True blue tight end prospect. This kid is the best one to come out in at least, I think, 6 or 7 years. And I would be all over that at number 16. I agree. Other teams have made big splashes, and we've made 2 deals, one to a big name, but the other to a tight end that was mediocre at best. Well, I think he's at least average at best. I don't think he's below average, which is where I would put mediocre, Danny. I think throughout his career, Fant's fit himself in there to be at least a league average player. Maybe not a lot above that, but he has been that player as an overall guy and what he brings to the table. Buddha Magic says Seahawks didn't overpay, but George at 10 per would have. Philip Castle, Levi Bell looked better than Hall did. He did in preseason, yeah. I do think, though, last year with the struggle, it's hard for me to think that with the struggle off the edge that was there last year and how many snaps you were putting on some of those bodies like Mafe or getting Draymond Jones kicked out there, that if Levi Bell had something to offer off the edge, they would have brought him up from the practice squad. And once they realized Frank Clark had nothing left in the tank, once they realized Darrell Taylor couldn't really play the run game, you kind of make your transition at that point, don't you? To giving him a little bit of run if he's worthy of it. I'm interested in Levi. I'm not against him. I hope he can find some footing in it next year, but that's the part I would wonder about with that on his potential upside. Haley says Fant is $7.5 million year 1, $13.5 million year 2. Great structure. Fant for Disley money is nice. John Schneider balling. Thank you for the update on that, Haley. So we've got a $21 million deal. 21.5. So Fant's first year contract, first year cap hit 7.5, which is Haley lower than I thought it was going to be. So maybe you're able to keep it around 17 million cumulatively on the first year cap hit between Leonard Williams and Fant at this point. Not too shabby. Yeah, Rook or Roror. I'm just going to call him Rook. If we draft him, his name's Rook. He has no last name. He's going to be like Prince or, Sting. He's just going to be known as Rook. Doodle Bob, Fant's prediction was about 13 million and we got him at 10.5, so we didn't overpay. Nope. It's good signing, man. Doodle Bob. Good signing. George Franklin Harmon. Thank you so much again, George, man. You blow me away with that donation, brother. You're awesome. Awesome. Nagasa says, worth to mention, we rolled over money from last year because the Giants paid his salary. Indeed, I think what we get, $5-6 million, we were able to roll over from last year's cap. Cody Richardson says, so sad we clear all this cap space and keep Fant and Williams, but that's it. Like, damn, man. Maybe not yet. Hold on there, Cody. Give it a little bit of time on that. There may be a couple more coming down. I'll give you that there's maybe not a ton of extra room, but especially with the note that Haley just presented with the $8.5 million on the first year cap hit for Fant. You go from 50 million to, let's say you're about 42 million now. left remaining before you sign Williams as far as full cap space goes. If the Williams first year of the cap hit is in a similar situation to the Fant, where they've lowered down that first year as far as they kind of possibly can, and it's not instead being of like 12 or 13, maybe it's down into that 9 range, 10 range. Well, you may be able to fit things a little bit easier, but there's still some room here. George says it was you, Brandon. Okay, I got it right. Sorry, George. I'm 8 hours in. You know how it goes, man. The eyes start crossing up on me. I start, wait, what is it? Who's the what? So, all right. Good to know I got that. Thank you, man. I appreciate you, Dan, so much. It's somebody was asking me earlier about do I do this? What other jobs I have to do? And it's like, I don't have to do any other job. I don't have to cut off anything else I do. I get to make this my full 100-time gig because of guys like George and John Stillwell dropped a $100 donation in this chat. We've seen Randall McDaniels and cheese tacos and mumbles and just unbelievable. MJ Seahawk 283, Sanchez. Lenny, Megan Gockraj, just so much support of this channel that allows me to do what I'm doing at a level where I think most people, where they're at my level of subscribers, would probably not be able to do this full time. So it's not lost on me. It's part of why I say I'm really blessed to be able to do this. It's long on the YouTube road. It tends to be one where you're hard grinding to finally get to that stage where you can be a full-time guy. Joe DBZ says, I met someone named $1 Million Baby. We called her Millie, and she had to carry so many forms of ID because no one believed her. Yeah. Like, why do you do that to your child? You know what I mean? Why do you do that to you? George Harmon being the Leonard Williams burner account's hilarious. Van Williams is old. He's only 30 years old, man. Those defensive tackles can play into their mid-30s and play at still a very high level. Philip Castle says Fant will have a lot better year next year. I agree, Philip. I think when you show a willingness to target the middle of the field, it goes quite far to being able to actually utilize a tight end to the utmost at that point. Right? Definitely helps. Tan Pham says Williams is the guy that you pay him when he doesn't play good, and then he's in a contract year, he goes off like Chase Young. We'll see. He's had a pretty solid career of play. He's never really been bad in recent years. But we'll see on that part. Saban says, is he the 9th best defensive tackle, or where would you place Williams? Yes, I would. I think that certainly when it comes to the Washington defensive tackles, they probably are both ahead of him. Quinn and Williams would be ahead of him. Chris Jones, Aaron Donald would be ahead of him, right? That puts you to like 5 or so. It's probably very close with Ryan Clark. Maybe right in that realm. But yeah, I think you're paying 9th, and he's about right in the 9th best area of things, Sabin. I do believe that's the case. Nagasa says Jones got $31 million and he's the same age as Leo. Yeah. That's also a little bit like Aaron Donald on the record-breaking contract he got a couple years ago when he was at his age. Also was a little bit of an older player. Not old, but you're not giving them these monster contracts as they're entering into their prime. But there's a bit of an acknowledgement there as I'm kind of referencing to that when you look at the history of defensive tackles in the sport, and recently even, these guys are able at times to go on for a couple of other years versus other positions. Like you might get to cornerback and at 31, you're cooked. You might get to running back at 31, you're cooked. You might get to receiver at 31, you're cooked. But defensive tackles do have a tendency and an ability to still play a little bit beyond that time period. Nagasa says, I know Jones is a monster, but that's a $10 million difference. Yeah. That's where I think the value on this Nagasa comes down to it's appropriate. It's in the right spot. Is it a deal? No. Is it a discount? No. But is it an overpay? No. It's right about in that right territory it should be. Hot Papa says, bro, when are we signing Queen? Like, hurry up. Man, I've been texting John, like, do we got it yet? He's like, almost there. We got almost there. I'm like, John, just kick him the extra milli and let's go. Emerald Hayes, you big Tommy Eichenberg guy? I'm trying to get warmed up to Eichenberg, Emerald. I'm working my butt off and watching the tape on him. Haven't quite been able to get there yet. I do like him better than that Steel Chambers kid, the kid that's beside him. Holy hell, that kid is overhyped. Big time. I don't think he's being hyped up as a real hype, but like I've heard some people talking about like, what are you seeing on that kid? Voodoo says, meanwhile, my work called me to take tomorrow off. Let's go. Let's go. Nagas said we have around 20 to 25 million to spend. Yeah, it's about right. Ish. No updates on the Clowney thing yet at this moment. Xavion Moses, English is bad. Also, motion, lotion, and ocean sound similar. They do sound similar. We got some tongue twisters in this language, that's for sure. Caden Cole, the Rams pick up Queen? No. They didn't get Queen. Tom Eaton says people have mispronounced my last name. Floors me. Didn't anyone go to church? Where do they go? Eden? They don't go Eden, do they? They look at that and they go Eden. Oh, Lordy. It's got to be that. Misfit says $26 million in cap space, approximately $9 million for the draft. That might be about right. We'll learn tomorrow on these contract deals. We'll have an exact number tomorrow for sure. How do I feel about Jonah Ellis? Asks Jay Dallas. Well, I have definitely looked at Jonah. I comp him to the kid that came out of Wisconsin last year, Jay Dallas. So do you remember Nick Airbeg? He was a kid out of Wisconsin, just had a nose for getting after the quarterback. Not a little bit of an undersized guy at 6'2", right? Same thing here with Nick. Same thing with Jonah Ellis, 6'2", but nice 33-inch long arms. So he's got the arm length, which is pretty good. Explosive get off, good dip, decent bend. Better pass rusher than a run defender. I just think he's okay as a run defender, but I think he actually provides you some. He provides you some real upside as a pass rusher, but I don't think as a run defender he's going to give you a whole hell of a lot. He is kind of a plan A guy. So if you're looking for a guy with a lot of counter moves or setting guys up with a variety of moves, it's not that. He's going to kind of go to just his one plan, and if that doesn't work, he's going to get stymied. But good, solid effort. Not as aware in space as I would like at all times. But when you are dealing with some explosiveness, bend and dip in general terms as a pass rusher, those are kind of the most preferential traits to have as a pass rusher. So there is some upside there with him. I look at him as a guy that's going to find pass rush production within a rotation. Boy, talk about a tongue twister there. But I don't see a starting future ahead for him. He'll be kind of a rotational guy, Jay Dallas, in that mix. But I do think the pass rush upside's fairly legitimate. I don't think he'll be a 10 or 11, 12 sack a year guy, but can he be a guy like a Dorrance Armstrong that was just taken by the Washington Commanders in free agency? Yeah, he could maybe kind of round into something like that. Orlando Roca says, not to pile on, but Brandon always pronounces my last name wrong. It's Spanish pronounced, see, I just did it right there. It's Rocha. He always pronounces it like the word mocha, though. See? I'll try to remember on that, Orlando. I got to just stay to the first name, man. I always got to bring in that last name. I can just hang on the first name. If I say Orlando, you know who I'm talking to. You know? Misfit, I mean, Robert Hunt signed for $100 million, and doesn't mean Carolina spent $100 million on their cap. No, correct. June 32nd says, how would you pronounce my name? Max Kobatite. Kobatite. See, that's where it seems like you'd want to pronounce it Titch, but I'm trying to anticipate it to where no, it's probably Kobatite. You know, it's like, it's got like a hard C on the end with the H. I know it's true. You guys got freaky last names, okay? I think we need to have a rechange the last names and simplify this. Top Eden, I do believe we still have some upside with Fan 2 as well. He's got very good. Remember, we're bringing him in a couple years from Denver Broncos. When he's coming in from Denver, he led the league of all tight ends, to your point, in the average of yard separation per route. I think it was 2.6 yards per separation per route by him in what he was generating, which was totally unique to other tight ends in this sport and speaks to his athleticism and some of the quickness he gives you from the position. But I agree with you. The lack of targeting in the middle of the field to me opens this up so tremendously for them to go out there and hit this and see him finally really realize, I think, the potential that made him a first round pick originally. Gabe says, how long does free agency last? How long is the last? Wish till midnight? Oh, it's going to go on for days now, Gabe. You got probably a good 3-week period of free agency in the NFL. Mark says, you always get my name right. There we go. Got one of those in there, Mark. That's a little tongue tire on that one. Some of them I'm good at. Just I think there's just certain vowel letter combinations that especially throw me off. Misfits of Atlanta gave out $192 million in free agency so far this year. Big spenders. Jeez. David says, why are we overpaying Jones? Why are we overpaying Jones? Who's the Jones that you're talking about? Jeff says, it's very rare my last name is pronounced right. Mathias, right? Come on, I got it on that one. Mathias, that's got to be Mathias. Scum Summy says he's always got minds correct for whatever it's worth. There we go. Moda says, come on, Brandon, they've seen the D. Taylor for a few years. They would have always known that he can't play the damn run. Won't miss that guy. No. Amen. Thank God that we're beyond that project. Sockeye says, Armstead in a D-line is solid, and mostly vets can have the young back seven. Yeah. Armstead's probably going to cost you around 13, 14 million per year, maybe. Somewhere in that territory, I think. Santiago Beltran, what's next for Seattle, my man? Queen, offensive line. By the way, beautiful jersey you have back there. Well, thank you, man. That's one of my treasured possessions, being my signed Steve Largent jersey in the background here. I'll go with Clowney. I think Clowney's going to be the next domino that falls. I'm still not certain on Queen that we're going to have the money. I think we'd love to sign him, but I don't know if we're going to have quite the money to be able to fit him in under the cap. So I will go with Clowney as the next domino to fall here. I think offensive line is going to get hard, Santiago, because there's been a run on the guards. There's only kind of a couple centers that it even really fit at this point. So it just gets down to it's such a scarce position. There's just no one to go get a little bit. So Bob, I think we're done for the day. Tomorrow morning should be some good news. I hope so, man. Hope so. Stephanie G says, at this point, Eskridge has to be boning Jody, because why? Or he's got some incriminating photos, Stephanie. One of the two. I don't think there's any guarantee, even with the restructure, that Eskridge is necessarily going to stay on the roster at this point. Very good chance that they still end up moving on from him here and calling it a day. And so the restructure just kind of put them and gave him that flexibility to do that. If there's a better guy that they draft, if there's a low-cost free agent that they can bring in, then that will be all she wrote with Eskridge. So he's on the roster for now. I don't know if it's going to last. I'm a little thinking that maybe this is one that shorter than longer on that one. Phillips says, I think Fant was underutilized myself. I think he is much better. I agree. I'm with you on that. I'm with you guys 100% with that. Phillips says, poor Pete never knew what to do with the tight end, honestly. Yeah, it wasn't his favorite position. That was one of those like, do we got to do it? Okay, we'll do it. Yeah, Aziz signed with the Texans, which may have taken them out of the market for Queen at that point. George says, hey, Brando, I got our tickets whenever you want them. Let's go, bro. Let's go. Copper-wise, isn't that a little steep for Williams? It's not a discount copper-wise, but it's the going market rate that you sign a guy at $21.8 million at this point, and then he only becomes the 9th highest paid defensive tackle. That shows you how high the sport's going. And when you got the top of the market guys, copper-wise, making not $25 million, not $27 million, but they're well over the $30 million mark, then this starts to look like the contract it is, where you're right at the top of the, maybe not the epicenter of defensive tackles in the sport, but right at the top of tier 2 would be where Leonard Williams sits. And this is going to be about the going rate for that at that point. So it's in within reason. And George Harmon bet, man. Let's go. Let's go. Sue, yeah, Ndamukong Suh played till he's 35, 36 years old. We had Al Woods in here. He was our best defensive lineman at the age of like 34, 35 years old. He was by far our best defensive lineman at that time. There's Fletcher Cox just got done with a really long career. There's been quite a few of these defensive tackles that have been able to kind of last around for a bit. Kelly says, B, I've got the same Target cup. Haha, they are the best. I'm so cheap when I come to my cups. I'm a weirdo though too. I don't like going through a lot of cups and I'll use the same cup and clean it out every day. You know, nothing fancy here, Kelly. It's all about functionality. I'm also a bachelor and a dude, so it makes it especially bad. This will work. Target cups are good though. It's got a good feel. Solid. Not too shabby. Cardo says, yeah, Williams is good. I can't believe we were having this argument. Did anybody watch the games last year with how good he is? Yeah. Timmy Boy, do you like Tom Brady? Yeah. Hard not to have him as the GOAT, man. How good he was for how long he was. I mean, doing it at a different place in Tampa Bay. Christian says, I don't know why people are hating on the Hawks moves. The Fant deal is cheap and 43 guaranteed for Williams. Isn't that much? I'm with you, Christian. You won't find that here. And I think there's been a couple of folks that a little hand wringing, but I think overall everybody's understood these moves pretty well for what they are and why they did them. Black says, better look at it. All the Adams and Diggs money went to Williams and Fant plus more. Haley says, did you see Lamar Jackson clowning on Tiki Barber's comments towards Saquon? Stone responded too, dying. Well, it's like with Tiki. It's like, dude, of all the positions in the NFL, you're going to give a hard time for going and trying to get the most money you can go get. It's like running back. Really, Tiki? Because you bleed blue, you bleed the giant blue. I'm supposed to bleed the giant blue. And especially the way that the Giants cheapskated Saquon. We like you. We are going to pay you. We'll put you on a franchise, but we like you. Yeah, but if you like me, pay me. Now we'll put you on a franchise. No. I'll check out the comments. That's hilarious, though. That is hilarious. You're dead to us. Oh, I see what Lamar. Yeah, so Lamar's just having fun with it on that. That's funny. Peyton Connor, don't understand the Patrick Queen hype. He wasn't all that special until Roquan Smith came and moved to linebacker 2. He's going to get a huge deal. I just don't think it's worth it. I'd rather roll with Bush. I do think he's a significantly better player than Bush. But I also think your reasons are valid, Peyton. It has just been recently the 2 years where he's done what he's done. I think he is a will, to your point. He's not a Mike, but a will. You got to pay him like a will. Kind of interesting to see where he will fall, Peyton, as far as what he's going to make here and what the final cost is going to be. You see how we got a guy like Brooks that some people thought might have gotten up around $12 million a year, down around 8 to 9 to 10. Does Queen get a similar drop off in what, he's being paid? I think the thing to consider a little bit with Queen, as far as maybe there being some upside to him on this Peyton Connor, is he was a guy that came into this league at a very tremendously young age. 20 years old, just turning 21 as he was becoming an NFL football player. He has only just turned 24 years old. So for a kind of player that you might give a little more room to go, well, he wasn't good right walking in the door, this may be a guy that you give a little bit of that credence to, especially if understanding on this Peyton is that because a guy's a Mike doesn't make him a Will. Because a guy's a Will linebacker doesn't make him a Mike. Maybe you're good at one and you're not good at the other. That could be a bit of that part of that thing too, a bit. But I get what your points are, and they're salient points at that, especially considering where the cap might be at right now. Tommy says, yeah, they go Aiden. Oh my God, dude. Lord help the future, Tommy. CR says, go. So guys and girls, have a great live show. It's 3 a.m. in Germany. I'm going to get some sleep with some sweet dreams after the 2 awesome signings today. Maybe I'll wake up with another one tomorrow. Let's go. Well, a fella can dream, CR. A fella can dream. Russell Marqueux definitely wasn't expecting Fant to be the tight end re-signed. They got us all off a little bit off guard on that one. Funny Money says, my guess is that Queen signs for $336. Might be. That might be what he goes for at this point. I don't have a feel for where he's at right now. I would have expected some kind of deal to happen within the first day on Queen. Xavion says, you said my name correctly. Is it spelled weird? No. Some people can't get it right. Didn't think it's too strange. No, it makes sense. Because I can phonetically, it's that thing I can always go back to, Xavion, where I can go, let me pronounce it as I've been taught how back in first and second grade to pronounce words based on how I read them on the page. So it's like, you can always go back to your base understanding of that stuff and it takes you home. No, yours is pretty easy and clear. Spelt weird. I don't know if I'm coming off tremendously smart with some of this pronunciation talk. I don't know if this is showing the best side. Quinn Willman says, people somehow misread my name all the time. Not a pronunciation issue. They just don't read it the way and say Williams. Oh yeah, I could say that on that. Daniel Bailey, thank you for the $2 donation. What would you rate our free agency day one from a 1 to a 10? Well, considering I had Leonard Williams as the highest priority free agent that we had, be it on the open market or in-house, and you nailed that. That's a big deal. That you got Noah Fant back on a fairly team-friendly deal. I'm not saying it's super bargain basement or something for him, but you got him on a relatively team-friendly deal versus what the market thought he was going to get. I think that's a solid day. I think I would give that as I do that as like an 8.5 out of 10. Solid B+ day from Seattle on the day one, for sure. Holy Hand Grenade says, my last name is Hawes, and I'm pretty sure B pronounced it right. I am, but that's also because Holy Hand Grenade, I got Spencer Hawes. So if I've got a last name I've learned that I might have stumbled on back in the day and I've got that in my back, and I go, okay, I can remember the old basketball name to reference on that one. Queen News is quiet soon. We're not hearing anything on that right now. It is. Aside from the trolls. Drummond. It's that hyphen that helps you out on that one. The hyphen will lead you to the promised land with Draymond Jones. Kelly says we need Jerry Jones. All mispronouncing welcome. That's why we got Maisie Smythe. That's our new defensive tackle. And I'll tell you right now, KD Lamb is going to be a hell of a player for us this year. KD is an awesome player. He gets it done. He's just really good. Jay Dallas says, you hit it right on the head with Jonah. I see the same thing. I was hoping he's a better rotation than Darrell Taylor. Remember when we hit Jared late and he came off the sideline mid-play, mid-block. He's at just a couple points where you're like, really, Darrell? Really, Darrell? But yeah, I could see him fitting into that spot, Jay Dallas. I do have him with a, I've dipped him a little bit. I've dipped him a little bit just because of the fact that I do see him in a bit of more of that one-note fashion of things, but that's only the 4th round. So it's not a big, I didn't fall him to the 5, 6, 7 territory. He's right at the top to me of day 3. And, I think that when you're dealing with a guy that's got first step quickness, explosiveness, bend, and a little bit of dip, those 3 components are going to help them at the NFL level. That's something that transitions and usually transitions very quickly. It did for Darrell Taylor, right? The problem, Darrell Taylor, was just he remained kind of the same player he was from the moment he walked in the door and started playing. There wasn't really an improvement in play. And at least with maybe Jonah, you've got that potential there with him. Daniel W. says, Clowney never signs until after the minicamp. He did it when he left our team and before he signed with the Ravens. It's possible that that's the way that plays out. He has been, as I like to call him, that gun for hire. Peyton Connor says, some of you think Seattle has unlimited cap. I hope we bring back Bush, get Isaiah Simmons, Clowney, and maybe look at a young safety on a cheap deal in case the young guys don't work out. I like your approach, Peyton. Solid approach, my man. Solid approach. Uzi, is Queen off the table? I don't know if he's off the table. It's maybe a little bit more hard pressed from the cap situation of things, but this does depend, Uzi, on what is he actually going to fully get. Zach Holt says, Captain Seahawk and Cam Hawk made a post welcoming Queen to Seattle. Are they trolling or is there something behind that? I'm not seeing shit anywhere else. I haven't seen anything posted on that. What I have seen today, and it's been throughout the day, is there's a lot of people prematurely connecting players to Seattle. So there's been a lot of that going on across the board a little bit. So I'm not sure. There's a cool, clean edit on Twitter that's probably got a lot of people's imagination on this one. Ricardo says the only Queen coming to Seattle is in the band. Hearing Queen's market isn't the $18 million a year speculated, closer to $13 million a year, might be holding up negotiations. That's a pretty far drop from Queen's perspective, right, Haley? Understandable that he'd be like, hold on, wait a second. Queen is still available. Chris, I love your thoughts on Fab, man. I think that's absolutely right. His time is coming. Great stuff, Haley. Man, $13 million a year. What a drop. Nick says, have we ever had a tight end hit 1,000 yards? I know Jimmy got close. No. You've never had a 1,000-yard tight end. Jimmy's the only one that's got close, and it's not a lot of guys that have even gotten close. Uzi says, bro, I want Queen so bad. Holy shit. I get it, man. I think he's still in play. It's going to be hard, but it's possible, especially if the price is going to depress like it has so far. Peyton Connor says, until the Ravens got Roquan Smith, a lot of people had Brooks over Queen. Indeed. But I don't think either of those guys was exactly setting the world on fire. Again, too, Brooks had the same problem occur to him, Peyton, where we tried to put him in at the Mike linebacker. We tried to put the green dot on his helmet, and it was just not the role for him. That's not who he was as a player. He needed to be a will linebacker. A will linebacker is different than a Mike. They've got similarities and things that they do that's similar, but there's a lot of differences in who they are and what they've got to face as well at the position. I'd say it's as much to me of just, he was just misplaced and out of position those first 2 years on top of being a tremendously young player. Brooks is a couple years older than him, Peyton. You know what I mean? So it's also, Brooks has that couple year head start starting out to be a little bit better instantaneously. The youth of Queen would allow him to kind of catch up a bit. Stoney says, Pumpkin's going to rip your face off any second. Probably been like, you've been streaming all day. Steve says, Brandon, did you out of curiosity ever play football? I played all the way through junior high. I played a little bit in high school, But at high school, I went to I think we had 2,300 students or something at my high school, a huge class. I just didn't have the physical ability to hold up. And what ended up happening by that point is they were trying to take a guy that's 5'11" and 180 pounds and turn me into a guard. It just stopped. That stopped being very much fun at the high school level when you're getting put inside to get, face planted by a guy that's got 150 pounds on you. We had a big school. We had big guys on our team, right? Like it was a lot. So I wanted to, man. I tried. I took it as far as I could, but unfortunately I wasn't the biggest guy. Not a lot of natural physical potential built within me. But it happens to everybody, everybody hits their end point at some point on that. And that was mine. Chris, I don't really understand why he didn't go after Geno Stone. He's got some holes in his game. He doesn't play the run particularly well. And I think that Mike McDonald was probably well aware of that. A lot of his interceptions last year were kind of on overthrows and bad passes as much as him jumping on the picks. So it's one of those ones where you definitely just kind of trust in Mike McDonald's outlook of it because he's got so much rich familiarity with Stone to know who he is and what he's capable of. Jeff says it's pronounced Mathis. There we go. Yeah. It's a German last name. Laughing out loud. Now go back to football. So I got it right. Oh, it's not, I did Matthias. It's just Mathis. Mathis. Okay. Yeah, you want to do that ES thing you want to add on there. Stoney says Bush needs to be shaved from the team so we can play smooth. Clowney didn't suck when he was with the Seahawks, Steve. He was a good player for us. We had nothing else on defense that year but Clowney. Clowney and Diggs was all we had. Haley, Patrick Queen had a glow up when Mike McDonald showed up. It lines up with Rowe got there, but it seems more like when Mike McDonald's system got put in preseason. Yeah. I think that's as much as anything. It's kind of the combo. The move of the position, Mike McDonald's presence. I think that is on it. That is the truth of it for sure. Moss, 2 years to the Bengals for $8 million. Okay. Zach Moss. AI says if we didn't sign Fant, we'd be screwed up a bit in going into this draft. Yes, we would. And it's a weak draft for tight ends and nothing worse in the world than reaching for need and then reaching for need at a position in the draft that's very weak. This is what got us into the LJ Collier problem, right, AI? The draft was actually pretty deep as far as edges go in that draft that you took LJ Collier. But because like 16 edges got taken in the first round, you were so desperate to get an edge, you kind of panic selected LJ Collier. So you want to avoid those kind of situations by laying the groundwork for the draft beforehand rather than having to react to something like that going down in the moment. Agato30 says, I just got home from a long day at the office. How do y'all feel about Fant? I think everybody feels pretty good. There's some with some kind of May feeling to it, but I think overall everybody's feeling pretty right about it. You Mad Bro says, yeah, I think John Schneider's like B. He's a night owl and he's working out deals with Queen and Clowney as we speak. Man, that'd be great to hear the news. We got Clowney and Queen tomorrow to start things off, wouldn't it? Let's go. Let's go. Big Roy Plumbing. Chat, let's bring Rob Gronkowski out of retirement and physically force him to join the Seahawks. He's living his best life right now in retirement, I think. Deadly Patrick Queen plays the will linebacker. Will linebacker. He can run forever. Strength would be maybe a little bit better in coverage than as a run defender. But he's rounding into shape as a pretty good overall complete player at this point. Christian, I want Justin Simmons. He's a possibility. You never know, man. It's got familiarity with that split zone scheme system. Big Roy Plumbing, what's my opinion on Jake Bobo? I think he's got a future here. I don't know if he's set up to be your number 2 receiver in the future, but I'm certainly open to the thought of him developing as a player and seeing where he goes. I thought he was very impressive last year. And every single time without failure, when you gave this kid an opportunity, even if it was a one-handed catch in the back corner of the end zone, he made it stick. What stood out to me too that was so impressive was for a guy that I thought would be a slot guy only coming out of college, he was winning at times on the outside last year, which just very impressive. Very impressive. Haley No says no more than $15 million a year for Queen. I put money on that. That seems about the right spot for him at this point. If Brooks is at 8, how does Queen get to 18, 19? You're getting close to that. Big Roy Plumbing, why did DK change his hair from those first few years to the boring one now? I just better marketing opportunities for him, Big Roy. Maybe not as many people want the crispy blue hair for the commercials. Stoney says, we need you little freaks to train on Brandon in high school. We applaud your bravery. And yeah, Chris, just looking at, again, with Haley's response on it, Stone was benched last year was benched on the Ravens last year due to poor tackling. The playing of the ground, it's not just about how you cover, it's also how you can play the run game. And I just don't think that Mike McDonald looked at it. And I think we can trust in Mike's opinion on this one because he knows this kid backwards and forwards. Misfit says, great point regarding Arizona Cardinal legend LJ Collier. Gotta be careful how you set yourself in the draft, man. You can get into some panic buy situations. You can get into a panic buy like it's it's like the day before Christmas and you've done none of your Christmas shopping. It's bad territory to get into at times. Queen's around $50 million a year. Likely Roquan Smith's around $22 million a year. Brooks is 10. Queen is closer to Brooks than Rowe. Yeah. It's a good way of putting it, Haley. Scooby Snack says, teams have been overpaying for players all effing day. How are you guys missing that fact? Randy Roberts says, Patrick Queen appears to be rounding into form at the ripe old age of 24, and he makes sense since there are so many Mike linebackers in the draft. Amen, Randy. I think you just need to kind of get into the draft at least having one set and in place. You can handle going and drafting the other guy in the draft at some point, but at least get one of the positions, the Mike or the Will, aligned up. But that's absolutely the way you can go. And I'd even offer, if they want to go to the Will in the draft, that there's guys that easily can kind of play between Will and Mike. Junior Colson can play Will and Mike. Cooper, Will and Mike. Trotter's more pure Mike, I think, but Peyton Wilson could do some Will stuff. I could see it. I could see it. All right. Well, we're going to go get a little more water here really quickly and be right back. We've just about crossed the 9-hour mark here on the stream today. So we'll go ahead and start to put a bit of a button on this one, as I might still be going live tomorrow if we get some stuff going down tomorrow too. So let's maybe start to get just the last couple of questions in place today. I'll be right back here. Just going to get a little bit more water and I'll be right back. Do, do, do. Here we go. Jeff says close enough, Brandon. Oh, shoot. I see a lot of differing opinion on where people see Queen going at it, what he's worth. Maybe a little bit of why it's been a little bit hard. Haley was talking about this about a little why it's been a little difficult in getting him signed. Is that maybe there's this same kind of diverse opinion from NFL franchises in regards to Queen right now and his value too. Yeah, I think if Frankie Louvu's at $12 million, it's going to put minimum $13 million is to me the bare minimum floor. To your point on that, Ricardo is correct. Price kind of becomes the price on this one. You know, and a part of this that factors in is not just the star contracts of a guy like Roquan Smith, it's also the contracts of a Jermaine Pratt and a Tremaine Edmonds. I mean, Tremaine Edmonds, is anybody look at him and go, wow, that's one of the better linebackers in the sport? Guy signed for, I think, a $17.5 million a year deal last year. You know, so that's where it gets down to sometimes even these kind of, you know, second tier linebackers that aren't in that great spot of things can still be guys that get paid that kind of incredible amount of money. Haley says, I want the Tampa Bay linebacker, Devin White. He's fast and speed at linebacker. Gives me Patrick Willis vibes. Great comp, Haley. Some similarities there between those two guys. I get a little worried with him just on the, is he always playing hard? Is he always giving you 100%? It's a little bit of the rep out there in Tampa Bay is a little bit of, you know, this Sunday I'll turn it up. Next Sunday I'll turn it down. This Sunday I'll turn it up. He had a hell of a primetime run for them when they had their Super Bowl run, though. He was, I think, their best defensive player on the field for them down the stretch for them in the playoffs. A random Hawks fan says, please tell me you're on the Joe Milton train. I like him okay. I don't want to take him high, random Hawks fan. The tape has got some rough edges to it that need to get figured out, and I can't take a high pick for that for the tools. The tools are nice. His mobility, his throwing ability, really good. My comp for Joe Milton is basically Geno Smith if you were to remove the decision-making, accuracy, and ability to throw with anticipation. And in Geno's case, anticipation is a little bit not the brightest thing. He's got it a little bit, but the processing and throwing with accuracy on Milton, that's the big problem for me. And I have two big things that I hold the highest account when it comes to the quarterback position. The two first traits that I start with and I'm looking for in my quarterbacks if I want to target a quarterback. One, arm strength. Milton's got that right. No problem. Make every throw in the book, layer throws in, no issue. Processing. In the NFL, things are not going to be simple. You can't just expect to drop back, look at your first read, and then you're going to be dynamic operating off that first read all the time. You've got to be able to go through some kind of progression. And the second he starts getting into progression reads, he starts getting lost. And the fact that there's the accuracy issues on top of that, that's what's got me putting him in more of a fifth round range. I don't deny the tools, random Hawks fan. They're really cool. But the holes in the game and the stuff that needs to be cleaned up, I'm not sure if it gets cleaned up. One of the reasons that I hold processing as a favorite attribute of a prospect along with arm strength is I kind of consider it like arm strength. You either got it or you don't. You can either drop back after the snap, understand that you've got 2.5 seconds to go through 3 reads. You can make those reads and deliver a timely ball accurately to a spot, or you kind of can't. And I do worry with Milton that there's just that kind of can't part. Huey says it's not overpaying. It's paying market rate for players you've identified as good fits to improve the team. The laws of supply and demand. Amen. Caden Cole, Parkinson got paid. That's a little bit richer than I would have wanted to pay. That's for sure. Randy Roberts, we have a pretty good safety. And Julian Love seems like we're going to draft somebody. The question is, Will they play Love at free safety or strong safety and then draft the other spot? Maybe it's a little bit open-ended right now, Robert. Maybe they're playing it a little bit of like, let's take advantage of what we have in Julian Love, who can literally play either two spots, by then being able to kind of sit on the guy that we want to go out there and grab at that point. Part of this is also going to be, Randy, that you want both safeties to be able to have the skill set of the other in this defense. You want the free to play strong. You want the strong to play free. So you're more going to be looking for a guy with a little bit more of the Julian Love skill set, because both of those guys will be doing kind of equivalent things on either side of the field. Yep, we do still have Jaron Reed on the roster. Random Hawks fans, Joe Milton's built like Cam Newton. Just run, DK. Butcher's Kook, if you want Queen, say yes. If not, say boo. I'll go yes. For the right price. I ain't overpaying, but for the right price. Misfit, you're on that Tyrell Dodson, man. I dig that about you. You're selling me on Dodson slow but surely. Scooby Snacks, if it happened to Burns, why wouldn't somebody overpay for Queen? Oh, it's possible. It's two different positions. One position that's one of the more valued positions in the sport, being the edge, and another position being a will linebacker that's not as held in high value or high esteem by NFL ball clubs. Misfits says, I'm glad we don't have to reach for an undersized defensive tackle at 16 now. Me too, man. I'm just glad that we don't have to take a defensive tackle in the first 3 rounds. I was not a big fan of the 3 techs in this draft. So being able to avoid going down that rail, perfectly fine with me. Jimmy Cruz, what do we have left in cap space? Well, we've got about $26 million in cap space overall. You're sitting on about $14-15 million of functional cap space to go spend in free agency, because you're going to want to keep a little bit in reserve for draft picks and reserve. Always can be, if Mike Mack wants Patrick Queen, then I wonder if Hall would convert to middle linebacker. No, he's not going to convert to middle linebacker. And yeah, linebacker, not a premium position. Makes his first day overpay. Does tend to be the way it goes. Funny says, I don't know. I feel like Burns has higher upside. I mean, maybe. They're different positions, so it's hard to kind of compare. A linebacker says, Haley is only a premium if you're getting a top 5 in the league. A better defensive lineman will make your average linebackers look like studs, though. Yeah, they go a long way to keeping them protected, especially in those second-level blocks, and keeping them clean, letting them run around. Drew says, Queen might go to the Panthers, sadly, thanks to Burns going away. And they lost Frankie Louvu too, Drew, right? So definitely there's a bit of an arrow pointing maybe in that direction. Greg says, I'm sorry I've called you Brendan before. It's funny how some people get butthurt about somebody else's name and the wrong way you say it, laughing out loud. It is, man. It's one of my little, come on, we've got bigger fish to fry in life, You get the bra. If you get the bra, you've gotten far enough for me in my name, You gotten close enough. So I'm all good with it. I don't mind. Bill Lamont, where do you see Kobe Bryant playing on defense this year? I think they're going to maybe try to slide him back to corner, but some of the scarcity of the safety position could eventually end up pushing him back to safety, I guess. But boy, I sure feel like, man, corner would be the spot I'd like to go see him back put at and see what he can do out there. I wouldn't mind seeing it. Deadly says, Brandon, what are the strengths of this draft besides quarterback? Wide receiver is tremendously strong. Tremendously strong. Offensive line is really good all across the board. Center, guard to tackle. I think it's a deep class of offensive linemen. Good at the middle linebacker position. Really good at the middle linebacker position. Excellent at the cornerback position as well. Those would be the main positions that are the strongest. Safety's in better shape than it's been in recent years. 3 tech defensive tackles is in better shape than it's been in recent years. And then you're light at nose tackle.
You're light at tight end. You're light at running back. I think edge is just okay. Eat a Geno's, says Ailey? Let's eat a Geno's. Hell yeah. Ricardo says, yeah, the Panthers might sign Queen. We shouldn't overpay for him if that happens. Nope. And look, the Panthers are maybe one of the teams that mainly went out today and decided they would overpay. I mean, the $20 million deal that you gave to Hunt's pretty crazy. So if there's a team out there that's showing they're willing to do that, that might be just the one way to do it. Nick says, Geno on the way out? No, I wouldn't think so. No, he's here for the next year at least. Wayne G. Levi Bell might get some playing time. I don't know, man. I think they're still going to target another edge here in this free agent period. But if they don't, he'll get his shot. Raiders dropped $135 million today. That's a lot from Mark Davis. He had to cut back on like half the number of massages for the next 6 months to pin that off. Half the number of his special Vegas massages, if you know what I'm saying. You know what I mean? McVay's going to low Kobe. Love Kobe. He might fit well within that offense. It'd be interesting to see how he utilizes him versus how he was utilized here. I do think the Rams overpaid for Parkinson too. Big Roy Plumbing. I agree. I do agree. Bill and Joe Rose. Russ went from Go Hawks to Let's Ride. What's the Steelers motto? We came up with this last night, Billiman. We nailed it. I mean, we knocked it out of the park. Check this out. Russell Wilson standing in front of the green screen. Steelers uniform. Looking confidently with that steely-eyed gaze into the camera. Saying, Steelers country. Let's weld. Steelers country. Let's weld. Steelers country. Let's weld. Steelers country. Let's weld. I think the let's steal ain't bad either. Let's rust. Let's rust. Okay. That one might win today. I thought the let's weld was pretty good, but let's rust. That's not bad too. That's got some strength as well. You got let's raid. Steel got it. Let's smelt. Let's smelt's not bad as well. Rust Wilson, that's brilliant. Yeah, that's pretty good. That one might win. That one actually might legit win. Let's rest. Oh, that's so wrong. Swedish Nobi, how can anyone have confidence in someone like Mark Davis with a checkbook when we have seen what he pays for with that haircut? I don't know if there's a possibility of losing all confidence in one man off of a haircut. I think that he creates that lack of confidence in me. I just look at that hair and I go, that's not a man he's never winning a Super Bowl with that haircut. I don't care whatever he hires. I don't care what coach he brings in. I don't care how good a drafts he has. That haircut will forever hold him back from any championship run. You're not even getting to a conference championship with that haircut. Beamy says, do you know if Jordan Brooks actually has a shot to do well in Anthony Weaver's defense? I don't know a ton of Anthony Weaver's defense, to be honest with you, Feed Me. So I'm not too sure on that one. I'll have to kind of look around on that and see what that defense does and wants out of him. Jamie says, McVay wanted the ins and outs of the Geno tendencies. It's his normal self. He's always looking for weaknesses and finds them out of the Hawks. There we go. Danger Rust. It's deadly, Lethal. Look out, it's deadly. Don't touch it. It's deadly. Glevick says, huge overpay. Damian Lewis to the Panthers. Oh, 4 years, $53 million. Well, the compensatory game not looking too bad right now, I'll tell you that. That's a 4th round compensatory right there for Lewis. Damn, we could sign Queen and still be in for the compensatory with that dollar bill. And yeah, no limit pick is definitely sitting. Wow, what a deal for Damian Lewis. He says, man, the fact the Seahawks don't have to deal with the income tax has to be a huge benefit to negotiations. Literally 10% increase in income off the cuff. Yeah. There is a little bit of the thing that can offset it a bit, Haley, when some of these players look at it, because you have a lot of these states that have the income tax don't then have the sales tax. That's where it's a little bit different. We've got a pretty high sales tax. But no, your bottom line point still stands. Daniel says, wait, Brooks went for $8 million a year. I wouldn't mind him at the right price with our needed linebacker and with Wagner most likely not coming back. Just some holes in his game. I think that's why he went for that $8 million a year, Daniel, is that he's not a clean player all the way down the line on that. $13.5 million a year for Damian Lewis. Holy crap. Congrats to him, man. He got the huge bag. Out of all the safeties in this market, who would I look to go after? Probably a lesser guy. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, Micah Hyde. Something like that would be more of where I would probably take a look. I wouldn't go for a prime time. Well, I wonder if that takes Carolina out of the Patrick Queen sweepstakes. That's like $33 million they've put on their guards alone here today. Oof. Oof. Haley says our sales tax is high, but just gets things from Oregon. Easy. There you go. Wow. Ricardo Cooper Bebe is great, man. I love him. And we got a 5th comp for Brooks, right? Yeah, 5th comp for Brooks. This Damian Lewis deal is very close to getting into 3rd round territory at that price, I got to say. Maybe not quite that, but right on the edge. If John wants to play the compensatory game here, I'm just saying. Tom Eden says, I told you the Panthers front office is insane. It's like they owned by a hedge fund manager. It's pretty crazy looking at what they're doing. Like, what are we doing here? I guess Lewis moves back to right guard. Hunt goes to left guard. So they paid $13.5 million to make Damian Lewis a right guard. And yeah, Jay Dellis, that's a comp pick back for Lewis. Now it's got to be all the offset. Do you take a Clowney? Do you take a Queen? Do you go out and sign other free agents? But you're getting into a place where Schneider can start to get very tempted if he just wants to make one more free agent signing and still then retain some of the comp pick aspect of it. He could. BB says the 7.5 cap hit on Noah Fant sounds like a prove deal like Geno Smith was. Kind of a bit. The homies, what if we got Clowney, Baker? Baker. I don't know the Baker one. Queen and Connor Williams is possible. Yeah. It might be hard to squeeze all of those guys in there, man. You're probably going to have to pick like one of those to dip. Or 2 of those to dip. Peter Stone, I don't know if you missed any signings. We had the Leonard Williams signing, 3 years, $64 million deal, $21.8 million on average. And then you had the 2-year, $21 million deal from Noah Fant. But no other signings that we've signed. And now we've had Jordan Brooks signed, Colby Parkinson signed, Disley signed, and Damian Lewis signed today. Jamie Cruz, you demand. We get a young guard in the draft. Bid what that means. Nice. Hell yeah, let's go. Let's go. Nick says, yeah, Panthers aren't caring about overpaying at all, man. Haley is honestly excited to see what Huff can do with Bradford and Olu. If he feels comfy with them, Lucas and Cross are bookend. Only need one starting left guard and some depth. It's true. And maybe to your point, he feels pretty comfy with what they got going on. Daniel Bailey, would we be set up to get a comp pick for Lewis? Sounds like you got a big deal. Yeah, that's a 4th rounder to me, Daniel. 4th rounder for Lewis, a 5th rounder for Brooks as it stands right now, and probably our 6th or 7th round pick for Parkinson. But not too shabby. Carter says, my boy Canales, what the F are you doing? What the hell's going on here? They're trying to get that line prepared for Bryce, man. They're trying to, it's the reclamation of Bryce Young is what you're seeing. TJ Bowers at 16. Let's do it. Let's do it, TJ. All day, every day, 7 days a week, twice on Sundays. Brock Bowers. Just say the name. Just say the name. Lewis to Pantera, 4 years, 53. That's nice. I like that AI. We weren't going to bring him back. He's not a scheme fit for what we do anymore. But that's going to help out maybe on the comp game just a little bit. Liam Rogerson says, how are we going to fill out our team with such little cap and lots of needs? No, we're not sitting with little cap right now, Liam. I think you're going to be going value-based signings rather than big signings going forward for the most part. But you are still sitting on $26, $27 million of cap space right now. Some of that's got to go allotted to your draft. That's even after the draft pick stuff. So you're at $50 million. You got to put $15 million to the draft into reserve. That takes you down to 35. You got $7.5 million on Fant this year for the first year hit. So 27. You got the Williams deal. So, you're sitting in the 20-ish range of money. You got some money to still go out there and make stuff happen. It's not that tight yet. Geno Smith, we've lost how many people? We've lost Colby Parkinson, Will Disley, Damian Lewis, and Jordan Brooks. Mac Pacific Northwest says, nothing says, let's save Bryce Young's career like Damian Lewis. William Tarkowski, are there going to be any Seahawks signing tonight? Probably not. We'll probably have to wait till tomorrow to get anything new coming down. Caden Cole, do you see us doing anything to try to get a second round pick this year? I do think we're going to try to trade back, Caden. I think the one caveat I'd say that would prevent us from doing that is if just some really valuable guy fell to you at 16. If Brock Bowers, the tight end, falls to you at 16, that probably prevents you from moving back. But absent that, I would think that John Schneider is going to try very hard to move back in this draft. Liam says Queen's going to want a lot. Hard to say, Liam. Not sure where the market is at with him right now. There's some back and forth about what he could truly command here at this point. Yeah, Haley, it's looking pretty good on the comp pick side of things. Liam, I think we are in on Queen. There's certainly a big opening. We've still got the cap space to do it. And if his cost is going to go down in the way that's much like Brooks, to me, that opens that door much more for us to bring him in. Nagasa, 4th rounder for Jonah Jackson, 17 million years. So Lewis will be a 5th or a 6th. Oh, there we go. Yeah, that may be the way that plays then. Misfits' Panthers will absolutely be rolling in dead money in a couple of years. It's going to be tight for them. That's for sure. They can afford it right now because they're not paying the quarterback really that much, but it's going to get tight. See how it's giving me if we sign release players, that doesn't count against the compensatory system? No, it doesn't. You're free and clear on that. There's no inverse to that. Addis says he thinks Queen comes to Seattle. I like your prediction, Addis. I hope you're right. Nick, I know it doesn't seem likely the Bowers falls, but there's a true possibility of this. I'm not saying that it's a likelihood to happen, Nick, but there's a real viability of it happening. There's a lot of reasons that kind of go into this in my outlook on this, but I think that there's a true chance that it could happen. DJ says, Panthers remind me of when Bengals signed Connor Williams, a lot of money and no result. It's a lot of dough they've dropped. $20 million a year for a guard, TJ. It's just, that's kind of ouch. J. Dulles says 5th or 6th, really? Yeah, it might be there. I think Haley brings up, it's all, this is again that thing with the compensatory thing where it's a big guess and you want to wait till you get to the end of the process so that you can do the plus and the minus iteration. Because it's not just about the high contract you get out. It could be that you have 6, 7 contracts that you lose out there to free agency, and that all ends up offsetting it too on this. But if Jonah's getting the bigger deal in the contract he was given versus what Damian's given, then he would get the overriding higher compensatory pick back in return to them than maybe us. Especially where the lines don't look like they've been all that active in free agency so far. Kevin Kline, how did we let Brooks go? He's not I don't think that they valued him as high as some of the fan base values him, Kevin. The holes in Brooks's game are substantial. It's not that he can't do some good things, but when you start talking about paying a guy money and getting to that first contract coming off the rookie deal, there's a reason the team didn't enact the 5th-year option for him. They just don't think he's that good. Borkua football, can you explain how comp picks work? Yeah, and I'm going to be doing this offseason at some point a cap-centric show, so we'll be doing a concentration on that cap-centric show of kind of better explaining this through. The baseline of compensatory game is this, Borkua, and that is that how many free agents do you lose in free agency versus how many free agents do you take in? And if the offload of free agents, it's a very much a secret sauce. We don't know the exact formula on this, though it's a guesswork about how it has to work out. You have to do it in kind of general terms as far as making the assessment. So the Seahawks today, they lose. You have to be a free agent. You can't have been released. You have to come to the end of your contract and be a free agent for it to factor into the compensatory game. So Seattle today loses Jordan Brooks, loses Colby Parkinson, loses Damian Lewis. All 3 of those guys are street free agents. And then what depends on how much compensatory value you get back this is where it gets really, really complicated. And it's hard to answer this kind of question because it's based upon other players and what they've signed around that player, what happens and goes on throughout the year, how productive, how many games that guy started for you, how valuable that player was for that other team. And the NFL's got their own secret sauce on how this all factors and bears out. But it essentially at a base level is taking in less than you lose out gets you compensatory picks. I lose more free agents than I sign in total value as an equivalency. I get my comp picks. If I sign more value than I lose, no comp picks. But it's a complicated one. That's why I think it's best to try to keep it simplified because it can get really, but if this happens, there's that happens, there's this, it's a little bit to be too much. Jimmy says, how excited are you when it comes to motioning in our offense when we barely motioned the previous regime? I think it's where the game's going offensively, and you have to utilize both pre and post snap motion at a high rate. And if you're not, you're leaving an advantage on the table, which is why we had a lack of effectiveness for our team at times with the scheme that we did run. Misfit says Panthers need to draft 3 wide receivers, a tight end, and a running back. Now, that's all. Is that it? Darren J says, you're the hardest working man on YouTube. I went and worked a full 10-hour shift and you're still going. That's how I roll, baby. That's how I roll, Darren. Let's go. I was having fun today, man. We were rolling. We got like almost 1,000 people in the chat too, so we're cooking. Tristan, we have about $22, $23 million of functional cap space right now. Approximately. Save the geese. So Seattle will have around 3 comp picks. So play free agency and get good deals. They will, but of course, you sign a Clowney, that reduces it down. You sign a Queen, that takes it down to nothing. So there's certainly an offshoot to this that can get easily overridden if they make a couple of signings, I would say. Thank you again, Duran, man. Love what I do. It makes it easy when you love what you do, brother. Liam says, Brooks just wasn't able to step up and be the man. Always needed someone else next to him. Yeah. Just there's some good things he brings to the table, but just too many holes. The comp picks are awarded by the NFL, and that's a little bit of that Ayush secret sauce. They only know the formula of how they computate to determine who deserves comp picks versus who doesn't. That's where it gets very hard to make that determination because it's their own little process in the background that's impossible to predict a little bit with that. Bill Alon, Junior Colson at 16 would be a little bit early for me in this draft. I have a second round grade on him. If you want to take him late first round, I'm okay with it there. Middle of the first round for Junior Colson would be a little bit early to me. A little bit early. Santosh, we can't let go of all free agents just for the late comp picks, right? It depends on where your team's at, Santosh. If you have a really strong team and you can suffer the losses and be okay, then you can do it. But it all depends on where the state of your team is and that you don't necessarily have a ton of needs. I'm a little hesitant to believe that we're necessarily going to play this full comp pick game because we do still have so many roster spots to fill. And I just don't think the team's going to wait until you pass the compensatory cutoff time and how it counts. So I still think that they're going to remain active, Santosh. I don't think that'll be an overriding factor. But if the market plays in a weird certain way and guys go off the market that they look to target, John may pivot in this direction. Grant says, imagine getting Johnny Newton, Nwosu, Mafi, Big Cat, and Newton. Interesting. You're going to get a bit of a log jam there, Grant, with the 3-tech, though. You've got Leonard Williams, you've got Draymond Jones, you got Mike Morris. If you brought Zerzon Newton in, you're going to have somebody on the bench who's really talented, not playing much. $13.25 million, King. Tidy little sum. And Save the Geese, yes, there's a deadline for when the comps picks don't count, meaning that if you sign a street free agent, but you pass behind this date, now it's no longer factoring into the offset. They didn't want players languishing extra long at that point who teams would be willing to sign because teams were trying to hold out for the comp aspect of things. So I forget when it comes into play. I think it's like in April. I want to say maybe it's May 1st or something like that, where it stops counting. And definitely a fairly heavy overpay to me for Damian Lewis. I would not have come into the ballpark of $13.25 million for Damian Lewis. That's like, look the hell out. Look the hell out. But Flapjack says, I'm glad Jordan Brooks is gone. I'm kind of him too. I really didn't want to bring him back, and I don't think he's that good of a player. Out of the park spots, what's our number one priority right now for agency? Safety or linebacker? Linebacker, you're in a little bit better shape than safety, but I would say linebacker, guard are the priorities right now. Bomber, Colby gave us a 6th, Brooks is a 5th, and Lewis is a 4th. Probably more of right now as it stands maybe a 4th, but maybe more like 2 5ths, a 6th, and a 7th kind of thing. I don't know if Lewis is going to get you a 4th. The thing that part of this is what other deals are being signed out there, King Bomber. So Jonah Jackson signs a bigger deal than Damian Lewis. The compensatory value is going to override to him than it will for Damian. And again, you guys will ask kind of specific questions on this compensatory thing. The thing I just got to say with it is like, a lot of these are I don't know. If we get down to like, how do they do this to that? How does it work to this to that ad? How does it work in offsetting these values to this point? No one knows. The NFL doesn't release what their formula is for the compensatory system. So there's a lot of guessing game that goes on there. That's why I think it's, rather than trying to get down to the details, we'll get this, we'll get that, we'll get this. It's more of general strokes. In general terms, we can expect to get around about this, give or take. Matthew Bishop, Damian Lewis gone too? Are you serious? He's gone, man. He's gone. AI says, it's why I said Carolina earlier for Brooks. It's usually the real low-end teams with a bunch of cap room who make dumb signings. Just Lewis later in the day. Yes, sir. Accurately said. Not a lie was spoken, man. Santosh, is Tyrell Dotson an option at linebacker? He seemed to play well for Buffalo. He did seem to play pretty well for Buffalo. I haven't done too much of a deep dive on Tyrell. Don't know too much about him, Santosh, but we do have at least a poster or two here in the stream who's come in quite a bit that's pounding the drum for him, saying this guy's really good. So could be a really good value signing under the radar kind of guy. Phoebe Moore Seahawks, Noah Fan had a bounce back season as far as a pass protector last year, but he's been more of the better run blocker than a pass protector. Not really great at either one, more a functional pass run blocker and then kind of a little below average as a pass protector for the position. He had a little bit of a stronger run last year. It was on 36 snaps in pass protection, so it's kind of a sample size. But he's okay. Functional is the word here. Functional is the word. Matthew Bishop, we have about $22 to $25 million in functional cap space at the moment. That's what we're sitting on. Haley says, Hunt and Lewis, Carolina is really trying to help Young. Can't fault them for that. Can fault them for the contract, though. Yeah, that's where I do say at times that the desperation of a situation that the Panthers became set and dead set on getting a quarterback and almost desperate to do so and get their one. That was before actually setting the stage for their quarterback appropriately. And as I harp on this, Haley, it's setting the stage for that young quarterback to not be made to fail. And I think with the Panthers that you could say there's a little bit of that or a lot of that going on with Bryce Young the past year. I still am a little bit low on Young, but maybe a part of what's going on there on that. You know what I mean? Seahawks Gaming says, someone please throw $12 million in Evan Brown. Well, the center market's getting lean, Seahawks Gaming. The market's getting lean. I'll tell you that. All right, well, we're 9.5 hours in today. I think I've hit my load balance point of my own self here on my side. I'm getting hungry. I need to go get some food. The belly's cranking up a little bit here. Cat wants some love. Cat wants some salmon. We gotta make a go here. The bot says, how do I see the linebacker room shaping up? I think that you do make a signing in free agency somewhere here, bot. You're not going to go with just 2 rookie starters, but I do think that the way that this is shaping up is that you're going to end up drafting 2 inside linebackers in this draft. Maybe it's 1 guy in the 3rd, another guy in the 5th. Maybe it's 2 guys in the 3rd, but you're probably drafting 2 and then signing another guy. If it's not a Patrick Queen, then you're probably going for a little bit more of a value-based signing at that spot. Well, grenade B, our current cap after we take into account rookies and whatnot. So about 20, that's what I'm saying, 20. So let's walk it back. I know there's a lot of questions on this again. $50 million is where you started out the day. You take $15 million off for the salary cap and for rookies for your draft. So you have to keep about $5 to $6 million in reserve fund. You got to have $9 million for your draft picks, right? We take 50, we go down to $35 million. $7.5 million to George Fant, right? To Noah Fant. So that takes us down to $28.5 million. You then have probably a first-year cap hit of somewhere around $10 million for Williams, give or take, maybe a little less, maybe a little more. So then you're around, again, $19 to $23, $24 million. We don't have the final word on the contract yet on these deals signed today. Aside from what we're hearing from Fant, we don't know what the first-year contract hit's going to be on Williams. So that's a little bit of a difficult, but somewhere in that neighborhood, you still have money to spend. You still have functional cap space to go out there and make some headway here. Have yourself a great night, Santosh. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Gino Smith says, this is tragic. It's not tragic at all, man. It's awesome. It's awesome. Scooby Snacks, and I have news for you. You can overpay for a linebacker. I think you'll see the number for Queen. It'll be overpay. That's just my opinion. It's possible. Brandon Mills, you have yourself a great night. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. Appreciate you so much. Thanks, Gino, for stopping in for a moment. It's going to be all right, man. It's going to be all right. Scooby says, hopefully I'll be wrong and we can get him for a good deal, but somehow I doubt it. You never know, man. You never know. And yeah, the Panthers getting Bryce Young, a veteran O-line. They're doing what they can to fix it there, Huey. But boy, when you're trying to do that in retrospect rather than planning it out ahead of you, that's when you start to overpay. That's when you start to panic. That's when you start to make decisions that's not about planning something out, but being reactionary to what's happening in the moment. And that's where bad organizations operate, I think, more often than not. And we'll see what they do, Matthew. See what they do. Gino, you got paid, man. We just converted your base to bonus, man. We got your base to bonus. You're rolling. You're rolling right now. All day stream says AI. I'm tired laughing out loud. Yeah, I'm definitely at the end of the rope on that one. I can feel the voice definitely tapping out. It's going, okay. Kitty's completely given up. Look, she's just passed out. It's awful. It's horrible. Well, I want to thank everybody today for a great day of streaming. I want to thank what would be the sponsor of this show. That's going to be Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy sponsoring the show throughout the course of this year. And they will be doing so throughout this off season. Click the top of the link in the description section below. And they will go to Underdog Fantasy. And on your first time signing up with Underdog Fantasy, they will match you up to $100 of your first deposit. $100 on me through Underdog Fantasy simply by you signing up and with that first deposit. So use my code NEST or click the top of the description link section below. Go get yourself $100 in your pocket on the Hawks Nest and support the channel at the same time. They've got great ongoing contests. You still got, I know football season's over, but there's basketball, there's March Madness, there's baseball, there's hockey. A lot of stuff to still go out there and take advantage of. A lot of different opportunities to go out there and win some contests. They're giving away a ton of money at all times over there and very kind on their end to sponsor the show as they have throughout the course of this year. So shout out to Underdog Fantasy for doing that. I know there are some restrictions in regards to the state of Washington in using the app because we don't like to let our people gamble in the state. But if you are in a casino, you can use the app to its full measure at that point. Brandon Mills, thank you for finishes off in the right, great way. And, I've actually, I rated that. I want to make sure I didn't miss a donation there. But thank you for subscribing and finishing off in a beautiful way. Daniel Bailey, Megan Gock, Roger Cheese Taco, Mumbles, Nick Craig, George Harmon with 2 $100 donations dropped. Look out, George. DJ Owen, Randall McDaniel, Funny Money, Sanchez, Russell Mark Q, Barry Satoro, Parker, Rodney Prescio, Mr. Kane, so many people, Danny McCormick. Thank you to everybody. Everybody. Did I miss Danny? It'd be nice to know our free agency and tight end next year. Hope I didn't miss Danny's number there. Might have missed a donation in there. But thank you to Danny as well, all of you, for all the donations throughout the stream today. It was a great, great stream. We almost went nearly 10 hours today. What a hell of a time. I'll see if I can bounce back tomorrow if the voice is going to return with me tomorrow when I wake up, and we'll see what the Seahawks do. If there's some moves, I'll probably end up going live. You know how I do. You know what I do, how I do what I do when I do what I do. So we will be back soon. We will be back quick. Hell of a first day. We had to hold on. We had to clench the butt cheeks a little bit, but eventually we got a little bit of movement. Okay. We got a little bit of movement as the day goes along. Let's step through this process. Let's see how it goes. John's got a plan in place. Let's trust that process for us right now and just see how it breaks down before we kind of draw final judgment one way or the other. But I think a pretty encouraging day overall. Solid signings, necessary signings, and starting to hopefully set the stage for a draft in another month, which will allow the Hawks to operate purely from a mode of value and not need. I appreciate you watching today. I thank you very much. Do me a favor if you could on the way out the door, if you haven't already, slam dunk that like button for me. It would help out a lot. Pumpkin would really appreciate it. It gets her a salmon treat every time you hit that like button. A little known fact. We will be back maybe again here soon. Interesting day. Opening day of free agency is over with. Wild and crazy time. Day 2 can be pretty nutso though as well. So let's keep an eye on to tomorrow. I will be back in a day. Thank you for the great discussion, the great talk. Thank you for keeping it respectful amongst all of you, even in the disagreement, as you ever do. You guys are amazing in that way. I appreciate you. Back soon. But until that time, please, by God, don't you ever forget. Big Cat's back. Noah Fant's back. We're making moves. Let's go. Don't forget. Go Hawks.